I've managed to be reborn, but I've turned into a 2.5-meter puddle. What made me feel even more desperate was that at the moment, I was in the middle of the desert under the scorching sun, and I was expected to die of evaporation and drying up in half an hour. But just as I was about to cry, a cold mechanical voice rang out. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the devouring evolution system, rewarding the skills Spring Breeze and Death Entanglement. As long as you hunt and kill devouring creatures to save up the energy value, you can evolve into the Lake of Underworld Illusion that raises the dead, the Lake of Rules that manipulates thousands of gods and devils, and even the Lake of Faith that controls everything can also successfully evolve. Upon seeing that I only had less than half a meter of my body left, I used Spring Breeze without hesitation. In an instant, electricity flashed and thunder roared in the sky, and immediately after that, heavy rain began to fall. In less than 3 minutes, the size of the puddle actually expanded a full 3 times. Today's water area has 7 or 8 square feet, barely a pond. But just when I was complacent, a rumbling sound of vibration broke this short piece. When I looked up and fixed my eyes, the horror of the picture immediately scared me into a cold sweat. It was a few hungry bison running towards me. As we all know, bison is a herd animal. In case these few bison attracted a large group, I am afraid that these just renewed moisture is not enough for them to spoil. At the critical moment, a bold decision suddenly sprang up in my mind. I had to use the skill Death Entanglement to shock them, as a way to prevent my moisture from being drained by them. In just a blink of an eye, the low-headed bison opened its bloody mouth towards me. At that moment, a rope of water suddenly sprang out of the water, and before the bison could slow down, the rope of water was already firmly wrapped around its neck, and it was futile to let the bison struggle desperately. In the end, the bison's entire body was dragged into the water, and after a few moments, the water gradually returned to calm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaughtering a low-level beast, a reward of 100 energy points. On the contrary, the other few bison that arrived late had already been scared by the horrific scene and fled madly. I looked at the few stunned bison in the distance and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. In the middle of the desert, I was the only source of water. I didn't believe that these bison would be able to endure their thirst. These were all moving energy points. The next morning I found that my energy value had increased by 500 points. It turned out that the bison could not endure the thirst last night, so they teamed up and came to drink together, and were eventually killed and devoured by me. Coincidentally, I discovered a hidden ability of the system. As long as the creatures I killed and devoured, their memories would also be devoured by me. And through the few bison I hunted yesterday, I also gained a new understanding of the world I'm in now, which is very different from the world before I crossed over. Perhaps because of the revival of Aura, the animals here were more than a few times bigger than what I had imagined, and it looked more like the ancient barbaric era. Following the memories of those bison, I saw a tiger with a ring of flames around its neck, unicorns with wings, and even humans that could use demonic magic. Seeing this, I felt a twinge of relief. Such a magical world. There must be a way I can restore my life. I don't want to be a puddle forever. And in the memories of the bison, they were that tiger's food. Since that's the case, then this flaming tiger must also be around here. If I pull it in and swallow it all together too, I should be able to get quite a lot of energy value. 7 days had passed in the blink of an eye, and after a week of springing rain, nowadays I could fully call it a lake. Due to the fact that all the rainwater from the Spring Breeze rain skill contains spiritual energy, causing the originally dead lake to gradually begin to become energetic, some dying water plants and bugs also began to revive, and even some of the seeds of the surrounding plants had begun to take root and sprout. And in these few days, I also managed to capture more than 20 beasts. As for some small animals, I didn't choose to do it, but let them suck my nutrients, and when I fatten them up a bit, I will devour them all together as a way of obtaining a higher energy value. At 2 o'clock in the morning, a dark beast silently touched over. It didn't even make a sound, the whole body seemed to blend into the night. It turned out that this is a hound dog, but the weird thing is that it actually has 2 heads. 2 pairs of red eyes are very conspicuous in the dark night. The same striking there are also sharp and incomparable bone spurs on the front paws. Just see the 2-headed hound looked around vigilantly, red eyes light flashed, determined that there is no danger around, then close to me, lowered its head and prepared to drink heavily. And naturally I couldn't let it go. If I devoured this 2-headed hound, I thought that the system would definitely reward me with a considerable amount of energy value. While it was relaxing, a rope of water suddenly rushed out of the water. It had to be said that compared to an unusual beast, this hound's perception was much sharper. The moment the water rope left the water surface, the hound reflexively took a few steps back, but it would never have thought that I had already anticipated that a single water rope would not be able to hunt it down, so I simply launched 5 water ropes at once. When the first water rope was perfectly avoided by the hound, the other 4 were firmly wrapped around its limbs. Seeing this, the hound was terrified and struggled desperately. Its eyes even launched 2 red lights into the water. With a bang, the lake splashed with 2 splashes, but this did not cause any substantial damage to me, and in the end, the hound was dragged into the water by me effortlessly. Ding, killing a mortal rank 1 magical beast, rewarded with 1000 energy points. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Eye of Cerberus, rewarding 500 points of energy value. After a moment of ecstasy, I finally understood that the original two-headed hound was called a hellhound, belonging to the mortal rank 1 magical beast level, and the 2 red lights that the hound had before it died were actually its 2 eyes. According to the introduction of the system, in this world where humans and devils coexist, whether it is a magical beast or a human being, according to their strength, they are divided into 4 classes: mortal class, transcendent class, legendary class, and saint class, and each class is divided into 10 subclasses, which corresponds to the class given by the system, and it is unknown whether there is a higher one. After my comparison, I quickly judged that the flame tiger should belong to the 3rd level of the mortal order. On the contrary, I am now only the 1st level of the mortal order. In order to be safe, I intend to use the energy value to rise to the 2nd level first, and then go to deal with the flame tiger. Accompanied by a burst of trembling, the entire lake was shrouded in a black mist, and after half a quarter of an hour, the mist dispersed, the lake was revealed, but the area was more than twice as large. At the same time, the water can also be seen in the green water plants, and even lively jumping small fish and shrimp. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through the mortal realm. The 2nd level bonus skill Water Sword Art can condense water arrows to attack the enemy. Each water arrow consumes 100 points of energy, and up to 20 water arrows can be condensed at once, and the larger the volume of the lake, the greater the number of water swords that can be condensed. Seeing this message, I was instantly overjoyed. With this new attack skill, killing that flaming tiger would not be a breeze. I believe that the system will also return a considerable reward when the time comes. But now I have a headache problem. That flaming tiger only eats these bison. Due to my frantic hunting and killing of the bison a few days ago, there are no more bison that dare to come to drink. So the most urgent thing was to find a way to gather enough bison so that I could lure the flaming tiger to come. So I used spring rainfall once again, because only this kind of widespread rainfall could have a big enough temptation to make the bison come to drink. As expected, a few bison cautiously ran over just as night fell. Firstly, they tried a few times at the edge of the lake, and after finding nothing unusual, they then started to drink in large gulps. With my current body mass, there was no need to skimp on this bit of water, but in order to seduce the flaming tigers, I had to keep my composure and not act rashly. By the 3rd day, the animals gathered around the lake began to increase, and there were even a few water birds playing mischievously in the lake. But I was still waiting patiently. I had to create the illusion that there was no danger. When all the surrounding animals came here to drink, the flaming tiger would only come here to hunt. But after waiting for 2 more consecutive days, there was still no sign of the flaming tiger. Looking at a few bison that were bathing unscrupulously by the lake, I couldn't help but do it. Finally, on the 5th day, far away from a circle of flame on the neck of the tiger appeared in my perception, can be considered to have come. I was excited about the lake or ripples, but looking closer and closer to the figure, I was a little nervous again. After all, it's the first time to kill the 3rd level of magical beasts, and this flaming tiger at a glance is very extraordinary. In the end, whether I can kill successfully, I have no idea in my heart. When the flame tiger is still 200 meters away from me, a group of beasts at the lake reacted and prepared to flee, especially the several bison playing in the lake. They were even more frightened and prepared to go ashore to escape. Seeing the situation is not good, I immediately control the water flow at the bottom of the lake to form an undercurrent, and constantly prevent one of the bison from going ashore. At the critical moment, a black shadow flashed. The flame tiger is already swooped to the lake, and a bite of the neck of the bison. Instant blood stained a large area of the lake. The bison did not toss a few times, will lose breath, and the flame tiger is ready to let go of the bison. I need to quickly use the death of the twine instantly. 3 ropes of water from the lake rushed to the flame tiger. The flame tiger was shocked, but the smart will be the body of the bison, throwing the bison's body towards the water ropes. However, what it did not expect is that this water rope is my conscious control of the flexibility of the abnormal. A direct dodge away from the bison, continue to wrap towards it. See, the water rope is about to wrap its neck, which know the flame tiger but open the mouth. A ball of flame shot out, hit one of the water rope, only to see that the water rope was directly evaporated. Fortunately, the other 2 ropes of water firmly entangled in it, and a tug of war since then. A tug of war has started. This flame tiger is really extraordinary, with its own strength actually able to resist the entire lake, and its neck of the fire circle is constantly expanding. See, the entanglement of the water rope is also going to be annihilated by it, only to hear swoosh 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 3 sound, from the water once again flew out of the 3 water sword. In an instant, the first water arrow rushed straight towards the flame tiger's head, and the other 2 followed closely behind. Seeing this, the flame tiger first roared, followed by a cloud of fire coming out of its mouth. The fire cloud was not fast, but gathered in front of it. The first water arrow rushed in and was quickly vaporized. The second one shot in and the fire cloud shivered, but still did not disappear. Chushin's heart tightened, controlling the 3rd water arrow to switch directions in the nick of time. bypassing the fire cloud and shooting straight down from above. In the tragic cry of the flaming lion, the water arrow disappeared without a trace, while the head of the flaming lion had a large hole that was gurgling out blood. The fire cloud also completely disappeared the moment the flame lion was hit, but the circle of flames on its neck was still burning. Chushin controlled the water rope to drag it into the lake, and the lake slowly returned to calm. Only a pool of blood remained on the silt, proving that a fight had happened here before. This hunt had taken all of Chushin's remaining energy, and it could be said that he had run out of ammunition, but fortunately, in the end, he had still devoured this third-order spirit beast. Drop. Congratulations to the host for devouring the mortal order third-grade Inferno Lion, gaining 3,000 energy points. Drop. Abnormal energy found. Is it refined? Refine. Chushin guessed that it might be the ring of flame around the neck of that Inferno Lion. Drop. Refining the flame of the inflammable lion increases the host's flame immunity. Chushin's body was water, his only natural enemy could be said to be fire. He didn't expect the system to refine flames and also increase immunity. In the future, if he refined more advanced flames, he might even be able to devour the sun in the sky. This booby trap can be said to be a complete success. Getting 3,000 points of energy at once, Chushin thought for a while. The currently known effective ways of obtaining energy were trapping devouring creatures and refining special substances or energies, and all of this needed to rely on skills. The skills that he currently possessed, Spring Breeze, were the basic skills to increase his body mass, while Water Binding and Water Arrow were the main attack skills. System, I want to upgrade the skills. Spending 500 energy can upgrade Spring Breeze and Water Binding technique, and spending 1000 energy can upgrade Water Arrow technique. The cost of upgrading was really huge, and this was only from level 1 to level 2, so it could be expected that the later upgrades would definitely require more energy. However, if you want to kill and devour more and more powerful creatures to gain more energy, you must also upgrade your skills, so Chushin chose to upgrade all of them without hesitation. Upgrade all, Chushin ordered on the spot. Host, Chushin. Identity, Lake. Level, LV2. Skills, Spring Rain LV2, Water Binding Art LV2, Water Arrow Art LV2. Energy, 1000. After spending 2000 energy at once, Chushin wanted to try to see what was so special about level 2 skills, so he used Spring Breeze Rain again. This time, the Spring Breeze Rain skill directly cost 100 points of energy, and the sound was even more powerful, as the rain poured down for several hours. Chushin could feel that the water contained even more rich spiritual energy. Although the rain was pouring down, Chushin felt that the increase in his body mass did not seem to be as much as he had imagined. Chushin concentrated and felt every part of his body, which finally allowed him to discover the end. Right in the middle of the silt not far away, a seed that had been brought over from somewhere was hungrily absorbing the spiritual rain, and any rainwater in its vicinity was almost always sucked into its body. Actually grabbing water from me, I'd like to see what kind of species this is. Chushin was somewhat annoyed and curious. He deliberately controlled a portion of the lake water to flood towards the seed, and it lasted for almost a quarter of an hour before the seed stopped sucking in water. A seed the size of a peanut meter actually sucked up a quarter of an hour of the lake water provided by Chushin, which was simply unimaginable. And in Chushin's perception, the seed seemed to drink its fill, shook its body and stretched out its green buds, which had 2 leaves, explored left and right, and continued to grow rapidly. Not long after, what was still a seed, quickly grew into a tree more than a meter high. What made Chushin even more surprised was that under the silt, there were more than 2 meters of roots, coiled and intertwined reaching towards Chushin. Humph, really insatiable. Chushin decisively used a water arrow technique and shot towards its newly grown trunk. With a bang, the tree trunk snapped with a sound. It was as if Chushin heard the creepy sound of ghostly cries ringing in his head, and the fast-growing root system under the silt also stopped. Drop. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a connection with the mutant ghost thorn tree. Please choose to accompany it or enslave the ghost thorn tree. There's still this function? This was something Chushin hadn't thought of and considered. The ghost thorn tree was originally a common tree in the desert, but this ghost thorn tree had mutated and possessed the terrifying ability to devour blood and souls to strengthen itself. Previously, when Chushin was hunting other creatures, the ghost thorn tree seed was secretly sucking in blood and souls, and now that it has been irrigated by the spirit rain, it has finally grown. Under the system's prompts, Chushin chose to accompany the mutant ghost thorn tree. This was after some consideration. Chushin's top priority was to kill as many creatures as possible to obtain energy for upgrading, and the blood as well as the souls of creatures were useless to Chushin. These two were exactly what the mutant ghost thorn tree needed, and with the two taking what they needed from each other, Chushin could imagine what a terrifying existence the ghost thorn tree would become with his help in the near future. Drop. Companion success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the companion creature mutant ghost thorn tree, rewarding the host with 2000 points of energy and obtaining a new skill, soul communication. You can directly communicate with the soul of any creature that possesses a soul. When Chushin looked at the system panel again, some changes had already occurred. Next to his information, there was an additional column that, creature, mutant ghost thorn tree. Level, mortal rank 2. Host, Shu Shun. Skills, ghost thorn, bloodlust, soul devouring. Note, mutant ghost thorn tree, spirit growth is extremely fast and extremely evil, please exercise strict discipline. Just being born, it was already at the same level as Chushin, it was really perverted. As for the system's reminder, Chushin wasn't really worried, after all, a companion creature wouldn't betray itself, as for whether it was evil or good. In such a cruel environment, kindness was worthless. Chushin controlled his perception to hit towards the ghost thorn tree, which transmitted a fluttering soul fluctuation. Just because it had just been born, its soul was still very weak and could not communicate normally with Chushin, and could only vaguely convey some concepts. For example, the thirst for blood and soul. After just a fight, those beasts have long run far away. It is estimated that for quite some time will not dare to come back. Chushin can only control a part of the water source to irrigate the ghost thorn tree. After the ghost thorn tree had absorbed some more terror, the original trunk that had been broken by Chushin's water arrow technique began to grow again. It wasn't known if the ghost thorn tree itself had such strong vitality, or if Chushin's spirit water had such magical powers. With the newly obtained 2,000 points of energy, Chushin didn't have to be stingy, and simply spent 1,000 points of energy directly on descending water. This was the time when he no longer deliberately controlled the range of rainfall, and the entire original site of the lake was rained on with rich spiritual chi. The rain fell off and on for a week, the sun in the sky was still blinding, the desert was still steamy, only this lake was cloudy and rainy, and it was even a bit cool. Many of the original dead trees revived. There are also some more distant seed screw shoots, in this dead desert, where Chushin is, formed the only piece of oasis. Such a vastly different environment attracted the attention of many creatures. Animals that had witnessed the killing still stumbled in the distance, resisting the temptation with all their might, while some animals that had rushed from further away couldn't help but approach Chushin with joy. In Chushin's opinion, for him now, it was no longer of much significance to hunt and kill those unusual beasts, and only the magical beasts were able to bring him greater profits. Therefore, he strictly ordered Ghostthorn not to make a move, and he wanted to make this place a state of life to attract more powerful existences to come down. On this day, Chushin was leisurely swinging the clear waves and observing the differences in this world when he suddenly sensed a very strong energy fluctuation coming from the distance. This energy moved towards where Chushin was at an extremely fast speed, and in a short while it appeared next to the lake. The animals that were still drinking and playing by the lake didn't react for a while, until the boom sound exploded, and then they scattered and fled in panic. Chushin, however, was not shocked, but rather happy. If he could, he would almost scream. Finally, I've seen a human. In his previous life as a member of the human race he had complained more than once about the weakness of the human body, and it was only after he had lost his human body and turned into a lake that he began to immensely miss the days of becoming a human. It had been almost a month since he descended into this world, and he had finally met a human. It was just that this human didn't seem to be in a good condition. Arrived at gray robes, high nose, blue eyes, about 30 or 40 years old, the hand also holds a wizard staff. A closer look will find that it's exposed a section of the arm, even only the bones exposed. And the other Chushin almost also mistaken for a human, slightly smaller than a normal adult human, the pair of pointed ears and two pale skin color, the wings on the back as well as the bow and arrows in his hand, but revealed that he was not a human, it was an elf. Kurus, you have trespassed into the elven forest, in the name of the king, I grant you death. The bow and arrow in the male elf's hand emerged with an earth-colored ghostly light, and he did not see him draw the arrow, but the sorcerer called Kurus on the opposite side was like an enemy. Kurus did not reply, the scepter in his hand floated in front of his chest, and he chanted an incantation under his breath, only to see the end of the scepter made of white bone suddenly stabbed into the chest of Kurus. Kurus' face flashed with pain and struggle, blood flowed down the scepter to a black bead at the top, the bead gradually turned blood red. Forbidden black magic? Kurus, how dare you? Ahem, Grundy, the youngest earth elf successor of the elves, confident of your destruction, let the great god of death grant you eternal life. Kurus finished his chant, and the staff on his chest stopped drawing blood as the red light blazed forth, completely overwhelming the green light from Grandy's elven arrows. Vaguely, a huge scythe appeared in the red light, slashing towards Grandy. Grandy did not retreat, but rather looked as if he was ready to die. The wings behind his back trembled violently, and a giant yellow arrow was formed and launched instantly, followed by Grandy's figure disappearing, backing up as far as 100 meters in a single breath. The yellow arrow collided with the red scythe. There was no imagined earth-shaking sound. The giant arrow was destroyed after only a moment of resistance. At this moment, Grandy ran forward without looking back, hoping to escape from the red scythe's death harvest. All in vain. Grundy could not scream in time, his exquisite head fell to the side, his body still rushed out for some distance. Kurus, who saw the scene, also finally lost the strength to stand and fell on his butt on the ground. Chushin was silently observing from the side, not daring to reveal a trace of his breath for fear of being discovered by someone, because in his perception, there was still a terrifying existence that had not disappeared. Sure enough, the death scythe did not disappear after harvesting Grandy, but an eye appeared on the blade. Coldness, fear, death. These were words that any creature that saw this eye could not avoid thinking about. Kuruz was currently looking at the blood-colored scythe in the sky in horror, his mouth open, unable to even speak. With a swish, the scythe disappeared, and Kuruz's body and head were separated. And Grandy's body, a yellow light flew out, directly broke into the void and disappeared. The scene changed too quickly, and this scene froze Chushin. Chapter 5, The Unlucky Kuruz. After a brief moment of disorientation, Chushin cast water binding twice, pulling the distant corpses of Kuruz and Grundy, as well as their bows and staffs, into the water. Ha! I didn't realize that there was something hidden in this tiny lake. Chushin was startled. It was clear that he could no longer perceive any life fluctuations. This voice? It was Kuruz. He actually didn't die. As expected, a shrunken version of Kuruz that was already unrecognizable drilled out from Kuruz's mutilated corpse. Lowly rat, I am a slave of the great god of death. How dare you covet my corpse? As expected, they were cunning necromancers who were the best at manipulating souls, and were actually able to keep their souls intact after using forbidden magic. However, judging from the way he was looking around, Kuruz wasn't able to discover Chushin's existence. Soul body? Humph, time to try the effect of the ghost thorn tree. Chushin was undaunted. If Kuruz was in his heyday, I'm afraid Chushin wouldn't be able to help him, but now Kuruz, who only had his soul body left, was like a delicious lamb in front of Chushin and the ghost thorn tree, which specialized in devouring souls. The branches and leaves of the ghost thorn tree were swaying. It couldn't help itself. The soul of a necromancer, what a delicious food. After receiving Chushin's order to make a move, several small black thorns on the ghost thorn tree's trunk flew violently towards Kuruz on the lake. Kuruz couldn't dodge in time and didn't expect this little sapling behind him to actually attack him as well, and was directly hit by all of them. Ah, damnable rat, I'm going to burn your soul a little bit in front of the statue of my god. Kuruz let out an agonizing scream from his mouth, and his soul-condensed body kept changing into various shapes, obviously suffering great damage. Boom, boom, boom. The ghost spikes exploded, shattering Kuruz's soul into pieces. A powerful necromancer, who had escaped the pursuit of the Temple of Light, and had once killed an elf royalty of the Earth Elf successor, was now completely annihilated effortlessly by Chuhi's companion creature, a mutated ghost thorn tree. The ghost thorn tree couldn't wait to reach over with one of its roots, and Chushin allowed it to draw blood, but temporarily forbade him to devour souls. He needed to extract the memories of the two people through the system first, and after the system had extracted the memories, the souls were more pure, and the ghost thorn tree devoured them more conveniently. Drop. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the corpse of a transcendent level 3 elf royal, rewarding 2000 points of energy. Drop. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the corpse of a transcendent level 2 dark sorcerer, rewarding 1000 points of energy. Drop. Found special substances dragon bone scepter and elven bow and arrow. Is it refined? Dropping. Refining is successful. 1000 energy points rewarded. To be able to receive such a generous reward just by picking up corpses was something Chushin hadn't expected. Doesn't this mean that as long as I'm able to get the creature's corpse, I'll be able to obtain energy? In that case, it's a lot simpler. Chushin had a bigger plan in his mind, and if it was successful, it would definitely be able to help him obtain energy quickly. After some digestion, Chushin finally had a clearer understanding of this world. The memories of the sorcerer and elf were much richer than those of the beasts and magical beasts, and his knowledge of the world was much more complete. This is a world known as the continent of gods and demons. Here is very chaotic. There are all kinds of creatures, also formed the intricate forces, the most powerful of which is the Holy Temple of Light. They believe in the God of Light, believe that all creatures should always live in the light. As for the Temple of Witches, where Kuruz is from, they believe in the God of Death, believing that death is the only way to gain eternal life. Grundy's elves are also one of the powerful races, but they live in the elven forest for a long time, rarely come out to walk around, and do not allow anyone to enter it, otherwise they will be endlessly hunted down and killed. Kuruz was hunted down by the magicians of the Temple of Light, and was forced to hide in the elven forest, but was discovered by Grundy, and hunted all the way here. The last thing that Kuruz used was the sacrificial darkness magic, which belonged to the taboo magic. Once used, the power was powerful, but the user must also sacrifice his own life, so this kind of magic was rarely used by either the light magicians or the dark sorcerers. Only that group of madmen enslaved by death would use this kind of magic. Archbishop Fren of the Light Temple said as such. For Chushin, this world still had a lot of unknowns. He was really still weak. If it wasn't for the fact that Kuruz was forced to use forbidden magic and the two ended up being equivalent to the same person, I'm afraid that Chushin wouldn't be able to solve even one of them with his current strength. Still too weak. Chushin deeply sighed. This was still just an undead sorcerer in the elf royal family. How powerful would the even more powerful bishop of the Temple of Light, as well as the elf king, and the even more terrifying god of light and god of death be? However, it was good that Chushin had the system. He believed that one day, he would be able to stand at the same height as the gods. This time, with little effort, he got 4,000 points of energy, just enough to make up the amount needed for the next promotion. System, I want to upgrade. Dropping, 4,000 points of energy deducted. Congratulations to the host for being promoted to a level 3 lake. The originally calm lake water was tossed around for a while. Chushin's volume was once again expanded, and now it had completely recovered to what it looked like before the lake dried up, with a radius of 800 meters all within a body of water. This is finally a bit of weather. Chushin was quite satisfied with today's state. Compared to the small puddle when he initially descended, it could now be called a large lake. But compared to this boundless desert, it was still a bit inadequate. And the strongest known people in this world, such as the Archbishop of the Temple of Light and the Elf King, were both saint-ranked existences. In both Kuru's and Grandy's memories, neither of them made it clear what rank the god they spoke of was, but there was no need to question that God did exist. Chushin guessed that it should be because Kuru's and Grandy's own ranks were not high enough. Kuru's was only Transcendent Level 2, and Grandy was only Transcendent Level 3. Sooner or later, one day, I'll become a godlike existence, admired and saluted by 10,000 people. Chushin was full of confidence in himself. Since he had come to this magical otherworldly world for a walk, wouldn't it be a waste of his identity as a traveler if he didn't go to the very top to have a look? Chapter 6, The Temple of Light and the Elves' Schemes. Due to the richness of spiritual chi, the fish and shrimp living in the lake, which had only a small number of survivors, had now unexpectedly reproduced a school of fish, and their numbers were on the scale of hundreds. I wonder if we'll raise some kind of water monster or something in the future. Suddenly a soul fluctuation came from the ghost thorn tree. Chushin took a look at the system panel. Creature, mutated ghost thorn tree. Level, mortal rank 3. Host, Chushin. Skills, ghost thorn, bloodlust, soul devouring. This ghost thorn tree actually followed him to level up. It looked like Kuru's and Grandy's souls had brought him a lot of benefits. Master, I'm hungry. The ghost thorn tree's tender voice appeared in Chushin's perception. This ghost thorn tree was actually able to communicate directly with himself, which was naturally what Chushin was looking forward to. Every day, there was only himself. There wasn't even an object to talk to. If this continued, I'm afraid Chushin would become a nervous person before he became a god. In order to pass the time, Chushin teased the ghost thorn tree and helped it practice speaking, just like a father treating his son who just learned to speak. On the eastern edge of the continent, a lush primitive forest grew, as if it was a sea of green. This is the elf forest where the elves live, and it is also one of the 3 forbidden places on this continent. The reason why it is called a forbidden place is not only because the elf race is powerful and xenophobic, but just the various magical beasts that are bred by the elf race in it are scary enough. Moreover, it is said that the entire elf forest is covered with maze formations, and except for the elf royal family, any creature inside will get lost and eventually die in various accidents. In the deepest part of the forest, there was a huge ancient tree that towered over the clouds, its branches and leaves covering the sky. This was the nature god tree of the elf clan. It was their faith, and every elf royal family took it as a great honor to be buried under the nature god tree. The trees around the nature tree are much taller than normal trees, and each tree has a beautifully shaped house on top. This is the residence of the elf royal family. Thousands of years, few outsiders can walk here. Today, there was an uninvited guest here. The visitor was dressed in red robes, out of place with the surrounding vibrant green. The scepter in his hand emitted a soft light, and many of the elves bathing in it not far away revealed comfortable smiles. Humph, Bishop Kate, put away your disgusting light or the god of nature will get angry. The elf king Peters, who stood suspended in front of the nature god tree, glanced indifferently at Kate, and with a flash of green aura in his eyes, all the elf clansmen felt their souls shaken, instantly sobering up. Hee, Honorable King Peters, I believe that the great god of nature will not be angry. I'm just seeing that it's a bit dark here and illuminating everyone. Elf King Peters no longer continued to pursue the matter, faintly asked. I already know what you said. As for the result, we have to wait for the god of nature to give us the will. You go back first. The period of 1,000 years is very close. In this 1,000 years, under the joint efforts of the Light Temple and the Elf Clan, the light shines on the earth, and the darkness is retreating. I hope that when the day of 1,000 years comes, this land will only have the light that will last forever. Elf King Peters nodded non-committally. Kate had obviously expected this outcome, and after respectfully bowing, she left under the leadership of an Elf Clan member on the side. Not long after Kate had just left, a yellow light flew into the elven forest and drilled straight into the nature god tree. Peters was startled and was about to go up to check it out, but suddenly stopped in his tracks. The other elves didn't know what was going on, so they all stood still and waited. Only after a few breaths did the Elf King turn his head and commanded to the group of elf clansmen. By the will of the great god of nature, the continent of Karl will no longer be peaceful. From now on, the elf forest will be completely blocked, and no creatures will be allowed to enter or leave, including my clan. Notify all beings affiliated with my clan of any abnormalities in the eastern continent immediately, and especially pay attention to whether there is any spreading of beliefs other than that of the Temple of Light and the great god of nature. Gruta, the Earth Elf successor, is dead, but he must return to the arms of the god of nature, Eresis. Go and bring back Gruta's body and, on behalf of the god of nature, return the murderer to nature along with him. Yes, my king. A dark voice rang out, but there was no sign of where the person who answered was. When all the elven people dispersed, King Peters of the elves approached to kneel under the tree of the god of nature. I say, first the necromancers intruded into the elven forest, and now the Temple of Light has made such a request. Is the short-lived peace that has been gained from nearly 1,000 years of compromise going to be broken again? The leaves of the nature god tree rustled, but did not answer Peters. May my god protect your loyal followers, so that the elves can preserve this last habitat this time. Peters gave a big salute to the nature god tree, and his ghostly eyes turned to look into the distance, his brow furrowed. Kate, who had walked out of the elven forest, looked back at almost the same time. Soon the light will banish the darkness, and the elven forest is no exception. After saying this, he pointed his staff in his hand, and a hexagram formation was born under his feet, and his entire person instantly disappeared without a trace. Back to the desert where Chushan was, since descending for a month, except for that group of beasts at the bottom of the food chain, and a few magical beasts, Chushan had not seen any races on a large scale, not to mention the human tribes. This made Chushan a little annoyed. If he couldn't establish contact with the intelligent races, relying only on himself, he didn't know when he would wait for the next upgrade. As the area of the lake gradually expanded, Chushan's field of vision was also getting bigger. However, he still couldn't see where the end of the desert was. Chushan was somewhat disappointed. Early one morning, Chushan was bored with teasing the ghost thorn tree, which nowadays had an intelligence similar to that of an 11 or 12-year-old human child. Chushan also specially gave it a name, along with his surname Chu, called Chu Hei. Because of its ability to devour souls, it was somewhat similar to the Hell King of the underworld of Earth mythology in the past life. Suddenly, a sound of horses' hooves appeared in Chushan's perception, as if 1,000 armies were galloping towards this place. Could it be that there is a human army? This was good news. When the target appeared in Chushan's field of vision, it was a shock that dropped Chushan's jaw, if he had one. Where was the army? It was a single large scorpion. These scorpions were as big as half a horse, wasn't running like a million horses. The current few scorpions were especially large, slightly purple in color, with their tail barbs emitting a dark light. Not long after the scorpion army came to the lake, the leader of the scorpion general turned back. All the scorpions are neatly stopped. The scorpion general's front claws pointed at a few scorpion soldiers behind him, signaling them to go ahead and drink. After a few scorpion soldiers returned to the group after drinking the lake water unharmed, the scorpion general commanded all the scorpion soldiers to go forward to drink water, one group at a time. Chapter 7, Scorpions and Lizards Competing, Chushan Gains Profit. Chushan held still. In his perception, this scorpion general was only a grade 3, the ones behind him were also grade 2, as for the other scorpion soldiers, they were all only grade 1s. However, to be able to form such a disciplined scorpion army was somewhat unbelievable. To know, the few magical beasts that Chushan had killed earlier did not lack the existence of mortal rank 3, but they did not have such a high level of spiritual intelligence. Chushan intended to first see what these scorpions would do next. If he could devour them in one go, these several thousand scorpions could bring in quite a bit of energy. After all the scorpion soldiers finished drinking water one by one, the scorpion general then personally walked up and just stuck his head into the lake water. Chushan was still thinking about whether or not to make a move. A sudden change occurred. From the distance came another loud noise. The formation was even bigger than the scorpion army. It was the lizard army. The leader of the army had a level 3 aura. Moreover, the lizard army was in an encircling position, blocking the scorpion army at the edge of the lake. This shouldn't be a racial firefight. If that was the case, Chushan would be able to reap the benefits. After the lizard army surrounded up, the scorpion army had a brief moment of panic, and the scorpion general couldn't wait for a drink of water, immediately waving his front claws and commanding his army to stand by. The lizard army kept pressing in, while the scorpion army retreated again and again, and many scorpions had already landed half of their bodies in the water. The two sides seemed to be at war, but Chushan keenly realized that neither the scorpion general nor the lizard general had any intention of making a move. On the contrary, the beast troop that had been forbidden to do anything under their command, at first encountered their opponents and showed some signs of losing control. Chushan looked at the two sides that were at a stalemate, and his heart moved. Since neither of you are going to make a move, let me give you a hand. With a swoosh sound, a water arrow shot out from the lake, passing through 2 or 3 scorpion soldiers in a row before dissipating. The scorpion army, which was already at a disadvantage, was violently startled by the movement behind them, and immediately burst into chaos, frantically rushing towards the outside of the lake. The lizard army on the periphery surrounded it tightly, and with this onslaught, the battle between the two races broke out completely. Both the Scorpion General and the Lizard General were taken aback, and tried their best to issue orders to control the situation, but it didn't help. The two sides that had already fought together were now left with only the instinct to fight, and it was difficult to listen to their orders anymore. In order to stop their own men, the two chiefs even made an example of them. Looking at the Scorpion army and Lizard army that were gradually going crazy, Shushan was also somewhat surprised. It looks like these two races originally had a deep enmity. Looking again at the Scorpion General and Lizard General who were always unwilling to make a move, Shushan felt that things were somewhat worth playing around with. Two races that clearly have deep enmity, but their leaders seem to be doing their best to restrain themselves, or even not daring to make a move unless. Shushan could only think of one reason for them to not dare to make a move, and that was that there was an even more powerful existence that would not allow another war to break out between them. What kind of existence is it that is able to deter two such huge races? Shushan felt a hint of urgency. Sooner or later, the lake's abnormality would be discovered, but Shushan didn't want it to be now because the current him wasn't strong enough. Although his lake body didn't die easily, he knew that there were many powerful magic in this world, some of which could even directly burn the sky and boil the sea. General Scorpion and General Lizard saw that the great battle was unavoidable, but the two of them still had no intention of making a move, but instead walked towards the lake together. Just now, the two of them saw that it was the sudden shooting of a water arrow from the lake that startled the Scorpion soldier and caused the great battle to break out. The two beasts looked carefully at the edge of the lake, but found nothing. The Lizard General angrily opened his huge mouth and a ball of green venom shot out. As soon as the venom entered the surface of the lake, it quickly spread out, and the fish and shrimp that came into contact with it immediately floated up turning white bellies. Shushan remained unmoved, he was waiting for an excellent opportunity. Finally, the Scorpion General also cannot hold back, the tail of the poisonous needles flashing red light, instantly into dozens of channels, struck into the water. Only that apart from the splashes of water, there was still no movement. Both beasts were puzzled, neither of them sensed any special aura in the lake, and their tentative attacks did not achieve any results. General Scorpion glanced at General Lizard, signaling him to enter the lake and take a look. After all, lizards were amphibious, while scorpions were authentic land animals. The Lizard General roared twice at the Scorpion General before carefully entering the water and diving to the bottom of the lake. Good chance! Shushan made an immediate decision, and the 4 water ropes directly molded in the water, multiplying their power. The lizard had no time to resist. The water was Chushan's home turf. The limbs were firmly tethered by Chushan, only the tail was left to helplessly stir in the water. Chushan controlled the current in the lake, trying his best to dissipate the fluctuations set off by the Lizard General's struggles. At the same time, he used the water arrow technique, and the Lizard General was hit by the water arrow hole without any resistance and lost his breath. Chushan controlled the water flow and wrapped the Lizard General, not allowing his blood to stain the lake. The Scorpion General on the shore was already quite apprehensive when it saw that the Lizard General did not return for a long time. Suddenly, it realized that it could no longer sense the Lizard General's aura. Its heart was even more alarmed and it turned its head to leave. Where would Chushan let him go? Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The same 4 water ropes, like wrapping dumplings, wrapped the Scorpion General from behind and dragged it directly into the water. In the water, the Scorpion General's combat power was greatly reduced, and the poisonous needles of the tailhook were useless to the lake body of Chushan. Without the slightest surprise, he was also taken down by Chushan with a water arrow technique. Up to this point, the most powerful Scorpion General and Lizard General were both hunted down by Chushan, and the 2 races that were in full swing on the shore were also more than half dead or wounded. Chapter 8 Crisis. A Strange Gecko. Chushan controlled the lake water, and in a reverse roll, he swept the Scorpion and Lizard magical beasts that were still fighting on the shore into the lake water, and then raised the waves to kill them all in the lake water dash. Those magical beasts had already exhausted their strength in the battle. In a short while, a body floated up, the lake was full of bright red blood, the shore was full of broken limbs and tails, the scene was very bloody. Chushan first refined all the corpses in the water, the blood and souls were given to the ghost thorn tree to devour. From the memories Chushan had gotten so far, this time the 2 races came to the lake at the same time. It was indeed not simple. Chushan saw someone in the memories of the Lizard and Scorpion Generals at the same time. It was an elf. Although hiding in the darkness, those wings and pointed ears revealed his identity. This elven man ordered the 2 clans to scout closely in the desert and report anything unusual. Why did the elf clan want to investigate this desert? Chushan didn't think it was for Grundy. If it was just because of Grundy, there was absolutely no need to probe the entire desert for abnormalities. Chushan felt a hint of bad luck, a sense of crisis that he had never felt before pressed down on him. Are we going to cross paths with the elves again so soon? Looks like I have to make preparations early. With nearly 2,000 corpses in the water, along with the Scorpion General and Lizard General that he had captured and killed earlier, Chushan had earned nearly 20,000 energy points this time around. Wealthy, it's true that war is the best earning. Shushin couldn't help but look at the 3,000 to 4,000 corpses still left on the shore with joy. Happiness came so fast that he was a little dizzy for a while. But Shushin still controlled his inner desire and did not continue to devour the corpses on the shore. Looking at the system panel that broke through the 5-digit energy points for the first time, Shushin was even happier than the first time he got a 5-digit salary in his previous life. After slightly contemplating for a moment, Shushin decided that it would be better to have a big upgrade first. System, I'm going to upgrade my level to 5, and at the same time, I'm going to upgrade my Spring Breeze, Water Binding Technique, and Water Arrow Technique to level 5. Upgrade successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the new skill Water Potential, able to unleash oppression with the power of a lake. Each use costs 500 points of energy. Looking at the system panel again. Host, Shushin. Identity, Lake. Level, LV5. Energy, 5000. Skills, Spring Rain LV5, Water Binding Art LV5, Water Arrow Art LV5, Water Potency LV1. With a total of over 20,000 energy, there were only 5,000 points left all of a sudden, and the next upgrade would cost 30,000 energy points. It was true that this money was earned fast and spent even faster, and the same was true for energy points. But Shushin had a frightening speculation in his heart. If it was true, then even more energy points would have to be spent, and it wasn't nearly enough. Since the scorpion race and lizard race had gotten orders from the elves, there must be other races as well. This desert, I'm afraid that all the races were under the control of the elves, and it was only a matter of time before they themselves would be confronted by the elves. The scorpion general and lizard general came to the lake where Shushin was this time precisely because they had detected an abnormality, so they came to investigate, and coincidentally happened to bump into it. It was good that they were taken care of by Shushin before they had time to report, which also gave Shushin some reaction time to make some preparations and avoid being too passive. Just as Shushin was painstakingly thinking about how to crack the current situation, the ghost thorn tree Chuhei also transmitted the news of its advancement and was excitedly calling Shushin. Shushin took a look. Good guy, the original tree trunk that was only 3 or 4 meters high now had more than a dozen meters, completely calling it a large tree, and below the soil it was even more coiled and intertwined. Now the whole tree is growing in Shushin's lake. Fortunately now Chuhei no longer needs to suck the lake water on a large scale, otherwise Shushin really do not know if he can afford to raise. Then through the system to check Chuhei's status, actually also entered the 5th level of the mortal stage. The skills did not change, but remembered the last time to deal with the means of the soul of the Kurus. I think that after the promotion of the ghost thorn tree will be even more terrifying. Master, I'm hungry and want to eat the food on the shore. The food in Shushin's mouth was naturally those corpses on the shore, but now was not the time when they could be enjoyed. The reason why Shushin kept them was that they had a use. Since there was someone behind the Scorpion clan and the Lizard clan who was controlling them, if these two clans disappeared, naturally there would be someone who would come to investigate, and in the end, they would surely find out about Shushin's place. Shushin might as well just keep these corpses and make it look like the two parties were fighting to the death, and when the incoming people saw this, and the Scorpion General and Lizard General were missing, they would definitely suspect that they would have chased and fled elsewhere with the rest of the magical beasts. In this way, as long as Shushin was well hidden, the existences behind him would not pay too much attention to the lake itself. Moreover, these corpses were free food for other carnivorous creatures, and it was believed that they would be able to attract quite a few magical beasts to come, and also bring Shushin quite a few energy points. A deep sense of crisis oppressed Shushin. When there were no magical beasts that could be captured, Shushin planned his future development ideas while practicing his only 3 offensive skills, while also practicing his cooperative combat abilities with Chuhei. Shushin realized that all 3 of his skills were able to increase their power to a certain extent with the use of Spring Breeze. Moreover, his new skill Water Potential had an extraordinarily effective effect when matched with Chuhei's Ghost Stab. When he was idle, Shushin would also observe the plants and animals growing within the lake. Under the nourishment of the spiritual water within the lake, all the creatures within the lake grew extraordinarily fast. Looking at the fish and shrimp swimming around, Shushin thought, should he cultivate a shrimp warrior to come out in the future as well? What is that thing? In Shushin's perception, a strange compact creature appeared on the shore. Its appearance resembled a gecko, but it had black wings on its back, which was quite like the style of the demonic dragons in foreign movies in the previous life. It was just that this head was really small. In the months since he came to this world, the various creatures in this world that Shushin saw were much larger than in his previous life. Even the scorpion from a few days ago could grow to the size of half a horse, and this gecko was really no different from the geckos of the previous world. At this moment, this gecko was preparing to drill inside the head of a scorpion. The scorpion's body was wrapped in a hard shell, so it was not easy to drill into it. But this gecko did not have to make much effort. A claw stroke, a small hole appeared, straight into it, and in a short while it was satisfied to drill out. Then it raised its head to be alert, and then it was ready to drill into the head of a scorpion. Then it raised its head and glanced around vigilantly, and then happily struck out at another lizard's body. Its small eyes were all animated. This scene greatly aroused Chushin's interest. He quietly cast the water binding technique, and a rope of water stretched along the ground towards the gecko. When the gecko drilled out of the lizard's head, Chushin's water rope was waiting for it, and at once tightly tied its small body. The gecko twisted in a hurry, the sharp claws in its hands grabbing at the water rope with all its might. This time it is its miscalculation. The water originally has no shape. Its small claws, no matter how sharp, how can grasp broken? Just when Chushin was teasing and wanted to tease this strange gecko. But the little gecko lost its trail all of a sudden. Chushin was shocked, and with his full power of perception, he realized that it actually suddenly hid in the corpse of a scorpion. How did it break free? And how did it run into the corpse? Chushin was a little confused. The water rope in the air still maintained its bound shape, proving that the gecko was not broken by brute force. Interesting, let's see how many times you can run. The disbelieving Chushin once again condensed 4 or 5 water ropes, simultaneously winding towards the little gecko. Even hiding inside the scorpion's corpse would not help. Sure enough, the grabbed little gecko disappeared once again, only to just reappear not far away. Immediately perceived by Chushin, waiting for him was another water rope. For times in a row, Chushin was able to see clearly how the little gecko escaped. Originally, whenever it was entangled in Chushin's water rope, the small wings behind it shook and its body swished to appear somewhere else. This should be some sort of spatial type innate aptitude. It just seems that with the current little gecko's ability, it isn't able to do long-distance instantaneous transportation, which is why it appears not far away from the neighborhood every time. And it doesn't seem to be able to control the direction yet. Chushin looked at the little gecko that crashed headfirst into the trunk of the ghost thorn tree, and already had a calculation in his heart. Chapter 9, Enslaving the Mysterious Demonic Dragon Gecko. This magical little gecko touched its head with its extremely humanized paws, looked at the large tree in front of it, and climbed up with a brush. Before it climbed to the top of the tree, the black spikes that had been growing on the tree trunk suddenly stabbed towards it. Little gecko front paw grabbed, even the invincible ghost thorns directly grabbed broken. The ghost thorn tree's entire body shivered in anger, and several more ghost thorns stabbed towards the gecko from all sides. Without waiting for the gecko to make a move, Chushin also struck. Water pressure. Huge waves rolled over in the lake, and the entire lake seemed to be tipping over. A powerful aura pressed towards the gecko. The gecko only felt an invisible force in all directions, not to mention moving its claws. Even the wings on its back were difficult to flap this time. Ghost thorns also came at this time, but stopped in front of the gecko, and was about to pierce into the skin. The gecko moved its front paw with difficulty and made a gesture of begging for mercy. Chushin saw that it had such a high level of intelligence, and since Space Avatar had always been a powerful avatar, he had the intention to take it in. At this exact moment, a voice came from the system as well. Drop, congratulations to the host for subjugating a demonic dragon gecko with a demonic dragon bloodline and spatial avatar. It has high potential. Is it enslaved? Choose enslavement. There was nothing to think about. It was natural to take in such a magical beast as a fighter. Successful enslavement, rewarding the host with 2,000 energy points. Creature, Magic Dragon Gecko. Host, Shu Shun. Level, Mortal Rank 4. Skills, Instantaneous Transmission, Rebirth of Severed Limbs, Magic Dragon Claws. Reminder, demonic dragons are tyrannical in nature. Hosts need to be careful of the demonic dragon gecko betraying the host after it fully awakens. After reading the system's reminder, Chushin knew that he hadn't made a wrong choice. Enslaving such a creature with powerful potential, the rewards must be great. As for betrayal, as long as he was always able to suppress the demonic dragon gecko in strength, then it would have no reason to betray him. Seeing that he had already succeeded in enslaving it, Chushin withdrew the water pressure, allowing the very reluctant ghost thorn tree to also withdraw its ghost thorns that were still leaping. The devil dragon gecko wagged its tail curtly and jumped into the lake and swam a few laps before conveying to Chushin that it wanted to continue to the shore to enjoy the food. Chushin naturally couldn't agree. He still had a use for these things, and if he didn't let the ghost prickly tree enjoy them and let the new magic dragon gecko have a feast, I'm afraid that the ghost prickly tree, which was still angry, would definitely be furious. Seeing that Chushin did not agree, the magic dragon gecko did not dare to resist, and with its wings flapping behind it, it slowly flew to one of the branches of the ghost thorn tree, and judging from his appearance, he actually wanted to stay there. Ghost spiny tree, how can promise, has been non-stop shaking the branches. The two people make a lot of noise. Chushin is also very helpless. The two magical beasts' spirit wisdom is not very high, can only be by them fooling around. Just strict orders are not allowed to lay a heavy hand. After another week or so, the corpses on the shore were almost dried up by the hot sun, and during this time Chushin didn't dare to use the spring breeze, for fear of being seen as abnormal. The ghost thorn tree and the magic dragon gecko still frolicked all day long, but the relationship had gotten much more cordial. Moreover, the devil dragon gecko was originally very good at hiding. When he hid inside the ghost thorn tree's branches and leaves, even Chushin would have to work very hard to find him. If one were to look at it from an outsider's point of view, this place was nothing more than an ordinary lake with a ghost thorn tree that was common in the desert growing in the middle of it. From time to time, there would be some magical beasts in the desert that were attracted by the smell of the corpses here and came to steal food. Almost do not need to Chushin shot on the single ghost thorn tree and the magic dragon gecko will be the first time out to kill it. A tree and a beast, many times jointly shot, cooperation is more and more tacit understanding. The corpses of these beasts Chushin naturally will not be stingy, or the old rules, blood and soul by the ghost spiny tree devouring. The magic dragon gecko is to climb in to absorb the magic crystals and medulla oblongata, and finally drag the body into the lake by Chushin refining to earn energy. A family of 3 desert predator small life is quite cozy, one day at noon, but was interrupted by an unexpected guest. The visitor was dressed in the same way as the person Chushin had seen in General Scorpion and General Lizard's memories, but Chushin was certain that it was not the same person. The sun was just overhead, and the sandstone in the distance was red, but he was barefoot, shrouded himself in a long black robe, and even his face wore a black mask. The black-robed man held a long staff with a green jewel set into the top of it. He looked at the lakeshore covered in corpses and personally squatted down to check on one of the corpses. Chushin was tense for a moment. That corpse was the very one that the demonic dragon gecko had stolen and eaten the magic crystals and brain marrow. Chushin wasn't able to see the black-robed man's expression, but thought that his face wouldn't look too good. He stood up, 2 drops of blood appeared in his hand out of thin air, the staff in his other hand gently clicked and his mouth began to chant. The 2 drops of blood flew into the green gem at the top of the staff, and the gem suddenly released a ray of light that shot into the lake. After the green light was thrown into the lake, it immediately disappeared. The black-robed mage froze and came forward, walking around the lake. Chushin felt a wave of nervousness. He ordered the ghost thorn tree and the demon dragon gecko to fully hide their breath, not to be discovered. He himself did not dare to raise a little wave, for fear of being found out of the ordinary. This is not that Chushin is timid. In Chushin's perception, this black-robed mage has the strength of transcendent rank 8, with Chushin's system's ability, coupled with the ghost thorn tree and the demon dragon gecko. He does not dare to say that he will be able to leave him behind, or even say that it will be completely exposed. But in case he missed and let him escape, or if he passed out any news, it might even attract even more terrifying existences. When Chushin's strength had not yet broken through to the spirit lake realm, he had to be careful. Now that he was just an ordinary lake, physical attacks might not be able to destroy him, but it was still possible for some powerful fire spells to directly vaporize him. To the spirit lake realm, Chushin not only increased his own volume, but also rich in spiritual power. It would be difficult to destroy him again, but also can open up tributaries. Chushin can completely borrow tributaries to act. The body lake can sit and wait to become stronger. Good thing that this black-robed mage again and again to check, and even several times in the ghost thorn tree to examine for a long time, put out the soul to feel, but also failed to find any difference, only towards the green light pointed out the front to continue to look for. When the black-robed mage disappeared outside of Chushin's perception, Chushin then let out a sigh of relief. The ghost thorn tree and the demonic dragon gecko also impatiently inquired to Chushin, wanting to start enjoying the feast that they had already waited for quite some time. After receiving Chushin's permission, the ghost thorn tree and the demonic dragon gecko moved at the same time. Fortunately, there were still several thousand corpses on the shore, so they were not afraid of the two fighting. After the two finished enjoying themselves, Chushin had a wave roll all of them into the lake and devour them. This time, because it was also mortal order level 1 and 2 magical beasts, the harvest wasn't as big as before, but there were more than 10,000 energies in the account. Counting the previous accumulated, now Chushin's energy points also have more than 18,000, enough to use for a long time. Just want to upgrade, still have to continue to work hard. Chapter 10, The Desolate Race Seeking Blessing. The black-robed mage's search was avoided without any danger, and when the corpses on the shore were devoured, the lake once again returned to its usual calm. The beasts in the neighborhood seemed to have gotten used to the battles that erupted here every few days, while these were not relevant to them, and this strange lake was no longer of interest to them. And Chushin devoured the magical beasts, in fact, to a certain extent, also provides them with a haven, so there are always a number of ordinary beasts, wandering around the edge of the lake, leisurely and at ease. This huge area of desert was adjacent to the elven forest, and the area was much larger than the elven forest, yet it was unknown how it was formed. It was good that the elves never easily came out of the forest, and they didn't like the environment like the desert, so Chushin was able to expand rapidly without being discovered so far. Chushin, who was carrying tens of thousands of energy points, decided at the first moment that for some time in the future, he would use Spring Breeze once a day in the morning, once in the middle of the day, and once in the evening, to rapidly increase his body mass. Upgraded to LV5 Spring Breeze Raining Art, if it was performed, the entire sky above the lake was filled with clouds and mist, palm-sized raindrops fell, and, if it directly descended into the desert, I'm afraid that some of the weaker creatures would be able to directly drown or be smashed to death. This also led to the Chushin now every day the naked eye visible area is getting bigger. This made it a little louder and the chances of being discovered were greater, but the lake area was Chushin's fundamental. As long as the area was large enough and the amount of water was large enough, the more powerful his life force was, and the better the effects of his skills were. Such a peculiar sight finally managed to attract the attention of one of the intelligent races closest to Chushin. That day Chushin was raining and was seen by a desolate race person passing by the area. This person did not approach Chushin but quietly retreated. Chushin also noticed this person, only that this person was clad in beast hair and wore a beast bone on his head. Coupled with the fact that he was too far away, Chushin assumed that it was just a magical beast. In fact, this was not a beast, it was just that the desolate race was not considered human either, but an existence similar to a beastman, but different from a beastman. The physical characteristics of the beastmen are very obvious, and they tend to have very powerful bodies, and they run across the northern prairie, and they are a very powerful race. The desert tribe, however, has a thin body, and its appearance is quite like the elf tribe, only that it does not have wings on its back, and it does not have the powerful magic and archery talent that the elf tribe has, and the whole tribe lives in this desert in the west. One day Chushin had just finished the rainfall, looking at the vastness of the lake that had not yet regained its calmness, and for a while he was so playful that he controlled the lake to toss up huge waves and splash beautifully. A line of 7 or 8 people suddenly appeared in Chushin's perception. Chushin hurriedly stopped playing with water and pretended that the ordinary lake was calm. These 7 or 8 people were all dressed strangely, their bodies were draped in animal skins, the one at the head was holding a staff, the 2 behind him were holding a bow and arrow, one was holding a beast's head, and the others were carrying the corpses of some mortal stage level 1 magical beasts. Looking not far away, but in fact it was Chushin's perception distance that was too far, these people made Chushin wait for quite a while before walking to the lake. A few people threw the corpses of the magical beasts into the water and then all knelt down. The old man at the head shouted under his breath, "Lake God, I am the high priest of the desolate race, behind me are the bravest young men of our desolate race, we know that you, the great lake god, are very powerful, we plead for your blessing, these magical beasts are our sacrifice to you, please accept them." Chushin did not expect that he would be treated as the lake god and these people even came to seek his blessing. How about killing all of these people so that they don't leak the news? When this idea came together, Chushin rejected it at the first opportunity. In Chushin's perception, apart from the old man in front of him who had the strength of mortal stage 2 and the 2 young men behind him who were mortal stage 1, all of these people had not entered the mortal stage. According to the old man's statement, this was already the strongest fighting force of the whole clan, so if you want to hunt those magical beasts, I am afraid that it is a collection of the whole clan's strength, and if you kill these people yourself, you can't be sure that other people in the clan will leak out the news. Seeing that Chushin did not react, the high priest of the desolate race was a bit panicked. With the situation of the desolate race nowadays, if the mysterious lake god refused to shelter them, I'm afraid that the desolate race would have to be extinguished in a short period of time. Lake god, you have any request, as long as my desolate clan can do it, we'll definitely do it. My desolate clan is not large in number, but there are nearly 3,000 clansmen, and although my clan is not very strong, it has a unique skill. Our desolate clan can communicate with magical beasts. For this, a few days ago there were also adults from the elf clan who came to find us and asked us to collect the news reported by magical beasts for them and then pass it on to them. When Chushin heard this, his heart stirred, and even the surface of the lake still surged with waves. When the high priest saw that the lake had finally made a move, his face panicked, but his heart was overjoyed. Please calm down the lake god, we, the desolate race, are weak in this desert, but we are well informed. We learned that the elf race is recently searching the desert for all anomalies, and I have even gotten some news about you, the lake god, but I haven't reported it yet. Smart and bold. This was Chushin's evaluation of this high priestess. With the words having been said, if Chushin continued to hide like this, sooner or later, someone more powerful would come to investigate, so it would be better to take the initiative to find a solution. Use skill water power. Although Chushin was prepared to make contact with the desolate race, it wasn't that he didn't mind the high priestess's explicit and implicit threats just now. If he didn't give a downward spiral, I'm afraid that this priest might not necessarily have much respect for himself in his heart. The high priest crowd suddenly saw that the original Gooden lake, suddenly as if hanging in the sky, a whole lake of water are pouring towards them, and their own bodies were wrapped in a powerful aura, unable to move. Whether it is the high priest, or other deserted people, have been lying on the ground, all without the ability to resist, and even some people have closed their eyes in despair waiting for death. When the lake water is about to body of the moment, but suddenly all scattered, when the crowd opened their eyes, found themselves lying on the ground, the whole body sweating like rain, and the lake is still there, just slightly flooded waves. Just when the crowd was surprised and inexplicable, a majestic voice resounded directly in the crowd's mind. How many other intelligent races like yours are there in this desert? Seeing that Chushin was finally willing to communicate with them, the high priest was overjoyed and hurriedly replied respectfully, "The only race that can speak like us is the desolate race. However, it is said that there are even more powerful transcendent rank magical beasts in the depths of the desert, and their intelligence is no different from normal humanoid beings, and they can also speak if they want to. Shushan's heart was slightly at ease. If it was just magical beasts it was actually very easy to deal with, but humanoid beings were much more cunning. After thinking about it, Shushan continued to ask, "Tell me the origin of your desolate race." Chapter 11, The Deal with the Desolate Race. After the high priest of the desolate race's account, Shushan had some understanding of the desolate race, which was quite surprising. It turns out that the desolate race is a side branch of the elf race, and is specialized in taming magical beasts in the elf race. But the ancestor made a very important mistake. The nature god of the elf tribe was angry, deprived of its elf bloodline, and sent it to the desert, leaving it to fend for itself. Due to the loss of the elf clan's shelter, and without the elf bloodline, the desert people cultivation is extremely difficult. Thousands of years will be in this boundless desert to survive. The elves did not allow them to call themselves the elves, so they were called the wastelands. This time, it was also because the elves had used them, so they came to look for them. Otherwise those elves in the elven forest who had always detested them would not have come to look for them. However, the task given to them this time, for the desolate race, which was already in great distress, was just like adding more frost to the snow. Shushan had long expected that the elf clan would probably be scouting a large area of the entire desert, and now combined with what the desolate clan had said, it was even more certain. This probe might not necessarily be directed at him, but it happened to have a great impact on him. Regardless of whether or not he was the target of the elf clan, his existence would be reported to the elf clan by the living beings in the desert as a piece of merit. Except for this intelligent and disliked by the elf clan or even hateful to the elf clan, the desert clan. It was true that the current desolate race was unable to bring anything to Shushan, but the desolate race's means of communicating with low-ranked magical beasts made them extremely well informed in the desert. Moreover, all the information in the desert nowadays was gathered in the hands of the desolate race, so as long as they did some maneuvering from it, they could appear in the territory of the elf race openly and honestly without being discovered. After all, those high and mighty elves wouldn't come to this lifeless desert from time to time. Please ask the lake god to accept my desert clan's defection. I assure you that we will definitely believe in you and praise you with devotion. Shushan controlled the flow of water and condensed the shape of a unicorn from the earth in his previous life on the surface of the lake, and let out a voice that said, "I can bless you, but I don't need your sacrifices, and you're not allowed to call me the lake god. From now on call me Chu-Hu." In the absence of figuring out what kind of existence faith a god or whatever is, Shushan wouldn't dare to just go and contact it, or else how to die without knowing. You are not allowed to tell anyone about my existence. In the future, at the end of every month, you will personally come and report all the news you have collected. The high priest of the desolate race promised repeatedly, looking at Shushan with a hopeful face. How could Shushan not know that this was waiting for himself to reveal his miracles and bestow benefits? Shushan thought about it. His own real rank was actually only mortal rank, not even close to the magical beasts in the depths of the desert, and his own truly divine place was that his body was a lake. Now what he could bestow on them as a miracle was probably the water rich in spiritual chi. So Shushan drew a portion of the lake's water, refined the most refined spiritual water, and transformed it into a ball of water, enveloping the 8 people of the desolate race's group in it. These people only felt a burst of relief in their limbs and bones, and a bean-popping rumble came from their bodies. Even though these people weren't magical beasts and couldn't directly absorb spiritual energy into cultivation, spiritual energy had many benefits for their bodies, helping them to cleanse their bodies of toxins and garbage, promoting metabolism, and awakening cellular vitality. When the spiritual energy in the sphere of spiritual water gradually became thin, under Shushan's control, the sphere of water ruptured, revealing the desolate clan members inside. The high priest at the head was the oldest, with the highest cultivation, and received the most obvious benefits. His originally stooped body straightened up quite a bit, and his face was also quite rosy. The high priest opened his hands and the elemental power of heaven and earth poured in. He had actually advanced. And the 2 young men behind him did the same, and although the other few did not immediately advance, it was obvious that they had also been greatly upgraded. Moreover, they were all still very young, and after being cleansed by the water of spiritual power, their cultivation would be smoother in the future, and their bodies would be stronger as well. After briefly feeling his state, the high priest fell to the ground in surprise, and the others could not care less about being happy when they saw this, as they bent their heads and shouted, "Praise the great Chu God, we are your most faithful followers." Shushan felt a magical power enter his body, but it quickly drifted away again between heaven and earth. Drop, the host's level is too low to store the power of faith, please level up as soon as possible. Drop, detected that the host has a loyal believer, open the system loyalty detection function. Dropping, detected that the host's believer has other beliefs, is it possible to destroy the beliefs immediately? Shushan naturally didn't want the desolate race to have other beliefs, that meant disloyalty. Determined to destroy. Destruction successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the new skill blessing. Can be used once a month. Use does not consume energy. At this moment, a panel appeared in front of Chushin, which displayed the loyalty of the High Priest of the Desolate Race and several others. Identity, High Priest of the Desolate Race. Faith, Chushin. Loyalty, 80. The loyalty of the other few people wasn't as high as the High Priest's, but it was also more than 70. Obviously, the more faith they had in Chushin, the higher their loyalty was. Although Chushin was not able to absorb the power of faith right now, it did not prevent him from becoming the faith of others. The several people of the High Priest of the Desolate Race suddenly felt an emptiness inside their heads as if something was missing, but they didn't care about it, thinking that it was Chushin's means. Alright, you guys can go back, come to this time next month. I hope you can bring all the important news about this desert. If you perform well, I won't be stingy with the rewards. We will definitely do our best at Chu God's command. It's just that I have to lose quite a few excellent offspring in my desert clan every month. I hope Chu God will allow me to bring a portion of my young clansmen here the next time I come here, to live beside Chu God. The High Priest carefully glanced at Chushin and saw that he didn't make any movements before continuing. For one thing, it will ensure that my clan's bloodline will not be extinguished, and in addition, if Chu God has anything to do at the moment, he can also let them do it for him. Chushin thought to himself, since he had promised to shelter them, such a small request was not worth mentioning to Chushin. May. Chushin's voice resounded in the High Priestess's mind. Chushin had now established a connection with him through the system, and any loyal believer whose loyalty reached 80, Chushin was able to directly communicate with them no matter how far away they were. Seeing that Chushin dispersed the Chilan's body condensed out of water, several people then respectfully left. Chapter 12, The Mysterious Woman Who Fell from the Sky. Just as Chushin received the pious faith of the several people from the High Priest of the Desolate Race, far away in the bright holy temple in the center of the continent, in a hidden basement, a silhouette dressed in red robes and emanating a terrifying aura was muttering to a pair of maps. How could it suddenly disappear? Faith maps don't make mistakes. Looking at the direction, it seems to be the eastern desert, which is neighboring the elven forest. Could it be that the elves are making another move? No, the Millennium Faith battle is about to begin. We must make sure that nothing goes wrong. All the faiths on this divine and demonic continent must be mastered. No exceptions will be allowed. The red-robed man pointed at a pair of scrolls and directly engraved something on them with his spiritual power. Then with a wave of his hand, the scrolls flew out and disappeared. Although the eastern desert has always been in the hands of the elves, but now, I also had to intervene. This continent does not allow the existence of darkness, only light eternal. The red-robed man was like a fervent believer at this time, kneeling down before the map. And what was shown on the map was the distribution of all the known beliefs on the divine and demonic continent. In addition to the light faith, it was all a black light, occupying some of the edges and corners of the map, and a white light was spread throughout the entire continent. Chushin began his daily routine of training his mastery of skills and control of his body again after the crowd of the Desolate Race left. He now does not use skills, just use the lake water, but also completely able to kill the Mortal Order 3 level 4 magical beasts, coupled with the skillful use of skills. To kill the Mortal Order 6 level 7 is not a matter of course. If there is a ghost thorn tree and the help of the magic dragon gecko, the ultra-mundane order is also not impossible to try. It was still raining heavily in the sky, and Chushin used water to condense into a human form, holding a water sword in his hand. The last time he used water to condense into a Chilan to meet the Arabs, on one hand, he didn't want to disclose his real form. There must be other magic and other means in this world that can read memories. In case the Arabs also had their memories read by the elves, then the Chushin that they saw was a water Chilan. They would only mistake Chushin as a magical beast that was pretending to be a god. On the other hand, he also wanted to practice his control over water on a whim. Today, he wanted to try if he could condense multiple forms with water at the same time and then control them at the same time. At first, Chushin was able to condense 3 or 4 creatures of the same form, but he was unable to control them to make different movements at the same time, and after more than half a month of repeated practice, he was barely able to control the 10 personal forms of the water people to make some complex movements at the same time. Just this is quite exhausting, but some of the loss is not worth it. Instead, Chushin tried to simulate the use of water arrows, directly condensed water into water arrows. Although the attack power is not as strong as the system's skills, but the number is huge, once can be tens of thousands of roots. To deal with some large-scale battles is quite practical. Chushin practiced every day happily. His mastery of this body became more and more in-depth. It can be said that now, as long as the power is not able to vaporize the entire lake at once, especially physical strikes for Chushin, it is difficult to cause damage at all. And every blow from Chushin had a force of 10,000 pounds. With the weak body of a magician, even if it was a transcendent rank, it would not be able to withstand it. Failed again. Chushin wanted to control the waterman to walk up the shore and away from the lake, but he was only able to maintain it until he was a few hundred meters away from the lake, and the waterman collapsed. Trying again and again, although Chushin in the body of the lake could not feel any physical fatigue, mentally he felt a hint of fatigue. Boom! The waterman collapsed once again, turning into a paralyzed mass of water left on the shore. In Chushin's mind came the mocking voices of the ghost thorn tree and the demonic dragon gecko. This tree and beast were now getting along very well, and when they saw that Chushin had been failing in the past few days, the two laughed endlessly. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the air, from which a ball of white stuff fell down. Boom! It was the sound of a heavy object entering the water. Chushin didn't even have time to react, and when he controlled the current and lifted the thing that fell into the water, he realized that it was actually a person. Chushin sensed that this person still had a trace of breath and hurriedly sent her to the shore. This was a woman with a delicate figure, especially after her whole body got wet. However, with Chushin's body of the lake nowadays, it was a eunuch entering a greenhouse. This beautiful woman didn't look very old, her features were very delicate, especially a pair of eyes, as if there were starbursts shining, mysterious and incomparable. What surprised Chushin even more was that Chushin was unable to accurately feel her strength, whereas the previous transcendent level 8 magician, Chushin was able to clearly perceive it. In Chushin's perception, this woman was at times an ordinary person, and at times a transcendent mortal rank, and at times she even revealed a mysterious and powerful force, causing Chushin to feel a great threat. What is the origin of this woman who fell from the sky, and is actually able to threaten me? Should I finish her off first? The system should reward quite a few energy points. Chushin was now obsessed with energy points. The first thing he thought of when he met anything was energy points. Thinking about it, Chushin condensed a water person and walked towards the woman on the shore. Perhaps sensing someone approaching, the woman who was originally shriveled up suddenly moved a bit, her eyes glaring deathly at Chushin's native lake. Chushin stopped in his tracks at once. He had a feeling that as long as he took another step forward, this woman would definitely be able to unleash a thunderous strike. Scary, dangerous. Chushin was in a bit of a dilemma for a while. Right at this moment, the woman spoke. "Help me." The original angry eyes revealed a sense of pity. Although looking at it was also sympathetic, but after all, she was not an animal that thought with her lower body, not to mention that she did not have a lower body. Seeing that Chushin was unmoved, a stone suddenly appeared in front of the woman. While Chushin was wondering what it was, a prompt came from the system. Drop, the stone of the void has been detected, it can create storage space, it is recommended that the host try his best to obtain it. Stone of the void? Storage space? Although it wasn't quite clear what it was, but by listening to the name, one could guess the general idea, and with the system's recommendation, it was bound to be a good one. Just as Chushin's heart rose with the intention of killing and seizing the treasure, the void stone suddenly disappeared. Chushin now will still do not know, this woman is trying to use this stone as a bargaining chip to let himself save her. If you want me to save you, give me the void stone first. Seeing that the woman's eyes were tightly closed and unresponsive, Chushin thought that she was refusing to agree. I know that you come from an extraordinary background, but if you refuse to give me the thing first, how can I trust that you won't back out? Seeing that the woman was still motionless, Chushin thought it couldn't be dead. After a careful perception and realizing that there was still a breath in, he shook his head helplessly. Chapter 13 The First Blessing was despised. Chushin condensed the waterman directly into a stream of water. The unconscious woman on the shore was rolled into the water. Once in the water, everything on the woman's body was in Chushin's perception. This feeling was truly wonderful. Chushin noticed that the woman wore a simple but delicate necklace on her chest. On the necklace hung a white bead. This bead, even in the water of the lake, still emitted a misty shimmering light. Even Chushin was able to feel a burst of comfort. This is definitely a treasure. I'm afraid that this woman is still able to hang on to her breath even after being injured so severely. I'm afraid that she's also relying on this thing. System, is there a way to detect what this thing is? With Chushin's insight, naturally he was unable to recognize it, that is, in all the memories of magical beasts and humans that he had devoured, he had never seen this thing before. I wonder where that void stone went. Chushin searched almost the entire body of the woman through the water infiltration and was unable to find it. Chushin also doubted that it could have been put into the storage space, except that this woman's entire body was only this bead-like thing, and on the other hand, Chushin didn't recognize this thing, and the system didn't help either. Chushin, if you want to get the treasure, unless the woman killed directly refined, just this woman mysterious origin, Chushin guessed that it is likely to be a large force of people, the body may be with some kind of thing that can be located, they do not dare to bet on the system cannot be solved. It's better to save her and then let her go after taking the stuff. The most skillful way Chushin used to heal his wounds was to use the water of spiritual power to stimulate the cellular potential of the creature, and now it was also the same old trick, a ball of water rich in spiritual power wrapped around the mysterious woman. Surprisingly, Chushin's spiritual water actually did not work at all, completely unable to enter the woman's body, or blocked by a mysterious force. Now Chushin was in trouble. The time he had mastered the system was still very short, he hadn't had the time to learn many skills from the system at all, and now the only healing method he had worked out on his own didn't work either. Is it hard to try out the newly acquired skills? Chushin remembered that when he got the Arakanese people's faith, the system rewarded a new skill, blessing, which could only be used once a month, and he hadn't used it yet this month. He just didn't know if this skill was effective on all creatures, or if it could only work on his own faithful followers. Anyway, it's a dead horse. If it's cured, it's her life. If it's not cured, I can only refine her. Use skill blessing. A soft white light appeared suddenly, showering the mysterious woman's body. That mysterious power didn't stop at this time. Under the illumination of the soft light, the woman's brows that had been tightly wrinkled began to stretch, and the look of pain on her face lessened, so it looked like it did have an effect after all. Drop. Due to the other party not being a believer of the host, the blessing effect is halved. As expected, this bestowal of blessings was still specially created for believers, but the good thing was that it had a certain effect on other people as well. Chushin once again carefully sensed the woman's state and found that it had indeed improved. Her breathing had smoothed out quite a bit, so he placed the woman on the shore, still wrapping her in spiritual water. Descending from the sky, doesn't that mean that she has mastered certain spatial laws or used some kind of powerful magic treasure? From the memories he had devoured, laws that could only be grasped by deities, this woman, although mysterious, was certainly not a deity. It would be more likely to use some kind of magic treasure then. Perhaps she had encountered some strong enemy and hurriedly used a magic treasure to escape. Whatever, it's better to wait for her to wake up and complete the deal, and hurry to let her go afterward. Now Chushin was about to devote himself to improving himself so that he could deal with the upcoming problems of the elf clan. As for this woman, even though he had saved her life, it was only a transaction. He didn't expect her to return anything at all. She herself was being hunted down and killed, and he was thankful to be able to keep himself out of the way. After 2 or 3 days in a row, the woman is in a state of sometimes unconscious and sometimes waking up. Can be angry is that every time Chushin wants to take advantage of her waking up to ask for treasures, she will be directly fainted again, so that Chushin is very skeptical that she is not trying to renege on the debt. Until the 5th day, Chushin is practicing how to make the water people composed of magic beast army attack and defense. The mysterious woman woke up, but she did not speak, but lying on the ground quietly watching Chushin time and time again failed and start over. It's already uncommon for a small lake to have a spirit, and it's even rarer for the intelligence of this lake spirit to actually be this high. The woman looked again at the guile thorn tree and the magic dragon gecko rubbing their bellies in the lake as they laughed and kept shaking. Although these two beings are a bit weaker in essence, they are both mutated species, which is considered rare here. It's really strange. How could such a place give birth to so many strange things? The woman's heart became even more puzzled, yet it was merely curiosity. The vastness of the world, the unknown far outweighs the known. If she wanted to figure out every single thing, I'm afraid that she would have long since died in an unexplained manner. Hey, your talent is good, but the person is too stupid. You control their own water flow still cannot do as the arm command, and how can control the cohesion of the magical beasts to make more complex movements? Really overambitious. The woman finally couldn't stand it anymore and spoke out to mock. Chushin was unmoved, and under his control, dozens of water demonic beasts impacted and tore at each other face to face, as if they were flesh and blood, slapping his face on the spot. The woman's face reddened and she muttered in a low voice, "Rather underestimated you, to actually be able to do this. Don't talk nonsense. I saved you. I don't ask for your gratitude. First hand over the promised void stone. You actually know that it's the stone of void. You can't be some deity's captive plaything. The stone of void only existed in the endless void. Even she only got that small piece by chance, and that small piece had already caused how many great powers to step in and grab it. She was also in a situation where she was already seriously injured, and then she encountered a murderous seizure of the treasure, and that's why she had no choice but to tear through the space, and fell into Chushin's lake. What plaything? Hurry up and hand over the thing, otherwise I can kill you just as well as I saved you." Chushin didn't care. All he wanted to do was to get the void stone and hand it over to the system to open up the storage space. The woman saw that Chushin didn't answer her question at all. She was also a bit annoyed, and with a movement of her soul force, the stone of void appeared in front of her body, but it passed away in a flash. "The thing is right here, but you can't get it if I don't take the initiative to give it to you. Don't worry, I won't go back on my word since I promised. It's just that I'm still injured today, so when I'm almost well, I'll give you the thing. This is also lest you take the thing and then disown it." Actually, Chushin originally wanted to get the things first. After that, whether to kill or whisk them away, it was all up to Chushin to decide. This mysterious woman did not look very old, but she was cautious and refused to give him the thing in advance. Seeing that Chushin had no reaction, the woman took the initiative to speak again. "My name is Shelly. What about you? I can't just call you Lake. My name is Chushin. Don't come and disturb me when there's nothing going on." Chapter 14, Sort of Ice Condensation, Shelly's Surprise. Shelly watched as Chushin dispersed all the water people and turned to start practicing the water arrow technique, and a pang of irritation ran through her heart. A lake with quite a temper. However, in the blink of an eye she was captivated by the immense power of Chushin's water arrow technique. Chushin was using a skill bestowed by the system, which was much more powerful than the water arrows that Chushin had condensed on his own, and Chushin had been studying what the difference was between the water arrows that he had condensed on his own and the system skill. LV5 water arrow skill, in fact, already cannot be called an arrow. This water arrow shot out, encountered obstruction can directly explode to produce a huge killing power. Moreover, Chushin's own water arrow coagulation needs to consume a certain amount of time, while the system skill is completely instantaneous, so that there is no time for people to defend themselves, which is the biggest difference between the two. Chushin has seen both magicians and elves before launching an attack. They all need a certain amount of preparation, and some magic even requires a short period of time to chant the incantation. Chushin's skill on the other hand completely omitted this process. With your strength at the mortal rank, how did you manage to instantly launch a magic skill? Even if your essence is water, this isn't possible. Shelly was also curious and finally couldn't help but ask. Chushin, however, ignored her and remained immersed in his own world. Could it be that you have mastered the rules of water? Impossible, there will never be anyone in this world who can master the rules. Rules? Chushin's heart stirred. Could it be that the skill unleashed by the system was utilizing the rule of water? Although I don't know how you did it, I think you must have your own secrets. Just you'd better be careful. This world of yours is not a good place. If those people know that you actually touched the rules, even if you are 10 times more powerful than you are right now, you are still going to be just as much of a game. Chushin keenly captured the focus of Shelly's speech and exited to ask, "This world of yours? Could it be that you are not from this world? Are you from another world?" Shelly knew that she had missed the point and indeed did not say any more. Seeing this, Chushin knew that he couldn't ask anything more. Just that he thought of this woman's extraordinary origin, but he didn't think that she actually came here from another world. According to the experience of reading novels in his previous life, this kind of person is most capable of causing trouble, and wherever he goes, something big will happen. He should still have less contact with her as a good thing. The power of rules is indeed a bit far away from Chushin, but if he can continue to train, making the control of water more and more precise, Chushin believes that he will also be able to have a great improvement. Under the pressure of the elves, Chushin was tireless, plus he didn't need to eat or drink, so he didn't feel the passage of time at all. In the blink of an eye, Shelly has been lying on the shore of Chushin's lake for a week. This week Shelly has not moved, occasionally exchanging a few sentences with Chushin, but no longer willing to disclose the slightest bit of news about his own origins. On the contrary, in the cultivation, Shelly deserves to come from other big world, extraordinary insight. Even though she herself was not good at water magic, she was able to point out many of Chushin's shortcomings at a high level and give some very useful advice. It's still too early for you to condense a human being with water. When you step into the holy rank and can split your soul away from your body, you can try to condense a water human doppelganger. I've seen a saint rank magician who made a doppelganger with 1,000-year-old basilica ice, split his soul on it, and in the end, the doppelganger was even more difficult to deal with than the main body. Ice? Why didn't I think of that? If my water arrows become ice arrows, won't they also be much more powerful? In fact, condensing water into ice was not a much difficult way to think of. It was just that Chushin had been focusing on his identity as a lake as such, and had been too obsessed with his mastery of water, and in turn had forgotten that ice wasn't precisely a form of water. Although after Shelly's reminder, he finally reacted to the most direct and practical method, but how to condense water into ice is also a problem. But as a lake, the water of the lake into ice, Chushin is still sure to find a way. Again, he practiced with no sleep and no food. Shelly originally thought that although Chushin's talent was superb, his enlightenment was just too low, but he didn't expect that he would be able to comprehend a new attack method from within his own casual words. What made Shelly even more jealous was Chushin's persistent spirit. From the beginning, when he could only condense a small piece of ice, to a whole arrow later, to dozens and hundreds of arrows at once, and finally, this scene appeared in the middle of the desert. Originally calm lake, suddenly an area, a large area of water flying up to the sky, quickly condensed into a water arrow in the process of shooting out towards the shore, and then one of the rapid condensation into an ice arrow. A swoosh, swoosh, the ground was a mess, appeared a pit. Ice arrows are still particularly inserted in the ground, did not break or into the water. Chushin felt a burst of excitement, practicing hard for 3 days, finally let him practice this move. The power is more than 3 times greater than before. There was also a burst of color in Shelly's eyes. She had also just casually said that condensing water into ice was simple to say, but it had actually involved some very profound use of the water element, and she had never seen any mortal ranked creature that could do it. Dropping. Detected that the host has comprehended water condensation into ice on her own in advance, rewarding the host with 3,000 energy points and unlocking the skill, Ice Cage in advance. Chushin looked at the system panel. Host, Chushin. Identity, Lake. Level, LV5. Energy, 28,000. Skills, Spring Breeze Rain LV5, Water Binding Art LV5, Water Arrow Art LV5, Bestow Blessing. Power is related to host level and believer loyalty, Ice Cage LV1. This was really a joyous occasion for Chushin. He didn't expect the system to reward him for comprehending a new attack method. It seems that the system is really flexible. Killing is not the only way to obtain energy. As long as he achieves a certain level of achievement, he will be able to obtain rewards. Chushin's mind moved. Use the skill Ice Cage. A sudden four-sided cage made of solid ice enveloped Shelly. He wanted to see today whether this Shuale was already healed from her injuries or had some plans and was still pretending to be sick, or if she really wasn't healed yet. Less than 10 seconds, Chushin's ice cage bang sound, split in pieces. Shelly said with a disdainful face. Although this ice cage of yours isn't bad, even a transcendent mortal 3rd to 4th rank would have to be trapped for a period of time. It's just not worth mentioning to me. Despite saying this on her lips, Shelly was actually even more surprised inwardly. The reason why she just broke this ice cage so quickly was actually for the sake of saving face, using a magic scroll that had the power of a transcendent mortal rank 8, and that was how it took almost 10 seconds, meaning that this cage was able to trap a transcendent mortal rank 8 for 10 seconds, and that 10 seconds was enough to do a lot of things again. Could it be that he not only mastered condensing ice into water, but also directly mastered the rules of ice? That's impossible. There's absolutely no aura of any rule power. Chapter 15, Mutation, Tidal Wave of Magical Beasts. After witnessing Chushin's progress every single day for so many days, Shelly was becoming more and more interested in Chushin. She had a premonition that if Chushin didn't have any accidents in the middle of the journey, he could at least grow up to the saint rank. As for the god rank, it was absolutely impossible in this world. Chushin condensed a water person and walked towards Shelly. Since your injuries have healed, hurry up and give me your stuff and leave. Shuale didn't want to leave this place yet because she also knew nothing about this world, and Chushin's rare undisturbed place here was a good place for her to recuperate from her injuries. If I had known, I wouldn't have tried to be brave and pretended to be trapped, Shelly said with chagrin. Chushin was about to further demand that Shuale hand over the treasure when he sensed a small group of people approaching at a very slow speed. Chushin hurriedly dispersed the water people and rolled Shelly into the lake as well, creating a cage out of ice and hiding him under the water. Before Shelly could react, subconsciously but without resistance, she was swept into the lake. What do you want? If you don't let me out, I'll do it. Shut up, someone's coming. Stay quiet if you don't want to be found. Shelly bristled, thinking. Seriously, I didn't even feel it from that far away and you actually noticed. She was about to open her mouth to argue, but suddenly she also sensed a group of people darting towards the lake, said darting but actually still very slow. After waiting for quite a while, that group of people ran to the edge of the lake out of breath. Chushin took a look, but it was the same as the last time he saw the Desolate clan. The leading two were the young men who stood behind the high priest last time, and there were more than 20 others. All of them were very young. The youngest looked to be only 7 or 8 years old, and the oldest was only 14 or 15 years old. The leading two knelt on the shore of the lake, and one of them said, Honorable Lord Chugad, I am Tyrone of the Desolate clan. His name is Gordon. The high priest asked the two of us to come and pay you a visit this time. Wasn't it said that every month ends at the end of the month? Why have you and others come before the time? Reporting to the great Chugad, we didn't come early. There are only 2 days left until the end of this month. Chushin froze. It was because he was too involved in his cultivation and miscalculated the day. Shelly was in the lake, although she couldn't hear Chushin's speech directly through his soul, but she could hear Tyrone speaking, and at this time, she began to mock again. Geez, you're crazy, a small lake, actually dare to call yourself a deity. If you're like this, if any deity knows about it, it only takes one thought to be able to destroy you. Chushin naturally knew that he was far from qualified to call himself a god, but these Desolate clansmen had determined that he was the lake god, and Chushin couldn't do anything about it. Even Chushin thought that the high priest was deliberately publicizing that he was a deity. Only then could the clansmen have confidence and the courage to secretly betray the elf clan in favor of Chushin. Okay, I know. What news did you bring this time? Why didn't the high priest come personally? You don't have to say it, just need to say it in your heart. I will be able to hear you. Originally, when Tyloan saw Chushin didn't speak for a long time, he thought that he was angry. He was so scared that he buried his head low. Finally hearing Chushin's voice, he was relieved. Reporting back to Chushin, we have brought a major news this time. The elf clan personally sent out an adult who has sought out several transcendent rank magical beasts in the depths of the desert, and has asked us, the Desolate clan, to pass the news on to magical beasts, large and small, in preparation for organizing a beast tide to clean up the desert once and for all. Chushin was shocked. Beast tide he also often saw inside the novels in his previous life. Usually it was a large-scale riot of magical beasts. Under the impact of the huge beast tide, the individual appeared to be so small, and all those who blocked it would be pushed flatly by the destructive force. The high priestess is being watched in by the elf clan's powerhouses. There is no way to get out of it, so he can only let me come to notify you of this, and at the same time, let me bring along the clan's offspring with the best talent in the clan. I hope that the kind Shu God will have mercy on your people and bless us. Chushin glanced at the teenagers brought by Tyrone, one by one, although they were still young, and many of them were still gasping for air even now because of the long-distance running, but not a single one of them had collapsed, which was enough to show that their bodies were very strong. Things I know. Chushin controlled the water current to draw a circle around an area on the shore of the lake, then continued. You go ahead and arrange for your clansmen to live in the area I've delineated, don't leave the lake too far during the week, and don't come to disturb me if there's nothing going on, then you can come back to me and give me a detailed account of the beast tide. Tyrone nodded repeatedly, then turned around and led his clan to a large flat area that Chushin had delineated. Although there were still quite a few wild beasts here, for the desert clan who had been living in the desert for a long time, as long as they were not magical beasts, ordinary wild beasts were instead the best source of food. And although the teenagers and the one were not very young, on one hand, they seldom feared Chushin, and on the other hand, with the constraints of the two Tyrone men, they were in good order. Tyrone simply to Gordon after some instructions, returned to continue to Chushin detailed report the situation of the beast tide. According to the high priest's estimation, the beast tide should be in the next few days to break out, which will make the beast tide throughout the entire desert, no matter where cannot be avoided. What do you say? Why don't you hurry up and give me the stuff? Then it's better for you to leave this desert immediately. Chushin told Shelly about the matter of the beast tide reported by Tyrone and solemnly suggested. Thoroughly clearing the desert through a beast tide, this is really a barbaric yet effective method, but I don't care about a mere beast tide, but since you want that treasure so much, I'll give it to you so that you don't have to ask all day long, and it's annoying me to death to ask. With a flash of shimmering light, the stone that was no more than half the size of a fist appeared in Shelly's hand. It looked no different from an ordinary stone, yet there was an arcane aura faintly flowing out. Chushin immediately rolled the stone into the water stream, and then immediately notified the system to absorb it, so as to avoid Shelly's backtracking. As Shelly looked at Chushin's monkey-like appearance, she couldn't help but despise it again in her heart. Turtle. However, she was quite curious as to what Chushin wanted this void stone for. Although this thing was a treasure, not everyone could use it. Drop, detected that the host has obtained the void stone. Is it possible to build the system space immediately? Build immediately. After a machine-like roar, Chushin felt the system panel all shake, and it took several minutes before it stopped. While in Shelly's view, Chushin was at this moment, the lake was choppy on the inside but calm on the outside, and even Shelly felt a few hints of spatial turbulence. Although it was just a tiny few threads, it was just that she had originally been injured while traveling through space, and now she had merely forced it to be suppressed, and now that she was seduced by the external spatial turbulence, the injuries in her body had been somewhat suppressed. Shelly forcibly used the means to fly out from Chushin's lake, straight down on the ground, once again unconscious. Chapter 16, System Space, Shuelei Speculation. Chushin knew nothing about what happened to Shuelei at this moment. He was feeling the changes happening in his body with all his heart, that arcane and inexplicable aura that made him feel a hint of fear and an inexplicable longing. That was the power of space, one of the most mysterious forces, and extremely destructive, yet at this time under the manipulation of the system, it was very docile, and through a special way, just like building a house, it was built into an unseen but actually existing space. Only this space is still very unstable, shaking. From time to time there is a trace of space force ran off, forming turbulence. Before the injury to Shelly is also so one or two trace of space force. Finally, the system placed the stone of emptiness in the middle of the room. All the spatial force was as if it was stuck to something. It was no longer difficult to detach from it, and this space was slowly stabilized. Congratulations to the host for opening up a separate space, rewarding 10,000 energy points. Reminder, this space can currently only store dead things. Creatures entering it need to spend energy points to survive. In the memories acquired by Chushin, the vast majority of people in this continent did not have treasures with separate spaces, and some cultivators with rich families. Everyone commonly used storage scrolls, which had a limit on the number of times they could be used, and high-level storage scrolls could only be used for about 10 times, and they absolutely could not store living things. During this period of time, in the exchange with Shelly, Chushin also even guessed with a set of knowledge. In addition to this god and the devil continent, outside there is a higher level of the world, and in that world, there is a number of treasures with permanent storage space, such as Shelly's chest of the bead is likely to be a storage magic treasure. But storage space cannot store living things. This is the consensus of the cultivation world, whether it is a magic scroll or other treasures are so. Although one's own system space was likewise unable to store living things, it could temporarily store living things by consuming energy points, which was already against the consensus of this world and was a very heaven-defying feature. Waiting until the space was completely stabilized, Chushin happily kept putting water into the system space and then putting it out again. At the same time he also experimented with a small fish in the water and threw it into the system space. As a result, the system immediately started to automatically deduct his energy points, consuming more than 1,000 energy points in just a few minutes. Blood loss, my energy points. Looking at the released fish dizzily swimming in the water for a few moments, and then quickly recovered, oblivious to what was going on, and continued to happily chase after his fish friends. Chushin was really heartbroken. However, now he has more than 30,000 energy points, enough to complete an upgrade. Just when Chushin was ready to upgrade, he realized Shelly lying on the bank. What's the situation? Why is she unconscious on the shore? Chushin let go of his senses and realized that there weren't any magical beasts in the vicinity, and in the distance, the Desolate clan was still setting traps and preparing to capture a bison. This shouldn't be my doing. Chushin remembered that after obtaining the Void Stone, he couldn't wait to choose to build the system space. His whole body and mind were attracted by the system's pen of creation, and the influence of spatial power on Chushin's perception was also great, so he didn't notice at all when Shuele was injured and fainted on the shore. Forget it, it's not the first time she's fainted anyway. It doesn't look like her life is in danger. It's just as well that I'll level up while she's not awake. Saying it and doing it, the commotion when Chushin upgraded was not small. If Shelly saw it instead, it would not be easy to explain. System, I want to upgrade. Upgrade successful. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 6 lake. More than 2 months had passed since the last upgrade. This speed was already fast for cultivators in this world, not to mention that Chushin had gone from level 1 to level 6, which was only less than half a year. But Chushin still wasn't satisfied, because such upgrades were too passive. It was difficult for him to find energy points to use for upgrades on his own. With this upgrade, Chushin's volume expanded once again, and his range of perception was even farther. He was able to vaguely sense the roar of thousands of magical beasts far away. That should be the beast tide planned by the elves. Perhaps I can take advantage of the beast tide to make a fortune? As soon as this terrifying and dangerous thought rose in Chushin's mind, it was hard to dispel it. The beast tide was naturally a good time to hunt and kill magical beasts on a large scale, but then, one would also be directly exposed to the eyes of the elves. Riches and riches, plan well. As long as I can leave behind the person behind the scenes that the elf clan sent to plan the beast tide, then it will be difficult for the elf clan to know of my existence for a while. Just what should we do about these Arabs? It would definitely be difficult for him to take care of them at that time, and the energy points consumed by the system space to maintain their survival were even more incalculable, and it was definitely a money-losing deal for Chushin. As a last resort, we can only give them up. I hope that the elf clan will look at the fact that the Desolate clan are also their men and be able to let them off the hook. It wasn't that Chushin was cruel, but it was really difficult to be distracted by the ferocious wave of beasts to take care of so many weak Desolate clan members, and in reality, he didn't have any feelings for the Desolate clan at all. System, use the skill Spring Breeze. For 3 days in a row, the spring rain poured down and scattered on the shores of the lake already around. Those Desolate clansmen all knelt on the shore and praised Chushin in a loud voice. Bathing under such spiritual water was also extremely beneficial to their bodies, and their loyalty to Chushin in their hearts was also greatly increased. Shelly had woken up just now, and at this moment was glaring at Chushin in a fiery manner. What the hell are you up to? To actually cause spatial turbulence and almost got me killed. This matter was indeed Chushin's mistake, and Chushin had to apologize repeatedly. How did your watershed area increase so much? What exactly happened when I was unconscious? Shelly looked at the even more vast lake in front of her with a surprised expression. During the 3 days you were unconscious, it rained torrentially one after another, so my area grew. Although this explanation was pale, there was no reason for Shelly not to believe it. Shelly glanced skeptically at the water cover on her body, which was obviously specially made by Chushin to prevent her from getting wet from the rain. Could it really be due to the rain? Then how do you explain the spatial turbulence from before, and the rule of ice? Could it be that this lake is actually the incarnation of some big brother? Shelly was a little taken aback by her guess, but other than that, it was hard to explain everything she had seen recently. What Chushin didn't know was that with his recent string of performances, in Shelly's heart, she had already begun to suspect that he was the incarnation of some super big brother. The divine and demonic continent. It's true that the water is deep. It seems that I need to be more careful. Chushin looked at the vigilant Shelly, somewhat puzzled. Chapter 17, Shelly leaves, preparations before the beast tide arrives. Although Shelly had stopped pursuing Chushin's blundering operation that caused her to be seriously injured again, but nowadays, Shelly's strength was only that much better than an ordinary person. How to face this beast tide was a difficult task. You said that the beast tide might arrive here tonight? Shelly asked with a tight frown. According to my perception, it is indeed so, and the scale is probably tens of thousands of magical beasts, and there might be transcendent rank magical beasts mixed in. Then what are you going to do? Such a piece of treasure land in Chushin would definitely be discovered by the magical beasts after the beast tide, and those transcendent mortal rank magical beasts might have to take up residence here. After all, Chushin's aura-rich lake water was the most attractive to the magical beasts. Chushin was silent for a while, then asked in a very serious tone of voice. I know that you come from an extraordinary background, but you won't be able to do it alone in this beast tide, so why don't we join forces? Join hands? I'm just an ordinary person now. with a strength of mortal rank at best, what's the use of joining hands with you? Shelley spread his hands and then said. In fact, you don't need to worry too much, as long as you keep hiding the fact that you have a spirit, even transcendent mortal rank magical beasts won't be able to discover you. At most, they'll take you for a bath and treat you as a huge spiritual power supply lake. Chushin coalesced a water person and approached Shelley, looking deeply into her eyes. I'm not joking with you, you should know that there's only half a day left before the beast tide. If you're not willing to join forces with me, then I'll have to ask you to leave. Shelley put on a pitiful look at Chushin, there were tears flashing in her eyes, a look of watering eyes. Chushin was somewhat speechless. I'm just a lake, your trick is useless against me. Only then did Shelley react and cursed herself for being so stupid. She herself didn't know why, but she always treated Chushin as a human, probably because Chushin's usual behavior was just too much like a human, not at all like the spirit of the willow tree or the spirit of the great river that she had seen in the past. Alright, since you don't want me to stay here, then I'll leave this time, hopefully we won't meet again. Originally, with Shelley's current condition, staying was actually the best option, only that she felt a little fear when she thought of Chushin's mystery and the possibility that he might be the incarnation of some big brother. It's better to stay away from him, this kind of big brother's game is not something a little shrimp like me can participate in. Without saying much, Shelley pulled out a magic scroll, transformed into a magic flying carpet, and flew towards the distance. Chushin looked at her distant back and felt a pang of envy in his heart. When will I be able to fly freely like this myself? After only sighing for a moment, Chushin immediately returned to his senses and plunged into the preparations to deal with the upcoming beast tide. Originally, if Shelley was able to stay behind, with her insights and various mysterious treasures, it would have been easier to deal with it, but it was obvious that Shelley was not willing to cooperate with him. But this was good, Shelley was too mysterious, and he himself had many secrets that were not suitable to show in front of Shelley. Chushin first summoned Gordon and the other Arabs and used this month's one blessing on them. Under the soft white light, Gordon's few people were as if they had returned to their childhood mother's embrace, indescribably comfortable. When a few people woke up, Gordon and Tyrone realized that they had actually advanced to the third level of the mortal order, and the other clansmen who had never cultivated before also had the first level of the mortal order. The 20 or so people hurriedly fell to their knees and praised Chushin from the bottom of their hearts. Chushin's system panel showed that these people's loyalty was growing by leaps and bounds, with each person exceeding 80. Alright, this time the blessing is bestowed on you all to help me do one thing, Tyrone said excitedly. It is our honor to be able to do something for Lord Chushin. Please feel free to command Lord Chushin. We will definitely die by all means. Chushin looked at these desolate race lads with satisfaction. After the baptism of spirit rain and this bestowal of blessings, their physical qualities had been greatly improved, even though the desolate race people, like the elf race, also released magic by controlling elemental power. This advancement was still able to substantially strengthen their bodies. All Chushin needed them to do was to dig down deep pits around the lake. Time was urgent, so they could only be allowed to dig on one side of the lake and fill the bottom of the pit with a certain amount of lake water. After arranging the tasks to Gordon and the others, Chushin started to arrange tasks for the ghost thorn tree and the demonic dragon gecko. These days, Chushin was busy practicing his skills and didn't care much about the ghost thorn tree and the magic dragon gecko. These two people were also happy to be idle, tossing the beasts along the shore all day long. Chushin first asked the ghost thorn tree to pull off some of the ghost thorns from its body, which was somewhat damaging to the ghost thorn tree, but he couldn't care less at this point in time. Anyway, after this matter was over, the ghost thorn tree was able to get plenty of blood and souls, which was more than enough to compensate for these losses. This task was given to the demonic dragon gecko. His claws were incomparably sharp, cutting directly from the ghost thorn tree, much faster than the ghost thorn tree carefully pulling it out root by root. The devil dragon gecko was happy to do this kind of thing, smilingly climbed onto the ghost thorn tree's trunk, scaring the ghost thorn tree into a tremble. It was good that the ghost thorn tree and Chushin had a symbiotic relationship and would never betray, and he also knew the importance of this matter. Once he succeeded, he would be able to go one step further, or even several steps further. The means that Chushin had now were only these, and it was impossible to think of more. For the rest of the time, Chushin kept a close eye on the movements in the distance. At the same time, Chushin also provided Gordon and the others with a spiritual energy infusion from time to time to ensure that they could always maintain a full amount of energy to work. It wasn't until the sun had set and night was about to fall that half of the deep pits on the east side of the lake had been dug, but it couldn't be helped. After all, so many of these Arakanese people were still small children, and there were only about 24 of them. And these pits Chushin requirements are 10 meters deep. Ordinary magical beasts fallen, want to climb up also need to spend some time. Although it is shorter, it is better than nothing. Chushin instructed Gordon to take the clan to the west side of the lake to hide. The magical beasts will not go there for the time being. However, Chushin was bound to be unable to intercept all the magical beasts, so whether they lived or died depended on their destiny. The beast roars were getting closer and closer, even Gordon and the others were able to hear it. They were scared and looked towards the lake, praying in their hearts that Chushin would bless them. Chushin heard their prayers through the system, only what they didn't know was that Chushin himself couldn't do anything about it. After all, he wasn't a real deity. Chapter 18 Accident, Beast Tide's Impact. Chushin felt that the time was almost up. At most another half an hour, the Beast Tide army would arrive in the area of the lake. He inserted the ghost thorns that he pulled off the ghost thorn tree in a certain proportion into the land a little further away, which was still some distance away from the lake, and was considered the first line of defense. He also condensed the water left at the bottom of the deep pit dug by Gordon and the others into ice spikes, and covered the surface with a thin layer of ice, and then filled in some soil. Those demonic beasts that had gone crazy would definitely not be able to discover it either. This was considered the second line of defense. But these two lines of defense could only say that they could try to create some confusion for the magical beasts. The key still had to look at himself. Just like what Shelley said, he could have hidden and no one would have been able to discover him, but then he would have been targeted by a bunch of transcendent demonic beasts and become a place for them to replenish their spiritual energy, and one day he would be exposed as well. Chushin, who possessed the system, was destined to be extraordinary. The key lay in the fact that his strength was not enough to allow him to show off his extraordinary features to the fullest. Just as everything was ready, just waiting for the arrival of the Beast Tide, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in the distance. Why is she back again? It was Shelley, who had gone and returned, sitting on top of the flying carpet with an anxious look on her face. As soon as she saw the waterman that Chushin had condensed, Shelley jumped down from the flying carpet and shouted at Chushin, "I promised to join forces with you and deal with the Beast Tide together." Chushin asked somewhat playfully, "Oh, didn't you leave? Why did you run back in a hurry?" Shuilei had long anticipated that she would definitely be mocked by Chushin for running back in such a sorry state, but this was not the time to be counting on that. "Don't be too busy laughing at me first. This Beast Tide didn't start from the east, but rather, it erupted in all directions at the same time. I flew towards the south, and when I was about to fly out of the desert, I met a large flock of fire crows. That's why I had to come back. It didn't start erupting from the east?" Chushin had only sensed the sound of a beast tide in the east earlier, and thought that this beast tide was only advancing from the east to the west, but he didn't realize that the elf clan had actually sent people to the other three directions, and I'm afraid that this was also to prevent someone from escaping in advance. Just this way, these several different beast tide meet, even if there is a transcendental rank magic beast control constraints, may also have to fight. After all, the magical beasts are all unruly. After the beast tide broke out, it even became bloodthirsty and violent. Even if it's a transcendental rank magical beast, in the whole beast tide also seems a bit insufficient. The elves are really ruthless, actually completely disregarding the deaths and lives of these magical beasts. Since things had already happened, Chushin could only agree to work with Shelley. After all, one more person always had more power. Although the beast tide broke out at the same time, it was at different speeds, so the first one Chushin had to face was still from the east. This side was also the closest to the elves, and it was likely that the elves' powerhouses were in this wave of beasts. "I now need weapons that can kill at a wide range, or something that can disrupt the beast tide formation. Do you have it?" Since he chose to cooperate, Chushin was not polite and directly opened his mouth to ask for something. Shelley thought for a moment and pulled out a few more scrolls. "This is the Wind Sharp Blade Scroll. It can erupt hundreds of wind blades after it's activated, and it has a certain degree of lethality against magical beasts below Transcendent. This is the Meteor Fire Rain Scroll. After it is energized, hundreds of fireballs will fall from the sky, also having a certain amount of damage to magical beasts below Transcendent Mortal. This is the Soul Storm Scroll. A soul hurricane will appear after it is inspired, able to make the weak souls of magical beasts appear in a short period of confusion." Chushin couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded as he looked at each of the powerful scrolls that Shelley pulled out. Chushin even felt that she didn't need to run back at all and could charge out of the beast tide herself. "Since you have such powerful magic scrolls, you shouldn't need to run back." Shelley rolled her eyes. "Do you think I want to come back? All of these scrolls of mine only work on the mortal order, and can't deal with the magical beasts of the transcendent order. And the beast tide I encountered was still the fire crow. That's the toughest airborne flying magical beast out there." Chushin nodded non-committally, obviously not quite believing Shelley's words. But there was no time to dwell on it now, because the beast tide had already arrived. In Chushin's perception, black waves larger than the size of the lake surged towards him, with a portion of them running straight ahead. There was also a sizable portion that was blocked by Chushin's lake, but it was too late to turn around, so it could only continue to rush forward. When the beast tide reached the ghost thorn area laid down by Chushin, some of the magical beasts stepped on top of the ghost thorns and immediately tumbled to the ground in pain. Once the ghost thorns of the ghost thorn tree pierced into a creature's body, not only would it automatically suck blood, it would also devour souls, and that kind of severe pain was something that ordinary creatures could not endure. Before the fallen demonic beasts in front had time to get up, they were trampled by the demonic beasts behind them. Soon the magical beasts rushed to the second line of defense that Chushin had set up. Many of the beasts were blocked in the deep pits dug long ago, and some were directly stabbed to death by the ice spikes, while others with thick skins didn't die, and couldn't climb up for a while. The following group of beasts want to stop, but the back of the still running forward, timed the beasts within the chaos. Many beasts were trampled to death, just relative to the number of beasts tied. Some of them are not worth mentioning, some of the beasts have already rushed to the water. Chushin estimated the situation and began to condense water arrows. When the deep pit was almost filled with magical beasts, Chushin struck. Thousands of water arrows flew out, condensed into ice in the air, and shot at the magical beasts that were about to cross the second line of defense. Although the power of the ice arrows wasn't great, the vast majority of the beasts in the tide were only first and second level low-grade magical beasts, so the killing power of the ice arrows was still sufficient. A large number of magical beasts fell under the fire of the ice arrows, but these fallen corpses also paved the way for the magical beasts behind them, and more magical beasts rushed over. They had smelled the blood of their own kind and had already gone crazy. Shelly was hiding in the middle of Chushin's lake at this time, only Chushin didn't have the energy to take care of her anymore. By herself she cast a water avoidance magic to hide underwater. "Shelly, do it." Chushin's calm voice rang out. He now had to deal with the demonic beasts that had already rushed into the lake. If he didn't deal with them right away, and these demonic beasts ran to the other side of the lake, those Arakanese people would all be dead. Shuele flew out from the lake, stood in midair, a scroll in his hand opened, hundreds of wind blades appeared, the beast's forward momentum blocked down. There are so many casualties, some of the beasts in the eyes of the madness has retreated, but instead is a flash of fear too. These sober beasts want to retreat, because the front is a place of certain death, but more beasts are more and more crazy ahead of the onslaught. Chushin quickly dealt with dozens of magical beasts in the lake. These magical beasts to the lake is actually better to kill, just if tens of thousands of the scale. Chushin even how hard can only leave a very small part. Chapter 19 The Great War, Brutal Shelly. The pace of the Wraith onslaught didn't stop. Shelly's scrolls were thrown out one by one for no money, far more than what she had shown before. It was just that the war line of the Wraiths was too long, and the only ones blocking it were Chushin and Shelly. Chushin actually gave up the idea of completely stopping this wave of beasts when he saw the scale of the beast wave, and instead held the attitude of how many can be killed. Just the first thing to be resolved was the transcendent rank magical beasts hidden in the beast tide. Only these magical beasts possessed not weak intelligence and were most likely to occupy and expose Chushin. Chushin let go of his senses, wanting to find out the hidden transcendent mortal demonic beasts, just that these demonic beasts were all too cunning. Even though Chushin found a few hidden ones, there was no way to cross over the countless low-ranked demonic beasts to directly kill them. The only way to make those transcendent demonic beasts strike is to make the demonic beasts mess up. Chushin had an idea in his heart. "Shelly, use Soul Storm." Shelly answered and pulled out a scroll and tore it open. An unseen hurricane whistled by, and the magical beasts of the group that were scraped by the hurricane hissed in pain, and a large swath of magical beasts were suddenly thrown into a commotion. "Ghost Thorn Tree, it's your turn to strike." Chushin gave an order, and the Ghost Thorn Tree also unleashed Ghost Thorn and Bloodlust. Although the Ghost Thorn Tree's skill wasn't a ranged attack, it only targeted a few large magical beasts. The Ghost Thorn's function caused the magical beasts to fall directly into madness, and the Bloodlust's function caused the magical beasts to bleed out. In an instant, a dozen or so huge-sized magical beasts began to attack the magical beasts around them, and the attacked magical beasts began to counterattack as well, and the commotion in the magical beasts group was completely detonated, quickly spreading throughout the entire wave of beasts just like a contagion. "I don't believe that those transcendent demonic beasts can still endure this situation." Chushin looked at the magical beasts whose speed of advancement had been greatly slowed down, and with confidence in his chest, he fully sensed the traces of the transcendent demonic beasts. Finally, a three-headed hellhound, after biting a few crazy low-ranked magical beasts around it, its three heads simultaneously roared towards the sky, and a large number of magical beasts around it were shocked by it and gradually came to their senses. Seeing this, Chushin immediately struck out, directly using the skills Water Binding and Water Arrow. The three-headed hellhound didn't have time to react for a moment, and was entangled in its limbs and had one of its heads shattered. Its two remaining heads swung around, spewing out black gas, and Chushin's water rope was corroded and vaporized in an instant. However, Chushin hadn't intended to kill him just like that. Almost the instant the water rope was lifted, another 7 or 8 water arrows reached the hellhound. Although this three-headed hellhound was strong, with the strength of Transcendent Mortal Level 4, it couldn't withstand the instantaneous skills brought by the system, and after barely dodging 1 or 2 of the water arrows, the rest of them just couldn't dodge in time and could only fight hard. The two heads sprayed black flame-like things together, and Chushin's ice arrows resisted for 3 or 4 seconds, but couldn't withstand the number of water arrows was too much, and the whole body had already been burst. Although he had killed a transcendent demonic beast, Chushin did not relax because he felt that there was far more than just one transcendent in the beast tide. There were at least 5 more transcendent demonic beasts that he could sense. These 5 demonic beasts had already gathered together while Chushin was fighting with the hellhound and were quietly approaching towards Shelly. Because Chushin was fighting in his lake body, they didn't realize where Chushin was, so they intended to first finish off Shelly, a woman who caused a large swath of casualties every time she pulled out a scroll. Shelly didn't seem to have noticed these scheming transcendent magical beasts. She was almost close enough to be approached by the lower-ranked magical beasts. With her severely injured body, the battle she had just fought, and using the scrolls had used up a lot of her energy, and now that she was being approached by so many magical beasts, she couldn't destroy them all at once even if she used the scrolls. Chushin had to save her, after all, she still needed her help later. The good thing is that she is in the center of Chushin's lake, those magical beasts, although they are all able to cross the water, but they are all terrestrial magical beasts. The water is not good, Shelly is still able to barely be able to avoid with its circumference. Chushin saw the situation is critical, only to use a short time ago to understand the condensation of water into ice, directly to Shuele as the center of half of the lake are condensed into ice. Those magical beasts with hideous expressions and claws rushing towards Shuele were all frozen into ice in an instant. Shelly stood in the only water and nervously patted her chest. However, this was after all several hundred magical beasts. Chushin was unable to freeze them all, and could only temporarily slow down their movements so that Shelly could get away. At this time, cracks had already started to appear on the ice surface, and some magical beasts were already about to break the ice seal and rush out. Not good! Chushin exclaimed. He sensed that those few transcendent magical beasts that were already quietly feeling their way closer at this moment, took advantage of the icy surface of the lake and directly rushed out, and relied on borrowing strength on the ice surface. Their speed was extremely fast. Ice cage. Chushin used 3 cages of ice in a row. Fortunately, this was a skill bestowed by the system. There was no pre-shake before casting the spell, and only then was he able to block all the 5 magical beasts that rushed over. Only this cage of ice had faltered under the impact of the 5 transcendent demonic beasts, and Chushin felt that the innermost layer had already been shattered. Looking at Shelly who was still stunned, Chushin shouted, "Why don't you hurry and hide underwater?" Only then did Shelly come to her senses, but she did not follow Chushin's advice to hide underwater. That would certainly be a temporary escape, but the transcendent rank magical beasts could already be unaffected by water, and would be able to find themselves even if they were underwater, and by then they would have trouble moving underwater, and would not be able to use many of their scrolls. "Human, I will tear you apart, and that cunning thing hiding in the water, I will feed you to my sons and daughters for dinner." A rough voice came out from the cage. This was the first time Chushin had heard a magical beast spit out human words. However, this was not the time to be curious. Chushin anxiously looked at Shuele, while adding a few ice cages again. Only the magical beast inside was obviously brewing some big move, and extremely strong energy fluctuations were coming from it. Shuele took a large sword in her hand at this time, which was almost bigger than Shuele, blocking her figure tightly. This shouldn't be a shield. Chushin spat in his heart while condensing ice arrows to deal with the low-ranked magical beasts that had already unsealed and rushed towards Shelly. After Shelly took out her greatsword, her mouth began to chant, and the sword body radiated a violent white light, illuminating the dark night as if it were day. If the sword was replaced with a staff, it would look quite like a holy maiden of the Temple of Light. With a bang, a boom came out from the cage. The 7 or 8 ice cages arranged by Chushin were all shattered in an instant, and 5 figures rushed out from inside, quickly pouncing on Shuele. Chushin was about to make another move to block for Shuele, but he saw Shuele stop chanting and shouted with a serious face, "Holy sword verdict!" There was an even bigger bang, and even the incessant roars of the magical beast stopped. Even Chushin felt a wave of pain. Without flesh he actually felt pain. When he looked at the surface of the lake again, or was there any trace of the magical beast, it was all just a mass of broken flesh floating on the surface of the lake. Chapter 20, Critical. The elves appeared. This? So brutal? Chushin was somewhat dumbfounded. Glancing at Shuele, whose breath was shriveled, Chushin felt a little terrified that this woman actually possessed such a powerful output, and even more terrifying was that this kind of attack could cause damage to herself as well. However, now is not the time to be shocked. 5 transcendent mortal rank magical beasts died. The magical beasts in the beast tide became even more chaotic. No longer like before there was such a general direction to run in, but in all directions, as far as the eye could see, there were magical beasts everywhere. With Shelly's current condition, it would be difficult to strike again. Chushin could only hide him at the bottom of the lake, while he himself began a massacre, only hoping to capture as many magical beasts as possible. The ghost thorn tree and magic dragon gecko did not need to be ordered by Chushin. They had already started to work together silently. The ghost thorn tree with its bizarre offense, paired with the sharp claws of the magic dragon gecko, the two of them were unbeatable in the group of magical beasts. They were simply like a fish out of water. A burst of ice arrows shot out, as a batch of magical beasts fell, but the speed is still too slow. there are already a lot of magical beasts rushed to the other side of the shore. The whole lake is also full of magical beasts. Chushin wanted to directly stir up the lake water, and perhaps even drown quite a few magical beasts, but considering that Shuelei was still at the bottom of the lake, if he did that, he would not be able to take care of Shuelei. Although Chushin was not such a kind and righteous person, but Shuelei was his collaborator, he could not yet do something like turning around and disregarding the death of his teammates. Ah, Lord Chushin, save me. Chushin's heard the pleas for help from the Arakanese on the other side of the river. There were quite a few magical beasts that had discovered them and attacked them. They were only a mere 24 people. How could they be a match for these magical beasts? There were constant screams and cries for help. Chugod, as their god, was their last hope before they died. Lord Chugod, please bless my people of the desolate race, I'll fight you all. This was Gordon's voice. Chushin remembered him, a shy teenager. Reminding host, your believers are dying fast. If all believers die, your skill, blessing, will be withdrawn. Holy shit, the skill given out actually comes with a retraction. This was something Chushin had not expected. Chushin's current believers were only these dozens of desolate clansmen who had seen him, plus the high priestess who had lost track of him for a long time. That meant that if these people died out and the high priestess died out of an accident, then his blessing skill would have to be withdrawn. The skills given by the system were all precious. Chushin never wanted to lose them. With no other choice, Chushin could only temporarily transfer the desolate clansmen on the opposite shore to the bottom of the lake, and also needed to create a protective shield to ensure that they could stay underwater without drowning. A group of desolate clansmen suddenly felt themselves being dragged into the bottom of the lake by a huge force. First they were greatly shocked, then they realized that they were already safely staying at the bottom of the lake. Only then did they react to the fact that this was a Chushin unit tactic, and their loyalty towards Chushin was greatly mentioned, instantly spiking up to more than 90. Just this way, Chushin's speed of slaughtering magical beasts was greatly reduced, which was not a good news for him. After this time, we must figure out how to build a water mansion at the bottom of the lake. Although these remaining magical beasts were numerous, it was difficult for them to have any effect on Chushin. They were merely sending energy to Chushin. It was just that Chushin didn't dare to let his guard down, because the one who really deserved the most caution was still the elf clan behind him, and this person hadn't shown up yet. Chushin was not afraid of him coming, instead he was afraid of him not coming. So many magical beasts have died here, the elves will surely realize that if he comes to investigate, he is afraid that he will go back to report to the real big brother of the elves, then Chushin will be in extreme danger. Looking at the distant beast tide that still seemed to be flowing, Chushin was thinking, how long would it take for the elf clan to get the news and come over? He had to end this before the elf clan people came over. Otherwise, under the onslaught of the beast tide, if the lake was full of magical beasts, his strength would be greatly affected. I really didn't expect that there was such an existence in the barren, boundless desert. A black silhouette suddenly appeared on the shore of the lake. Even Chushin did not perceive when he appeared at all. Chushin was startled in his heart, but he forced himself to calm down. When that transcendent level 8 magician was not able to discover him, this mysterious person might not be able to discover his existence either. Not coming out? Humph, when I flatten this lake for you, I don't believe you won't come out. A powerful aura emanated from the black silhouette's body, and the wide black robe shrouding his body directly exploded apart. Chushin took a look, but it was a woman. It was just that although this woman had a smaller figure, her body was covered in fine flesh, like a warrior of the orc race. Then looking at her weird green skin and pointed ears, this was actually an elf race. However, Chushin's impression of the elven race were all flexible and beautiful in appearance. This woman was all over the place. My name is Elixir. I was ordered by the Elf King to come and avenge Grundy. It turned out that the Elf King had sent her here specifically to take revenge, but she didn't know how she had found this place. Perhaps it was related to the yellow light that flew out after killing Grandy at that time. There was absolutely no shadow of this woman in Grandy's memories, but there was an organization that was very scary in the hearts of all the elves, known as the Black Forest, which only obeyed the orders of the Elf King. The Black Forest was not publicized within the elven race, the faces of all its members were not known by outsiders, it was an existence that was both feared and loathed. Chushin was not quite convinced about what Alexis said, wanting to fill the entire lake, relying on this transcendent level 8 elf clan? However, soon after, Chushin was shocked. Naked Alexis took out the huge axe behind his back, a yellow light surged on the axe, so an axe, chiseled out a deep ditch that went straight to the lake. The lake sloped out along the ditch and flowed across the desert. Alexis didn't stop, and changed another direction to continue chiseling. At this rate, this bit of Chushin's water was going to be drained sooner or later. Chushin had thought that she would use dirt to fill it in, thought that she might use some kind of fire spell to burn it dry, never thought that she would just drain the water so violently. One couldn't wait any longer. If this went on, the water in the lake would all flow inside the infinite desert, and one would be gone no matter what. Right now that water was already clattering and staying, Chushin could feel his power draining away. Cages of ice. 3 cages of ice appeared in a row. trapping Alexis within them. Immediately after that, Chushin condensed thousands of ice arrows, and the moment Alexis had just broken through the cages, the ice arrows had already rushed towards her. Chapter 21, All the Means, finally won. Alexis, who was wielding her axe, rushed out, and before she had time to look for where Chushin was, she was once again covered by ice arrows. With disdain on her face, the axe in her hand spun rapidly, radiating a yellow light that blocked all the ice arrows, while an ear-piercing whistling sound was emitted from her mouth. The sound was extremely penetrating. Chushin was fine, but the Arabs hiding under the water had all fainted, and even Shelley, who was depressed and had been grasping at straws to recover, revealed a pained look. Chushin saw that the ice arrows were completely unable to pose a threat to Alexis, and there were still quite a few magical beasts left in the water that had failed to cross the river. The fact that these magical beasts were in the water caused Chushin's control over the water to weaken quite a bit. These magical beasts were consciously avoiding Elixir, and did not take the initiative to attack her. However, this was not surprising, since the elves were able to manipulate the tide of beasts. They naturally had a special method of controlling the magical beasts as well. Seeing that Chushin didn't continue to attack her anymore, she also knew that Chushin was bound to not come out easily, so she swung her axe and chiseled out another deep ditch, and the water level of Chushin's lake was almost visible to the naked eye as it was dropping. We can't go on like this, we must settle her as soon as possible. Chushin decided to pull out all the stops and settle this crazy woman, Alexis, as soon as possible, otherwise once the elves behind the beast wave also found this place, Chushin would be in deep trouble. But if he wanted to let go, there was no way to take care of these people underwater anymore. Chushin thought about it for a little while, and immediately decided that even if it meant exposing his secret, he had to solve the difficulties in front of him first. Shelley only felt an unstoppable force pushing her to a mysterious place, darkness on all sides, no walls, but how her soul force could not stretch out. This was naturally Chushin's system space. Chushin threw the other unconscious desolate clan members in with a brain and stopped paying attention to them. The system space wanted to store living people and was consuming a large amount of energy every second, and this battle today had already consumed quite a bit of energy, so it really couldn't be delayed any longer. Cages of ice. 4 cages imprisoned Eresis. Oomph, the same old trick, let's see how long you can hide. Alexis didn't even hide. Anyway, this so-called cage, she was just spending a few more axes to split it. Chushin, on the other hand, didn't even think about being trapped by the ice cage, but it was just a matter of dragging a little time for him. Use the skill water binding. Use the skill water arrow. Use the skill ice cage. Use the skill water potential. Chushin, ghost stab. In an instant, all of Chushin's skills came out. Alexis had just broken through the cage when she realized that her feet were entangled, and as she fought to break free of the water rope's entanglement, dozens of ice arrows flew from the opposite side. When she broke through the ice arrows, she was once again enveloped by the cage. She had already broken through several layers of the cage of ice in a row, and although it wasn't a difficult task for her, it was quite exhausting. Alexis, who had once again broken through the cage, was already filled with rage. As a member of the Black Forest, this was the first time she had been so tormented by the target of her mission while on a mission. Then before she could vent, she was shocked by Chushin's overwhelming water power, and at this moment she finally realized that she was not facing a creature that excelled in water magic hiding under the water, but rather this huge lake. Taking advantage of the fact that Alexis was shocked by the water, the ghost thorn tree was also unleashed. During the previous beast tide, the ghost thorn tree went on a killing spree and had already absorbed quite a lot of blood and souls, and was on the verge of an imminent breakthrough, with its body filled with power. In an instant it was a dozen or so ghost thorns that rushed towards Alexis, who didn't care at all about the tiny spikes of the ghost thorn tree. With her strong physique, these spikes wouldn't necessarily be able to penetrate her body. However, Chushin had already anticipated all of this, and a ghostly light flashed away. Alexis only felt a twinge of pain in her back. It turned out to be the demonic dragon gecko that had long been quietly hidden in the corpses of the demonic beasts not far away at Chushin's command. Right at the moment when the ghost thorn tree struck, it utilized its natural skill and instantly moved behind Alexis, using its indestructible sharp claws to scratch Alexis' back. Normally, such wounds would naturally be no big deal, but in the next second, the ghost thorns of the ghost thorn tree all hit these wounds and began to crazily suck out blood and souls. Alexis felt the blood in her body draining rapidly, and the pain of being pulled from her soul. She haphazardly threw away her axe and took out a bow and 3 arrows from a scroll, which also appeared to be much larger than the ones used by normal elves. She had fallen into a frenzy and flicked the bow and arrows towards the ghost thorn tree's body. Chushin was startled and used the prisoner of ice to wrap the ghost thorn tree in a ball and controlled the lake to block the front. Just after Chushin did this, Alexis' arrow shot out. The lake in front of him was pierced through like a layer of paper, and the cage of ice behind him also shattered in response. With a boom, the arrow still hit the body of the ghost thorn tree. Chushin heard the soul of the ghost thorn tree let out a miserable scream of pain, and hurriedly sensed its state, and found that it was only seriously injured, and the exposed tree trunk snapped inch by inch, and the more than 10-meter-high body of the tree fell down with a loud bang. Chushin's heart jumped when he saw Alexis bending her bow once more. Never let her shoot a second arrow. System, immediately refine the dead magical beasts within the lake. Use the skills water potency and water archery. Ice arrow technique. While refining the corpses of the magical beasts within the lake, Chushin threw out all sorts of skills uninterruptedly, interfering with Alexis and preventing her from shooting this arrow. Dripping, refining successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100,000 energy points. Upgrade immediately. Dripping, upgrade successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Water Dragon Sky Soaring. Upgrade Ice Cage and Water Arrow Technique and Water Dragon Heavenly Soaring to LV7. A series of methodical commands. At the same time Chushin had to be distracted to hold back Alexis. This arrow must not be allowed to be shot out, otherwise the ghost thorn tree would definitely die. Drop, not enough energy points. 100,000 energy points were actually not enough. Chushin controlled the water flow and swept the countless corpses close to the lake into the lake. Then continue refining for me. Dripping, refining successfully. Congratulations to the host for gaining 50,000 energy points. Dripping, upgrade successful. It finally succeeded. Cage of Ice. A cage emitting a cold aura descended from the sky, and it was obviously much stronger than the previous cage. As expected, Alexis was trapped inside, and there was a thumping sound, but she couldn't break through in the first place. Use the skill Water Arrow. Use the skill Water Dragon Sky Soaring. A water dragon leapt up from the lake, emitting an ear-splitting dragon roar, and rushed towards Alexis. Alexis could barely use an arrow to break the cage open, and she was greeted by two such attacks. Her reaction was not too fast, immediately bending her bow. The last arrow was also shot out. After wiping out the water arrow, the power was greatly reduced. Before she could let out a miserable scream, she was swallowed up by Chushin's newly gained skill, Water Dragon Heavily Soaring. The world was quiet. The magical beasts that were originally running around had long ago hid far away from the battle between Chushin and Alexis, leaving only a field of corpses behind. Chapter 22, Cleaning Up After the Battle, Being Treated Like a Big Shot. This big battle came down. Chushin could be said to have used all his means, and after the battle he only felt a wave of exhaustion. Looking at the crippled body of the ghost thorn tree, he still braced himself and used spring breeze, then let the ghost thorn tree absorb the spiritual water on its own to heal itself. The corpses in the water had all been refined, including those 5 transcendent mortal rank magical beasts that had obtained some special materials, and at that time the situation was urgent. Chushin didn't have time to check them out, so he just brainlessly refined them. Although the system space was still consuming a huge amount of energy points, but taking advantage of the fact that they, especially Shelly, were not there, Chushin planned to first refine all the corpses on the shore as well, lest in front of Shelly, there were some things that were not good to do instead. Controlling the water current to sweep all the corpses on the shore into the lake, the demon dragon gecko in the previous battle, sucking the brain marrow of these magical beasts have reached saturation, but it is the body of the ghost thorn tree seems to be a bottomless pit, especially for the soul's craving, has never reached saturation. It was still first refined by Chushin, and then the pure soul was supplied to the ghost thorn tree for absorption. Drop. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 120,000 energy points. Even though there were much more corpses on the shore than in the lake, the energy points obtained were not much more due to the fact that they were mostly low-level magical beasts. Upgrading from level 7 to level 8 actually requires 80,000 energy points, and there are still 40,000 energy points missing before I get to level 9. Chushin didn't expect that the energy points needed for this upgrade would actually increase exponentially at the back. If this reached the Spirit Lake stage, it wouldn't be hundreds of thousands of increases, and I'm afraid that even more magical beasts wouldn't be enough to hunt and kill on their own at that time. Chushin still intends not to upgrade first, just upgrade it to obtain a skill. Now upgrade again. I'm afraid the system will not unlock any skills, so that just the increase in volume for the strength of the increase is not too big. Might as well wait to gather enough energy points and then come to a continuous rise of 2 levels. It's time to release Shelly and the others. Chushin's mind moved, and Shuelei and the only 10 or so remaining Arabs were released. Chushin directly brought them all to the shore. The desolate clan members were still in a coma. The soundwave attack of Alexis that targeted the soul was not easy to bear, plus the tiny fluctuations of the system space was not something they could withstand. It was estimated that they would be in a coma for another 3 or 4 days before they could wake up. The axe and bow that Alexis used during the battle before were both collected by Chushin into the system space. These 2 weapons, especially the bow and arrow that Alexis took out later, were incredibly powerful. Although Chushin couldn't use them, they could also be rewarded to his future followers. While Shelly was in the system space, her soul power was shielded, completely unaware of what was happening outside. She was violently released from the system space, and her head was dizzy. When she came to her senses, she spun around and looked around. It was actually quiet, only the roars of magical beasts were heard from far away. Obviously the beast tide had passed. How is this possible? How did he defeat Alexis? And why have all the corpses of the magical beasts around here disappeared? Shelley stared at the lake in a daze, her heart somewhat complicated. There was also the space from before. She was certain that it must have been constructed by Chushin after he obtained her void stone, but how could he possibly know this kind of tactic, and that space was actually able to store living things? All of this was so unusual that it was simply unbelievable. Shelley was curious about all of this. She wanted to ask but didn't dare to. Possessing this kind of means, he is definitely not simply a lake ghost. He must be some old monster's layout in this divine and demonic continent. Maybe it's directly some monster's doppelganger. Shelley felt a wave of fear. She had to leave this place immediately. She would rather fight against that group of difficult fire crows than stay by the side of such an old monster. What was even more annoying was that this old monster had feigned ignorance in front of her before. She was actually stupid enough to believe him. "My lord, may I ask if there is anything else you need from me?" Shelley put her posture very low, afraid of annoying Chushin. Chushin suddenly heard the arrogant Shelley actually call her lord, and after a second thought, he understood that Shelley had mistaken him for some big shot because she had seen her recently revealed methods were too shocking. But this is also good, this woman means quite a lot, he might as well just make use of some. "Female doll, thank you for your help before. For the time being there is no need for you. But you also don't rush to leave, there will be a good show to watch later." Chushin's sentence directly blocked Shelley's words to leave in his throat, making Shelley not dare to say the words to leave no matter what. Aloysius was only sent by the Elf King to avenge Grandy, and the manipulator of this beast tide had not yet appeared. Chushin still had to prepare to deal with the next battle. By leaving Shelley here, he himself became the man in the dark, and Shelley was pushed into the light. When the time came, he would sit back and watch Shelley fight with the elves, and he himself would be able to strike from the shadows, and he would be able to leave them behind. Chushin also wanted to use this opportunity to tie Xuelei and himself to a boat. Xuelei knew too many secrets. It was not too much to say that he would kill and exterminate her, but he could not let her off easily either. "Old monster, dead pervert, had to drag me into the water." Xuelei cursed in her heart, but she didn't dare to resist. She could only hope that the elf race that came wasn't too strong, and that she could take it down without any problems, and then Chushin would be able to let her go. Shelley naturally seized the time to recover her severely injured body. Chushin also took advantage of this time to first fill up the lake shore that was excavated by Alexis, and then check the state of the ghost thorn tree and the demonic dragon gecko. The ghost thorn tree's previous injuries had recovered a lot after absorbing Chushin's spirit water, and then after devouring a large amount of souls, he had now fallen into a deep sleep, and he believed that by the time he woke up, he was bound to have made a great deal of progress. As for the demonic dragon gecko, although it was gifted, it was not as perverted as the ghost thorn tree that accompanied Chushin. After absorbing a large amount of brain marrow, it felt like it was holding up, and had been running non-stop along the shore. Chushin watched with some amusement. A water binding technique bound it and threw it into the lake, transferring a ball of spiritual water, washing the body of the demonic dragon gecko. Devil beast cultivation originally relies on the spiritual power of heaven and earth. This water full of spiritual power into the body of the devil dragon gecko, the impurities in it continue to wash out, so that its physical quality is also in the continuous enhancement. Not long after, the demonic dragon gecko suddenly rushed out on its own, happily fluttering in the air and waving its small claws. Chushin perceived it, and sure enough, it had advanced, or had risen 2 levels in a row, directly catching up with himself. After upgrading, the magic dragon gecko's size has not changed at all, which makes Chushin can't help but be a little skeptical about its magic dragon name. But obviously the speed is faster. Without the use of instantaneous transfer, the speed is also so fast that you can only see the shadow. "Alright, don't fool around, go play on the side." Chushin laughed and scolded, letting the demonic dragon gecko go play somewhere else on the shore. Chapter 23, The Elves Come to Negotiate. Calm lake, quiet night. The beast tide that was getting farther and farther away in the distance. From time to time, a hiss could be heard coming from it. After this beast tide, this desert would be even more desolate, with nothing but the remaining magical beasts. 6 months had passed since Chushin came to this world, or was it 7 months? Chushin could no longer remember. The long loneliness, mixed with the occasional tense battles. Chushin couldn't wait to get out of this desert, to see what kind of wonderful and colorful world was outside. When the next day dawned, the demonic dragon gecko hung on the broken trunk of the ghost thorn tree floating on the lake to rest, and Shelley also sat on the shore to mediate. Her mysterious bead that hung around her neck had been emanating a cloudy light, appearing divine and extraordinary. "It's finally here." 700 to 800 meters away from the lake, 7 elves were rushing towards this side. They were very cautious, stopping at a distance of more than 500 meters from the lake, and then quickly spread out, approaching the lake from different directions. Shelley also opened her eyes at this time, looking at the enemies that were rapidly and quietly approaching in the distance. 100 meters away from the lake, they all spotted Shelley. 5 of them leaned over, while the other 2 remained where they were. "Damn, so many people, and all of them are transcendent rank elves." What the elves were most known to outsiders was their speed and bows and arrows. After these people discovered Shelley, they stopped approaching, a distance of 100 meters. With the speed of the elves, they could quickly draw closer or retreat. With bows and arrows as their main weapon, this distance was just a stretch. "What are you?" Lucas asked. He was the captain of this elf squad, and had rushed over last night after realizing that the magical beasts coming from this direction had suffered a lot of casualties, and that several transcendent magical beasts had disappeared. The elf race was very attached to this desert cleansing activity, and each direction was taken care of by a squad of 7 transcendent mortal order elves, with 2 legendary order powerhouses at the top to take charge of the command. "I'm a magician, just practicing in seclusion here," Shelley said indifferently. Lucas naturally wouldn't believe this kind of bullshit, and although there wasn't a single corpse of a magical beast around, the smell of blood wafting in the air still hadn't dissipated. "I didn't expect that within the territory of my elf clan, there is actually such a powerful magician. My king invites you to be his guest in the elf forest." Lucas secretly thought, since Shelley was able to inflict so much damage on the magical beasts, of which a total of 6 transcendent magical beasts didn't manage to run out, it was enough to prove that it was powerful, so he was still quite polite between his words. "There's no need for that, I like to be a bit more quiet. The elf king's goodwill, please help me decline it. In that case, we'll just have to be offended." Lucas knew that there was a lot at stake in this matter, and even if Shelley was strong, the 7 of them had to take care of him. Shelley was also ready to fight. If she hadn't been injured before, she really wouldn't have put these people in her eyes, but now it was also a tiger being bullied by a dog. Shelley had to deal with the attacks of 5 or even 7 people on her own, so she naturally had to be in high spirits, but she also believed that Chushin in the water wouldn't stand idly by. She first chanted for a while and put a shield on herself, then took out 2 scrolls and instantly tore one. Flash art. A burst of dazzling light caused Lucas and the others to subconsciously close their eyes. They felt bad, and the bows and arrows in their hands didn't aim, they directly shot out. Wind spell. A hurricane blew up flat on the ground. The arrows shot by Lucas, several people were scraped off course. Lucas' 5 people quickly changed their orientation, utilizing the convenience of elves who can fly. It was more of an all-around blockade of Shelley in the sky and underground. Shelley as a magician was not good at this kind of one-to-many combat. Coupled with the speed of the elves is too fast, they keep changing orientation, while the hands of a root with a green light arrow, forcing Shelley quite a mess. Fortunately, Shelley's combat experience is very rich, gave himself a wind speed, and a series of added several protection, for a time but also barely able to support, just the body shield, and the elf tribe's attack has been shaky. Look at Shelley's pale face, know that again so stalemate, defeat is only a matter of time. Use water magic. Chushin's voice resounded in the depths of Shuelei's soul. Shuelei's face did not change, and she gave a hum in her heart, only to see her prancing around, avoiding one of the arrows shot by Lucas, and using her shield to harden against 2 more arrows shot from the sky. She chanted under her breath and unleashed her magic. Water music. A tinkling sound came, the sound grew louder and louder, gradually evolving into the sound of waves, and a large amount of water gushed out from the lake in Chushin, sweeping towards Lucas. Several people were about to fly into the sky to avoid, but from the water suddenly appeared countless ice arrows, covering a large area. Even though Lucas and the others tried their best to dodge, they were also stabbed by many of the ice arrows. This is not all, and from the waves appear a few water rope towards a few people rushed over. Lucas reacted quickly, dodged over. The other few people are completely too late to react, were dragged towards the lake. Lucas then reacted. There are still people in the lake, sneak attack them. He hurriedly shot several arrows one after another, and the remaining 2 who were on guard from afar also rushed over to help the others trying to cut the water rope, but all in vain. Seeing that several elves were about to be dragged into the water, once they entered the water, it would definitely be even more impossible to save them. Wait, I have something to say. Chushin regardless dragged the elves into the water first before asking Shelley to ask the other party what they had to say. Lucas was relieved when he sensed that a few of the elves' breath was still there, just rather shriveled. What did you have to say? Our Lord would like to invite you to be his guest in the water as well. Lucas glanced at the lake and thought to himself, this woman is powerful enough, but there's actually an adult hiding in the water. Could it be that he's also a legendary rank existence? My lord, you are secluded in the lake. We shouldn't have disturbed you. It's just that the Elf King recently had orders for us to quickly clear the desert, so we came up with this plan. Please forgive us if we disturbed you. Did you not think that our lord would let you go after moving out the Elf King? Shelley said sarcastically with disdain. I don't dare. I just believe that our lord doesn't want to make more enemies. In fact, my king's purpose is just that he doesn't want an unexpected situation to occur in the desert. If you, my lord, are willing to file in my elf clan and maintain communication with my elf clan is also very peace-loving. This situation was something Chushin did not expect. The elf clan would actually pull themselves together, not knowing what kind of purpose they were in. Chapter 24, The Secret of the Battle of Faith. I'm afraid it's safer if I kill all of you directly. Chushin directly conversed with Karis. Carruthers' body trembled when he heard the voice coming from his soul. My lord, we are certainly weak like ants in your hands, but there are still 2 legendary rank leaders above us. I'm just afraid that they have found their way through the locator scrolls, and it would not be good to clash with you, my lord, at that time. You're threatening me? Chushin's tone was cold. I don't dare, it's just that my elf race loves to make friends the most, and I really don't want to be enemies with a strong person like you. Carruthers lowered his stance, but his face was unhurried. Chushin was still a little confused, how this elf tribe's attitude would change when they say change, even if they are afraid of their own strength. But the legend rank can only be considered as a master for the elf tribe, not to the extent that they would curry favor with such a low stance. Shelley on the side saw that Chushin did not respond for a long time, but seemed to understand something and spoke out to prompt him. My lord, the elf race has always been known to honor peace for all races, so why don't we just talk to them and maybe we can become friends? Chushin heard these words from Shelley and decisively released the few elves he had trapped in the water. The 2 people beside Carruthers helped them up one by one, and Carruthers gave a deep salute and said, Thank you for your kindness, my lord. I apologize for our recklessness before. Speak, what exactly do you guys want? Karis hesitated for a moment and said with a smile, This matter, I am not qualified to discuss with you, my lord, so please allow me to notify Chief Blake, who is in charge of this matter, so that he can come and negotiate with you. Chushin pondered for a while. Anyway, if he kills or doesn't kill them, he will be found here by those 2 legendary rank existences. Himself and Shelley definitely can't deal with legendary rank powerhouses, so he might as well make the mistake of pretending to be a legendary rank hermit, and see what the elves really want to do. Alright then, you summon him over to talk now. Carruthers took out a sound transmission scroll and after reporting the situation here, the scroll automatically burned and destroyed. Chushin also stopped taking care of Karis and the others. Shelley instead climbed into conversation with Karis and the others with interest, taking the opportunity to probe some news on this continent. It really deserves to be called the God and Demon continent, it's really chaotic enough. Shelley learned that this continent had a variety of beliefs that made up a variety of different forces, and that ethnic groups were instead not the biggest factor in dividing forces. Although the Light Temple that believes in the God of Light is the biggest force in this continent, but other things such as the Elf Clan that believes in the God of Nature, the Witch Temple that believes in the God of Death, the Beast Clan that believes in the God of Beasts, the Goblin Clan that believes in the God of Wine, etc., all have a not-so-small force that is just temporarily in hibernation. The 2 were chatting idly when a green light flashed from the sky, and then a silhouette appeared on the shore of the lake. This was also an elf, but with a slender physique and a beautiful face. It was incredibly handsome. Chushin also condensed a water person and walked out from the lake. This must be the hidden expert that Karis said. My name is Blake, greetings. Blake gracefully bowed towards Chushin and actually turned towards Shelley and smiled flirtatiously. Chushin also returned the salute and said, My name is Chushin, please forgive me for being a bit inconvenient physically, so I can only meet you in this way. Blake smiled and waved his hand, signaling that it was no matter, but in his heart he thought, what inconvenience, this waterman is exquisite, even his godly movements are lifelike. He is clearly showing off his strength. The king of my clan has always been happy to be friendly with the creatures in the desert. Many of the transcendent magical beasts in this desert have received favors from my king, but I didn't expect there to be a strong person like you here. I have also heard of the great name of the elves for a long time, but today is the first time I have seen a real elf, and it is really as handsome as the legends. Chushin thought to himself, those 2 dead elves don't count. After some business blowing each other up again, Blake finally said his intention. In fact, it is like this, before long, this continent may have to go through a chaos that affects the entire continent. My elves have always loved peace, and I don't want the eastern continent to fall into chaos as well, so I want to reach a consensus with a strong person like you to maintain the hard-won peace and tranquility of this continent together. I wonder what kind of consensus you are talking about, and what do I need from me? It's very simple, that is, to exchange news with the elves on a regular basis, and to help out when the elves are in need of anything. Of course you won't be allowed to help for nothing. We will pay you accordingly based on the difficulty of the matter. Chushin listened and made a thoughtful look. In fact, what Blake said was indeed worthy of him thinking about it. It was indeed not wise to fall out with the elves right now, and he did not have the ability to fight against the entire community. Just that he had killed the elf clan's Grandy and Elixis, the elf clan would find out sooner or later, and at that time, he would definitely have a battle with the elf clan. Forget it, let's hide in front of us first. Chushin was prepared to first make false pretenses with the elf clan and silently grow himself. Maybe when he fell out with the elf clan, his true rank would really reach legend, and he wouldn't have to worry about the elf clan's tactics at that time. After discussing some specific details with Blake, Chushin agreed to Blake's suggestion, and Blake left a sound transmission scroll and instructed Carruthers to be specifically responsible for contacting Chushin. Said to be responsible for contact, in fact, is also a disguised supervision. Chushin can guess, the next period of time, he will certainly face the elves all kinds of open and closed investigations, but he is not worried about these. However, he is not worried about these, he is crossing over, since the crossing has never left this land, any elves how to investigate, but also absolutely unable to find out their origins. After waiting for both Blake and Kuruz to leave, Shushan looked at Shelley and asked, "Did you just think of something?" Shelley nodded and respectfully said, "Your Excellency, you don't know, in places like the divine and demonic continent, there is a battle of faiths every 1,000 years that lasts for about 100 years, and whoever emerges victorious will have the right to preach on this continent for the next 1,000 years, while all other faiths can only be spread within a demarcated area. I guess it should be the 1,000-year period soon. The god of nature will surely participate in this scramble, that's why the elves cleared this desert, on one hand to pull out the pawns planted by other forces, on the other hand also to pull in powerful experts like you. A battle for faith? Then aren't they afraid that I'm sent by another power? Or that I don't believe in the god of nature, but in some other deity?" Shushan was quite puzzled by this. Chapter 25, Beginning to Lay Out the Future. When Shelley heard Shushan's question, she couldn't help but inwardly doubt her previous judgment a little. After all, this kind of matter of faith contention is equivalent to an open secret in levels above the legendary rank, so why wouldn't Shushan know about it? Still, she didn't dare to ask more questions, and instead patiently explained. When you formally join each power, you need to be recognized by the deity of its faith, and if you harbor another faith, the deity is absolutely able to sense it. Shushan then suddenly realized, no wonder the elf clan was so assured of themselves, it was only because they didn't need to contribute for the time being. When they really needed to participate in what the elf clan's major events, they would naturally force themselves to be brought in for testing. A suspected legendary ranked creature was still nothing to them. Then there are no faithless creatures in this world? As a highly educated Shushan said, the belief in gods and spirits and whatnot did not exist for him. Naturally there are, just not many, because having no faith means not being blessed by the gods, and cultivating is much more difficult, even survival becomes a problem. Shelley looked towards the sky and sighed leisurely. It suddenly occurred to Shushan that it seemed like he hadn't found out that Shuelei had any faith. She had used light magic, as well as wind and water magic. It was hard to see what kind of deity she actually believed in. Could it be that Shelley is the unbeliever she talks about? Shushan had this doubt within his heart, but he was not in a position to ask directly. Everyone had their own secrets, and forcing himself to inquire would only cause resentment. "My lord, can you let me go now? I have not yet healed from my serious injuries, and now that I have been forced to fight several times, my injuries have worsened, and I'm afraid that it will be difficult to heal if I don't get treatment," Shelley asked pitifully and carefully. Shushan was silent for a while, sensing Shuelei's body and realizing that her situation was really bad. "That's just it. She also helped me a lot, so let's return some of it to her." Shushan's bestow blessing had already cooled down at this point, and although the effect on Shelley wasn't actually the best, it was still better than nothing. Use skill bestow blessing. A soft white light shone towards Shuelei. Shuelei originally wanted to dodge, but the moment she was illuminated by the white light, she instead developed a few feelings of affection and took the initiative to meet it. The last time was in the unconscious state, passively accept the blessing. This time is in the awake. Shelley felt as if back to the mother's embrace, is so kind and warm. The physical and mental exhaustion was also fading, and some minor injuries were slowly being healed. After lasting for about 15 minutes, the bestowal of blessings ended, the white light disappeared, and Shelley was surprisingly a bit reluctant to part with it. "I can only help you heal to this extent for now. Go away, see you again sometime." Glancing at the lake, Shelley's heart was a bit complicated. She actually involuntarily recalled the scene when they first met, as well as fighting side by side for so many days. Shelley made a bow and turned to leave, but a special emotion gradually grew in her heart. She had a feeling of treating this place as her hometown. Only after walking out for a long distance did Shelley come out of this emotion of leaving her hometown, and couldn't help but curse Shushan for being such a trickster that he actually almost confused her. Shushan, however, didn't realize that he had good intentions and had even begged for a dark scolding. Now that a matter was temporarily closed, it was time for him to examine himself and plan his next step. Originally, he had planned to kill the elves behind the beast wave, and then earn just enough energy points to level up 2 times and reach LV9. But the plan couldn't keep up with the changes, and this path wouldn't work anymore. This time, he also learned the secret of the god and demon continent's battle of faith, and thought that when the time came, it would surely be a bloody storm, and he himself would have to make preparations early before it was too late. It's still more convenient to have your own forces. With Shushan's current status as a lake, many things were difficult to go about, and it would be too slow if he secretly developed on his own. However, this desert was originally sparse in races. The largest scale of magical beasts had been controlled by the elves. The desolate race was also under the watchful eye of the elves, and there were only a dozen or so desolate race members, all of which were still weak. Shushan spent a whole day analyzing the environment he was in, the challenges he was going to face, and the possible development ideas, and finally had a prototype. The area of this god and demon continent is extremely vast, the chances of his weak self entering the eyes of those big brothers is very small. At most, it is like Blake's existence that can notice him, but they can't find out where his own body is. So at the moment one's top priority was to develop an incipient small force to serve as one's spokesperson to deal with external forces, drawing in those small races that were unknown or not as well mixed as one would like to be, so that they could be used for one's own purposes, obtaining for oneself the energy points needed for one's upgrades. So where to start opening up the situation? The Desolate race should have been the best choice, but currently the Desolate race had been sent by the elves to be in charge of liaising with the Beast Tide, and were under the watchful eye of the elves, and there was no telling how many of them would survive after this Beast Tide. In that case, it seems that the only other races that one can come into contact with right now are those ordinary beasts. Although beasts and magical beasts are both beasts, but basically belong to two different races. Magical beasts are born with a bloodline, able to absorb the aura to cultivate, but most of the beasts have a thin bloodline, unable to absorb the aura, and only a very few beasts are able to activate their bloodline by chance, learn to absorb the aura, and gradually grow up to be magical beasts. The impact of this Beast Tide on the beasts is also quite big. But the good thing is that the main target of the Beast Tide is not them, and the number of beasts is extremely large, so there are still some more resourceful beasts survived. At this time the lakeside has already gathered quite a lot of beasts. The rich spiritual chi of this place is even more attractive to them than the delicious food. Shushin planned to try it out first to see if he could help those beasts activate their bloodline. If he could, it would mean that he possessed a great killing weapon, enough to allow him to create a great power in a very short period of time. This would enhance the strength of his men on one hand, and on the other hand those magical beasts with strong talent could be focused on cultivating them, while ordinary magical beasts could choose to devour them after possessing a certain amount of strength, which would also enable them to earn energy points quickly. But before experimenting, it was also necessary to pick some first. He summoned the Arabs over. Gordon died. The leader of these dozen or so people was Tyrone. Shushin instructed Turin to go near the lake and look for some stronger and smarter beasts to come over. Although the Beast Tide hadn't ended yet, with the Elven clan's command, the area within 1,000 meters around the lake was still safe, and because of this, quite a few wild beasts had gathered here. Capturing wild beasts was a routine for the Arakanese, especially since these dozen or so people had already entered the mortal stage, and the wild beasts were even less of a concern. However, in half a day's time, these dozen people had caught dozens of carefully selected beasts. Chapter 26 Success. The beginning of the ambitious. Looking at the wild horses, bison and elk animals in front of him, Shushin was a little confused. Just in front of Tyrone's mortal rank 4 aura, these beasts were already terrified. Could these really be cultivated into magical beasts? Shushin's heart was bottomless. Just try for a week. If there is no effect at all, we can only change the method. Shushin transported the refined aura-rich water into the pre-dug pit on the shore, and then let Tyrone drive these beasts in. In fact, there was no need to drive them away. The moment these beasts saw this spiritual water pit, a deep longing erupted in their eyes, and now they were even more clamoring to be the first to rush into the pit. Shushin observed the condition of these dozens of wild beasts while replacing the spirit water at any time. After an afternoon, half of these beasts were no longer able to absorb any more spiritual energy to reach saturation, and Shushin drove them out. By the evening, the only ones left whose bodies could continue to passively absorb spiritual energy were a wild horse and an elk. Of the more than 20 wild beasts, only 2 were left that were able to complete the first step of spiritual energy cleansing, and later on it was even more difficult to get them to learn to absorb spiritual energy on their own. However, since they had taken the first step, it was naturally impossible to give up halfway. In the middle of the night, all the beasts had reached saturation with the spiritual energy that their bodies had absorbed on their own. So Shushin again had Tyrone and the others drive these beasts to run quickly at the edge of the lake to consume their physical strength. Until dawn, these beasts to exhaustion collapsed on the shore. Shushin at this time and prepared for its spiritual power of water, then they into it. This lasted for a month's time. During this period there were 10 beasts in the halfway point. There has been no progress at all. Shushin had to give up on them. The remaining dozen or so, although the amount of spiritual energy they were able to absorb was declining every day, but at least they didn't stagnate, until a full month had passed, and the wildebeest that persisted to the end couldn't continue absorbing spiritual energy any longer, and only then did Shushin stop the devilish training during this period of time. These wild beasts were both loving and hating towards Tyrone and the others during this time. The attraction of spiritual energy to them was too great, but Tyrone and the others, chasing them every day, running all night long, were also really tired. But it was this high-intensity training that made their whole body and mind in extreme fatigue. After being stimulated by the spiritual power, they were able to absorb the spiritual power by their body to take the initiative, or else let them soak in the water of the spiritual power by themselves, and they were able to enter into the body of the spiritual power, which was few and far between. Today's dozen or so beasts have far exceeded the ordinary beasts, especially the wild horse and elk, only one step away from the magical beasts. The difference is the activation of the bloodline, to learn to absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth by themselves. But this step is not something Chushin can help with, and can only rely on themselves. However, Chushin did have one last trick that could still give them one last bit of boost, and that was the bestowal of blessings that was used once a month. Chushin called in Tyrone and the others. These Arabs had recently helped Chushin train the beasts and had worked quite hard, but they cultivated elemental power. Chushin's spiritual water could not continue to give them a boost. The blessing skill did not have a limited number of people, so this time they were called together for a large blessing. A dozen or so beasts and a dozen or so desolate clansmen stood together. During this time the desolate clansmen and these beasts were quite familiar with each other, and waited peacefully with each other, only to see a piece of white light scattered from the lake, landing on the beasts and the desolate clan. The desolate clan was originally Chushin's loyal believers. Naturally, they received the most benefits. Many of them had their chi climbed upwards, and all of them succeeded in making a breakthrough. If Tyrone was all mortal stage 5, he was even more powerful than the high priestess. From Tyrone and the others, another power of faith appeared, only that these powers of faith were still once again shielded by the system, and their loyalty had almost reached full level. Now it was Chushin who told them to go to their deaths, and they would not hesitate to carry it out. And although those beasts were not yet enlightened, naturally they wouldn't believe in Chushin, just because their own realm was low, so after receiving Chushin's blessing, the benefits they received couldn't be said to be small. The first one is that wild horse, hissed towards the sky, couldn't control it and galloped up at the lake shore, only to see that on its 4 hooves, it actually lit up red flames. The faster the wild horse ran, the flames on its hooves also burned more and more violently. Chushin sensed that the situation was somewhat bad, and hurriedly mobilized 4 groups of spiritual water, which were attached to the 4 limbs of the wild horse. It turned out that the wild horse was awakening its own bloodline, but its body couldn't withstand it, and if it wasn't for Chushin's timely intervention, I'm afraid that all of its limbs would have been burned. Now with the support of the spiritual water, the red flames, although still burning, had been grasped by the Mustang, and before long, it was believed that the first magical beast cultivated by Chushin would appear. Looking at the flames on these limbs, it should be a red flame wind-chasing horse. It's quite practical. Drop. Congratulations to the host for cultivating a magical beast, rewarded with 1000 energy points. This actually had a reward of energy points. This was truly an unexpected delight, causing Chushin to get a little excited for a moment. After this success, future cultivation would be on a large scale. Wouldn't it be millions of energy points if tens of thousands of magical beasts were cultivated? Chushin suddenly felt as if he owned a mine, and had the feeling that he was about to become a tycoon. Not long after, that elk also awakened its bloodline. Green light emanated from its 2 large antlers. This time there was no need for Chushin's help. The elk quickly mastered this green light. It should be a wood spirit deer. It has a certain group healing effect. It can be used as a nurse. As time slowly passed, there were constantly beasts awakening their bloodline, but not all of them succeeded. There was a lion that awakened a very overbearing bloodline. Even Chushin's spirit water couldn't help it to carry through, and it ended up dying in the middle of its bloodline awakening. In the end, of the 16 beasts that were blessed, a total of 7 failed to awaken, 4 died, 3 were disabled, and only 9 succeeded in awakening. Although awakening a successful bloodline didn't mean advancing to a magical beast, it was definitely the most treacherous step. These beasts are still under the nourishment of Chushin's spiritual water. All aspects of the body have been greatly enhanced, and the success rate is still less than half. Then the natural awakening success is even less. After another 2 to 3 days of slowly nourishing the beasts with spiritual water, these successfully awakened beasts were completely stabilized, and the next thing was to give them a spiritually rich environment, so that they could gradually master the absorption and use of spiritual energy. Looking at these 9 quasi-magic beasts, Chushin had a surge of pride and expectations for the future in his heart. The number of ordinary beasts in this world was far higher than the number of magical beasts, which meant that he would be able to have a constant supply of troops to replenish, enough to accomplish a force with huge numbers. The method of using spiritual water to exercise and cultivate magical beasts, Chushin believed that he wasn't the first to think of it, but none of those great powers had ever done so. Firstly, because the number of magical beasts on this continent was also quite large, and it would be much faster for them to cultivate them directly. Secondly, it was because this method would require a large amount of spiritual energy to cultivate wild beasts into magical beasts on a large scale, in which case it would be better to directly cultivate magical beasts and spend less instead. Chapter 27, Rapidly Expanding Scale. It was only Chushin alone, who was unable to obtain a large amount of magical beast resources on the one hand, and possessed an almost inexhaustible amount of spiritual energy resources on the other hand, who was able to go ahead and try to take this path of piling up wild beasts into magical beasts with spiritual energy. Moreover, Chushin's next step was to take the path of evolving into a lake of spiritual power, and at that time, he would have even more majestic spiritual power resources. With the experience of the first time, Chushin expanded the scale the second time, letting Tyrone and the others find 100 beasts at once, digging dozens of pools and starting the previous training together. At the same time Chushin was also slowly cultivating Tyrone and the others. These remaining dozen were originally the strongest geniuses in the Desolate race, and after Chushin's blessing, they were even more outstanding. It was just that since the Desolate race had been in decline for hundreds of years after all, their heritage was insufficient, so they hadn't been able to have as bright a cultivation level as the geniuses of the other great races. First now, Chushin had the memories of several transcendent rank magicians, of which their cultivation experiences were all in Chushin's mind and could be extracted at any time. Chushin, after some sorting out, conveyed them directly through his soul to Tyrone and the others, especially the cultivation experience of Grandy and Alicious. They and Tyrone and the others were of the same origin and same race. This experience was even more precious. Even Chushin handed over that bow of Alicious to Tyrone, although it lacked the specially made arrows. Pairing it with the ordinary ones that Tyrone had made himself could greatly increase its combat power. This time's cultivation program, despite having the experience from last time, there were still only 20 or so successful awakenings in the end. And as time went on, these beasts were all carefully selected by Tyrone and the others to excel, and the chances of the remaining ones succeeding were even smaller. However, Chushin didn't care because the number of beasts was simply too many, and these already successful magical beasts were also able to increase the chances of their offspring's awakening after the next reproduction. The first batch to awaken before, especially the red flame wind-chasing horse and the wood spirit deer had both successfully become mortal rank magical beasts, and were about to enter the second level of the mortal rank with the help of Chushin's unlimited supply of spiritual energy. Chushin found that really the magical beasts that had successfully awakened with his help, inherently had a sense of affinity towards himself. Even the water people that he had condensed, they were actually able to recognize them and actively come over. Chushin gave all these magical beasts to Turin to take care of, because the instinct of the Arakanese was to deal with magical beasts, and they also knew how to communicate with them. Chushin asked Turin to follow them, and went to bring all his own tribe over. 2 days later, Tyluan brought the red flame wind-chasing horse and the wood spirit deer back to the lake together, and following behind them, there was also a vast herd of wild horses and wild deer. The next day, Chushin repeated his old trick of having a dozen or so desolate clansmen touch out at the same time, taking the already awakened magical beasts and going forward to lead their clans to the area of the lake. Chushin demarcated a range for each of the clans and did not allow them to fight with each other. Although these beasts are not necessarily the strongest, but there has been a successful precedent in the first brought over, daily drinking water from the lake, the physical quality can also gradually be improved. At the same time, Chushin's cultivation task did not stop, but it was no longer necessary for him to ask too much. He only needed to provide a certain amount of spiritual water every day, and the rest was all handed over to Tyrone to lead. Drop. Congratulations to the host for successfully cultivating a magical beast, rewarded with 1000 energy points. Such a system prompt sound, he had been subjected to it several times one after another since that red flame wind-chasing horse had successfully advanced into a magical beast, and this sound was like heavenly music to his ears. Then he looked at his system panel. Host, Chushin. Identity, Lake. Level, LV7. Energy, 175,000 points. Skills, Spring Rain LV6, Water Binding LV6, Water Arrow LV7, Ice Cage LV7, Bestow Blessing, on cooldown. Now we can finally upgrade. Chushin raised a few waves in anticipation. System, I want to upgrade 2 levels in a row. Drop, upgrade successful. The lake suddenly set off huge waves, and Tyrone on the shore had long since been alerted by Chushin and instructed the magical beasts to organize the ordinary beasts to evacuate backward together. This time the area of Chushin's lake had directly reached a size of tens of thousands of square meters, and it was also too big to see at a glance. With such a large lake, it was equivalent to Chushin's every strike having the power of the waters of a 100,000 meter square. Even if it was a transcendent, it would be absolutely difficult to resist. Drop. Congratulations to the host for upgrading to a level 9 lake and unlocking the skill Awakening. Awakening can help creatures awaken the hidden bloodline in their body, can only be used once a month. Chushin was overjoyed. This system was really humanized. What he needed urgently, he would send to what he needed. With this skill, his progress and success rate of cultivating magical beasts could be greatly accelerated. Chushin was already able to envision that one day in the future, when he raised his arm and hundreds of thousands of magical beasts that were originally just ordinary beasts roared, that scene was even better than this beast tide. Just how to cultivate magical beasts on a large scale without being discovered by the elf clan and other forces, this still needed Chushin to plan it in detail. Looking at the lake in front of them, Tyrone and the others had even more admiration for Chushin, who was an omnipotent deity in their hearts. When Tyrone and the others fell to their knees and worshipped Chushin devoutly, the magical beasts behind them, although they still didn't know what it meant, also prostrated themselves on the ground in a decent manner. Even more enormous power of faith gathered on Chushin's body and dissipated between heaven and earth. Right at this moment, at another location in the desert, a middle-aged man with a very amiable look was treating the injuries of a demon tiger. Although this demonic tiger was at the transcendent level in this man's hands, it was as docile as a sheep, and its huge mouth, which was even bigger than a human's head, was open, allowing this man to pull out a bone stuck in its mouth. Suddenly, this person's body of a compass-like thing flashed, the middle-aged man, face happy, stood up and ready to go. The devil tiger, however, reluctantly rubbed against the legs of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man is not head back, right hand casually swing, a light blade flashes, the devil tiger's head flew up, the body fell to the side, and the direction he was advancing was exactly where Chushin's lake was. Chapter 28 Bloodline Awakening, Noble Desolate Clan Member. After Chushin unlocked the Bloodline Awakening skill in the system, he immediately called for Tyrone and the others. The teenagers who originally still looked quite young, after a few months of training, they had all practiced and matured quite a bit, especially Tyrone, who was originally the pillar of the Desolate clan, and now after leaving the High Priestess, has gradually been able to stand alone. Moreover, Gordon's death had made him even more silent. Lord Chushin, do you have any orders for calling us here? Tai Luan's faith in Chushin had already reached 100%, and now he just wanted to serve Chushin properly, in addition to protecting the remaining Arakanese. First, let's talk about the harvest from cultivating the magical beasts during this period of time. Speaking of the magical beasts, Tai Luan's face immediately took on color. These magical beasts were all cultivated with his personal involvement and were very affectionate towards him. He treated these magical beasts as if they were his own children. Reporting to Lord Chushin, over these 2 months, we have cultivated a total of 56 magical beasts, of which there are 2 mortal rank 3 magical beasts, 18 mortal rank 2 magical beasts, and 30 mortal rank 1 magical beasts. This level of magical beasts was not very useful to Chushin, but everything was difficult at the beginning, not to mention that now Chushin already had awakened skills, the next cultivation would surely be an exponential increase in scale. Stop the cultivation of the magical beasts for the time being, there is one thing that needs to be accomplished by you all together. Lord Chu God, please speak, we will definitely complete it. Tyrone and the Desolate clan members behind him all said reverently. I know that you, the Desolate clan, were originally specialized in breeding and training magical beasts amongst the elves. I wonder how much of this skill you still have left today? Tyrone hesitated a bit when he heard this question, and turned back to look at each other with his clansmen before saying, we have left the elf clan for too long. When listening to the old generation, originally a lot of things were left behind by the elf clan, most of the ones brought out were taught by the words of the seniors, but the juniors did not compete, their strength was too poor, and their skills were not able to learn the whole thing, and now not much of it is left. This would be difficult if I don't know anything. I'm also inexperienced in training magical beasts. Chushin frowned straight in his heart, but he was still undeterred, wanting to see just how far the Desolate race could go. Then you guys can still train magical beasts to cooperate in combat or something like that? Tyrone scratched the back of his head and shook his head. We only know how to do some simple breeding. Combat training is not something we've bothered to learn because we haven't had the chance to use it for too long. Chushin's heart sank. If there were no specialized talents that could be trained, even if he were to raise more magical beasts, they would only be a rabble and it would be difficult to form a strong fighting force. Seeing that Chushin didn't say anything for a long time, Tai Luan said tentatively with some fear. Lord Chushin, if you are in great need of people who can train magical beasts, perhaps I can go back to the main camp of the Desolate race to take a look. There should still be some old people who know these skills, just that they didn't have a use for them in the first place and didn't teach them to us. Chushin thought for a moment. Perhaps there is really this possibility. It's just a pity that the High Priest can't be contacted anymore. Now he can only send Tyrone back to have a look. That's good. You ride the red flame wind chasing horse, go early and come back early, always pay attention to safety, and if you meet any dangers on the way that can't be handled, silently recite my name 3 times in your heart. In fact, whether the barren race base camp can still be saved is a problem. This time the scale of the beast tide is so big, Chushin doesn't think that the elf race people will specialize in protecting the barren race people. The barren race people are just a tool for them. Therefore, it is actually dangerous for Tyrone to go this time, but the method of training magical beasts is very important to Chushin, so he can only let Tyrone take the risk to go back once. But before going back, there was another thing to do. You guys first separate and sit on the ground, I have something to bestow upon you. Hearing that, Tyrone and the others hurriedly pulled apart a certain distance to sit cross-legged on the ground, thinking that it was Chushin who was going to bestow another blessing on them. Use the skill, Awakening. This time, however, it was completely different from the bestowal of blessings. It was no longer a soft white light, but a blood-red light, and after drilling into their bodies, it was like flames were burning from within their bodies, all the way through their entire body. Sit at ease, as long as you endure it there will be great benefits. Chushin's voice rang in their ears like the best tranquilizer. All of them, despite the pain on their faces, not a single one of them got up or shouted, all of them were trying their best to endure it. This pain continued for an hour, and the animal skin coats that all of them were clad in were wet with sweat, as if they had just been fished out of a lake. But all of them found that their bodies had changed greatly. A pair of wings appeared behind them, but unlike the small, white wings of the elves, these people's wings were the same color as the gravel in the desert. This is elven bloodline? We've actually turned back into elves? But how is it different from the elves? Different is better. We're not the elf clan, we're the desolate clan that believes in Lord Chu God. The crowd of desolate race people were discussing with surprise and joy. Only Thailand quickly kneeled down at the edge of the lake and bowed down towards Chushin. Alright, adapt to the state you have to be in now, then turn you will set off. The others will stay here for now, responsible for managing those magical beasts and not letting them fight. Yes, Lord Chu God. A Tyrone and the others left in joy. Some of the ones with immature minds had already begun to test their new wings. Chushin looked at the departing desolate clansmen, somewhat puzzled. I don't know exactly why these desolate clansmen were relegated to this desert back then, and were even deprived of their bloodline. It should be known that not everyone in the elf tribe can have wings. Anyone who awakened their bloodline and possessed wings was a descendant of the royal family, and also had a very high status in the elf tribe. Like when the Grundy has wings, but Alexis does not. And these lowly barren people in the eyes of the elves, but after each one of them awakened their bloodline, all of them were able to give birth to wings, although the color and appearance were different, but it was enough to prove the nobility of their bloodline. Regarding the awakening of the magical beast's bloodline, there was still a need to wait for Tyrone to come back before it could be carried out on a large scale, so Chushin was temporarily free again, when he suddenly saw the demonic dragon gecko that was jumping around on the ghost thorn tree's carapace. I wonder what will happen if I use an awakening on the little gecko. However, Chushin guessed that the probability was that it would be difficult for the demonic dragon gecko to undergo a second awakening when it became like this. The ghost thorn tree had just awakened half a month ago, and indeed it had also advanced to the 8th level of the mortal stage, and it was good to see that this time it was finally pressed head-on by Chushin, and it was a bit of a master's majesty itself. However, this time it didn't use Chushin's spiritual water to quickly grow its trunk, but turned to the ground and vigorously developed its root system. It must have also thought of the reasoning that the taller the tree on the ground, the bigger the target and the easier it would be to destroy. Chapter 29, The Arrogance of the Temple of Light. Chushin never interfered with the growth of the ghost thorn tree and the magic dragon gecko because he didn't know anything about the cultivation of magical beasts and plants, plus the fact that both of them were mutated species, so if he interfered with them, it might be counterproductive, so he might as well let them decide for themselves. Chushin was only responsible for providing some help as much as possible, in addition to giving some of his own advice at critical times. Looking at the two sides of the lake a thriving state, he came to this side of the world, is finally step by step on track. After Tyrone brought back the training methods for the magical beasts, the next step is to secretly carry out the breeding and training of the magical beasts on a large scale. In addition, the food source for so many magical beasts was also a problem, and when the time came, there was bound to be some conflict with other magical beasts affiliated with the elf race, so one still needed to try to get out of the way and divert the elf race's line of sight away from oneself. When Chushin had nothing else to do, he liked to follow the water waves stirred up by the breeze to observe the swimming fish in the water, the water plants on the shore, and the magical beasts on the shore. This was a world of colorful creatures, or at least it seemed so, yet how could these creatures at the bottom expect that they were nothing more than slaves for the gods to harvest their faith, crop after crop, being fought over by different gods? Just as Chushin was emptying himself while thinking about the problem, he sensed that there were uninvited guests arriving again today. He was not in a hurry. Those who were able to be sensed in advance were usually unable to discover his presence. The visitor was dressed in a red robe, holding an odd compass in his hand, and was quite surprised to see such a large lake. He looked around as if he was searching for something, then followed the compass's instructions and found the desolate clan members who were frolicking with the magical beasts. Junior, what is your name? The red-robed man had a special kind of affinity. Even if creatures who had never met him before saw him, they couldn't help but feel a sense of closeness. My name is Connie. What's the matter, uncle? Connie asked as he rode on the back of a magical beast. The red-robed man asked with a gentle smile. I'm looking for your master, can you tell me where he is? Connie shook his head. This was what Tyrone had once strictly instructed. No matter anyone inquired about Chushin, they were not allowed to divulge the slightest bit of information. Although Connie's grade was relatively young, he was not an unintelligent child, and his heart was likewise full of reverence for Chushin, so he was very wary of anything that had anything to do with Chushin. The red-robed man saw in front of him this, but 13 or 14 children refused to tell him, touched his head, and asked another person, the result of 3 or 4 consecutively asked, no one to answer him any questions about Chushin. The red-robed man's action also finally aroused all the deserted people's vigilance, although they subconsciously feel that this red-robed man is a good person, but also began to have a defense. Everyone is even more reluctant to speak another word with him. The red-robed man's face stiffened a bit, and he, who had been wearing a smile, rubbed his hands together and muttered to Connie, who had been the first to ask. "Since you all refuse to say anything, I'll have to come and see for myself." After saying that, an intense white light erupted from his body. Connie was bathed in such light that his eyes gradually became mesmerized, and in one leap he jumped off the back of the magical beast and headed towards the red-robed man. The others could see that something was wrong and hurriedly raised their voices to try to stop it, but they simply couldn't get into the range enveloped by the light and could only be anxious outside as the magical beasts hissed. Chushin heard quite a few desolate clan members praying inside. In fact, he was watching all of this. Now he was sure that this red-robed man was coming at him. Originally he wanted to secretly observe this red-robed man to inquire about what exactly he wanted to do, but he didn't expect that he actually knew to make a move directly on Connie. It looked like he wanted to use some kind of magic to search for the memories in his soul. At this time Chushin could only make a move, otherwise it would be even harder to deal with the red-robed man if he knew too many secrets. An explosion sounded in Connie's mind. He who was originally in a daze instantly came to his senses. Looking at the red-robed man smile in front of him, he suddenly felt a vicious chill and hurriedly ran backwards. The red-robed man was driven out from Connie's soul world. Seeing Connie trying to escape, a blade of light instantly slashed towards him. Just as the light blade was about to split Connie in half, Chushin's water arrow collided with it and destroyed it. The red-robed man looked towards the waterman that Chushin had condensed, and the smile at the corner of his mouth grew even wider. "You finally appeared, the rat who hid behind it." Chushin didn't care about the red-robed man's provocation. He was only curious as to how this person found himself. "Who are you and what are you looking for me for?" The red-robed man leisurely walked towards Chushin and replied smilingly. "There's no harm in telling you. I'm a member of the Bright Temple's God's Judgment team. My name is Christy. You spread the evil god's beliefs without authorization. Today, I'm judging you in the name of the Bright God and sentencing you to death. The other believers I will perform a mandatory faith transformation on." Even though Christy was wearing a smile on his face, that look of treating himself as a lord and the words that came out of his mouth simply sent chills all over one's body. I wonder how it's a mandatory faith shift. Naturally, those who can be converted will be converted, and those who can't be converted will be made to disappear under the light. Christy glanced at the compass in her hand and continued with interest. "I'm quite curious, how did you or the god behind you temporarily shield the power of faith? Although I found this place by relying on the faith compass, I couldn't feel a trace of faith at all. Could it be that your god is already dead?" Chushin looked at the compass in his hand. It was a thing very similar to the one taken by the feng shui master in that world of his previous life, but he didn't expect this kind of thing in this world to have such a miraculous function. It was actually able to locate the position of the power of faith. "Because we don't have a god here in the first place, nor do we have the so-called faith, you're afraid that you're looking for the wrong one." "Impossible, this is the order of the Inquisitor, and the faith compass is not wrong. Even if it is wrong, then you can only be blamed for your bad luck. Under the light, absolutely no darkness is allowed to exist. You dark faiths, get ready to accept the judgment of the light." After Christy finished the last word, a scroll appeared in his hand. He directly tore it open and a light holy sword appeared. The waterman that Chushin had condensed did not make any struggles and was killed by the holy sword. Looking at the puddle of water on the ground, Christy put away the smile on his face. Thousands of ice arrows suddenly emerged from the lake, making one's scalp numb from the sight. When Christy saw these ice arrows, he immediately felt bad. He quickly pulled away to escape, but he didn't expect to be shocked by an overwhelming aura, and when this aura disappeared, all of his limbs were haunted by 4 water ropes. His usual cloudy, smiling face was finally covered in panic. He let out a burst of chanting from his mouth as a circle of light gradually formed directly in front of him. Then Chushin were going to give him the time to slowly chant. Thousands of ice arrows instantly shot towards him, and the layer of aperture that wasn't ready yet but barely supported for a moment, immediately broke open. When the burst of loud noises ended, Christy had long since been riddled with holes and his body had been smashed. Chapter 30 Byron asks for help. Devouring Christy's body, but Transcendent Level 8, the system rewarded 10,000 energy points. It was just an appetizer for Chushin. The soul and brain marrow were also given to the ghost thorn tree and magic dragon gecko together. Through the memories after devouring them, Chushin learned a lot of information about the Temple of Light, especially about this God's Judgment Team, which was an organization specially set up in the Temple of Light with the intention of solving the problem of heretical beliefs, of which Christy was only a member. He also figured out why Christy was able to find where he was. It turned out to be because the Temple of Light had produced a compass that could detect the power of faith between heaven and earth, and was able to sense the presence of the power of faith within a certain range. The power of faith that was generated when those Arabs were kneeling and praising themselves was sensed by Christy's compass. Luckily, Chushin's system could block out the power of faith, so Christy only got a vague location, and it took more than 2 months before she finally found the lake here. But this was also a tricky problem. With the battle of faith coming up, the original owner of this continent would definitely keep a close watch on the other faiths on this continent in order to maximize their advantages. In addition to the elves, who were also very powerful behind the scenes, they were unable to do anything in the open, such as Chushin's faith in a rootless deity. They naturally wanted to eradicate it with all their might. Although Christie died this time, there was no guarantee that the next time the power of faith was generated, it would still be discovered by the people of the Temple of Light. For the time being, Chushin could only try to restrain the Desolate Clan, not allowing them to kneel down and worship themselves and praise themselves. This would be able to eliminate the generation of the power of faith as much as possible. It was just that this was also not conducive to increasing the loyalty of the believers. It must grow as quickly as possible, at least to the extent of the elves, to be able to fight the Temple of Light head-on. Under Chushin's existing conditions, he could only develop obscenely and then see what happens. After all, he had no way to run away. Tyrone has been gone for a week now. I don't know how the situation is. Tyrone's loyalty to himself was 100%. He could completely see what he saw directly through the system. It was just that this would also consume energy points. Right now, the situation on Tyrone's side was quite important to Chushin, involving Chushin's next strategic deployment, so Chushin still consumed a portion of his energy points to see how Tyrone's side was doing. Chushin's mind swirled as if he had two bodies. On one side he was able to feel the situation on the other side of the lake, on the other side he was also able to see what he saw and what he thought in his heart through Tyrone. The base camp of the Desolate Race was located in a hidden mountain depression, with watchtowers and dark outposts built on all four sides where the terrain was higher. There were some simple houses built in the valley for the Desolate Clan to live in. However, when Tyrone walked into the valley and realized that the lookout was empty, and no one answered when he called out through the secretly agreed upon way, Tyrone knew that something must have happened. He rushed wildly into the valley, only to hear shouting in the valley. There were bloodstains everywhere he entered. Many houses had collapsed on one side, and there were also torn and disfigured Arakanese on the road. In the valley, there are still quite a number of Arakanese people who are hiding around, and the ones chasing them are several cunning hellhounds. This kind of magical beast, Cerberus, Chushin had met shortly after he came to this world, and the first magical beast he hunted was a Cerberus. This was an extremely evil and cunning creature. They treated the Arabs as playthings, chasing them all over the valley, and from time to time, they would use one of their heads to bite off the skull of some running Arabs. Chushin sensed the anger within Tyrone's heart, but there were a total of 5 hellhounds here, all of which were mortal rank 7 and 8, and Tyrone, after a bloodline awakening, was now only mortal rank 6, so I'm afraid that this battle was still a bit of a long shot. Tyrone didn't hesitate, but he didn't act impulsively either. Instead, he took down the bow and arrows behind his back. The bow was given to him by Chushin, and the arrows were made from the bones of other magical beasts. He hid behind a house and quietly took aim at a hellhound that was showing its hideous teeth and biting towards a small child of the Arakan who had fallen. It wasn't until the hellhound's fishy odor was about to reach the little child's nose that Tyrone struck. The arrow was as fast as a shooting star, and before the hellhound could react, it was passed through one of its heads. It turned its other head, looking for the location of the enemy that had attacked it, and just as it was halfway there, another arrow arrived swiftly. 2 heads were pierced by 2 arrows, and this hellhound that had just been arrogantly chasing the Arabs fell into a pool of blood. The other hellhounds heard the commotion and immediately looked over, and when they realized that their partner was dead, they were very shocked and looked around for Tyrone's position. Tyrone had changed his hiding place long after he had shot his second arrow to make sure the hellhound was dead. The hellhounds outside had long since lost all thoughts of chasing and playing, and were all looking for Tyrone with all their might. When a hellhound passed by the house where Tyrone was hiding, the hellhound casually struck. Half of the house collapsed, sand and rocks fell on Tyrone, almost covering him, but he didn't move at all, and waited until the hellhound passed by. Tyrone collected the arrow in his hand and suddenly shot out. This arrow directly passed through both of the hellhound's heads, and the hellhound didn't die immediately for a moment, but rushed over to Tyrone's position behind him. Although it only rushed halfway before collapsing to the ground, the remaining 3 hellhounds had discovered Tyrone's position, and all of them rushed in this direction. At this time, it was too late for Tyrone to hide anymore. He jumped out from the house, and with a flap of his wings behind him, he flew into the air. Utilizing the advantage of the air, Tyrone fired 3 arrows in a row from his hands, killing 1 hellhound once again, but because he couldn't dodge in time, he was hit by the other 2 hellhounds' attacks at the same time, and fell down. Tyrone, who fell to the ground, had completely lost the power to strike again, and could only call out to Chushin in his heart. Chushin had actually been waiting for his call for a long time, and only after seeing that he finally couldn't hold on anymore did he use the god's descent through the system that only 100% loyal followers could enjoy. Tyrone felt a wave of relief in his soul as his body began to be out of his control. As if he was a bystander, he watched as his body stood up, and then with a wave of his hand, several ice arrows appeared out of thin air, nailing the 2 hellhounds to the ground. Take care of this side as soon as possible, and bring over all the remaining Arabs. Chushin briefly instructed, then returned the body control to Tyrone. Chapter 31, Bringing Back the Wraith Training Methods. The Desolate Clan had lost half of their dead and wounded in such a calamity. it was still unknown if Turin could find the inheritance of magical beast training. Chushin did not intend to watch it anymore. He could not put his eggs in one basket. Returning his mind to the lake, he first called all the desolate clansmen left behind and sent them to survey the terrain all over this desert and draw a map out, especially those dangerous and hidden places. Pay special attention to them. Since Chushin wanted to cultivate his own forces, the first and foremost thing was to avoid the ears and eyes of the elves. The environment of this desert was not suitable for the survival of the elves, plus the area was extremely vast, so there were many places that the elves did not know about. It is precisely because of this that the elves will plan a beast tide to clean up, rather than doing it themselves. Because there are some places that even they can't start, such as the 10,000 Devils Cave in the depths of the desert, which hides some magical beasts that are disobedient to the elves, and are strong in strength. Another example is the swirling desert by the south. There are many underground races surviving in the ground, and the elf race can't detect them one by one. It was just that all of these were expected by the elves, and all they had to guard against was the sudden appearance of an existence like Chushin. After another 3 or 4 days, Tyrone finally returned, followed by more than 200 Arakanese, running towards the lake with simple equipment, with the joy and sorrow of the aftermath still on their faces. Although the Desolate clan is not a big clan, but originally there are more than a few thousand people, some of them died in this beast tide, and some of them were called away by the elf clan and never came back, and then after the massacre of a few hellhounds, now there are only 200 or so people left. Tyrone brought the Arabs to kneel down on the shore of the lake and was about to praise Chushin together, but Chushin hurriedly stepped in to stop it. Alright, in the future, you may not kneel in praise, you only need to recite it in your hearts and I will be able to sense it. As soon as he said it, it would be sensed by the heaven and earth, and this heaven and earth was controlled by the God of Light. He didn't want to have to face the people from the God's judgment team of the Temple of Light again so soon. Seeing that Chushin did not allow them to kneel down and praise, the Desolate clan members brought by Tyrone thought that Chushin refused to accept them, and for a while they were a bit terrified. However, Tyrone knew that bringing back the remaining clansmen of the Desolate clan was originally Chushin's intention, and Chushin naturally would not refuse to accept them. He turned back and gave a stern look at the clan. Nowadays he was already the strongest person in the clan, and there were many witnesses along the way who had seen him easily shoot and kill magical beasts. Moreover, after awakening his bloodline, he had a natural majesty in the eyes of these ordinary Desolate clansmen, and now what he said was even more effective than the previous high priest. Chu God, I've brought back what you wanted. Tyrone turned back to assist an old man to come forward and said. Chushin's perception swept over the old man and realized that his bodily functions had severely deteriorated, so he mobilized a ball of spiritual water to nourish his body. The old man felt that his body had never been this comfortable before. Even the disability in his right leg left by hunting years ago was much better, and his back was also straightened up with a lot of strength. He shook off Tyrone's assisting hand and fell to his knees, yet he also remembered Chushin's request and just kept praising Chu God in his heart. Alright, talk about it. Chushin didn't have the heart to listen to these words of unnutritious praise. The old man glanced at Turin and slowly said, Back to my lord's words, my name is Bradley, I'm now a master in the clan who specializes in teaching some hunting skills, the method you want to train magical beasts to fight. My father taught me some of them back then when he had nothing else to do, and there are also some magical scrolls that have always been passed down from my grandparents, I just haven't been able to use them, I don't know what's written in them. It's much better to be able to know some than nothing at all. Chushin thought to himself. Chushin glanced at the 3 or 5 scrolls that the old man took out, and with a sweep of his soul force, he was able to easily read the contents. This was a scroll that was specifically used to store information, and there was also a limit to the number of times it could be read. These were the last ones left, and it was thought that someone from the past Desolate race must have read it long ago, and found out that it didn't have much of a role to play for the Desolate race, and so it had been passed on, and no one had ever bothered to read it again. The first scroll was about the history of the elf race, which gave Chushin an understanding of the elf race, who might be his enemy in the future. But this is not the most Chushin currently need. He looked to the second scroll, is about some magical rumors, not much more useful. A series of open 4 scrolls, did not find what Chushin want, until the last scroll, Chushin just found the treasure. What was recorded in the 5th scroll was exactly how the Desolate race raised magical beasts and trained them to fight when they were still within the elf race at that time, and it also recorded several types of magical beast battle formations that were extremely powerful. Not bad, these scrolls are all very useful, about how to train magical beasts. I'll pass them all to you and Tyrone. It'll be up to you two to be responsible for passing them on to the rest of the people. I'm asking all the Desolate clan members to learn how to train magical beasts, and after that, there'll be a much bigger task given to you. Chushin transmitted all the methods regarding the raising and training of magical beasts to Bradley and Tyrone, telling them to hurry up and start preparing to promote and teach them. In the future, the scale of the magical beasts would be at least tens of thousands, and with so many hundreds of Arakanese, who would also be responsible for nurturing, training, combat, and so on, the manpower would just barely be enough. On the night when Tyrone and the others came back, the manpower sent by Chushin to survey the terrain and draw maps also came back one after another. With their strength they couldn't go too far. In the 10,000 meters around the lake, they found a total of 4 or 5 more hidden places, very suitable to be used as a base camp. It's just that some places have already been occupied by powerful magical beasts, and at that time, if they want to take it for themselves, they still can't avoid some fights. Early the next morning, which was also the first day of the new month, Chushin gathered everyone together and prepared to restart the magical beast cultivation program. First, based on Bradley's suggestion, he chose the offensive-type wild leopard and defensive-type rhinoceros, which were relatively common in the desert and could be easily found. Moreover, the wild leopard had a chance to grow into an infernal leopard after awakening its bloodline, with a fast speed and strong attack, while the bison could evolve into an iron-armored rhinoceros, with an extremely strong defense and a notable offense as well. Combined with the Red Cloud wind-chasing horses clan that was good at long-distance running, it could be used to deliver messages and as a mount. In addition, the Wood Spirit Deer's clan had a good group healing effect and could be used as a logistical force. In this way, after determining the 4 tribes, a relatively complete magical beast army could start preparing. In the future, when there was an opportunity, Chushin also wanted to cultivate an aerial unit, but it was just that it was difficult for Chushin to find large-scale flocks of birds in this 10,000-mile radius. Chapter 32, Establishment of the Sinking Sand Army. By the side of the vast lake, today stood a black pressurized piece of wild beasts. Under the shock of several hundred magical beasts, these wild beasts were all quiet and silent, without the slightest clamor. Chushin was making waves in the lake. A mass of water-rich and spiritual energy firmly surrounded these beasts, rapidly enhancing their physique. This spiritual energy sustenance lasted for 3 days, and after all the beasts had reached their peak condition, Chushin struck. Use skill, Awakening. A ray of red light shot into the bodies of the beasts, and their bodies began to undergo magical changes. A leopard's size gradually grew larger, and the originally black fur on its body began to turn red, and between breaths, flames vaguely spewed from its mouth. A rhinoceros's whole body also began to emit a dark light, and the similar kind around it made a steel-like sound between friction. There were also wild horses and wild deer that were awakening their bloodlines, including the desolate clansmen who had not awakened before. They also participated in the bloodline awakening this time. Seeing that the bloodline awakening had reached a critical moment, Chushin did not hesitate to unleash the skill for the second time. Use skill, Bestow Blessing. A soft white light shone on all the creatures on the shore, and in an instant, there were beasts whose bloodline awakening was successful, and there were also Arabs who managed to grow 2 pairs of wings. This awakening continued for more than 5 hours before all the creatures completed their awakening. Despite having Chushin's help, not all of the 5,000 or so beasts that participated in the awakening succeeded, and only 3,000 or so succeeded in the end. Not long after counting all the creatures that participated in the awakening, Tai Luan made a report to Chushin. Reporting to Lord Chushin, a total of 5,000 beasts participated in the awakening this time, and 4,000 finally succeeded in the awakening, of which 800 were infernal leopards, another 200 accidentally awakened the shadow leopard bloodline, 1,200 iron-armored rhinoceroses, 1,000 red flame wind-chasing horses, and 800 wood spirit deer. This result was quite satisfactory for Chushin, although there were fewer infernal leopards, but the shadow leopards were also considered a windfall and could be used as a surprise attack. Then how is the awakening situation of your desolate race? The desolate clan has a total of 220 participants in the awakening, of which 200 have succeeded in awakening, but there are only 40 people from the royal bloodline. This was out of Chushin's expectation. He originally thought that all of these desolate clan members had awakened the King clan bloodline, but now it seemed that it was not the case. Only a few of them possessed the King clan bloodline, and many of the others were just ordinary elf clan bloodlines. You take the desolate clan and restrain all of the magical beasts properly, and after they have adapted, head to those locations to start training according to the original plan. Chushin chose 4 of the several suitable locations surveyed earlier that were closer to the lake to first serve as secret training bases for these desolate clansmen to try training first. There were specialized training methods, plus the fact that these magical beasts were only at the first level of the mortal order. Although the number of the desolate clan members was relatively small, they should be able to control them. Moreover, the magical beasts that Chushin bestowed with bloodline awakening and blessings were extremely loyal to Chushin, so there was no worry that they would rebel. In order to train these beasts in actual combat, Chushin also specifically requested that every month, the 4 teams must bring back at least 1,000 corpses of other beasts, or else the team's blessing qualification for each month would be cancelled. With such rewards and punishments, each team was able to train with all their strength. Although they would be a bit tired, the monthly bathing in spiritual water and blessings were enough to offset the fatigue of the month. Chushin had cultivated these magical beasts, and he himself had gotten rich all of a sudden, having 4 million energy points in his system. Chushin hurriedly now promoted himself to LV10, and had wanted to advance directly to Spirit Lake in one go, but found that things were not that simple. It turns out that advancing to the spirit lake isn't just enough energy points, it also requires Chushin to refine the water in the lake himself, refining all of it into pure spiritual water. Only then could it be upgraded to a spirit lake. Pitiful so much water, how long do I have to refine it? Chushin felt the area of water he was originally proud of, and now he only wanted to cry out. But he also easily guessed the reason why the system requested this. The process of refining the spirit water was also the process of familiarizing himself more with his own body, and he believed that after such a refining, Chushin would be able to truly know himself like the back of his hand. Only then would he be able to start the next step, opening up the tributaries. Originally, Chushin, who had nothing to do besides fighting monsters and upgrading, was now busy every day, even though he was refining the spirit water from morning to night, while the drop in the lake's water level was minimal. This must be several months at least. Chushin sighed as he worked. He could still afford to wait for a few months. After all, the training of magical beasts also required a certain amount of time. During this period of time, he also upgraded all his skills to full level, and when he got tired of refining spirit water, he started to think about how to match these skills with each other, and really let him work out a few combinations of moves, which increased in power compared to before. In the blink of an eye, 2 months have passed. This world has also reached winter. The desert in winter does not snow, but the wind is very strong, and unusually cold. The 4 magical beasts that were sent out to train, these 2 months have also successfully completed the task, Chushin explained, although the magical beasts have some loss, but the soldiers are more expensive than the elite. 1,000 elite soldiers are far more powerful than the 2,000 magical beasts in the beast tide. The corpses of those magical beasts they brought back were also first enjoyed by the ghost thorn tree and the magic dragon gecko before they were thrown into the lake for Chushin to devour. 2 months, 8,000 corpses of magical beasts. Ghost Thorn Tree and Magic Dragon Gecko's cultivation level is also rising. Now Ghost Thorn Tree has caught up with Chushin to reach the 10th level of the mortal stage, and the Magic Dragon Gecko is following closely behind, is the 9th level of the mortal stage. Of the original 4,000 magical beasts, there were still more than 3,000 left, and under Chushin's unlimited spiritual power provision and blessing bonus, the lowest was now at the 2nd level of the mortal order, and the highest had all reached the 5th level of the mortal order. Of the 200 or so desolate clansmen, among them, Tylon was at the 7th level of the mortal rank, and the others were all at the 4th to 5th level as well. This was mainly because the environment of the desert was not suitable for them to cultivate their elements, and the spiritual energy provided by Chushin was not really helpful to them. Instead, it was simply a panacea for the magical beasts. However, the desert race had a special way of training the magical beasts, and with Chushin suppressing them above them, these magical beasts were all obedient and would never dare to disobey orders. After today, all the magical beasts converge together to start grinding and form the Sinking Sand Army. You have to practice a battle formation within a month, and we will see your results next month. After completing this month's bestowal of blessings, Chushin announced to all the desolate clansmen and magical beasts at the same time. The establishment of the Sinking Sand Army also meant that Chushin had taken the first step in establishing his own forces. Chapter 33, First Expedition, Total Destruction. After another month of hard labor, Chushin's lake had shrunk quite a bit with the naked eye, and in the eyes of outsiders, it was thought to be a normal phenomenon of the winter dry season. When Tyrone returned with the imposing Shajou army, Chushin was all a little shaken up. This was more than 3,000 magical beasts, not 3,000 individuals, and to be able to train to this extent was absolutely nothing to write home about. Especially when compared to the magical beasts from the previous beast tide, Chushin felt that these desolate clansmen of Terran had extraordinary abilities, and it seemed that they would have to invest more in them in the future. Take me as an enemy and demonstrate your battle formation for me to see. Chushin intended to personally try out the power of this magical beast battle formation. He condensed hundreds of ice arrows, which each had the power of mortal rank 5, and shot them towards the demonic beast army. Under a series of commands, the iron-armored rhinoceros directly moved forward to block the front of the group, and the wood spirit deer at the back gave healing spells to fight this blow with raw strength. Ice arrows shot at the iron armor-like skin of the iron-armored rhinoceros, making a ping-pong-ping sound. The ice arrows were all broken on top of the iron armor. Even if some of the ice arrows occasionally penetrated into unprotected areas, they quickly recovered under the wood spirit deer's healing. Chushin was quite satisfied, but he still had to increase the pressure some more to see how powerful this battle formation was. He once again condensed thousands of ice arrows, and at the same time there were countless water ropes that appeared from the lake and rushed towards the Sinking Sand Army. Only to see Tyrone calmly commanded the iron-armored rhinoceros is still in the forefront, behind the yen leopard mouth also together with the jet of flame. As for the red flame wind-chasing horses in the ranks of the fast-running, to help the other magical beasts to resist the water rope of the infestation. This round of attack was still easily intercepted by the Sinking Sand Army, which meant that this Sinking Sand Army of more than 3,000 magical beasts would be able to withstand at least a few thousand mortal rank 5 attacks. Of course, this is just a simple test. The real battlefield killing is more variable than this. In the end, the actual combat power how, but also depends on the performance in the actual battle. Chushan also long ago they picked a good opponent. In the previous 10,000 miles of detection around the lake, there is a very dangerous canyon, occupied by a two-headed snake community, about more than 2,000 snakes. The strength and the sinking sand army is relatively close to the king of the snakes, as the 9th level of the mortal order of the magical beasts are more tricky. To the west of the lake there is a canyon entrenched by a two-headed snake. Tyrone, you lead the people to occupy that canyon. From now on it will serve as your base camp. Chushan explained this task to Tyrone. Tyrone immediately rushed to the canyon where the twin-headed snake was located with the sinking sand army. Chushan was afraid that there would be any slip-ups. He still sent the demonic dragon gecko to follow him there. In case there were any accidents, the demonic dragon gecko could also step in to help. The magic dragon gecko hadn't moved for a long time. This time it was hard to get the task assigned by Chushan, and it jumped happily. Nowadays, it had finally grown a lot in size, and almost had the appearance of a magic dragon, but this character was always like a 4 or 5-year-old child, and the ghost thorn tree was simply far worse than it was. Today's ghost thorn tree has not only caught up with Chushan's cultivation, but also has the same spiritual intelligence as a normal adult, except that recently it has been pondering how to upgrade its ghost thorn, so it rarely appears. Over there, Tyluan brought more than 3,000 magical beasts on his first expedition in great numbers, and when he was still 1,000 meters away from the canyon, he didn't rush to continue, but sent 3 shadow leopards forward to check the situation. This reflected the specialness of the Arakanese. They were able to communicate with the magical beasts in a simple way, so they could let the magical beasts act as scouts. After a while, Shadow Leopard brought back the news that all the twin-headed snakes were resting in the canyon, and only then did Tyrone order the sinking sand army to move forward at full speed. Although the twin-headed snakes were magical beasts that no longer had to hibernate in winter like ordinary snakes, they tended to be reluctant to move much in winter, and at this moment they were lying on the rocks of the canyon, enjoying the ray of warm sunlight that briefly existed. Suddenly the king of the two-headed snakes seemed to sense something, stood up and hissed. The other two-headed serpents heard it and got up as well, wandering towards the gloom on either side of the canyon. When Tyrone entered the mouth of the canyon with his troops, most of the two-headed snakes had already hidden into the shadows, and only a few of them followed the king of the snakes, standing up with their upper bodies, staring at Tyrone's group of uninvited guests in death. Tyrone didn't say much, and immediately ordered an attack. The sinking sand army set up a serpentine formation to charge towards the inside of the canyon. Along the way, there were two-headed snakes on both sides of the river that either rushed out directly or spewed out poisonous venom, but they were all intercepted by the iron-armored rhinos, and the venom was burned by the flames of the infernal leopards. Soon the team rushed to the front of the two-headed Snake King. The Snake King angrily probed his body and rushed towards Tyrone, but Tyrone didn't clash with it. The original snake-shaped team instantly turned into a circle. Let the two-headed Snake King in the periphery how to tear and spit venom, were many head of the sinking sand army beasts together to stop the attack. The canyon on both sides of the two-headed snakes also constantly rushed out, were unable to break through the sinking sand army's circular formation. Tyrone was in the center of the group. He had already bent his bow and arrow. He was waiting for a chance to deal a fatal blow to the Snake King. This opportunity soon waited. The Snake King had been blocked out and finally began to get angry. It opened its huge mouth and wanted to directly swallow an iron-armored rhinoceros. However, the iron-armored rhino was too large, and although it was indeed swallowed into its stomach, it hindered the Snake King's flexibility of movement. Finding the right opportunity, Tyrann fired a series of arrows from his bow in his hand, directly hitting the Snake King's eyes. This was the most vulnerable place of the Snake King. Amongst the eye hits, the Snake King rolled around in the canyon in agony, and even a number of two-headed snakes were mistakenly injured by it. Tyrone commanded the sinking sand army to change their battle formation again, and split into small groups and started to take the initiative to kill the twin-headed snake. The Snake King, which had gone mad and invisible, was easily shot through 7 inches by Tyrone with an arrow and fell onto a boulder in the canyon. The devil dragon gecko followed along the way. Originally seeing that this twin-headed snake was very fierce, it was eager to try, but seeing that this twin-headed snake was ultimately toyed with by Tyrone, the disdainful eyes towards Tyrone also changed. After half an hour, the canyon was silent. Tyrone ordered part of the sinking sand army to stay in the canyon, while the other sinking sand army brought the corpse of the twin-headed snake with them and returned to the lake. Coming and going in just one day, Tyrone returned to Chushan's lake with part of the sinking sand army and more than 2,000 corpses of twin-headed snakes, and after throwing all the corpses of the magical beasts into the lake, Tyrone returned to the canyon with his team, and as a new campsite, there was still a need to do some deployments. Nowadays, those who stayed in the lake, only 4 or 5 Arabs and a few red flame wind-chasing horses were left, mainly used to pass on Chushan's orders. All the other magical beasts and Arabs headed to the canyon, which would be their home base for quite a long time. The devil dragon gecko followed Tyrone back, but it was sullen because it didn't get a turn to fight. Ever since the ghost thorn tree advanced this time, it no longer accompanied it to frolic like before. so for a while it couldn't find a playmate instead. Seeing it like this, Chushin knew that the devil dragon gecko was playful by nature and could not be bound too hard, so he allowed it to walk around freely within a 10,000-meter radius of the lake. This 10,000-meter radius is where Chushin's sinking sand army practiced, and has been probed by the Desolate clan many times, so it's still relatively safe. Although Chushin didn't go to see his first expedition, the fact that the sinking sand army was able to easily take down the twin-headed snake clan was enough to show that its strength was still good, and the next step was to continue expanding and cultivating the elites. Chapter 34 Expansion, the shocking discovery of the ghost thorn tree. Under Chushin's guidance, the lakeshore seemed to be a magical beast production assembly line, with a steady stream of magical beasts being sent over every day, then having their bloodline awakened by Chushin, before being sent to the canyon to be trained by Tyrone. Reporting to Lord Chushin, the valley 3,000 meters west of the lake where the Cerberus colony is entrenched has been occupied by our troops. Reporting to Lord Chugad, the sand wolves at 4,000 meters east of the lake have all been wiped out by our troops, and the dunes where they are entrenched have been occupied by our troops. Reporting to Lord Chugad, the horned lizard community 2 kilometers north of the lake has been wiped out by our troops, and the mud pool it occupies has not been occupied as it is not suitable for our troops to live in. There were constantly desolate clansmen riding red flame wind-chasing horses coming to report all sorts of news to Chushin, mostly all sorts of happy news about the sinking sand army led by Tyrone. The original canyon was also gradually becoming insufficient. Chushin let Tyrone go and occupy a few more dangerous and hidden locations, and the original canyon was used as a place dedicated to training new recruits. Reporting to Lord Chushin, the number of successfully awakened magical beasts has already reached 30,000. Should we continue to cultivate them? Tyrone was now covered in hard armor, with a bow and arrow on his back and a spear made of animal bone in his hand, quite a formidable look. It was just that this look was a bit too primitive society flavor. It couldn't be helped. The Desolate clan was small, living in the desert for a long period of time. There was almost no big difference between them and the magical beasts. And in Chushin's memories, this continent is also very prosperous in those big cities. There are also the dwarves who are the most skilled at creating weapons, creating a battle armor that is much more domineering and gorgeous than this one on Tyrone. Is there already this much? Then let's slow down a bit for now, only pick those more peculiar beasts to capture for awakening, other ordinary ones first for now. Chushin felt that this scale was about right now, because the maximum capacity of this 10,000 square miles was only 30,000 heads. Any more than that, not only would the supplies consumed by the magical beasts every day be too great, it would be that the Desolate race would also be a little understaffed. And Chushin also have to guard against the elves some. After all, this desert is still under their surveillance. Before that, Lucas may still be in the desert periphery sitting in the town. Chushin, where this piece of Lucas may come over at any time. Even though Chushin has strictly ordered Tyrone to restrain these magical beasts, doing a good job of hiding, but if there were too many of them, they would still inevitably be detected. During this period of time, you will train another 10,000 elite soldiers from these 30,000 magical beasts to form a separate army. Make sure to stay hidden and not let anyone know where your camp is. Chushin thought about it. He still felt that it was a bit unsafe. Recently the sinking sand army had made a bit of a big commotion. It was not guaranteed that some transcendent magical beasts had found out about some of the commotion. In case it was discovered by the elves, the other 20,000 magical beasts could be discarded at any time. And these 10,000 elite soldiers newly selected by Tyrone would be their own old capital. Yes, Lord Chushin, I will definitely train 10,000 elite soldiers for you as soon as possible. Tai Luan had always been obedient to Chushin's words. Even so, at the end of every month, the scene of 30,000 magical beasts rushing to the lake one after another to receive Chushin's blessing was also quite spectacular, and the most surprising thing was still that the military discipline was no better than that of the human army. Under Chushin's monthly blessing and spiritual water supply, both the Arakanese and the magical beasts were growing rapidly. Even Turin had already reached the 8th level of the mortal order, and among the magical beasts, there were also those who had reached the 7th level of the mortal order. However, since these magical beasts were evolved from ordinary beasts, their potential was also relatively limited, and it would be difficult for them to reach the transcendent mortal rank in their entire lives. Chushin was still refining the lake water without stopping. Now the lake area had been close to shrinking by half. Soon it would all be refined. By the time Chushin advanced to the Spirit Lake, it would be even more astonishing. Master, I found something strange. Come and take a look. This was the voice of the ghost thorn tree. The symbiotic relationship of him now often communicated things directly with Chushin through his soul. Chushin was quite surprised. The ghost thorn tree was now trying to root into the ground every day. It said that only the deeper the roots were, the more stable its foundation would be, and in the future, even if the tree above it was destroyed, as long as the roots were still there, it would not die. Could it be that there is still some treasure under the ground? Following the ghost thorn tree's root system, Chushin's perception extended all the way down, and about a few dozen meters deep in the ground, he saw the very tip of a ghost thorn tree's root system. Is this the place? Chushin was a bit puzzled. He didn't sense any surprises here. The ghost thorn tree's roots shook their heads as if they were shaking their heads. It's not here, it's still down there. I'm afraid that there's some kind of accident inside, so I withdrew first. So the ghost thorn tree took Shushin and continued to go deeper and deeper, all the way down to a few hundred meters underground. Only then did Shushin feel something special. In front of the ghost thorn tree, it was layers of dirt that hadn't been broken through yet, but Shushin was able to clearly perceive that this layer of dirt layer wasn't very thick, and he could hear hissing sounds coming from the opposite side. Could it be that there is still a race hidden in the ground? Shushin was really a bit surprised. After all, just a few hundred meters below his lake, there were actually other creatures living there, and he actually didn't know about it. It does look like it, and I guess there's quite a lot of space inside. I've encountered this situation in several places with my roots, and I didn't dare to poke through this layer of soil. The ghost thorn tree's current behavior was simply described as cautious, completely incompatible with the extremely evil evaluation given by the system in the beginning. This layer of soil was not really good to poke through directly. After all, he did not know what was going on inside, in case after he poked through it, the creatures inside directly poured in large numbers. Maybe it would cause any impact on Shushin's lake, or directly damage the ghost prickly tree's root system, which would be killing him. Shushin pondered for a while. This was really a tricky matter, and he didn't dare to make a rash move. In the end, Shushin decided to let the ghost thorn tree puncture a small hole first, and Shushin controlled the flow of water to flow in and explore the situation. After all, it was normal for water to flow under the ground, and even if there were intelligent creatures in the ground, they wouldn't suspect that someone on the ground was spying on them. According to Shushin's idea, the ghost thorn tree carefully tied a very small hole and then immediately withdrew, while Shushin controlled the water flow in the lake to flow down the ghost thorn tree's root system until it entered the small hole. Shushin was even more cautious and tried his best to control the flow of the water. Finally, Shushin's water flow passed through the small hole and entered a whole new world. This is truly amazing. Such a place is actually this close to me, yet I didn't realize it. The ghost thorn tree on the side heard Shushin exclaiming like this, very curious but unable to rashly follow along and go in to take a look. His heart was itching. Chapter 35 Underground World, Abandoned Race. When Shushin controlled the flow of water out of the small hole that the ghost thorn tree had stabbed, what was exposed to his perception was an underground world. This world was huge, far beyond Shushin's current perception. It was at least a few thousand meters. There was also a dark river under the ground, curving towards the distance. On both sides of the dark river were jagged rocks, and some stalactites. The dark river from time to time splash water sound. Apparently there are animals into the water. Not long after the tearing sound, it seems that the dark river also live in a lot of creatures. At the top of the underground world, there were many bats hanging in the air, densely packed, with red eyes that made one's scalp numb. Shushin controlled this stream of water is flowing down the rock, has flowed into the dark river, instantly felt a burst of heaven and earth. Perception is lost. Shushin disbelievingly increased the injection of water flow, and only after several attempts did he finally maintain his perception in the dark river. The dark river was very deep and the current was very fast. Following the current, he could feel that the creatures under the water seemed to be richer than those on the shore, and most of the creatures here were quiet, but when they were hunting for food it was a ferocious battle, and often even their own kind killed each other. Shushin purposely explored downwards and sent down the further down he went, the faster his perception dropped in the dark river, and he even felt the aura of a transcendent rank magical beast. In the end, Shushin still withdrew his perception, controlling the water flow to no longer inject into the dark river, but flowed to the bank, along the rugged bank all the way forward, and flowed for about a few hours before he heard the sound of humans talking. Could it be that there are still humans in the underground that can survive? Shushin hurriedly flowed over in the dark and realized that it wasn't humans, but 7 or 8 rather peculiar-looking races. These 7 or 8 creatures only had one eye and a horn on their heads. Their lower bodies were similar to humans, except that their skin was all rock-like in color. The one-eyed creatures were all riding on the back of a single rock monster, and were confronting a strange fish in the water. The one-eyed creatures were pulling something like a fishing line in their hands, which was firmly tied to the monster fish. But the monster fish was incredibly strong, and the 7 or 8 one-eyed creatures were unable to pull it to shore. And the strange fish mouth also issued a strange scream, very ear-piercing. One-eyed creatures here after the hand is doubled force, a very urgent look. Suddenly, a one-eyed creature sitting on the rock monster fell down. The fish in the water fierce force, fell down the one-eyed creature directly by the fish pulled toward the water. Luckily, the one-eyed creature next to him was quick on his feet, pulling his legs, and managed to bring his body to a stop on the shore. "Stanley, hold on!" The one-eyed freak who pulled his leg shouted. However, originally, the strange fish and the one-eyed monster were an evenly matched scene, but now that there was one less person, the strange fish directly had the upper hand, seeing that if the 7 people didn't let go of their legs, all of them might be pulled into the water, but none of the 7 people refused to let go of their legs. "McGee, why don't we give up?" One of the one-eyed monsters spoke up. "Give up? If we give up this chance, how are we going to explain to the whole clan when we go back? Do you want to watch the whole clan starve to death alive?" If this stalemate continued, in less than 5 minutes, these 7 people would be buried in the belly of a fish. Shushan found that these people actually are only mortal order level 1, the leader is only mortal order level 2, but it is the rock monster under them, all of them are mortal order level 2, as for the strange fish in the water, it is a mortal order level 5 magical beast, these people actually dared to hit its idea. These people's intelligence isn't low, just their strength is a bit lower, but to actually be able to harness rock monsters that are even higher than their own rank, it seems that they have some skills, maybe they can be used for me. Shushan increased the injection of the water current, after all, his skills were all in the water. Just as the guys were all about to be pulled close to the water, in the nick of time, Shushan only used his water arrow technique. A water arrow suddenly pierced into the body of the strange fish was instantly killed, the huge pulling force from the water disappeared, and the few one-eyed monsters on the shore narrowly retrieved to life. The others were all patting their chests after the robbery, only McGee remained calm, ordering a few people to quickly pull the strange fish to the shore, and then seriously looked around and surrendered. The others, seeing McGee's appearance, also figured out the oddity of the sudden death of the strange fish just now. The one who could kill this strange fish with one blow must be a more powerful creature. Maybe a few people still could not escape death. Shushan looked at them like this, couldn't help but sigh somewhat at the sadness of these weak races. Life can't dominate by themselves, can only blame it on the fearfulness of wandering between life and death every day. There's no need to look for it, it's me who saved you, poor guys. Shushan's voice resounded in the minds of all the one-eyed monsters, and even more so, they looked around in shock. When McGee heard the voice, he hurriedly rolled over and jumped off the rock monster, falling to his knees. When the others saw it, they didn't understand what was going on, but they also hurriedly followed suit and knelt on the ground. I don't know which lord is helping us, you have saved our entire Earth Spirit clan, please allow me to express my most sincere gratitude to you on behalf of the Earth Spirit clan. McGee said very sincerely as he knelt on the ground. In fact, he was still quite apprehensive in his heart, not knowing whether this lord who helped them did so out of good intentions or had ulterior motives. Earth Spirit clan? How long have you been living here, and how many other clansmen are there? Reporting back to my lord, according to the clan's records, we have been living here for nearly 1,000 years, and there are still more than 10,000 people in the clan. McGee didn't dare to hide in front of such a powerful creature and could only report truthfully. Take me to your clan land, don't worry, I don't have any malice, I might even be able to help you. On the way, tell me about this underground world by the way. My lord, you are not from the underground world? McGee was a little shocked. Shushan fell back and froze as well. Have you never seen anyone from the outside world before? Maki was even more certain that Shushan was not from this world when he heard him say this, and he said in an agitated tone, Never, my lord. Ever since we were born, the elders of our clan have told us that there is another world out there with sunlight, trees, wind and rain, but we can never get out of it, and no one out there can come in, because our god died, the gods of all the creatures here died, and we are all an abandoned race. The more McGee said the last, the lower his tone became, and all the others lowered their heads. They had all heard of this story, and had infinite longing for the outside world, but understood that it could only exist in fantasy, and even because they had never seen it, even fantasy was a luxury. Chapter 36, War Criminals, Shushan's Peculiarities. Following McGee and the others along the way, Shushan also controlled the water flow to follow behind to ensure that he could always have a supply of water to avoid accidents. From the additions made by McGee and the others, Shushan learned about the basic situation of this Earth Spirit race and the distribution of some nearby forces. The Earth Spirit race was relegated to this world almost 1,000 years ago after their belief in the Earth Spirit god died, and they have never been able to go out ever since. Not only that, they were also unable to cultivate, only some of the more talented ones automatically possessed the strength of the mortal rank from the time they grew up to adulthood. But the good thing is that after hundreds of years of hard work, their ancestors found a nearby rock monster race with low intelligence, and the two weak communities started this strange symbiotic relationship, relying on each other to live together in this dark and sunless underground world. Since there was no sunlight in the underground world, many plants could not survive, and on the contrary, many plants were highly poisonous. Therefore, most of the races in the underground world are mainly meat eaters, which leads to frequent battles between the various races, and the hatred between the races is exceptionally sharp. In addition to the intelligent races, there are also many magical beasts. These magical beasts are often more powerful due to their ability to quickly adapt to this environment in the underground. Most of the intelligent races have to hunker down in a very small area and carefully hunt for food, and every day there are people who go out to hunt who are killed. With that said, McGee and his group reached where the clan land was. It was in a very small crevice below a cavern, and McGee and the others had to bend over to get in, while the rock monsters couldn't get in at all. They lived in the cavern above. Through the rocky crevice was a rather spacious depression into a deep valley, but with nearly 10,000 clansmen living here, it still seemed cramped. However, Shushan could also understand that the rock crevice outside was able to block the vast majority of creatures of large size, and only in this way could the Earth Spirit clan have a relatively safe environment to live in. Matriarch, we're back. This time we brought back the giant toothed fish, and there's also an adult who said he wanted to come and take a look. McGee walked in front of a middle-aged man surrounded by the crowd and commanded the crowd to place the giant toothfish on the ground before stepping forward and saying. The middle-aged man glanced at the fish on the ground, looking a little surprised, and seeing the wounds on the fish that clearly could not have been caused by McGee and the others, he hurriedly asked, "My lord? Where is it? Don't hurry and invite it over." Chushin didn't wait for McGee to introduce him, his voice directly resounded in this patriarch's mind. Lord Patriarch, please forgive my presumptuousness, I'm just more curious about this place. When the patriarch heard the voice ringing in his head, he was startled in his heart and glanced at McGee, who also looked at the patriarch. Obviously he knew that the patriarch must have heard Chushin's voice, but he couldn't explain this magical phenomenon either. He could only point to the flowing water behind him that had been following him, signaling that this could be Chushin. The patriarch saw the trickling water and revealed a puzzled look. He had never heard of a race whose body was a stream. You don't have to be curious, this stream of water is just a part of my body, my main body is much bigger than this. Although the patriarch was still a bit uncertain, he didn't dare to ask more questions, but instead nodded respectfully. I came to your clan, but I just happened to meet McGee and the others on the way. You can call me Chushin. Here you come to introduce me to the origin of this underground world. As soon as the patriarch heard Chushin's title actually had the word God in it, he was already somewhat skeptical that this adult could not be a god, and hearing him inquire about the origin of this world, he was even more convinced that this adult might really be a certain god from the outside world, and that only a god would be able to enter the underground world from the outside world. Reporting to Lord Chu God, no one knows when this world was created, but my race has been here for nearly 1,000 years, but my race is not the earliest race in this world. It is said that there are other races that have been here for nearly 10,000 years. There is a legend that has been circulating amongst us intelligent races. The legend says that we are all war criminals, our gods were in a war and died in battle, so we were sent here, never able to go out or cultivate, letting us perish in nature as a punishment for the war we started. Chushin's heart was greatly amazed. This underground world was actually a prison. So what kind of war was it that even deities would die in battle, and what kind of person had such strong energy to be able to banish so many races to this underground world? The Earth Spirit clan chief said that people in this world couldn't get out, and other people couldn't get in, so why was he able to get through it unhindered? Once again withdrawing his senses out of the underground world, with a trickle of water acting as an intermediary, Chushin was indeed able to control his entry and exit at any time. After determining that there was no special existence at the entrance, Chushin asked the ghost thorn tree, who had been waiting at the side and looked a bit bored, to give it a try as well. The ghost thorn tree carefully placed a root into the air defense hole he had staked out for himself, and everything went smoothly. But when his root had just completely entered the underground world, the ghost prickly tree felt an inexplicable force rapidly eroding its roots along the root system. The ghost prickly tree was completely incapable of resisting, and in the end, it could only give up on that cut in horror, and break it right off. The ghost thorn tree couldn't feel a single bit of pain, which horrified it. What's going on, master? As soon as my root system entered the underground world, there was a mysterious force eroding me, and I could only break off my root. There was also this kind of thing. Chushin himself, however, had not encountered any abnormalities. This was really strange, and Chushin could only attribute it to his own system. However, this also showed that what the Earth Spirit clan chief had said was true. The creatures outside could not enter it, and those inside could not go out. But I'm an exception, I can go in and out freely. If I create a dark river under the earth as well, would the creatures inside the dark river be able to go in and out freely as well? I think Master's idea is very reasonable, but we can't rush it yet. It's better to develop it slowly and figure out the situation of this underground world first. Chushin nodded. The ghost thorn tree was right. After all, the situation of this underground world was complicated. In case he really opened the way to freely enter and exit from here, he himself would definitely be the first one to be affected. He must ensure that he would be able to get the maximum benefit before he could proceed to open this passage. On that side, the Earth Spirit Patriarch was still recounting what he knew about the origin of this underground world, as well as the development of their Earth Spirit clan over the past 1,000 years, and the situation of a nearby realm that they had grasped. Chushin's heart also had a bottom. At least the creatures in this neighborhood were not very strong. The only thing that he couldn't be sure of was that dark river. No one knew how powerful creatures were in it. Chapter 37. I am your new god. The Earth Spirit Patriarch was very attentive and invited Chushin to the place where they worshipped their god. Even though their god had died a long time ago, this place was still the most sacred place for the whole clan. Only the top management of the Earth Spirit clan was qualified to enter, but now they were respectfully inviting a bend of running water to enter. This scene was really a bit funny. Chushin perceived all around. The statue of the deity of the Earth Spirit tribe was a cyclops, huge in size, holding a huge axe, yellow light radiating from his one eye. It was just that now this statue looked completely lifeless, obviously because the deity had already passed away. I take the liberty of asking Lord Chu God, did you come to this world from the outside? The Earth Spirit Patriarch looked a bit formal. After all, this creature in front of him was someone who could easily decide the life and death of these 10,000 plus clansmen. That's right, I did come from the outside world, but I've already tried, and it's true that there are no other creatures that can enter and exit other than me. The Earth Spirit Clan chief heard these words, but did not show any disappointment. It was obvious that for 1,000 years, he had long since lost all hope of leaving this world. Then, Lord Chushin, are you really a deity? Chushin looked at the Earth Spirit Patriarch's hopeful expression, and he understood what this patriarch was thinking. It was just that the old god had died, and in this godless realm, if they could find a new god, and this new god was able to freely enter and exit this world, then they would have a foothold in this world, and it was not impossible for them to even gradually become powerful until they dominated the area. However, this was exactly what Chushin wanted, and he also wanted to utilize the Earth Spirit race to explore the complex and mysterious underground world for himself. He didn't believe that for such a large underground world, those light Templars or elves outside would be completely unaware of it, and they would inevitably have some sort of method to monitor it as well, or they could enter it as well. That's right, I can be said to be a deity. In a sense, Chushin who possessed the system was really similar to a deity. When the Earth Spirit Patriarch heard Chushin's affirmative reply, a look of surprise appeared on his face and hurriedly pulled the clansmen beside him who were still shocked by the news that Chushin was a deity, kneeled down on the ground, and caught out at the stream that Chushin had brought with him. Although Chushin didn't know if the power of faith generated in this underground world would be detected by the Temple of Light, he didn't want to take the risk, so he immediately stopped the Earth Spirit Clan chief. Wait, don't be too busy praising first. I understand very well what you have in mind. It's not impossible to ask me to bless you, but you must comply with my request. The Earth Spirit Patriarch hurriedly replied and said, as long as we can allow our Earth Spirit Clan to continue, whatever Lord Chushin asks us to do is fine. Chushin was still relatively satisfied with this attitude, although he played a careful game and made the continuation of the Earth Spirit Clan a prerequisite, but such a person was showing that his nature was not bad. The first request, you can only praise me in your hearts, you may not sacrifice me with any rituals, nor may you erect statues. Yes, we remember. The second requirement, I will improve your strength, but you must conquer this underground world for me. Yes, we remember. The third request, keep my existence a strict secret and do not allow to tell any outsiders, otherwise I will immediately abandon you. Yes, we have all remembered, and we will definitely fully comply with Lord Chu God's request. Under these three requirements, one could basically guarantee that they were the ones who had been hiding in the shadows without being discovered. Then today, you will first inform the clansmen of these three requirements, and tomorrow, gather all the clansmen to assemble. After Chushin commanded down, he temporarily withdrew his senses from the underground world for the time being. Returning to the ground, Chushin instructed the ghost thorn tree to temporarily stop its actions of rooting the depths for now. After all, how big is the area of the underground world and how many entrances are there, who knows? At least the ghost thorn tree has already discovered 3 or 4 places where it is suspected to be. But Chushin expected, not all places to dig down to the entrance of the underground world. If this is really the case, the underground world has long been not a secret. Chushin is not so much from the previous devouring of the memory or no impression. Perhaps the place where his lake was originally an entrance to the underground world, or perhaps his own descent had caused the rules of the surface world and the underground world to be interfered with, so there was such a loophole that caused so many entrances to appear below his lake. Regardless of which situation it was, before Chushin could figure it out, he couldn't take any chances, especially since the ghost thorn tree had already suffered a loss once before. Although the loss wasn't too great, that eerie feeling still left a considerable shadow in his heart. Not being able to go deeper, the ghost thorn tree could only continue to take root in the distance. Although its body grew in the lake, its root system did not continue to go along the direction of the lake, but instead reached out to the land. Chushin continued to condense the spirit water for a day and a night, and the next day, he increased his efforts to inject the water flow into the underground world, forming a small lake within the land of the Earth Spirit Clan. All the Earth Spirit Clan members were already standing densely around the small lake, and the giant toothfish that McGee and the others had brought back the day before had been pulled up. This was the best food they had at the moment, and they were ready to offer it to Chushin for his enjoyment today. I, Chushin, from today onwards, am your new god. My requirements, your clan chiefs have all spoken with you. Since you worship me as a god, I will also bring you what you desire, food, territory, power, I will give you all. Chushin's voice resounded deep within the souls of every Earth Spirit Clan member present. There was Chushin's request for restraint. Everyone did not kneel down, but silently praised Chushin's greatness in their hearts. Today, I'll bestow blessings on you in the hope that you'll gain strength. Use the skill, bestow blessings. A white light shone universally on the Earth Spirit Clan members, and as they bathed in such gentle light, they forgot about their hunger, their pain, and the fact that they were in the endless darkness of the underground world. A power sprouted from the bottom of their heart, then quickly spread to their whole body. Every Earth Spirit Clan member's body emitted a yellow light. That was the Earth Spirit Clan's unique Earth defense, and it was also the sign that they entered the first level of the mortal order. In this underground world where cultivation was not possible, only the exceptionally gifted Earth Spirit Clan members could naturally enter the mortal rank when they reached adulthood, and it was often difficult for them to advance further throughout their lives. And under Chushin's blessing, they finally all gained power, even though this power was weak and not even as strong as the magical beasts that Chushin had cultivated in the ground. This was just the beginning. Power was the right to survive. Praise the great Chushin. With my life, I will make a shield for Chushin. Every Earth Spirit Clan member said as such in their hearts. Chapter 38, The Conquest of the Underground World. As Chushin listened to the Earth Spirit Tribe's praises and vows in his heart, a different feeling also surged up in his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that the system currently didn't allow him to absorb the power of faith, Chushin believed that just the 10,000 Earth Spirit Tribe's loyalty and faith alone would be enough to triple his strength. These Earth Spirit race had been living in deep water for too long, and now that Chushin had appeared as a savior, and had also bestowed them with great power, every single one of them had now reached over 80% loyalty to Chushin. Chushin summoned the Patriarch in the Temple China, and also called in the 7 people of Maki who brought Chushin to the Earth Spirit Clan that day. Chushin through the performance of these 7 people during the fishing that day, although their strength was not very strong, they were very good at uniting and working together, and they were considered as a buildable talent. Today I summoned you all to give you a task. Nowadays every person of the Earth Spirit race is at least at the first level of the mortal order, which is enough to conquer this nearby area, so with Maki as the main person, and the other 6 assisting, you will quickly organize an army to conquer all the races in this vicinity, along the direction of my body. Chushin didn't want to delay and decided to start the conquest at the very first moment. Reporting to Lord Chushin, with the current strength of my Earth Spirit race, there is indeed no enemy in this vicinity. It's just that the dark river is impenetrable to the depths. I'm afraid it's still difficult for us to enter it. The Patriarch said hesitantly, a trace of worry flashing on his face, fearing that his clan would not be able to complete the first task Chushin had given them. You don't need to care about the dark river for now, just keep a close watch. First clean up the other races on the bank. Those willing to submit will stay, the rest will all be exterminated. I want to see the results in a month. Yes, we'll definitely not fail, Lord Chu God. McGee and the others said in unison. After not hearing Chushin's voice for a long period of time, and estimating that Chushin had already left, the Patriarch and McGee's few people proceeded to confer for most of the day before settling on a concrete plan for the conquest. First of all the adult men in the tribe will be called up. Older ones are responsible for guarding the tribal land, the other young and strong, about 3,000 people, forming an army, by McGee as a general, the other 6 auxiliary, in the tribal land in the secret training for 7 days before leaving from the tribal land in great numbers. The first stop of McGee's army was not a hostile force, but a friendly rock monster tribe with the Earth Spirit Tribe. After negotiating with the chief of the Rock Monster Clan, the chief of the Rock Monster Clan agreed to give each Earth Spirit Clan warrior a Rock Monster Clan member as a companion. In fact, originally the Rock Monster Clan and the Earth Spirit Clan had a symbiotic relationship, and the Rock Monster Clan would send some of their clansmen to the Earth Spirit Clan every year to become partners with them, and now that they saw the Earth Spirit Clan such a powerful force, even though the Rock Monster Clan's intellect was no matter how lowly, they still knew that they had to cooperate with them fully. With the full support of the Rock Monsters, the number of McGee's army reached 6,000. In order to cultivate the tacit understanding between the warriors, as well as the cooperation between the warriors of the Earth Spirit race and the Rock Monster race, McGee decided to pick a soft target to pinch first. This race that he chose was the Rat People. They had the limbs of a human and the head of a rat, and were the most vindictive. The Rat People were numerous, but they were generally not strong, making them the most suitable for practicing. When McGee arrived at the territory of the Rat People race with his 6,000 troops, the Rat People had already been standing by. The Rat Man at the head obviously recognized McGee and asked loudly, "McGee, did you bring the Earth Spirit Clan to bring us food?" The Rat People warriors behind it heard this and all slapped their bellies and let out chirping laughter. McGee, however, simply ignored its provocation, and every Earth Spirit Clan warrior behind it looked at the Rat People, their only one eye radiating anger. In the past, the Rat People, because of their large numbers, often sneaked up on some Earth Spirit warriors when they were out hunting and fell alone, and used them as food. Now it was finally time for the Earth Spirit race to take revenge. All troops follow the order, charge and kill, leave no one behind. McGee charged out first. McGee, who was now at the 3rd level of the mortal rank, could be said to be a deservedly strong person in this area. In just one glance, the general of the Rat People clan was decapitated, and the Rat People warriors behind him fled backward in a state of panic. The Earth Spirit warriors rode their rock monsters behind them, and when the Ratmen were unable to retreat, they revealed their ruthlessness and turned around to fight with the Earth Spirit warriors. However, the Earth Spirit clan was now at the mortal level and had rock monsters as their helpers, so they were not afraid of the rat people, but the rat people, due to their short stature, even struggled to touch the Earth Spirit clan, let alone kill them back. The battle was almost lopsided. The Earth Spirit race overwhelmingly dismantled the defense of the rat people race, and attacked the rat people race's lair, killing all the remnants of the rat people race, and all the treasures and valuable food left behind by the rat people race were all brought back to the Earth Spirit race land. In this battle, the Earth Spirit tribe only lost more than 100 people, but killed nearly 10,000 people of the rat people tribe, and many of them jumped into the dark river and escaped. The Earth Spirit tribe didn't dare to pursue, and could only let them live and die on their own. Anyway, with the current strength of the Earth Spirit tribe, the remaining rat people tribe can't turn up any big waves. After a short rest for 3 days, Maki took the Earth Spirit race to march again. This time it is a little farther away from the Iron Skin Monster race. This race is a magical beast race, not as high as human intelligence, but the strength is more powerful. A full body of iron is also not easy to deal with. But the Earth Spirit race, if you take the battle, but the Iron Skin Monster can be used to make the iron skin into a war armor. The later conquest of the war is more favorable. This battle was fought very hard, although the casualties were still only 200 people, but the Earth Spirit warriors were very tired. Because the defense of the Iron Skin Monster was too strong, the Earth Spirit tribe was almost hard to wear each other out before they could break through its defense. However, after this battle, the Patriarch mobilized the whole clan and stripped the iron skin of the Iron Skin Monster to make battle armor, and after the Earth Spirit clan warriors put on the battle armor, their fighting strength became even stronger. When there were still 3 days left before the 1-month period, McGee finally dragged his tired body and brought the remaining 5,000 Earth Spirit warriors and the Rock Monster clan back to the clan land. This conquest had been fought from the Earth Spirit clan's land all the way to the location where Chushin had broken through the entrance of the underground world, and 8 races had been encountered along the way, of which only the Stone Throwers and the Dark Demon race were willing to submit, and the other races were all annihilated by the invincible Earth Spirit clan army led by McKay because of their fierce resistance. However, along the way, the Earth Spirit race warriors also died in battle, and of the 3,000 people who set out on the battlefield, now only less than 2,000 remained. But they didn't regret or resent Chushin's order. Because in this month, they had enough food, and a vast territory, and their future generations finally had a safer and more stable environment. And all of this was brought about by Chushin. It was Chushin who gave them a new life. Chapter 39, Shelley's Unexpected Appearance. The situation in the underground world was great, and Chushin also gradually formed a small stream in the underground world, only this river stream was still very small, and it was not comparable to that dark river. Just when Chushin was immersed in the small stream that quietly seeped into the underground world to perceive the mystery of this underground world, in the outskirts near the elf forest, a great escape was being staged. A woman was riding on top of a flying carpet in the front, and behind her were several elf clan powerhouses in hot pursuit. This woman was actually Shuelei, who had already left Chushin for a long time, and did not know how. She, who was obviously heading west, actually appeared in the eastern elf forest, and had apparently angered this group of elves. Actually dared to steal our elf clan's holy relic. When I catch you, I will definitely use you as an arrow target. A man of the elf tribe roared viciously. As the guardian of the holy relic, he had an unshirkable responsibility for the loss of the holy relic. If he could not recover the holy relic, he would be severely punished by the tribe, and he would not have the face to face the elf king. Shelley was also quite annoyed in her heart. This group of elves had been chasing her for 2 days and 3 nights, and still refused to give up. If this continued, they would have to be caught up by them. It seems that we can only risk going to that desert. The thought that there were perverts like Chushin in the desert made her flinch a little. She really didn't want to come into contact with Chushin once again. Staying by his side, there was always a feeling of being manipulated and used. She only saw that she took out 3 scrolls from the storage pearl hanging around her neck and threw them towards the back without looking. The few elves in the back looked startled and hurriedly flew towards higher ground, trying to avoid Shelley's scrolls. In front of Shelley's endless scrolls on this journey, they had suffered a lot, and several times they were almost seriously injured. However, when the scroll burst open, it was a burst of thick smoke that filled the world. This thick smoke could not only make people unable to see the front, but also with the purpose of intercepting the soul force detection. When the elf tribe, a few people rushed through the thick smoke, they found that Shelley's figure had already disappeared. How can that be? How could she just disappear like that? This is all flat ground at a glance. She definitely can't be that fast. She must have used some method to hide. Let's split up and look for her. Whoever finds out must send a message to contact the others at the first time. Absolutely can't let her run away. Otherwise I'll only have to commit suicide in front of my king to thank her for her sins. I suspect that she will most likely return here. I'll wait here now for a while to make sure that she won't appear before going to look elsewhere. Several elves separately determined a direction to rush over, and one of the elves stayed where he was, vigilantly sensing the situation around him. After a long time, when he was also a bit impatient, Shelley appeared from the same spot with a pale face. It turned out that when Shelley took advantage of the thick smoke that covered the vision and soul power of several people, she used a secret method to temporarily achieve the effect of invisibility with the help of the strong sunlight. Only this secret method, the longer the time, the greater the damage to the body. Shelley did not expect these few elves to be so cunning. Actually, there are still people waiting for her in the same place. She is really unable to maintain the secret method, can only show up while there is still the power of a battle. We must snatch him before he sends out a message and kill him, otherwise I won't be able to leave. Shelley's aura nowadays clearly had transcendent level 9, while this elf clan member opposite her also had transcendent level 8, and several of his accomplices were also transcendent level 8, and there was another one who was likewise transcendent level 9 as well. You are indeed still here, actually able to hide under our noses. This elf clan looked at the suddenly appearing Shelley with an expression of mixed surprise and anger. Shelley coldly grunted, and without waiting for the elven man to make a move, it was a scroll that was thrown out. Shocking lightning strike. Lightning magic is the most difficult to master among all magic as well as the most powerful magic in terms of lethality. The elven man's face changed, and the communication scroll in his hand could not be opened in time. He hurriedly dodged towards the side with all his might, and at the same time, he also tore open a few scrolls, and set a few shields on himself one after the other. However, the speed of the lightning was so fast, the elven man never avoided it, and was struck by the magic. The shield on his body was broken in an instant, and a bolt of lightning struck him, and his body flew backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood. But the man's reaction cannot be said to be not fast. Not waiting for Shelley to attack again, grabbed the first successive arrow shot, forcing Shelley also can only dodge. Taking advantage of the gap between Shelley dodging, he quickly pulled away from the distance. Open the scroll will be the message passed. Shit! Shelley saw the man open the scroll to deliver the message and knew that the time he had left was very limited. Wind wings soar. Abruptly, Shelley arrived behind the man. The man was about to take to the skies to distance himself once more when Shelley used her magic once more. Lock of seal. The elven man felt that his body was firmly trapped by several invisible ropes, completely unable to move. He tried to mobilize the power of the elements between heaven and earth, but found that the connection between him and the elements had also been severed, and now he was a pig and sheep to be slaughtered. Aurora Holy Sword. A huge sword descended from the sky and decapitated the elven man without a doubt, leaving only a pool of blood on the ground. Shelley's face turned even paler, barely able to support even standing, throwing out her flying carpet and sitting on it, quickly flying towards the depths of the desert. When the other few elven warriors arrived at the place where Shelley had just fought, they only saw a pool of blood on the ground and the elven man's longbow. Damn it, she actually killed Relaford, we must avenge him. Immediately notify Lord Blake and ask him to help blockade the entire desert. We have a large number of magical beasts in the desert. She will definitely not be able to escape. And at this time, Shelley was staggering towards the direction of the sinking lake. When passing through a canyon, she just couldn't hold on and fainted. This scene happened to be seen by an old man of the desolate race who had just taken the new recruits of the sinking sand army out for training outside the canyon, and this person happened to be the one who had seen Shuale fighting against the beast tied together with Chushin at the side of Chushin's lake, and so he hurriedly took Shuale along with him and went to see Tyrone. Tyluan knew that Shuale's identity was not ordinary, and also had a deep relationship with Chushin, so he immediately took Shuale and a few of his soldiers to the lake. Shelley intermittently woke up a few times on the way and realized that she was being led by Tyrone on the fly. She still had a slight impression of Tyrone and knew that these Arakanese were Chushin's followers. It seems that this time I have to go to see Chushin. Every time I see him with serious injuries, I hope I'm not just out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's mouth again. Thinking of this, Shelley smiled helplessly and bitterly, then fell back into unconsciousness. Chapter 40, The Stone of Life, Strange Operations of the Elves. When Tyrone appeared in Chushin's perception with the unconscious Shelley, Chushin was really taken aback. How could he not expect to see Shelley again? She was again severely injured, and was still found and sent over by Tyrone. Lord Chushin, this woman was unconscious outside the canyon where the sinking sand army was stationed and was found by my clan. I remembered that she fought against the beast tied together with you, my lord, before, so I brought her here. Well, you did a good job, go back, this woman will stay on the shore. Yes, my lord. Tyrone ordered the people to prepare a blanket made of beast hair, spread it on the ground, and then placed Shelley on it. Chushin sensed Shelley's condition. It was much better than last time. She was just overly tired and energized. Resting for a few days should make her better. Chushin didn't pay too much attention to it and still immersed his mind in the underground world, intending to wait for Shuale to wake up and then ask about the situation. It was not until the third day that Shelley completely woke up. In fact, in the middle she had times when she was awake, she just hadn't thought of what to do yet, and simply continued to sleep, but 3 days was already long enough, and if he dragged it out any longer, Chushin would be impatient, and the elf clansmen were already almost ready to find this place as well. You're awake? Chushin asked playfully. Shelley was a little embarrassed, twice in a row when she saw Chushin, she was in a state of serious injury, and last time it was also clear that she herself strongly requested to leave Chushin, but as a result, she still had no choice but to run back. I'm sorry my lord, once again I've disturbed you. What is it this time? Shelley was a bit hesitant, and after hesitating for a while she finally told the truth. It turned out that the last time, Shelley was originally heading west, wanting to go to a city that was more densely populated by humans, but instead, she heard in a large city that the elves had a treasure called the Stone of Life. It is said that this Stone of Life can make anyone as long as not yet dead people to get a chance to rejuvenate once again, is simply equal to have a second life. Therefore, the Stone of Life has also always been one of the most important treasures of the elf clan, but this time, I don't know how it was leaked out, and it was also rumored in all of the human cities and towns. My master was seriously injured in order to save me in the beginning, and has been frozen with a secret method to maintain a trace of life for so many years, Shelley said with some frustration. So you went to the elves to try to steal the Stone of Life? Chushin was a little surprised. Could it be that Shuele was already strong to this extent? Well, I did have this idea, and I also knew that it would definitely be difficult to succeed with my own strength, but I had to go and give it a try. However, the elf stone was not stolen by me, but someone deliberately gave it to me. Shelley also had a puzzled look on her face. Obviously she didn't understand exactly why someone would give her such a magical treasure as the Stone of Life in the first place. Someone gave it to you? What do you mean? In the beginning, I lurked in the outskirts of the elf forest, sneaked into the elf forest one night, went through great hardships to find where the elf king's palace was located, and was about to enter it to steal the gemstone, but a mysterious person suddenly appeared, and I was taken captive by him unresisted, and when I woke up, I appeared outside of the elf forest, and in my arms there was an additional green gemstone. That's the Stone of Life? Could it be that there is a traitor within the elven race? But why would he hand over such a treasure to you? Shelley shook her head and said, I'm also confused. When I woke up and saw the Stone of Life, soon after, the elf clan began to hunt me down, and I had no choice but to flee in your direction along the way. Chushin pondered carefully, but he was also clueless, not understanding what exactly the elf clan was scheming. It was reasonable to say that a race like the elves, even if they had any treasures, they shouldn't have made a scene that the entire continent knew about, and they ended up being stolen by insiders only to be handed over to strangers like Shuele. In addition, in Chushin's perception, Shuele was at the Transcendent 9 level of strength. Although it was already very strong, it was still not enough to look at in front of the elf clan either. It was logical that Shuele wouldn't be allowed to touch the elf king's palace and still be undetected, and in the end, Shuele was also allowed to escape. Chushin smelled a strong flavor of conspiracy. Just don't know who this conspiracy is targeting. Is the elf race self-directed, or is someone designed to pit the elf race a hand? What is he doing here? Chushin sensed that someone was rapidly approaching, and it was none other than Blake who had recruited him earlier. There's a legendary rank powerhouse from the elf clan coming. Don't resist, I'll hide you. After Chushin finished speaking, he loaded Shelley into the system space. Soon Blake arrived at the shore of the lake and spoke loudly towards the lake. Is Brother Chu there? Blake is looking for you for something. Please come out and meet me. Chushin condensed a waterman and slowly walked towards the shore, smiling at Blake. Brother Blake, long time no see. What wind actually blew you here? Blake saw Chushin refuse to show his true face. Originally his heart was a little unhappy, but seeing Chushin condensed a waterman more dynamic and energetic than last time, his heart's judgment of Chushin's cultivation was automatically raised upwards again. Buddy Chu, this time I came to find you. There is really something I want to ask you to do a favor. Oh, Blake buddies matter. As long as I can help, I will definitely help you with all my might. Just what can there be that would make the powerful elf clan's legendary rank powerhouse need to find someone to help him? Chushin knew in his heart that it must be the matter of the life stone, yet he still asked knowingly. It's really hard to explain. This is also a scandalous matter of my elf clan. Chu bro, don't tell anyone. Some days ago someone took advantage of the absence of my king and the clan's experts to sneak into the elf king's palace and stole a treasure. My king was very angry when he came back and demanded an all-out pursuit, but this thief was very cunning. Several times she was allowed to slip away, and finally escaped into this desert. There's actually such a thing. That thief is really detestable, actually dared to steal from the elf clan. Don't worry, Blake buddy, as long as I find out about this person's trail, I will definitely summon you immediately. Chushin put on an angry look and very generously patted Blake's shoulder and said. Blake's shoulder sank when he was slapped by Chushin's waterman, and in his heart he cursed Chushin's strength for being so strong, while still looking grateful and said, I'm relieved to have this word from my buddy. If Buddy Chu can provide any information, my elf clan will definitely have heavy thanks. Then I won't bother Buddy Chu. I'll leave first. AI, it's not easy for the Blake man to come here. You and I should have a painful and unrestrained chat. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? The Blake man had already flown into the sky and waved his hand, his voice drifting over from the distance. Thank you for your kind words. I have to go inform a few other fellows. Next time I will definitely come to find Chu to have a good chat. Chushin looked at Blake's distant back, and a smile appeared at the corner of the waterman's mouth. Interesting, actually making a big deal out of looking for thieves in the desert. Chapter 41, Shelley's Trust. Chushin advances to Spirit Lake. After making sure that Blake was gone, Chushin released Shelley and told her about Blake's intentions. Shelley was just as very puzzled by this. If they do this, won't the entire continent know that someone stole their lifestone? So, I'm afraid this desert is going to start buzzing for the next while. With the attraction of the Stone of Life, even the elves would have a hard time deterring the entire continent, right? But this wasn't the most surprising thing to Chushin. What puzzled him the most was that Blake had obviously seen Shelley last time and knew about Shelley's relationship with him, and this time, there were quite a few people from the elf clan who had seen Shelley's real face, so Blake must have known that Shelley was the thief as well. Then wouldn't it mean that the elf clan had also long ago suspected his head, and even determined that the Stone of Life was in his hands? In that case, the elf clan was still chasing after Shelley in such a big way, and even came to himself for help. The elf clan is teasing the world and also treating me as meat on the chopping block. Chushin muttered. After figuring out this link, the various behaviors of the elf clan could be explained, and he even suspected that the one who gave the Stone of Life to Shelley was the Elf King himself. If the elf tribe did this, it could be that there is a certain existence that has their eyes on the Stone of Life. They want to use this method to send the Stone of Life out first, and then sneak it back. Even Chushin guessed that the existence that is asking for the Stone of Life is the Light Sanctuary, and they are the only ones that have this strength to force the elf tribe to have to use such a roundabout way to avoid a head-on confrontation. Informing Shelley of his guesses as much as he could, Shelley was also shocked. Don't tell me that when you traveled to the elven forest in the first place to prepare to steal the Stone of Life, you didn't think that it would bring me trouble. Chushin's tone was a bit unkind. Shelley's move was undoubtedly without any care for Chushin's situation. This time her move would bring Chushin a great deal of trouble, so that Chushin would have to face the elf clan, a big trouble, head-on not long afterward. Shelley knelt on the ground and rushed to apologize to Chushin. I'm sorry, my lord, I know this might bring you trouble, but this is the only chance to save my master. I have to try. This is not a reason for you to victimize me. Say it, how do you plan to thank me for your crime? Shelley trembled on her knees in fear. This matter was indeed her fault, but she had no choice. Shuelei is willing to listen to your lordship's disposition. Even if your lordship wants Shuelei's life, Shuelei is still willing, but I implore your lordship to allow me to bring the life stone to my master first. Childish and ridiculous idea. I'm afraid that by the time you saved your master, I would have been destroyed by the elves. Besides, what use would I have for your life? Shelley didn't dare to speak, just bowed her head. How about this? If you serve me for 20 years, I will let you return. Of course, in order to prevent you from escaping the Stone of Life, you need to temporarily put it here with me first. Shuelei came from a mysterious background. Her own strength and qualifications were good. Nowadays there were too few people available under her. Shuelei was a good choice. Moreover, she had caused such a big trouble for herself. Letting her serve herself for 20 years was also considered making up for the loss. Shuelei had a torn face. To sacrifice her freedom to serve a mysterious existence that might be the incarnation of some old monster, she had originally refused, but now she had indeed caused Chushin a great deal of trouble, and her own life was in someone else's hands. I can't die. I have to live for the sake of my master. It's only 30 years. After 30 years, I will be able to save my master. I promise you. Please, Lord, must keep your promise. Let me go after 30 years and return the Stone of Life to me. Shelley could only choose to believe Chushin, otherwise Chushin would most likely devour her right now. Well, don't worry, now hand over the Stone of Life. Since Shelley was already mentally prepared, she still decisively took out a green gem and threw it to Chushin. As soon as the jewel fell into the lake, a beep immediately came from the system. Drop, the Stone of Life has been detected. The host has two choices. Choose to refine, then the system space can permanently store living things. Choose embedding, then the system space can store the living thing for 3 days. Choose to refine. Chushin wouldn't talk about credit, since the elf clan had already decided that Shelley was his person and thought that the Stone of Life was in his hands. Then he simply refined it, turning all of the elf clan's suspicions into reality. Dropping, refining is successful. The system space capacity has become larger and can permanently store living things. Chushin felt the system space. It was now almost 100 square meters, but it didn't have any energy, so he couldn't cultivate in it either. The Shuelei outside, however, didn't know that Chushin had refined the life gem as soon as he got it. If she were to know, I'm afraid that she would directly fight for her life. Looking at Shuelei, who was still kneeling by the lake, for the time being Chushin couldn't use her, so he might as well let her follow Tyrone to familiarize herself with his forces first. Chushin called Animerecap and asked him to take Shelley to the canyon to find Tyrone, and asked Tyrone to intensify his training of the magical beasts in the recent period of time, and to try to hide himself as much as possible. There might be a big battle soon. Actually, how to deal with the elves, Chushin had already thought about it long ago. After all, from the very beginning he was preparing the elves as an imaginary enemy. The matter of refining spirit water, he had actually completed it a few days ago. it was just that the matter of the underground world had delayed him for a while. He had not yet had the time to upgrade, and now it was just the right time to upgrade a bit. System, I want to upgrade to Spirit Lake. Dripping, upgrading in progress, please be patient. Chushin's lake that had originally shrunk by half, the outside still looked calm, but in fact, a magical change was taking place. The spiritual power of the heavens and the earth were swarming into the lake, constantly being refined into the water, and the water that was already rich in spiritual power was now even more spiritually compelling. However, all of this could not be felt in the slightest from the outside. From an outsider's point of view, this was still an ordinary lake, not even as spectacular as those famous lakes in the central state. However, as long as Chushin had a single thought, this lake would instantly be filled with spiritual power and become a lake of spiritual power. The Spirit Lake after the upgrade had an excellent layer of concealment. As long as Chushin was willing, this lake could turn into what Chushin wanted at any time. This was also due to Chushin's continuous refining of the lake water during those months, and having a deep understanding of the lake's structure, he was able to achieve the casual changes he has today. In addition to this, the area of the lake also returned to its original size. The concentration of spiritual energy did not weaken at all. The fish and shrimp in the water all felt this change, and even due to the spiritual energy being too dense, some small creatures fainted, and some of the stronger ones were quietly undergoing some kind of change. There was a sudden rumble and explosion in the sky, and pouring rain poured out, spilling into the lake, all of which turned into spiritual water, and the creatures along the shore were all caught up in an orgy of growth. Drop. Congratulations to the host for the successful upgrade. Chapter 42, Opening up the first tributary, the River of Forgetfulness. Chushin happily looked at his system panel. Host, Chushin. Identity, Lake of Spiritual Power. Level, LV1. Energy, 2 million. Skills, Spring Breeze Rain LV10, can be upgraded to Wild Storm. Water Binding Technique LV10, can be upgraded to Water Binding. Water Arrow Technique LV10, can be upgraded to Ice Arrow Technique. Water Dragon Heavenly Soaring LV10, can be upgraded to Water Dragon Roar. Ice Prison Cage LV10, can be upgraded to Ice Shackle. Bestow Blessing, can be used twice in a month. Awakening, can be used twice in a month. Finally advance to the Spirit Lake stage. Let's upgrade all my skills first. System, upgrade all skills to the current highest level. Once again, more than 500,000 energy points were spent before all the skills were upgraded. The power of the skills after the promotion had a skyrocketing change. Chushin felt that it should have already reached the level of the legendary rank. However, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that Chushin could open up his first tributary. Finally, he didn't need to be trapped in this desert anymore. Moreover, after opening the tributary, Chushin can also not worry about the problem after the lake is discovered. He can completely attract the enemy's attention to the tributary. The lake body will also be more secure. Where to open up the first tributary? Chushin has long thought about it. When the underground world was discovered, he decided to open up an underground dark river. The underground world was a place that had not yet come into the majority of eyes and had a huge potential for development. Chushin could quietly develop his forces here as much as he could, and when the time permitted, he would move the forces that had developed in the underground to the ground. According to the system's introduction, every time a tributary is opened up, this tributary will possess an elemental power. So what elemental power should be chosen for this dark river under the ground? Should I choose the earth element? After all, McGee's Earth Spirit Clan and Rock Monster Clan both use earth elemental power. But this didn't fit Chushin's plan, although the Earth Spirit race was currently Chushin's important reliance. But that was only temporary. Chushin's plan was to create a special and powerful river. The Earth Elemental River was just a little bit too common, and the Earth Elemental and water were also a little bit conflicting. Let's just create a river of darkness element, flowing through the entire underground of this continent, becoming the river of forgetfulness of this god and demon continent. The river of forgetfulness, in the world of his previous life, was a legendary river in hell. In this world, Chushin wanted to turn the legend into reality. In the underground world, McGee had already led an expedition and controlled the riverbank for quite a distance. That dark river, Chushin didn't want to touch it for the time being. System, I want to open the tributary, the river of forgetfulness, the river of dark elements. Dripping, tributary opened successfully, area of 1,000 meters, extension requires energy points. Chushin controlled the water flow by himself, juxtaposing it with the original one, forming a river of darkness elemental. The total length of the river was 1,000 meters, which was just about the same size as the territory McGee had conquered. The water of this river was all ink-like black, and this tributary wasn't as introverted as a lake. Instead, it was recklessly emitting darkness, as if it was worried that no one would discover it. Chushin had already informed McGee and the others in advance, so at this time, all of the Earth Spirit people and the races that were submissive to them were on the rocks under the ground, watching this miracle. A river had appeared out of nowhere in this underground world, and what few people knew was that the source of the river was right above their heads, behind an inconspicuous hole, and what was connected was the lake outside that they were longing for. Chushin looked to the system, and sure enough, there was an additional column of tributaries on the system information panel. Tributary, Forget River. Length, 1000 meters. Attribute, Dark Elemental, only suitable for dark creatures to survive. Skill, Sinking. Creatures that sink in the river of forgetfulness will turn into skeleton warriors and follow the host's orders. This skill was perverse. If used well, one could quickly have an army like a war machine that was absolutely loyal to them. As the scale of the conquests in the underground world grew bigger and bigger, one would definitely need more warriors, and most of the races in the underground world were unruly and hard to subdue, so they often had to be wiped out. Now with this skill, it was completely possible to turn the enemy into one's own army and still reduce the casualties of one's own people. McGee and the others in the underground world and others knelt on the ground, looking at the calm river, but a sense of awe could not help but be emitted from their hearts, as if there was a giant beast under the water, capable of devouring them at any time. McGee, go and throw a few of the captives captured during the previous conquest into the river. Chushin's voice rang in McGee's mind, and although McGee was unsure, he quickly ordered it down, and immediately a few people brought over 2 huge-sized magical beasts. Maki usually seldom kept captives when conquering, because it was troublesome, and also had to provide the captives with food and other supplies. It would be better to kill them directly. Only this kind of huge beasts can be raised as food. Maki will choose to stay and bring back to the tribe. I did not expect this time just came in handy. According to Chushin's order, Maki threw the 2 magical beasts into the river. Without even splashing much, the 2 magical beasts sank to the bottom of the river. Only after a while did the 2 magical beasts float up, but they were 2 skeletons. Chushin clearly felt that as long as he gave orders, these 2 skeletons would obey without resistance. Jump into the river. Chushin ordered. The 2 skeletons indeed jumped into the river once more, and they acted very comfortable inside the river. Drop. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 skeleton warriors, rewarding 500 energy point rewards. Chushin controlled them again and walked out and stood aside. They also stood peacefully next to each other, without the slightest bit of ferocity from before. When McGee and the others saw this, they were greatly amazed, and in their hearts, they decided that this must be a miracle performed by Chushin, and they were even more convinced about Chushin. Chushin looked at this river that wasn't too magnificent yet. A sense of grandeur was already gradually burgeoning. Chapter 43 Awakening 100,000 Demonic Beasts Army. Forget River has been initially opened successfully. The next step is to earn energy points to extend the length of the river, and on the other hand, expand the power of the underground world, and follow the river to expand the sphere of influence. However, there is still one more trouble in front of us, that is, this desert will soon be lively because of the matter of Shelley stealing the Stone of Life, and the elves will definitely come to settle the scores with themselves in the end, so they have to make preparations early. Chushin planned to take advantage of the chaos in the boundless desert to massively expand the scale of his magical beast army, so that he could spread his magical beast army throughout the entire desert. In this way, no matter if there was any movement in this desert, even the movements of the elf clan would not be able to escape his eyes. Nowadays, the elf race has already withdrawn most of the inspectors wandering in the desert, and all of them have gathered at the edge of the desert. It looks like quite nervous to prevent people from the outside from entering to seize the Stone of Life. In fact, the desert area is so big. How to prevent? The elf tribe's move is obviously to make a look of external tightness and internal looseness only. Sure enough, in the past few days, the Desert Clan has been reporting that they have found traces of outside cultivators near the valley they occupy. Currently entering the desert, most of them are some mercenaries who hunt nearby or even at the edge of the desert itself, while the really big forces will not enter the field at the first time, and they have already made preparations for the mantis to catch the cicada and the yellow sparrow at the back. Chushin intended to take advantage of the fact that there were no big forces to enter, and the elves had relaxed their internal inspections for this period of time, to start large-scale cultivation of magical beasts. After more than 2 to 3 months, he once again gathered all the Arabs together. Even Shelley was with Tyrone. She followed Tyrone during this time, and was simply shocked to the core by Chushin's masterstroke of being able to help wild beasts awaken their bloodline and use it to breed magical beasts. Even in her world, no one had ever done this. Of course, this was also because there were almost no ordinary beasts in her world, and the lowest level was a magical beast. But this was still a tactic that defied common sense, causing Shelley to be even more alarmed at what Chushin was plotting, and she felt great regret that she had actually fallen into the plans of such a terrifying existence under her own recklessness. I summoned you all here today because I have a new task to give you. Now that this boundless desert is about to fall into turmoil, in order to protect our home, we need to become stronger. Now, all of you immediately take the magical beasts under your command and go and drive all the wild beasts you can find around the lake, giving you a week's time to have at least 100,000 or more wild beasts. Tyrone and the others replied in unison. Yes, Lord Chu God, we promise to complete the task. After saying that, they dispersed individually. Only Shelley stayed behind after hearing Chushin's instructions. What do you think about this time? Shelley suddenly heard Chushin inquire about her thoughts. Her heart was a little flustered. How could she dare to say anything more about what Chushin had done? There's no harm in you but saying it. Chushin could see Shelley's constraint. Lord Chushin doing this, naturally there is reasoning from you, my lord, but I thought that cultivating magical beasts on such a large scale, I'm afraid that it would cost too much spiritual water, some of the losses would not be worth it, and on such a large scale, it would definitely attract the attention of the elf clan ahead of time. Not only that, but those who entered outside, seeing such a commotion, I'm afraid that they would also swarm to the place. What Shelley said is the actual situation. 100,000 magical beasts appeared out of nowhere. The elf clan is how loose it is also impossible not to find out, but the elf clan even if they find out, but also can't immediately make a move, because that is the same as telling someone else that the life gemstone is here in Chushin. At the same time, the elves will not care too much, because 100,000 low-ranking magical beasts are not worth mentioning in the eyes of the absolute power, at least they can't do any harm to the strongest of the legendary ranks. When they overthrew Chushin, this kind of tactic would become theirs as well. As for the people outside swarming around, that was something Chushin did on purpose, and he was worried that those people wouldn't dare to come. Although Shelley was intelligent, she misjudged Chushin's means, making her unable to guess what Chushin was thinking at all. You'll stay here for this period of time. Shelley nodded faintly. Having Shelley stay here was to tell the elves that Chushin hadn't slipped away quietly, and the elves wouldn't be able to recklessly preempt their own plans. A week later, a vast number of beasts were driven by the sinking sand army to surround Chushin's lake tightly. Under the intimidation of the many magical beasts outside, these ordinary beasts stood in place in a somewhat uneasy manner. Spiritually undeveloped, they only felt a pressure and felt fear from the bottom of their hearts. Lord Chu God, the beasts have all been found, a total of 150,000. Very well, you take the sinking sand army and watch from the periphery, do not allow any creatures to come within 1,000 meters of this vicinity. Yes, Lord Chu God. With the sinking sand army watching, even if the elves discovered something strange, they could not get close enough to specifically observe what method Chushin used to create the magical beasts. This time Chushin no longer used spirit water to wash them again batch by batch, he had a quicker method. Use skill, Wild Storm. The originally bright sunny sky was suddenly covered in colorful clouds, the clouds gradually broke open and opening, and pouring rain poured out from it, drenching the many beasts. These wild beasts were extremely comfortable bathing under this rain. These were the same spiritual water as in Chushin's lake, and could completely play the effect of spiritual power cleansing. Under the continuous spiritual rain, the physique of these beasts were all being rapidly boosted, and it continued to rain from day to night, and one beast was in high spirits. It's almost time, it's time to start. Use skill, Awakening. A red light shone above the bodies of 150,000 beasts. All of these beasts burst out of their blood with a power that was burning while pushing them to become even stronger. Use skill, Bestow Blessing. Another white light was showered on all the beasts, and the pain from the original burning of the blood was relieved to no small extent. Various kinds of light continuously emanated from the beasts, others erupted with a powerful aura, and of course there were some that directly burned their entire body to ashes. This kind of vision lasted until midnight, when the awakening of 150,000 beasts was completely completed, with 100,000 of them succeeding in their awakening, and the rest falling on the road to awakening. Chushin descended another spiritual rain to relieve the fatigue and injuries left on the bodies of these successfully awakened magical beasts. By the early morning of the next day, Chushin summoned Tyrone and the others back and told them to start counting the magical beasts. As for those magical beasts that failed to awaken, they were rolled into the lake and devoured by Chushin. This awakening, Chushin had gained a total of more than 10 million energies, enough for him to extend the basin of the River of Forgetfulness forward by 10,000 meters. Chapter 44, Special Bloodline, Sinking Sand Army that spreads across the desert. 100,000 magical beasts, with only 200 or so desolate clansmen, took half a day to barely finish counting and came to report to Chushin. Reporting to Lord Chushin, this time a total of 150,000 magical beasts have successfully awakened. Most of them are ordinary magical beast bloodlines, but some more special magical beast bloodlines have been discovered. Please take a look at them, my lord. Oh, bring it here and take a look. In the past, tens of thousands of magical beasts were also awakened, only that they were all more common ordinary magical beast bloodlines, but nothing particularly noteworthy magical beast bloodlines were found. Could it be that this time, because of the wide range and large number of magical beast bloodlines, there could finally be a surprise? This awakening bloodline is like a lottery. 10,000 magical beasts can have a rare bloodline awakened. That is the jackpot. When Tyrone and the others brought up the magical beasts with rare bloodlines, they attracted Chushin's attention at the first moment. There were a total of 5 rare bloodline magical beasts, 4 of which Chushin had an impression in his memory. 2 of them were just giant side scorpions, which were transformed from desert scorpions awakening their bloodline, and their 2 pincers were transformed into 2 sides. The other 2 were horned dragons, which belonged to the demon dragon race, and they had a unicorn on their head, and they had a great deal of strength. These 4 magical beasts had just awakened and were already at the 2nd rank, with great growth potential in the future. As for the other one, even Chushin did not recognize it. Chushin glanced at Shuelei by his side. This woman came from a big world and had seen a lot, so she should be able to recognize it. Feeling Chushin's gaze, Shuelei frowned at the other magical beast in front of her and hesitantly opened her mouth. This magical beast, is indeed very rare. I have only seen pictures in some travelogues. It should be a blood-pupil jackal, extremely bloodthirsty, always traveling alone, and its strength is terrifying when it reaches adulthood. But you have to pay attention, this kind of magical beast is extremely cunning. It's easy to betray its master, in our world as no one ever dared to raise it. Chushin nodded as he listened. With the system in place, even if it was a rock, he would be able to sensitize it into his loyal believer. As long as it was strong enough, Chushin would dare to accept it. Instructing Tyrone to bring the other magical beasts to be properly trained, only leaving these 5 mutated magical beasts behind, Chushin planned to personally train them. Or rather, it was to find something to do for the magic dragon gecko that was always bored. The demonic dragon gecko was now trapped at the 10th level of the mortal stage, and was unable to take a step closer, coupled with the fact that it felt that it and the ghost prickly tree had recently gotten closer, and was deeply afraid that the ghost prickly tree would break through before it did, and would neglect it even more in the future, so it wanted to break through again, but couldn't find a good way to do it, and had been moping around lately. Dumping these 5 magical beasts to the demonic dragon gecko, only then did this little guy finally regain his mischievous nature. The ghost thorn tree had always been more mature and a bit stronger than it, so it was the lowest in status, and now it was finally its turn to be the boss. Soon it took a few of its new little brothers and ran off into the distant wilderness, not knowing what it was going to do. 100,000 magical beasts. After Tyrone stepped up their training for a week, Chushin immediately ordered that they be scattered and led by the wastelands, heading to the various areas of the desert to lurk. This is called the hole into zero. 100,000 beasts gathered together is a small number, but divided into more than 200 scattered, but not so conspicuous, is the elves are also difficult to distinguish which belongs to Chushin's, and which originally lived in the desert. Moreover, with the wastelanders in charge of contacting each other, the 200 or so magical beast armies can also help each other, and I believe that it will not be a problem for them to firmly establish themselves in the desert. At this time in Chushin's heart there is a map. In the vast god and demon continent, a small corner in the east is a dense forest is the elf forest. Adjacent to the elf forest is a desert that stretches across the entire eastern region. One's own sinking sand army is distributed in various locations in this desert. As long as one gives an order, there will be 100,000 troops galloping from all directions to aid the lake. Normally, he could help Chushin closely monitor all corners of the desert and quietly develop and grow. One day, the elves would suddenly realize that this desert, which was treated by the elves as a transitional zone bordering the outside world, was long gone from their control. There are also many mercenaries found. This desert and the beasts seem and they used to hunt the beasts different. Here the beasts more organized, know how to cooperate, and different kinds of beasts actually can also live together peacefully. So in this desert, there were also quite a few bones of mercenaries who were not long for the world and whose strength was not good. The layout on the ground was almost complete, just waiting for all the forces to finally enter the desert. Their own plans could be fully unfolded. In the underground world, Chushin once again spent 1 million energy points to expand the River of Forgetfulness forward by 1,000 meters. Chushin found that the further forward he went, the more he felt the unfathomable depths of that dark river, as if it would never end. Then the River of Forgetfulness, he also sensed the distribution of forces within this 1,000 meters. Basically there were no particularly difficult races. It was completely possible for McGee to continue his conquest towards the front. McGee was now the patriarch of the Earth Spirit clan, and the original old patriarch had abdicated to stay in the clan land to enjoy his happiness. When McGee gathered all of his current troops together, he waited for Chushin's descent by the River of Forgetfulness. This pitch-black river flowed silently without a trace of life. McGee and the others couldn't help but be frightened in their hearts when they looked at the River of Forgetfulness. This was a river that represented death. Only dark creatures were able to survive in it, and for McGee and the others, entering it was tantamount to giving up their lives, unless they were willing to become skeletons without flesh and blood. Chushin had left a spiritual water lake for them in the Earth Spirit clan's clanland. That was what belonged to them, and every time they returned from a battle, all the warriors had to enter it to bathe. I've already scouted clearly for you guys. There are no powerful enemies within 1,000 meters ahead. It's up to you guys below, where the River of Forgetfulness flows through. Those who don't submit will be killed without amnesty. Use the corpses of your enemies to offer sacrifices to my river. Currently Chushin hadn't met any darkness creatures yet. Chushin guessed that there would definitely be quite a few darkness creatures in such an environment. It's just that he was currently still in the periphery of the underground world, so he hadn't stumbled upon them yet. However, the good thing was that Forgettable River's sinking skill could utilize enemy corpses to create skeleton warriors to also replenish a portion of his own troop strength. Everyone listened to the order, prepare to march out and open up the frontier for Lord Chugad, target, 1,000 meters along the River of Forgetfulness. McGee waved the spear in his hand and ordered loudly. With his command, a team of warriors began to move, rapidly advancing along the river. Chapter 45, Magic Dragon Gecko Causes Trouble, an Egg. McGee led the warriors to charge through the underground world, and it was only a matter of time before they completely swept away this kilometer territory, so Chushin no longer cared too much, but he sensed that a not-so-small commotion was occurring on the ground. Only to see in the distance the magic dragon gecko was with the newly received 5 little brothers sitting on the back of the red flame chasing the wind horse gallop, behind is left in the lake around a part of the sinking sand army, is with the sky in the middle of a piece of fire cloud confrontation. That piece of fire cloud is the southern fire crows, when the Shelly were forced back to the most difficult race. This race was extremely vindictive. Once someone offended them, the whole race would come out and stalk the enemy, especially Crazy. It was unknown how the demonic dragon gecko had provoked them, and was still being chased after. If not happened to be found by the nearby sinking sand army, I'm afraid that the magic dragon gecko has long been caught up, and now under the cover of the sinking sand army, the 6 of them were able to ride on the back of the red flame wind-chasing horse to escape to the vicinity of the lake. But the sinking sand army after all are all ground magical beasts. To be able to fly the flames cannot pose much threat, the fire crows leading the one with a scream, all the flames of the sudden speed up. From the sinking sand army head over the sinking sand army, the sinking sand army released the attack also cannot hit much fire crows at all. The devil dragon gecko looked back and was startled, wailing. Chushin had seen this scene long ago, but did not rush out to stop it. The devil dragon gecko was too mischievous, so it would be good to let it suffer some pain. Although the speed of the red flame wind-chasing horse was very fast, it couldn't be as fast as the fire crows flying in the sky, especially since the leading fire crows were all at the top of the mortal stage, and their speed was much faster than the red flame wind-chasing horse which was only at the 5th level of the mortal stage. Not long after the magic dragon gecko 6 will be caught up, the fire crow's beak one is a few flames sprayed down. The magic dragon gecko dodged with a flap of its wings behind its back, and the red flame wind-chasing horse underneath it was burned to ashes. Only then did Chushin notice that the magic dragon gecko was holding a golden egg in its arms. And when the flames in the sky saw the egg in its arms, they became even angrier and screamed together. The demonic dragon gecko ran away with the golden egg in its arms. Its speed was not slower than the flames in the sky, and it deliberately avoided the 5 magical beasts such as the horned dragon. This little guy is quite righteous. Chushin laughed and cursed in his heart. The ghost thorn tree also chimed in. Although it's a bit mischievous, its qualifications are good, and its spiritual intelligence is also higher than ordinary magical beasts, and much higher than those few magical beasts with rare bloodlines. Although the demonic dragon gecko also flew very fast, its staying power was not as good as the fire crow, and it soon became slower and slower, and was finally caught up by the fire crow once again. Seeing that he couldn't get rid of these fire crows twice, the devil dragon gecko was also annoyed in his heart and threw the golden giant egg in his arms directly downwards. The fire crows in the sky were so scared that they rushed to catch it. Just at this moment, the wings behind the magic dragon gecko shook, appeared on top of the head of one of the fire crows, the sharp claws in his hand emitted a black ghostly light, and with just one stroke, the fire crow's head fell down. The other 3 fire crows turned their heads towards the magic dragon gecko and spat out a few mouthfuls of flames, and one fire crow caught the giant egg and stopped at one side. Under the siege of the 3 fire crows, the demonic dragon gecko was also a bit confused for a while. These fire crows were all at the 9th to 10th level of the mortal stage, and although the demonic dragon gecko was strong, the use of his instantaneous transmission talent was quite restrictive and extremely energy consuming, especially since it also had to maintain its flight, making it even more difficult for it to win in a single strike. In the fierce attacks of the fire crows, the demonic dragon gecko was a bit precarious for a while, although it also used several times of instantaneous transfer to seriously injure a fire crow, but it also suffered a lot of injuries itself. This time, the magic dragon gecko also suffered a loss if it was on land. By virtue of his ability to fly and instantaneous transfer talent, these 3 fire crows are by no means his opponent, but now in the sky, it is more restrictive. Falling into the downside of the magic dragon gecko, repeated injuries instead of provoking its ferocity, it no longer dodged, but began to exchange injuries for injuries. The sky blood rained down. There are fire crows, there are magic dragon geckos. However, the problem is that the back of the fire crows and the magic dragon gecko. However, the problem was that the fire crow's army behind it had already caught up, while the sinking sand army was still not as fast as it should be, and it couldn't give the demonic dragon gecko much help. Fighting, it's better to be fair. Chushin mobilized a wave of water, enveloping the demonic dragon gecko and a few fire crows. The large force of fire crows outside kept impacting this water cover, but they were unable to enter it no matter what. Inside, the fire crows and magic dragon gecko also found the environment change. The fire crows began to desperately want to quickly take down the magic dragon gecko, while the magic dragon gecko, also known as Chushin, shot, but began to not anxious. Under this circumstance, the fire crows repeatedly attacked the magic dragon gecko but failed to knock it down. Instead, the energy of the fire crows had been consumed too much, and their wings began to flap a lot slower. The magic dragon gecko seized the opportunity when one of the fire crows was weak after spraying fire, instantly moved to its back, and killed it with 2 claws. The remaining 2 fire crows were already scared silly by this scene, and both started to want to run out. However, Chushin's water cover was not something they could crack. Instead, the demonic dragon gecko seized the opportunity and killed them separately. A golden egg fell from the air. The demonic dragon gecko rushed forward to catch it, but because it was too tired, it followed the egg and fell down. The water cover that originally blocked the fire crows transformed into a giant hand that grabbed the magic dragon gecko and the golden egg together and brought them back to the lake. Those fire crows outside saw that the golden egg was taken away, and wanted to continue to pursue, but were annihilated by the thousands of ice arrows that came their way. The sky looked like it was raining a bloody downpour. Chushin looked at the demonic dragon gecko that stood on the trunk of the ghost thorn tree dancing with its hands, and was somewhat speechless in his heart. It didn't know how it had stolen this golden egg, and as a result, it was almost barbecued by others. However, this golden egg was quite peculiar. Chushin was able to feel the very strong fluctuation of life coming from it, so it must be that the life conceived inside was about to come out. Chushin thought about it and decided to put this golden egg inside the lake. This would also be more beneficial for the life in the egg, since it was stolen from the fire crow. It might also be a magical beast that can fly. Alright, I know you're good. This time you've gone crazy enough. It's time to cultivate the ghost thorn tree, but it's about to break through to transcendent. Chushin warned the demonic dragon gecko through his soul, and the demonic dragon gecko fiercely stomped on the ghost thorn tree under its feet twice, indicating that it was also about to break through. The devil dragon gecko had drastically stimulated its potential after this life and death struggle, and Chushin also believed that it should be able to break through to the transcendent rank within a week. It must be at that time that the demonic dragon gecko would truly show its power. Chapter 46, Stealing Eggs Again, Transcendent Fire Crow. Looking at the golden egg at the bottom of the lake that appeared somewhat sacred, Chushin suddenly thought that his sinking sand army was very good at land combat, but was very short of magical beasts that could fight in the air. When the sinking sand army went to stop the pursuit of the fire crow before, it exposed the problem of lacking both air combat and defense capabilities. Perhaps it's time to develop an aerial magical beast troop of our own. But the problem was that there were very few bird-type magical beasts in the desert, and even ordinary birds were rarely seen, so how to obtain a large number of flying magical beasts was a tricky problem. But seeing this egg that the demonic dragon gecko stole back, Chushin thought of an idea. The fire crows in the south can be said to be one of the few bird magical beasts in the desert, although it is somewhat unrealistic to directly catch fire crows. But now is the egg-laying season of the fire crows, so you can send the magical beasts to steal the eggs and bring them back to hatch on their own. He had a whole lake of spiritual water, so the effect might be even better than if the fire crows incubated themselves. Thinking of this, Chushin immediately looked for Shelly. Tyrone had already brought a sinking sand army and stationed it at the location closest to the elf forest to keep an eye on the movements there for Chushin, so the only person Chushin could call upon to be strong was Shelly. "My lord, you're looking for me?" As soon as Shelly heard Chushin's voice transmission, she came to the edge of the lake. "Well, there is something I want to give you to do today. I want to develop an aerial magical beast troop. The southern fire crows are the best choice. I want to send you to steal the fire crow's eggs." Shelly looked a little surprised when she heard Chushin's words. "Steal the fire crow's eggs? But my lord, it's hard to steal many if I'm the only one." "Don't worry, I will send you 500 shadow leopards to go with you, and there are also 1,000 red flame wind chasing horses for transportation. You guys just need to steal the most eggs in the shortest amount of time and quickly return after being discovered." After hearing Chushin's arrangement, although Shelly felt that it was still a bit inappropriate, she didn't have any more reasons to excuse herself and could only agree first. "In addition, the demonic dragon gecko will also follow you guys. I believe it should be able to lure quite a few fire crows away from the nest. You guys just grab the opportunity." Shelly froze, not expecting Chushin to be willing to let the magic dragon gecko go as bait. The magic dragon gecko had only just stolen the golden egg from the fire crows, and the fire crows almost came out of their nests to hunt it down, so if the magic dragon gecko went again this time, it might be hunted down again. Shelly looked at the magic dragon gecko, but found that it did not resist at all. After all, not long ago defeated the 3 or 4 fire crows siege. This moment is proud of it. Let it go again. It is naturally very happy to go to take revenge in the meantime to show off a bit of power. After the shadow leopard and the red flame wind chasing horse finished gathering, Shelly brought the magic dragon gecko along with him to the fire crow's nest. Before approaching the fire crow's nest, Shelley brought the Shadow Panther and the Red Flame Chasing Horse to quietly occupy a valley, and then left the Red Flame Chasing Horse here, while the rest of the Shadow Panther and Shelley touched the vicinity of the Firecrow's nest, and lastly, the demonic dragon gecko flew into the air in a big way. The Firecrow's nest was built on a jagged mountain wall, but there were no high mountains in the desert, so this cliff was not that dangerous. There were firecrows flying in and out of the mountain wall, and now it was the season of laying eggs, and the firecrows were very busy looking for food for the female crows who stayed in the nest to incubate the firecrow's eggs. With a single instantaneous movement, the demonic dragon gecko split a firecrow that flew past him before he could dodge. When the other firecrows beside him saw it, they all chattered and cried out, and instantly the entire cliff was in chaos, with the cries of firecrows everywhere. There were also firecrows attacking towards the magic dragon gecko. The magic dragon gecko dodged left and right with ease, avoiding the flames that were spewing towards it. The entire firecrow nest was gradually detonated by the magic dragon gecko. Almost all the firecrows flew out, densely covering the entire sky. When the demonic dragon gecko saw this situation, it was even worse than when it stole the eggs that day. It hurriedly made several successive transients and disappeared from the gaze of the firecrows, and then appeared again at the distant sand dunes. A flock of firecrows saw its figure and chased towards it. The magic dragon gecko flew forward desperately, and there were some nearby sinking sand army on the ground to help cover it, and at the same time, it also sent out some long-range attacks to the sky to slow down the attack of the firecrows. In this way, the magic dragon gecko only narrowly avoided being surrounded by the group of firecrows a few times. As for Shelley, seeing that the time had come, she immediately led the shadow leopard to directly attack the firecrow's nest. Before entering the nest, Shelley took out a bottle of powdered stuff, and with a wave of his right hand, a gust of wind swept the powder into the firecrow's nest, and waited for a few minutes before taking the shadow leopard with him. Shelley led the shadow leopard straight to the largest nest on the cliff. The small number of firecrows that stayed behind were all drunk and had no power to stop Shelley, while those female crows that were hatching flaming eggs were on the edge of the nest, looking ferociously at Shelley, but did not pounce. Shelley is also more familiar with this kind of magical beasts like firecrows, knowing that every time the firecrow community lays eggs in the spring, they will select the best quality ones from all the firecrow eggs and put them together, and the strongest people in the clan will guard them together waiting for them to hatch, while the other ordinary eggs would be hatched by ordinary firecrows. This largest nest was undoubtedly the most likely place in the entire firecrow tribe to be used to hatch high-quality firecrow eggs. When Shelley rushed into the nest, he was greeted by a violently burning flame. With a cold snort, Shelley let out a shroud of light up, blocking the fireball from the outside. That wasn't all, several more large fireballs flew in succession. The temperature of the air was instantly raised by dozens of degrees. Shelley had already prepared. A wind blade split on the fireballs flew backward, the fire borrowed the wind momentum, but burned even more exuberant. Damnable humans, what exactly do you want to do when you come to my firecrow clan? There's actually a transcendent rank magical beast, I didn't expect it. Shelley thought that the most powerful of this firecrow clan is also mortal rank, did not expect that there is also transcendental magical beast. She is now quite curious, that golden egg, how did the demonic dragon gecko steal it, and actually can run back? According to reason, this transcendental magical beast, if it strikes, the demonic dragon gecko is absolutely unable to escape. Shelley added a few more layers of shield to herself before walking in. Although with her transcendent mortal level 9 strength, she wasn't afraid of a firecrow demonic beast that looked like it was only transcendent level 3 or 4, it was still better to be careful. It was only after entering inside the lair that she realized why this transcendent demonic beast didn't personally come out to chase after the demonic dragon gecko in the first place. It turned out that underneath the body of this transcendent demonic beast, there was an identical golden egg lying, and this firecrow was constantly losing its spiritual energy to this egg. It turns out that this egg can't stop its spiritual energy supply, otherwise something should have changed. Shelley said with an impish smile as she looked at this transcendent firecrow. Chapter 47 Giant Egg Changes, 3,000 Crow Killing Army. You despicable humans, even if I destroy this egg today, I will burn you to ashes. A hateful gaze appeared in the eyes of the transcendent firecrow king. It was obvious that the demonic dragon gecko stealing an egg before had already made it want to go crazy a few times, and now that there was such a powerful human, it had already made it completely fall into a frenzy. It stood up, flew up into the sky, and directly rushed out, no longer caring about that golden giant egg. Seeing this, Shelley immediately took out the flying carpet and sat on it and flew out as well, at the same time instructing the shadow leopards to send both the densely packed firecrow eggs and the golden egg here to Chushin as fast as possible. Although these shadow leopards did not have a high IQ, they could still understand simple commands, and with a few of them in their mouths, they twisted their heads and ran out. Shelley had just flown out of the nest when she saw that the firecrow king was charging towards her at an extremely fast speed. Although Shelley was able to fly by virtue of his flying carpet, when it came to aerial combat ability, it was still inferior to the transcendent ranked firecrow. But after all, Shelly was a transcendent mortal grade 9, she didn't need to dodge in the air at all. In the face of the Fire Crow King's attack, she just had a simple shield of light that firmly blocked it out, and even if the Fire Crow King kept attacking like crazy, she couldn't break it fast enough. Shelly guessed that the group of Fire Crows were going to come back even after they couldn't chase the magic dragon gecko, so it was better to have a quick battle. Facing a Fire Crow King was easy, but facing thousands of mortal rank Fire Crows would be much harder to deal with. If they were really surrounded in such a place, even if it was her, she was afraid that she would be burned. Earth Protective Wall. An earth-colored light rose, Shelly was firmly protected within it, and the Fire Crow King also stopped its blind attack, instead opening its huge mouth and belatedly gulping flames. It should be brewing up some kind of big move. A red cloud quickly formed in the Fire Crow's mouth, and with a flap of the Fire Crow's wings, the red cloud floated over towards Shelly. Light dodge. Shelly's body transformed into a ray of light and instantly disappeared in place, then appeared on the side of the Fire Crow. That speed was not as terrifying as the instantaneous movement of the magic dragon gecko, but it was still something that caused the Fire Crow to be completely unable to react. Wind spell, Wind Blade Extreme Kill. A wind blade formed a tornado that enveloped the Fire Crow. The Fire Crow let out a miserable chirp before a burst of bird feathers mixed with blood fell. The transcendent rank Fire Crow King was killed just like that. The Shadow Leopard's short distance running speed was very fast. Shortly after Shelly killed the Fire Crow King, the Shadow Leopard had already handed over the first round of carried Fire Crow eggs to the Red Flame Wind Chasing Horse, and then came to meet Shelly. Shelly commanded these Shadow Leopards to sweep the Fire Crow's nest one more time, before leaving together. In order to avoid encountering the Fire Crows returning after the demonic dragon gecko on the way, Shelly deliberately avoided the original route and instead made a detour. When they returned to the lake, and waited for a while, the demonic dragon gecko ran back in ashes. However, this time, there was no Fire Crows tracking behind them. It seemed that this time, the magic dragon gecko was even more cunning, and didn't know what way it had used to get rid of the Fire Crows tracking. As soon as it saw Chushin's lake, it jumped in at once and painfully swam in it. The lake that was rich in spiritual energy was able to quickly recover from the flame trauma it had received. Your Excellency, a total of 3,000 Fire Crow eggs were brought back this time, and they are all the highest quality Fire Crow eggs. There is also a golden giant egg brought back that is exactly the same as the one before. Shelly took out the golden egg. Only after such a short while, the life fluctuation in this golden egg had already weakened a lot, presumably due to the lack of continuous input of spiritual energy. Shuelei informed Chushin about the special situation of this giant egg. Chushin perceived it and realized that the life form contained in this egg was already very weak, almost to the point of dying. Although Chushin's lake had sufficient spiritual energy, with the fragile life of this egg, it could not withstand the infusion of spiritual energy today. On the contrary, the egg brought back by the demonic dragon gecko was peacefully absorbing the majestic spiritual energy at the bottom of the lake, in which the life fluctuations coming from it were growing stronger and stronger, with a look that it was about to break out of its shell. Master, this egg is about to die anyway, why don't you put it into the river of forgetfulness in the underground world and irrigate it with dark energy, maybe it will have another strange effect? A voice came from the ghost thorn tree, and Chushin's heart was also moved. The ability of the River of Forgetfulness was that it could cultivate necromantic creatures such as skeleton warriors, and in addition only darkness creatures could survive in it, and this giant egg itself was about to die and was on the brink of life and death, so he didn't know what kind of peculiar situation would happen if he put it into the River of Forgetfulness. At worst I still have a normal golden giant egg that can breed a flying magical beast. Chushin thought so as it directly put the golden giant egg into the system space before putting it into the River of Forgetfulness. The two worlds were originally blocked by a powerful rule force, but Chushin's lake was not a product of this world, so it was not within this rule limit. He put the giant egg into the bottom of the River of Forgetfulness, and the golden giant egg's life fluctuations quickly disappeared. It can't have died just like that. However, this was within Chushin's expectations. Any non-darkness creatures that entered the River of Forgetfulness would only end up being deprived of life. However, Chushin again clearly felt that the golden giant egg had not completely lost its vitality, but rather it was as if it was nurturing some new life. There was also a hint of black lines starting to appear on the original golden-colored egg. Forget it, let's put it away for now and see what it will become in the future. Returning to the ground world, Chushin threw all 3,000 Fire Crow eggs that Shuelei had brought the Shadow Leopard to steal into the lake, and then quickly injected spiritual energy into them. In just over an hour, these Fire Crow eggs showed signs that they were about to break out of their shells. Only then did Chushin take them out and put them on the shore, and before the Fire Crows inside broke out of their shells, Chushin used the skill at the same time. Use Skill Awakening. Use Skill Blessing. Amidst the red and white light, the sound of clicking and breaking shells continuously came out. A divine little Fire Crow finally drilled out from the eggshell. After Chushin's awakening and bestowal of blessings, these little Fire Crows had greater potential and higher bloodline concentration than their parents. After slightly adapting to their wings, there were fire crows that were able to fly into the sky, although their speed was still slow and their bodies were shaky, but this was the talent of birds. Finally, there is an army of flying magical beasts. When they all grow up, the scene of 3,000 fire crows flying in unison at a command must be spectacular. These 3,000 fire crows should also have a name, right? Shelley asked. Well, yes, there should be one. 3,000 world crows kill them all, 100,000 miles of sunless land. Let's call it the Crow-Killing Army. Chapter 48, Ghost Thorn Tree Advances to Transcendence. Looking at the small fire crows that were chattering and cawing endlessly, Shushin somewhat felt a headache. 3,000 fire crows making noise all together, that would be a really bad taste. Moreover, these fire crows obviously can't be allowed to live in the water. It's not suitable to be on the shore. There's no suitable cliffs in this neighborhood. How to give them a home has become a problem. Where should we put them? Shushin looked to Shelley, wanting to consult her opinion. My lord, fire crows are better suited to live in dry areas. It would be best if they are on trees or rocks with fire attributes. Shushin nodded. Such a place was indeed the most suitable. The problem was that there wasn't a suitable place like this within 1,000 meters around the lake. Just as Shushin was planning to arrange these little fire crows around the lake first, which would also make it easier for him to provide them with spiritual energy, the ghost thorn tree suddenly spoke up. Master, I'm going to break through Transcendent. Shushin was not surprised to hear this news. In fact, the ghost thorn tree had been able to break through to the Transcendent stage not long after it had advanced to the spirit lake itself. It was only that it still wanted to continue expanding its root system, which was why it had never bothered to break through. Do you need any help from me? Shushin actually knew in his heart that the ghost thorn tree's breakthrough was a logical thing to do, and there was simply no need for him to do anything more. Sure enough, the ghost thorn tree replied. No need, master, it's very easy. If the demonic dragon gecko heard this, it would definitely be depressed for a long time again, and if those who had been stuck at the top of the mortal stage and were unable to break through heard this, they would also be furious. However, for Shushin and the ghost prickly tree, breaking through the Transcendent was indeed a very easy thing to do. Shushin felt a vibration in the ground and hurriedly let Shelley lead a group of fire crows to stay away from the lake first. Even the demonic dragon gecko hurriedly jumped down from the ghost thorn tree's trunk and ran to the shore to watch from afar. The trunk of the ghost thorn tree had originally grown only a little bit after the destruction of the last elixir, and the ghost thorn tree stopped continuing to grow. This time only to see the trunk of the tree continue to climb, has been growing to a height of dozens of meters. At the same time, from the lakeside of the shore, there are constantly small saplings in the breakthrough, and with it, continue to pull up, forming a small piece of dense forest. Shushin carefully perceived and realized that every tree looked exactly the same, even the breath was the same. Shushin instantly understood the idea of the ghost thorn tree. It was trying to grow a forest of ghost thorns directly on the shore, so that the enemy would have a hard time finding its true body. Moreover, those trees on the shore were all grown from its own roots, just like the ghost thorn tree's hands. It was able to have a wider range of attacks and means of attack. In time, when the roots of the ghost thorn tree spread around the lake, the entire lake will be surrounded in a ghost thorn tree forest. Outsiders who want to enter the ghost thorn tree forest to come in front of Shushin will have to go through the ghost thorn tree's permission, which is also a barrier to Shushin, not to be as unobstructed as before. The ghost thorn tree forest that stretched for hundreds of meters was formed in the eyes of the people at an extremely fast speed. Without waiting for Shushin to command, those little fire crows had already flapped their little wings and flew up to the branches. The fiery red fire crows landed on the all-black ghost thorn tree. It looked rather like an iron tree blossoming. Master, in this way, don't those fire crows also have a place to stay? This time the ghost thorn tree didn't have a soul transmission, but directly issued a voice. Not only could Shushin hear it, it was the demonic dragon gecko and Shelley and the others who could hear it as well. How is it? Is Transcendence any different? Well, it feels like the soul power has become stronger. The number of ghost thorns that can be controlled has become more, and there is also a soul attack skill that I call soul execution. Oh, soul execution, a skill that directly attacks the soul, is very powerful. It seems that your strength has indeed increased quite a bit. Shushin wasn't very surprised that the ghost thorn tree was able to comprehend such a skill. After all, the ghost thorn tree's original greatest characteristic was that it could devour souls, so it was normal for his attack style to have a focus on souls. Shushin smiled again and looked towards the demonic dragon gecko, only to see that it was standing far away from Shelley, full of unhappiness. Shushin controlled a current of water and rolled the demonic dragon gecko over. Otherwise, I might as well awaken your bloodline once more. The demonic dragon gecko had seen other magical beasts awakening their bloodline and knew that it must be very painful. Instinctively it was about to shake its head, but then it thought that the ghost thorn tree was already transcendent, and that it was still at the mortal rank, so it nodded again. Shushin laughed and threw it into the lake. Not waiting for it to struggle to get up, he directly used the awakening skill. Instantly, the demonic dragon gecko had a jolt. Its wings flapped violently behind it and flew up into the sky. Its limbs and wings were changing, and its entire body was red as if it had been boiled. Master, aren't you going to bestow blessings on it? Shushin shook his head. If I rely on it to pull through on its own, the effect will be even more remarkable. If I bestow blessings on it, although I can more easily help it awaken its bloodline, the effect won't be very good. After all, it's a mutated bloodline. Whether it'll awaken the bloodline of a demonic dragon or a gecko's bloodline is a matter of indeterminacy. Magic Dragon Gecko's body has both the bloodline of the magic dragon and the bloodline of the gecko. In comparison, it is definitely the magic dragon's bloodline that is more dominant, while the gecko's bloodline, no matter how strong it is awakened, is inferior compared to the magic dragon. If he intervenes, he will probably cause it to be forced to choose the gecko bloodline when its bloodline awakens, and by then, although it will easily be able to advance to Transcendent, its bloodline power will be more than 2 times weaker. The magic dragon gecko was having a hard time in the sky, flying to the ground for a while, flying into the water for a while, and hovering in the sky for a while, looking very scary, as if it was about to explode. But in fact, Chushin was fully sensing the changes within its body at all times, and currently it was still relatively stable and would not appear to be in danger of its life. After this painful state lasted for more than half an hour, the demonic dragon gecko greeted the sky with a long whistle. A kind of superior's might emanated from its body, scaring the nearby magical beasts, including those 3,000 fire crows, all trembling. It opened its mouth and spat out huge flames towards the sky, then with a twitch of its wings, its body appeared several hundred meters away. In Chushin's perception, the demonic dragon gecko was already at the Transcendent Rank's aura, and at this moment, it was making a show of it. It looks like it has an additional fire-breathing skill, and the distance and speed of the instantaneous transfer is also faster. It's also much larger in size, and at first glance it's quite bluffing. Chushin and Ghost Thorntree watched the demonic dragon gecko flaunt its power from the side, while tasting its words. Chapter 49, The Dark Race Underground. The demonic dragon gecko played around in front of the Ghost Thorntree and Chushin for half a day before stopping, and only after receiving Chushin's encouragement was it satisfied and ran off to find its 5 little brothers to play around with. Those 5 beasts follow the magic dragon gecko hanging around all day, but also not like the past that fearful, bold also big up, often with the magic dragon gecko together to do some bad things. But these Chushin do not ask, he only need to provide sufficient resources can be, these small things he really does not have the energy to operate personally. On the ground, the external forces are estimated to sneak into the desert to look for gemstones, and the underground world, McGee's conquest also encountered difficulties. Underground world, a bloody battlefield. McGee's face was green as he looked at the enemy on the opposite side. This was definitely the first time he had encountered such a tricky problem after following Chushin. It turned out that after Chushin asked him to hit the land of the 1,000-mile basin of the River of Forgetfulness as soon as possible, McGee had been fighting different enemies day and night. Just as Chushin had probed, McGee's Earth Spirit Race army was almost invincible in this piece of land. However, after he had completely cleared the other races in the Forgotten River Basin, he ran into a difficult race. This race he had never heard of in all the years he had lived in the underground world, and he could guarantee that no one in the entire Earth Spirit Race had ever seen it either. There were only a dozen or so people on the other side, their bodies had dried up like a piece of deadwood, and only their eyes were still shining with a strange blue light. They suddenly appeared after McGee had finished off the last of the desperate and recalcitrant race, and then with a chanting incantation coming out of their mouths, they saw a soul body standing up from the dead bodies on the ground. Under the control of those people, these soul bodies rushed towards McGee and the others. Although they didn't have a body anymore, they were able to send out attacks that were as if they had substance. Conversely, the warriors of the Earth Spirit Race were unable to attack them at all. "What race are you and what do you mean by stopping us?" McGee angrily inquired, trying to probe for some information while urgently calling out to Chushin in his heart. Although these soul bodies were temporarily unable to cause major trauma to the Earth Spirit Race warriors, the Earth Spirit Race was completely unable to deal with the opposite side. "You guys crossed the line, you'll have to die," the leading one from the opposite side said in an indifferent tone, as if he was saying a very ordinary sentence. McGee's one eye narrowed. Although the other party was able to control the soul body, the Earth Spirit Race had a natural skill that could gather the blood and soul of the entire body into the one eye and send out a divine light to attack the other party. Even if it was a soul body, it could still cause damage to it. It was just that after this move was used, the user would naturally be soulbound as well. "Big deal, I'll fight. The territory I fought for Lord Chu God must not be surrendered." As soon as McGee's heart became ruthless, he was prepared to directly bring his men to fight. It was Chushin's voice that sounded in his mind. "Don't be impulsive, let me take a look." Chushin's voice sounded like heavenly music to McGee, who was somewhat moved. In the astonished gazes of the dozen or so people on the opposite side, the slowly flowing forgetful river next to him suddenly tossed around for a bit, and then a person coalesced from the river water drilled out of it. This was Chushin, who walked in front of the group in a graceful manner, and was also very surprised in his heart. Withered body, eyes with blue light, plus the ability to manipulate the souls of the dead. This was not the dark sorcerer's memories that he had devoured at the beginning, the witch demon that had been extinct in this continent for 1,000 years. Witch demon, in all kinds of canonical books, are extremely evil and powerful existence. They use some taboo magic, make their soul almost immortal, also therefore, their body is often extremely weak. However, these bodies in front of them were nothing more than containers for their souls to reside in. That is, if their bodies were destroyed, they would be perfectly capable of finding a new body again. So it's a witch demon. It's the first time I've seen one today. Listening to Chushin's tone with curiosity but never a hint of fear, the dozen people on the opposite side were also quite surprised. Because of their strong souls and near-immortal lifespans, witch demons were often especially keen on delving into something, especially magic. That was why their magic was all very powerful, and even when they arrived in this underground world without elemental power, they had created some very powerful means after millennia of delving into the same, enough for them to dominate this world. That was why they thought that since Chushin was able to recognize them, they should rightfully feel fear. Since you know our identities, then cut yourself, lest you have to have us do it. It's really boring to fight with these little things. It was important to know that witch demons couldn't have offspring through reproduction, so these witch demons were estimated to have been put into this underground world at least 1,000 years ago, and had lived until now. Compared to them, those Earth Spirit clans weren't small things. The corner of Chushin's cohesive waterman's mouth lifted, appearing to smile very evilly. He looked towards the soul bodies manipulated by these witch demons, and with a wave of his hand, a piece of river water sprinkled over. Those soul bodies were instantly like lime that had met water, and were riddled with holes, screaming on the ground in pain. In a short while, those several hundred soul bodies dissipated into the air. Joke, playing with souls in front of Chushin's river of forgetfulness. The river of forgetfulness was a river on the path of the Yellow Springs in his previous life, and he didn't know how many soul bodies had been buried. And in this life in this world, even though it wasn't as perverted as it was, these soul bodies that had just been formed were really a little bit insufficient to look at. You, what kind of tactics are you using? The dozen or so people that had been expressionless face, finally could see a hint of fluctuation, just the skin on the face had long since dried up, this tugging, it looked really hideous and horrible. I heard that witch demons are able to be immortal, I wonder if it's true or not. Chushin did not answer, but asked somewhat playfully. Although I don't know how you disperse those souls, but the smallest of us, we have lived for almost 1,000 years, right? We don't dare to say that we are immortal, but we don't die that easily. Oh, if it was in the outside world, it might not be easy, but if it's here, I'm afraid it's not that hard. As Chushin said that, a rope suddenly appeared in the Oblivion River behind his back and tied up a witch demon on the opposite side. Using water binding with the water of the Oblivion River was not only able to bind the body, but even the soul was locked in it as well. Although these witch demons were specialized in magic, they suffered from the fact that there was no elemental power to use magic in this world, and Chushin's water binding was already close to the laws, and it came instantly, so how could these witch demons avoid it? The bound witch demons only felt that their souls were tightly wrapped by a rope, and they were unable to do so even if they wanted their souls to leave their bodies. You, what kind of person are you that you actually have such means? The witch demon leader could see the state of his bound henchman and was horrified in his heart. I'm not some big shot, and I'm not from this world. Chushin spoke with a heavenly shock, shaking all these witch demons into speechlessness. Chapter 50, Conquering the Witch Demons. If any intelligent creature in this underground world was asked where they most wanted to go in this lifetime, then 90% of them had a beautiful imagination about the outside world. And if one asked which race most desperately wanted to go outside, then the witch demons should definitely be counted as one. Because what they are most obsessed with is magic. However, in this world, magic is completely useless. In addition to that, there was a more important reason. You said you came from the outside world? The witch demon chief asked in a very excited tone. Chushin gave him a faint look. I don't like repeating what has already been said. The witch demon chief slightly recovered some of his excitement. Impossible, people from the outside world absolutely can't come in, and they won't let anyone enter here. They? What kind of people have imprisoned you here? Locked up? Who could have imprisoned us, only to be deceived by those despicable villains? Those people you're talking about, it couldn't be the Light Holy Temple. Chushin looked at his mention of the Light Sanctuary, and those on the opposite side who were about to storm out of the witch demon, guessed in his heart that 8 or 9 were not far off. Seeing your tone, you shouldn't be a person from the Light Sanctuary, but I'm curious, if you're not a person from the Light Sanctuary, how can you learn about our existence and still be able to enter this underground world? In fact, Chushin was able to learn of the existence of the witch demon by chance. It just so happened that the dark sorcerer whose soul he had devoured in the first 2 defeats, he had obtained a kind of evil forbidden art. That is, he was able to turn himself into a witch demon-like existence, with a soul that could be immortalized and undead. Your existence isn't a big secret, and entering the underground world isn't a difficult task for me. I'm not only able to come in, I'm also able to go out freely. Hearing Chushin's words, the eyes of these witch demons erupted with an even more intense light. That blue light illuminated the Earth Spirit clans behind Chushin, who all showed signs of disorientation. Chushin let out a cold bellow, waking up the Earth Spirit clan members, then instructed McGee. You take them back first, I'll take care of this place, remember not to let the wind out. McGee got Chushin's order, turned around and retreated with a group of warriors. He didn't worry about Chushin's safety. In his mind, Chushin was a deity. It was these witch demons that looked very mysterious, but they must not be Chushin's opponent. I'm not going to beat around the bush with you guys. After all, you're all old monsters who have lived for 1,000 years. I know that you may have all been very strong in the past, but in this underground world, you're all just a bit stronger than those Earth spirit races. I'm going to unify this underground world, so you guys come and help me, and within 10 years, I'll take you out from here. How about it? The opposite sides witch demons all looked at Chushin angrily. This arrogant person of unknown origin actually wanted them, these great witch demons, to be his henchmen. The leader of the witch demons coldly looked at Chushin. You want to take us in? What makes us believe that you can take us out? When Chushin heard this, he knew that there was definitely something in it. These witch demons wanted to escape from this world even more than the Earth spirit race. The powerful magicians who were originally high up in the world were now locked up in such a dark underground world, and had lost their magic, so they could only live on. They were the ones who had truly felt the beauty of the outside world, who had felt the thrill of power, a feeling that they would go back to every single day for 1,000 years, lest they forget their enemies and their own identity in such a filthy environment. Whether you believe it or not, this is your only chance. It's actually very simple to clean you guys up. Chushin said. The water of the forgotten river behind him suddenly rushed towards these witch demons with an upside-down momentum. The witch demons only felt that it was not a river but a world crushing towards them. They could not even escape at all. They could only stand in place and wait in fear. Suddenly the pressure all over their bodies disappeared. The long black river returned to calmness, and the river of forgetfulness behind Chushin had flowed silently. Alright, I'll take a gamble and help you work for 10 years, then you take us out. There were still other witch demons who were not very reluctant, and the witch demon leader immediately said sternly, what I said only represents me personally. We have all been friends for 1,000 years, and I won't force you. Just don't say 10 years, even if it's 100 years, what is it to us? But where there is the slightest chance, I will never give up. Can become a witch demon leader, naturally will not be ordinary people. This decisive, is the world rare. In fact, to be able to become a witch demon, not only is one's talent extraordinary, but one must also be tough enough on oneself. By no means every magician is willing to give up their physical body. Give up the physical body is equal to give up all the enjoyment of the physical body. After listening to the chief's words, the crowd of witch demons looked at each other for a while before finally kneeling down in unison, willing to follow the chieftain's arrangement. The chief of the witch demons, however, also knelt down to Chushin and said, My lord, I, Bartlett, am willing to bring the witch demon clan to submit to you, and as long as your lordship is able to take us out, I will be at your disposal for these 10 years. Chushin nodded in satisfaction. Well, Bartlett, all of you get up. I don't have that big of a rule here. Is this the only dozen or so of you left in the witch demon clan? Back to my lord. The witch demon clan still has more than 100 people in total, but the dozen of us are the strongest in the clan. Most of the others are not much stronger than the Earth Spirit clan's Maki. Chushin heard this and admired the witch demon even more than 100 people. The weakest also had the level of McGee, losing the elemental power still able to have such a strong power. It really deserves to be a 1,000-year-old demon. Then you all came here at the same time, but what is the matter? According to reason, to deal with McGee, it should not be necessary for the strongest forces of the witch and demon clan to come out, so there must be something more important, and it is just a coincidence that these people encountered McGee. Yes, my lord, we didn't come here for the Earth Spirit clan, but 2 of our clansmen died nearby, and even their souls dissipated, so we came here specifically to check it out. To be able to kill the existence of such a peculiar being as a witch demon, and to have even their souls obliterated, this could be said to be a major matter of life and death for the witch demon, and it wasn't surprising that the strongest fighting force of the entire clan had come out together. To be able to completely kill the witch demon, I think the other party's head is not small. Can you investigate what? Bartlett said thoughtfully. I have found some clues, but things are a bit tricky, and this matter may also be related to you, my lord. Oh, related to me? Quickly tell me what is going on. Chapter 51, The Kingdom of the Underground World. Only after Bartlett's explanation did Chushin understand what was going on. It turned out that after Bartlett's dozen or so people had carefully searched for several days, they hadn't been able to find a single clue, nor had they been able to find the bodies of their own people. Later on, they discovered this bizarre river of forgetfulness in Chushin and searched all the way along the river, only to find the imprints left behind by 2 of their clansmen by the river's edge. They used their soul power to leave a message on the riverbank before they died. Rest in peace. Rest in peace? What does that mean? Bartlett said with a rare heaviness. Rest in peace is a kingdom in this underground world. It is also the only great power of the underground world. It was Chushin's turn to be surprised. There's actually such a kingdom in the underground world? That behind it, could it be the Light Holy Temple? In an environment like the underground world, the people surviving inside were all relegated people, criminals just like the Earth Spirit Patriarch said. Chushin knew that at least the Temple of Light must have someone paying attention to this place, to actually be able to have a kingdom as powerful as this, to say that there was no shadow of the Temple of Light behind it, killing Chushin would not believe it. I don't know whether the Temple of Light directly sent people down to set up such a kingdom, or whether they drew together the people of the underground world. In Chushin's opinion, the Light Temple should have pulled in a certain ethnic group and borrowed their hands to form such a force that could quietly monitor the entire underground world. My lord is really smart. Behind this resting empire, it is precisely the Light Sanctuary, it's just that they have never recognized it. Then why did they kill your people? Bartlett let out a bitter smile. Chushin also instantly figured it out. The witch demon led by Bartlett, that was a 1,000-year-old level demon, it could be considered the oldest existence in the entire underground world. Even in this underground world, its strength was considered superior. The Sabbath Empire must have wanted to pull in the witch demon without success, and that's why they turned to threaten it. Of course, it can't be ruled out that the Temple of Light wants to control the witch demon. After all, the witch demon's results for magic research is also what the Temple of Light extremely wants to get. Our witch demon clan has been avoiding the Sabbath Empire. They have never dared to push too hard before, but now they have suddenly made a move for some unknown reason. Chushin said with a somewhat gloomy gaze, I'm afraid it's because of the upcoming faith competition. Ethelite nodded, it could only be for this reason. My lord, you want to unify the entire underground world. The Sabbath Empire is your only obstacle. With the troops of the Earth Spirit race plus our witch and demon race, if we were to fight with the Sabbath Empire alone, the victory would be in a 50-50th split, but there's still the Temple of Light behind them, so I'm afraid that we're not a match yet. Chushin laughed. Although there is a light holy temple behind his resting empire, don't you still have me behind you? By the way, tell me what kind of existence this Sabbath Empire is, which race is the main one? Only after Ethelite's introduction did Chushin figure out that this Sabbath Empire was actually an empire composed of skeleton legions. But skeletons belong to the dark creatures, and by all accounts were natural enemies with the Light Temple, yet this skeleton lord would accept the recruitment of the Light Temple. It was really duh. Chushin felt that there seemed to be an invisible net behind him. Although this net was not directed at him, he would inevitably end up touching it. Whether it was a fish dying or a net breaking, Chushin would have to put up a fight. Letting Ethelite return to the clan, he gathered all the witch demons together and brought them to live in the Earth Spirit Clan's clanland, and from then on, the Earth Spirit Clan's army had more than 100 more powerful magicians in it. But the witch and demon clan was not subject to Magi's deployment, instead they only went to fulfill the tasks arranged by Chushin. Therefore, Maki was still in command of the Earth Spirit race as well as the warriors of the other races that were added later on, and he could usually seek help from the witch demon race in case of emergencies, but he could not mobilize the witch demon race. System, I want to extend the length of the River of Forgetfulness by 2,000 meters. Chushin once again spent energy points to extend the River of Forgetfulness by 2,000 meters. This was also for the purpose of relying on the concealment of the River of Forgetfulness to establish an advantage and probe for news before precisely making contact with the Sabbath Empire. The corpses obtained from using Maki's conquest during this period of time were also all thrown into the River of Forgetfulness, finally creating more than 1,000 skeleton warriors, not expecting that the Sabbath Empire was actually a skeleton warrior as well. That would be just the right thing to utilize. Chushin quietly hid 1,000 skeleton warriors in the River of Forgetfulness, and sent them to the territory of the Sabbatical Empire, using them to penetrate the Sabbatical Empire's interior, only waiting for a perfect opportunity to explode again. Although these skeleton warriors had very low spiritual intelligence and could only follow basic commands, this was also making this kind of low-level skeleton warriors within the Sabbatian Empire not be noticed at all, so the sudden addition of a skeleton team in the plains didn't have a single skeleton come over to investigate. Until they met a transcendent skeleton in the field. This transcendent skeleton incorporated Chushin's skeleton warriors into his team without saying a word and then brought them back to the camp. Chushin no longer cared about this. These skeletons would never rebel against him. Just wait until he needed to use them when he issued the order. Now the most important thing is to reorganize the occupied territory and troops to form a more powerful army. Especially now that the enemies were all skeletons, and these skeletons had extremely hard bodies and weren't afraid of death or pain. They were very difficult to deal with, so if Magi fought them hard, he would lose a lot. However, Chushin was able to create skeleton soldiers in his own River of Forgetfulness, so he knew a little bit about this skeleton warriors, and knew that the best way to kill these skeleton soldiers was to use soul attacks. However, these Earth Spirit race warriors didn't know how to use this kind of attack, and although the sorcerer and demon race knew how to do it, they were too few in number to fight on a large scale after all. Chushin thought of a compromise, and that was to utilize the water of the River of Forgetfulness to make weapons. His own Forget River water had a strong killing power for souls, so he could let the witch demons try it, and should be able to make it into a one-time killing weapon. Ethelite carefully took some of the forgotten river water that had been refined by Chushin. He still remembered what Chushin had done earlier when he had used the river water to exterminate the soul bodies. For the witch demons, the soul was their fundamental. After a group of witch demon research for a week, finally found a way to refine the water of the river of forgetfulness into the weapons of the earth spirit race, so the underground world began some intense weapon reprocessing. In this regard, although the witch demon race was not very good at it, and the lack of elemental power was also very inconvenient to use some means, but with Chushin's massive amount of river water to provide, the speed of processing was not too slow, and at most half a month would be able to complete the processing of all the earth spirit race warriors' weapons. Chapter 52, The Desert Where All Parties Gather. At the edge of the desert, in a desolate ancient city. Lord Headmaster, we can depart now. A senior mercenary opened his mouth and said respectfully, well, set off. A stout man exposed half of his chest, and the glittering gold mercenary badge on his shoulder signaled his honorable status. In the Mercenary Union, a huge organization spread across the continent, mercenaries mainly relied on contribution to raise their rank. From low to high, they were bronze, silver, gold, diamond, and orange light, and mercenaries mostly fought alone, but there were also many who formed various mercenary corps together, which could be classified into C rank, B rank, A rank, and S rank according to their rank. This mercenary group had about 300 people, and the leader was a gold mercenary, which meant that he was at least a legendary rank mercenary, so this mercenary group should be at least B rank, and was considered a not-so-weak force. Looking at the direction they were traveling, it was exactly towards the desert, and there were not a few such mercenary groups. In addition to one large and small mercenary corps, there were many other forces that also either darted towards the desert openly and honestly, or didn't want to be discovered and sneaked in. Deputy Head, if we go in directly like this, don't we need to say hello to the elves? Hearing this, Deputy Head Bolton's face flashed with a trace of unhappiness, but it was quickly concealed. No need, the elf race will definitely know that we will be there. Hurry up and get going. Don't let those lowly races steal what we want. After saying that, Bolton took the lead and rushed out on his horse. The people behind him had no choice but to follow immediately. Bolton looked at the two people around him and said in his heart, knowing that you two are the head's loyal followers, you actually dare to question my decision. Sooner or later, I'll finish you two off. Bolton was the deputy head of the Holy Knights of the Light Templar, with a legendary rank strength, yet he was only one of the 5 deputy heads, and still the most unpopular one. Especially these two people beside him, who were strong and only obeyed the orders of the leader, and questioned Bolton's orders from time to time, had long since gotten under his skin. I also don't know why the headmaster only let me lead the team on such an important mission this time, but he himself disappeared with the other 2 headmasters. Bolton thought to himself that this was a chance for him to perform. As long as he helped the Temple of Light get that treasure, it might not be impossible to let himself take charge of the Holy Knights alone. Large and small forces seemed to have an appointment. All entered the desert at the same time in the past few days. The sinking sand army quietly stationed in all corners of the desert had already gotten the news, and there were constantly desolate clansmen riding red flame wind-chasing horses to find Chushin to report the news, so Chushin was only able to temporarily put aside the matter of the underground world and focus on dealing with the trouble in front of him. Since these forces are all here to search for the Stone of Life, they definitely won't stop until they find it, so sooner or later, they will also search for the lake. Although Chushin himself is not afraid of it, but the ghost thorn tree and the 3,000 fire ravens are still very conspicuous, and the sinking sands army that is spread throughout the entire desert can't help but be wiped out by some mercenaries or something like that, as if they were prey. Among the forces that came in, there were also many great figures of the legendary rank, and although the sinking sand army was very powerful, it was in no way a match for the legendary rank powerhouses. We must think of a way to divert the sight of those forces. We can't let them get bored and lose my sinking sand army. Master, how about we help them find the Stone of Life? The ghost thorn tree made a suggestion when it saw Chushin in a difficult situation. After the ghost thorn tree had advanced to transcendent, its IQ had once again exploded, and nowadays it could even be called wise beyond its years. It was believed that before long, even Chushin would not be able to match it. Chushin was reminded by the ghost thorn tree's suggestion that if this group of people found the whereabouts of the Stone of Life, they wouldn't aimlessly turn the desert upside down. The real Stone of Life has been used up by himself. How can he not take it out? But without the Stone of Life, how can he make those people believe with empty words? Chushin thought of the witch demon's 1,000 years of drilling, deeply versed with magic, to see combined with his abundant spiritual power, can he imitate a fake similar to the Stone of Life out? As long as they could fool some people, and then 3 become a tiger, even if it was fake, it would be said to be real. No matter if it was real or not, those people would not give up. Soul diving down into the river of forgetfulness, he summoned Bartlett, the leader of the witch demons. Bartlett, do you know about the Elven Life Stone? Bartlett thought for a moment and replied, I have heard of the Life Stone, but it is not of the elves, but of the goblins. Chushin realized, that might have been snatched by the elf clan for whatever reason. After all, The goblin clan was much weaker than the elf clan in comparison. Then do you have any way to forge a life stone that only needs to look similar? Bartlett scratched his head, even though he had long since lost the hair on his head. I need to go back to my clan and discuss this together. Chushin nodded. He believed that the witch demon should also find a way. After all, it only needed to look like it. Sure enough, in less than half a day, the witch demon clan had already discussed a specific method. My lord, we have already discussed a way, it's just that the thing that is created requires a huge amount of spiritual energy to be injected into it, and if the more sufficient the spiritual energy is, the more it will look like the stone of life in perception. Spiritual power is not a problem, you guys make it as soon as possible, I'll have a use for it right away. After Chushin made sure that the witch demon could do it, he immediately left the underground world. He summoned Shelley and called Tyrone back as well. Have there been any movements in the elves recently? Turin hadn't returned to the lake for a long time and felt very kind to see Chushin again. Hearing Chushin's inquiry, he respectfully replied. Reporting back to Chushin, the elf clan doesn't have any big movements, but not long ago there were some humans who went in the direction of the elf forest. I don't know what they were doing. Humans who were able to directly enter the elven forest must also be some big power, probably related to the stone of life this time as well. And after all, Tyrone is still only mortal rank. If there are strong elves who want to not be found, it is also very easy. Tyrone is just able to monitor the elves whether there is any large-scale personnel mobilization or not. This time I called you back because I need you to train those fire crows outside. Those fire crows had plenty of spiritual energy provided by Chushin and grew exceptionally fast. They were now similar to adult fire crows. It was completely possible for Tyrone to train them a bit and form a certain fighting force. Chapter 53, Shelley's Mission, Lure the Legendary Powerhouse. The matter of training the fire crows was handed over to Tyrone, while the ghost thorn tree followed along, figuring out how to cooperate with the fire crows in their attacks. And Chushin continued to discuss another matter with Shelley. There are quite a few forces entering the desert this time, and there are several legendary ranks as well. I need you to help me with one thing, but this is something that has some dangers. Please command me, my lord, I will definitely do it. Since Chushin had opened his mouth, Shelley was merely a parasite, or else could she refuse? I need you to go and lure a force for me. This force must be no larger than 1,000 in size and must have a legend rank powerhouse. A force with legendary rank powerhouses, letting Shelley, a person who had just broken through to transcendent rank 10, go there, was indeed a bit of a pushover, but there was only one beside Chushin, Shelley, who was a usable expert, and it was even more impossible for others to accomplish this task. However, Chushin believed that with Shelley's strength, just luring, it should still barely be possible. Shelley nodded, only her mouth was a little bitter. Going to lure a legend rank expert was also an extremely dangerous thing for her. One bad move and she might not be able to come back. You don't have to worry, as long as you are able to lure him here, you should know my means of treating injuries. Also, I will give you something. Anyone who sees this will run after you. Chushin said. From the lake water flew out a green bead that was exactly the same as the appearance of the stone of life, only if you perceived it with your heart, you would realize that this bead had no energy fluctuation, it was just an ordinary bead. Shelley was a bit curious. Just by relying on this bead, even if it was pretending to be the stone of life, no one would believe it. However, Chushin did not explain, but poured majestic spiritual energy into the bead, until it reached the limit of the bead's ability to withstand. At this time the bead changed. The original lusterless beads, the green color is more dazzling, and even the surface of the beads is also vaguely trees are growing, there are rivers flowing. Shelley sensed that the bead was emitting a vigorous breath of life, and if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Shelley would almost have thought that this was the stone of life. With this bead in place, Shelley is naturally able to lure in a legendary powerhouse. It's just that I don't understand what your excellency is doing this for. You go ahead and do as you please, as for the reason you will soon know. Chushin sold his secret, choosing not to tell Shelley first. Shelley also didn't dare to continue to pursue the question and took the beads given by Chushin and ran towards the distance. With the sinking sand army spread all over the desert, it wasn't hard for Shelley to find a suitable force. The hard part was how to save his own little life and then escape under the legendary rank powerhouses. And at this moment, in the outskirts of a hidden valley, the mercenary group that had appeared in the ancient city before appeared. Headmaster, why don't we rest here tonight? The brothers have scouted, there is a group of magical beasts in there, they seem to be quite organized, but the number isn't much, only 1,000 or so, and there are also wood spirit deer with excellent meat. We have a place for our dinner. Regimental Commander Payne nodded and agreed to his men's suggestion. 1,000-headed group of magical beasts was nothing in the eyes of a B-class mercenary group like his own. Having received the head's approval, the mercenaries under his command were immediately energized. Having searched aimlessly outside for a day, they were all exhausted and had long wanted to find a place to rest. Although these mercenaries did not take the magical beasts in their eyes, the pace of entering the valley was still neat and organized, not swarming, but forming a certain formation. The magical beasts inside had also discovered them a long time ago. This was one of the Chu sinking sand army. with only 2 desolate clansmen in charge of leading it. The 2 desolate clansmen were all at the 6th level of the mortal order, and the more than 1,000 magical beasts were only at the 4th and 5th level of the mortal order, while the mercenary group outside not only had legends, but also quite a few transcendents, so the 2 desolate clansmen felt some despair, and could only pray to Chushin in their hearts while organizing the magical beasts to prepare for a desperate fight. Chushin naturally sensed the call of these 2 desolate clansmen, but it was not convenient for him to descend right now, so he could only inform Shuelei, who happened to be nearby, of the location of this valley. Such a mercenary group was actually not the best one for Shelley to pick, but there was no way out now. If he didn't go, he could only watch the sinking sand army die a horrible death and be used as food. Shelley chose to follow Chushin's orders, changed out of her flying carpet and quickly approached towards the valley. When she reached the periphery of the valley, the killing in the valley had already begun. Shelley didn't have time to go down to rescue them, but instead directly threw an explosive scroll down to attract attention. Troop leader Pine had already spotted the woman, and he didn't stop her when she dropped the scroll. But when he saw the green bead Shelley pulled out of her hand, his eyes turned red and his breath still ragged. The bead was so similar to the life gem that everyone had been talking about, and he could still feel the strong aura of life coming from that bead. When Shelley saw Payne's behavior, she didn't even look at him, turned around and ran towards the lake. Pine immediately flew after him. Follow immediately without delay. The other mercenaries, despite being very reluctant to part with the prey that had already arrived, anyone could see that the beads in the woman's hand were most likely the stone of life, so no one dared to delay, and they could only immediately give up on the magical beasts in the valley and turn around to follow. Legendary Order of Cultivators can already fly through various ways. This leader is a swordsman, but he does not want to other swordsmen that condense fighting wings, but directly like a monkey on the ground jumping, every jump like a cannonball, speed is faster than flying. Shelley all kinds of scrolls like no money thrown towards the back, Payan just gently swing the sword in his hand, all blocked, the distance between the two is fast drawing closer. Under a chase, Shelley has forced speed several times, the corner of the mouth seeped blood. Pine was still chasing after him, but he was cursing in his heart. Obviously just a transcendental rank woman, himself a legend rank powerhouse actually chased for so long and still did not catch up. I really do not know where she came from, so many strange scrolls and secret spells. Although Payan also wondered in his heart why this woman took the initiative to reveal her life stone, he was sure that there was some kind of conspiracy behind it, but in his opinion, a conspiracy laid out by a transcendent, how could any more powerful be able to help him? Suddenly, a black silent forest appeared in front of him, and Shelley dove into it and disappeared. Pine stopped outside the forest. He felt that Shelley had deliberately lured him here, but in his perception, this forest only hid 3,000 fire crows. Other than that there was nothing particularly powerful. But just in case, he still decided to wait for the mercenary group to all arrive before entering the forest. This forest wasn't big, behind it was a huge lake, and in his perception, Shelley was at the edge of the lake and didn't take the opportunity to leave. Chapter 54, The Repeated Mercenary Corps. Leader, do you want the brothers to go in first and take a look? The rest of the mercenary corps finally arrived, each one panting with exhaustion. Payne pondered for a moment. It's better to go in together, everyone pay attention, there's definitely something hidden in here. The members of Pine's mercenary group all followed their usual formation to take the lead into the Ghost Thorn Woods, while Pine followed behind to press the line. When Shelley rushed into the Ghost Thorn Woods the first time, Chushin mobilized his spiritual energy to treat her injuries and let her recover on the shore. The next thing was left to the fire crows and the Ghost Thorn Tree first, to see what level the fire crows that Tyrone had trained for the past few days were at. 3,000 fire crows, plus the Ghost Thorn Tree, against a B-rank mercenary group. Chushin thought that as long as Payan didn't make a move, his side should be able to beat it. However, Chushin didn't dare to slack off. He had to keep an eye on Payan at all times, or else if this legendary ranked one made a move, his own hard-earned fire crows might all be gone. When the mercenary group members walked to the center of the Ghost Thorn Tree, Tyrone, who had already ambushed them, began to organize the attack of the fire crows. The fire crows' attack had long been expected by the mercenary group, so the first wave of flame attack was easily intercepted. But these 3,000 fire crows were at least trained by Tyrone, and in these few days, due to the time constraints, Tyrone had only trained one thing, and that was how to uninterruptedly spray flames. Spiritual energy was abundant here, and the fire crows replenished their spiritual energy very quickly, while the magic and fighting chi needed by those mercenaries needed to be replenished from between heaven and earth, and the speed was far from keeping up with the fire crows. This was how Tyrone intended to keep consuming, eventually exhausting the mercenary corps members to death. The mercenary corps members were also suffocating. They thought that the fire crow's flame spraying was only for a time, and they would soon be able to free up their hands to counterattack, but they didn't realize that these weren't the unusual magical beasts that they had seen before, but they had been trained, and the 3,000 fire crows cooperated with each other, and every time they attacked, there were at least 500 to 600 fire crows spraying fireballs at the same time. This way down, these 300 mercenary corps members had no chance to attack at all. The magician in the middle of the team wanted to find a chance to attack the fire crows. However, these fire crows were all in the trees, and the trees here also had oddities, constantly changing their positions, resulting in not being able to attack these fire crows at all. It had been a stalemate like this for half an hour. Payan got a little impatient and he ordered, "Speed up, hurry up and settle it." He always felt that he was being watched, so he didn't dare to make a sudden move for a while, and only wanted his men to hurry up and solve the fire crows in front of them. The mercenaries listened to their leader's order and half of them withdrew from defense, while the rest barely managed to support themselves. Those who withdrew from defense joined the attack. For a while the rhythm of the fire crow's attack was interrupted. Even though Tyrone barely maintained it, it was difficult to continuously maintain the same output firepower as in the beginning. This time the ghost thorn tree struck. From the trees in the forest, a ghostly thorn flew out and attacked towards the mercenaries. These mercenaries didn't know the strength of the attacks of these ghost thorns, but they didn't dare to be careless. They still sent a group of people to specialize in defense. However, they still underestimated the ghost thorn tree. The attacks of these ghost thorns were very strange. Although they were intercepted, they still had soul attacks. At once the dozens of people who came to intercept the ghost thorn tree suffered heavy blows, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of blood. Outside there are more ghost thorns flying towards the mercenaries. Such a large number, coupled with the fire crows, have reacted and increased the firepower. The mercenaries looked to be suppressed once again. This time Pine had to step in. "Rubbish, I still have to personally step in to solve such a small amount of stuff." It was a bit of a loss of face to have a hallowed legend rank powerhouse step in to deal with these mortal rank magical beasts. With a wave of the great sword in Payan's hand, a sword she flew towards the fire crows in the trees with unrivaled speed. However, there was something even faster. A wall of water suddenly appeared from the forest, isolating Payan's sword chi and also protecting all the fire crows behind it. "You finally showed up." Payan was certain that this person was the one behind this, luring him here, although he machine hadn't yet realized where exactly this person was hiding. But no matter what, he had to get the life stone. Chushin didn't pay any attention to him and didn't make a move, so there was a stalemate. In the end, it was Payan who couldn't wait any longer and took the initiative to walk towards the back of the forest. Those mercenaries behind it wanted to follow, but they were stopped by Pine. He guessed that the person who dared to lure him here was at least of the legendary rank, and in the face of that kind of powerhouse, his own men could only drag their feet even if they followed. Eventually Pine walked up to the lake and saw Shelley, who was doing some healing on the side. "Give me the life stone and I can spare you all." He concluded that Chushin was hiding in the lake, as it was the only place here he couldn't probe the specifics. Seeing that Chushin was still unmoved, he looked toward Shuelei, intending to make a move on Shuelei first to force the people behind him to make a move. However, without waiting for him to make a move, he felt that his limbs suddenly became sluggish in their movements, and ice had formed on them. The fighting chi in his body was released and immediately shattered all these ice cubes. After moving his limbs, he rushed toward Shuelei. At this time, a huge ice arrow emerged from the water and shot at him. He was not afraid, and his greatsword fought to slash forward. With a loud bang, the ice arrow shattered, and Pine's body flew backwards, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Although this blow shattered the ice arrow, he himself was also slightly injured. Before he could catch his breath, several water chains appeared in the water and wrapped around him. This was Chushin's water binding. Pine nimbly moved to avoid the chains and continued to charge towards Shelley. 2 more ice arrows shot towards him. This time Pine didn't dare to be careless and used his sword skill. Blizzard Slash. A sword blade condensed with sword chi slashed towards the ice arrows. "This legendary rank is really not easy to deal with," Chushin secretly said. "It's better to go all out and fight quickly." Water power. A huge sense of oppression came towards Payan, and Payan felt that the operation of the fighting chi in his body slowed down a bit. Ice arrow technique, water binding, ice shackle, come together. The 3 skills attacked towards Payan together, and Payan was really busy for a while under the influence of the water momentum. That wasn't all. Chushin's current most powerful means of attack. Water dragon roar. A water dragon flew out from the lake and roared as it rushed towards Payan. Payan was shocked and fully utilized his fighting chi to try and block it. However, Chushin was not just this one water dragon. He used the skill 3 times in a row, and there was no aftershock to the use of system skills, so the 3 water dragons arrived almost simultaneously. Payan barely managed to resist one of the water dragons, but the remaining 2 blasted onto his body in his horrified gaze and were directly shattered. A generation of legendary rank B mercenary troop leaders died by an unheard of lake with no bones left. Chapter 55, Bombardment of the Desert, 2 Stones of Life. Chushin rolled the bones of Payan that had been shattered into crumbs into the lake. A legend rank powerhouse was still worth quite a bit of energy. After devouring Payan's memories, all of his various life experiences, including the techniques and sword skills that he had practiced, were all in Chushin's mind, and with that Chushin gave his soul to the ghost thorn tree to devour. At the same time, he also put Payan's great sword into the storage space. and there were also quite a few good things in the storage scrolls Payan brought with him, but Shushin didn't have the time to go through them one by one, and all of them were thrown into the system space in his head. Outside, there were still more than 300 mercenaries from Payan's mercenary group. They only heard the banging and fighting sounds from inside, although they had confidence in their leader, but suddenly there was no movement, and they didn't see the leader come out. The crowd was still a little panicked in their hearts. The opposite side of those eyeing the fire crows were also ordered by Turin to stop attacking. The two sides just stared at each other, who did not make a move. Knowing that Shushin transmitted the order, Tyrone nodded, and only then did the fire crows make a move. The mercenary group saw that the fire crows suddenly began to move, and they also hurriedly went on full alert. As expected, the fire crows started another round of attack and had more firepower, causing great trouble to the mercenary corps, but it was no longer as organized as before. But intermittently there would be situations where the firepower was not enough. The deputy leader of the mercenary corps was puzzled as he organized a defense and counterattack while pondering the reason for this. The fighting inside had stopped, and as a result, his own leader didn't come out, while the enemy likewise didn't come out, so it was highly likely that both sides had lost. His own leader might have died, but the enemy had also lost the ability to do anything about it. How about putting up a fight? Maybe the life stone will be mine. The deputy head's ambition was rapidly expanding. Brothers, listen up, the headmaster has already transmitted his voice to me. He has already resolved his opponents inside and wants us to quickly attack inside. The deputy head shouted, pulling out several scrolls and throwing them out. The others heard his shouts and also charged upwards like chicken blood. All sorts of treasured scrolls were pulled out as well. For a while, the pressure of the crow-killing army increased greatly, and even lost some ground, and many fire crows were injured. At this time the ghost thorn tree also made a move. His soul attack is indeed very difficult to resist. Many mercenaries are caught in the way. After being attacked by the soul, of the movement reaction has become slower, and the headache is cracking. It is difficult to support. For a while, the situation was reversed again, and the mercenary group was once again forced to defend. The deputy leader took a look at the situation. To fight on can only be this group of fire crows, as if tireless to force the fighting. She exhausted and died, so it is better to take advantage of the present, still have the power to fight. Hurriedly first withdrew out before. On the spur of the moment, the deputy regimental commander gave the order. The entire regiment withdraws from here and waits outside for the headmaster first. What? The head of the regiment is still inside. How can we evacuate by ourselves? That's right, didn't you just say that the head of the regiment told us to rush in? Brothers, work harder, rush in and help the headmaster grab the treasures, and you'll have all the gold coins and women in the future. The mercenaries still had faith in their leader. So many of them opposed the deputy leader's order to retreat. Seeing this, the deputy leader cursed in a low voice. Damn it, you guys can stay here if you want to find death. After saying this, the deputy head of the troop ran out with a dozen of his own cronies, while most of the people believed his previous words and chose to rush in. After making sure that the deputy chief and the others had escaped, Shushin didn't bother wasting time. A burst of ice arrows shot over, and those mercenaries left behind were all shot to death on the ground. After letting the demonic dragon gecko and ghost thorn tree have a full meal, they rolled all the corpses into the lake and devoured them. My lord, did you deliberately put them out to attract more people to this place just for the sinking sand army? Shelley asked very doubtfully. Although the sinking sand army was important, it was just some magical beasts. Shushin could completely retrain them, as long as he got all the Arabs back. The sinking sand army is just incidental. It's actually because of you, Shushin said with a smile. Me? Shelley was even more puzzled. Shushin said breathlessly. It's still not that life stone you brought. If I don't take this opportunity to solve it, I'm going to be stared at by the elves forever. It's going to be my turn for bad luck soon. In fact, Shushin was secretly feeling good in his heart. The life stone was not a small role for him. Although Shelley was curious about how Shushin was going to solve it, but it was not good to continue to ask. After all, this was an old monster who didn't know what his identity was, and it was better to keep a low profile for the trouble that he had caused for him. However, in a barren hill not far from the Ghost Thorn Woods, the deputy head and others who had just escaped were secretly watching the situation of the Ghost Thorn Woods, which amounted to a long time without a bit of movement. It seems that they all died inside, and it's estimated that the headmaster died there as well. The deputy regiment leader patted his chest and continued. Luckily I was smart and ran fast with you guys, or else you all would have died inside. The people around him laughed continuously, but in their hearts, they despised. It's not because you are timid and afraid of death. Then what do we do now? Next to a thieving mercenary frowned and asked. Now the leader died, this group naturally also disbanded. They resumed their mercenary career with no one to rely on. In front of them can only follow this timid as a mouse deputy leader. The deputy head touched his chin, revealing a treacherous smile and said, "Got an idea, let's go and earn it." With that, he led the crowd away. Thus, such a group appeared in the desert, specifically claiming to know the whereabouts of the Stone of Life, and peddling this information at a price of 10,000 gold coins. The forces that came in were all rich and powerful, so 10,000 gold coins was easy to come by, and they made a lot of money over time. It's still the head of the group that has a way, so in 2 days we have earned more than 100,000 gold coins, enough to spend for the rest of our lives. The deputy head proudly patted the shoulders of the people around him. Let's go to the next power. I heard that the Holy Knights are over there. On a barren hillside, the members of the Holy Knights were resting on the hillside, and there was a pool of blood and burn marks on the ground. Don't even look at what status you are, humble ants dare to ask me for money. Bolton glanced at the ground with a look of disgust, then stopped caring. Since we have the whereabouts of the Stone of Life, regardless of whether it's true or not, let's go and take a look. Sandy, the vanguard captain in the Knights, said. While Bolton was considering whether or not to go, suddenly a knight who had gone to spy on the news rushed back. Reporting to the vice captain, we have inquired about the news about the Stone of Life, and it is said that someone has seen the Stone of Life appearing near the 10,000 Devils Cave in the center of the region. How could there be two very different news? Bolton frowned. The locations of both news were very accurate, and he couldn't tell if they were true or false. Deputy leader, now that both news are probably spread all over the place, it's best for us to split up and set off quickly, or else we'll be shortchanged by someone else. Seeing that Bolton was still hesitating, Sandy hastily made a suggestion. Bolton couldn't think of a better way for a moment and could only nod. Chapter 56, Blake's Arrangement. Lord Shugad, my clansmen have scoped out the news of the Life Stone is being spread outside, some say it's here with you, while others say it's in the 10,000 Devils Cave in the central zone. Tai Luan got the news brought by his clansmen and hurried over to tell Chushin. Chushin also didn't expect that there were actually people who had created a fake Stone of Life and lured people to another place. That's good, it alleviates my pressure. The ghost thorn tree said after pondering for a while. I'm afraid that the other message was released by the elves. Chushin also thought the same thing. The Stone of Life had been placed in the hands of the elf clan. It shouldn't be difficult for them to imitate a Stone of Life, and in the entire desert, many magical beasts were in their hands, so wanting to release this news couldn't be simpler. The elf clan is a good plan, want to trick everyone to the 10,000 Devils Cave, not only avoiding their own losses, but also able to let those magical beasts in the 10,000 Devils Cave that don't listen to their orders have a big bad luck. It's just that they never expected that you, master, would release the news that you have the Life Stone. Now I'm afraid they're going to be in a hurry. Chushin smiled. This was also a misadventure. The elf clan had done themselves a favor. This time let's see how the elf clan will end up. Chushin estimated that by then there will definitely be many strong people from outside to come here. The elf tribe knows that there is really a Stone of Life here, so they are bound to block them. By then it will depend on whether the elf tribe is strong or those forces outside are strong. Anyway, no matter what, this Stone of Life will definitely not be in one's hands in the end. On the outskirts of the elf clan, there were hundreds of elf clan warriors, including Blake, and all of them had very serious expressions. Blake was listening to an elf clan member reporting the news, when suddenly Blake, who was originally victorious, changed his face drastically. What did you say? The news that the Life Stone is near the lake has leaked? Bastard! How could he not expect Chushin to actually leak the news after obtaining the Life Stone? Several other legendary rank powerhouses also turned pale. This was completely different from what they had planned. What should we do, Blake? Those people are rushing to the lake. We have to make a decision earlier, or else the thing might really be snatched away by the people of the outer races. It's all your fault for coming up with some bad idea. If I had known, I should have listened to me and directly snatched it back from that sneaky human hiding under the lake in the first place, so as not to cause so much trouble. An elf clan member who was also of the legendary rank complained. Blake's eyes turned icy cold, and his handsome face was all sinister. This plan was agreed by the elf king himself. If you don't like it, go complain to my king. Now you all have to listen to me. That complaining elf clan man thought of the elf king and didn't dare to say anything more. He just turned his face away. Blake arranged after looking around the circle. Things have developed to this point, we can only change our plans. Carlo, you take 100 of your clan members and go to the 10,000 Devil Cave, make it look like you're going to grab the Stone of Life, and you can't let the people over there become suspicious. Carlo nodded and left immediately with 100 elven warriors. Clarence, you immediately return to the clan, report the situation to my king and request that a few members of the Black Forest be sent to the desert to block those powerful people who are heading to the lake. A trace of fear surfaced on Clarence's face when he heard about the Black Forest, but he nodded his head once he thought of what was at stake. There were still 4 legendary rank powerhouses and more than 200 elven warriors left, including Blake, who sighed and said, "The rest of us, go forward to the lake and prepare to snatch the Stone of Life. Even if all of our troops are wiped out, we must snatch the Stone of Life back." The past few months were deserted, with only a small number of mercenaries occasionally. More often than not there were only magical beasts and sandstone desert. Today was really lively. Not far away from each other you could see people running wildly in the wilderness, and in the sky there were also flying figures such as magicians or swordsmen. The destinations of these people were only 2, either the 10,000 Devil Cave in the center area, or an unknown lake near the east. All of them had only 4 words in their hearts: the Stone of Life. Chushin had long ago told the 3,000 fire crows that stayed in the ghost thorn woods to take shelter first, and also put both Tyrone and Shelley into the system space. Tyrone is nothing, only feel his god omnipotent, but Shelley is surprised bad, here and her last time to come in completely different, more a hint of life. Only Shelley didn't know that it was the very life stone she had intended to use to free her master that had created such a magical space. Later on, a big battle will definitely break out here. The demon dragon gecko originally refused to enter the space. It was Chushin who grabbed his head and threw it in, and the 5 follower magical beasts that followed behind it also threw them in together. Ghost Thorn Tree also will be their own root system contraction, outside of the piece of Ghost Thorn Forest even give up. Anyway, for his loss is not big, after this war, he will be able to eat a meal, and then grow out again as even the Ghost Thorn Tree body that was exposed outside. He also tried his best to withdraw the life essence in it, leaving only the main root system, all hidden in Chushin's lake. Whatever they fight, let's just hide and watch the show anyway. Chushin and the Ghost Thorn Tree had a chat, and in the meantime, they planned how to send this fake lifestone out later. Suddenly, Chushin felt a familiar aura. It turned out to be Blake who was the first to arrive. The handsome and dashing Blake flew directly from the sky to the edge of the lake and glanced around, but didn't say much. Instead, he climbed into a conversation with Chushin. How has Brother Chu been doing lately? Law Blake buddy misses you, good as can be. Last time I saw you have a pretty maid. Why haven't I seen her today? That maid couldn't stand my scolding and ran away a long time ago. What, could it be that Blake buddy is looking at it? Chushin held his laughter in his heart, just to see when Blake could not hold back first. Sure enough, Blake had something urgent in his heart, but he really couldn't waste any more time with Chushin and directly opened the door. Chu bro, I don't want to beat around the bush with you. The Stone of Life should be here in your place. That's the lost treasure of our elf tribe. And then it was picked up by your maid. I hope that you can hand it back to us. Our elf tribe will definitely not be indebted to you. Aya, Blake buddy, what are you talking about? Didn't you come to me last time to let me help keep an eye on it? I have heard that thing is in the 10,000 Devil's Cave. Are you guys looking in the wrong place? Looking at Chushin's oily and salty appearance, Blake was annoyed in his heart and knew that there was no way to make things right today. Chapter 57, Sitting on the Mountain and Watching the Tigers. Brother Chu, it's certain that the item is here with you. If you hand it over to me now, I can pretend that nothing has happened, otherwise, it's impossible to say what will happen in a while. Blake's tone was hard, obviously on the verge of breaking out. Chushin still had a helpless look on his face as he pointed to the distance. Then I'm afraid it's not up to me or you. This little place of mine has never been so lively. In the distance a colorful light trailing its tail swept through the sky and soon arrived at the shore of the lake. Yo, isn't this Blake of the Elves? Why are you here? A bearded big man opened his mouth and accosted him. I advise you to leave early, outsiders are not welcome here. The big man laughed a few times and didn't respond, yet he didn't walk away either. Instead, he curiously looked at the waterman that Chushin had condensed. He was just a mercenary regiment leader, his power naturally couldn't compare to the elf clan, but with so many forces here, it wasn't a place where the elf clan could cover the sky with one hand. It was just that he also refused to be the one to stand out, so it was better to keep a low profile. Yo, haven't seen you in a few years. Blake, you are talking so arrogantly. Have you forgotten about the last time you were chased by us? Bolton of the Holy Knights also arrived, arrogantly pointing at Blake and started mocking mode. In an action a few years ago, the two had had a conflict, and Bolton had relied on the Knights to bully the few with the many, chasing Blake to a great extent. Blake saw that there were gradually more people, and there were quite a few acquaintances, and there were 4 or 5 of the legendary rank, and knew that he could only fight today. What do you guys want? The Stone of Life is my elf clan's, and you are definitely not allowed to take it. You say this is out of the ordinary. Our light sanctuary and your elven race has always been good friends. This time to come is also to help your elven race to retrieve this treasure. Just our sanctuary's priests need to borrow this thing for a while. This is something you also know. Just take advantage of this time I took it back together. Bolton said with a smile, but that tone was full of flirtation. Blake's face turned blue. The reason why he knew that the Stone of Life was here in Chushin but hadn't done anything ahead of time was to create the illusion that the Stone of Life had been lost. He just didn't expect Chushin to actually take the lead in revealing the news, letting himself steal a chicken without getting a chance to eat it, and now it was really difficult to ride the tiger. At present, the elves can no longer mobilize too much high-level combat power, because every move is in the eyes of the Temple of Light. They send more reinforcements. The Temple of Light will certainly also send people, and at that time, it may not evolve into a bloodbath on the surface. A few people stalemate for a period of time, although there are still a lot of people continue to come this way, but there are few legend-ranked powerhouses, or some transcendent or even mortal-ranked cultivators. Blake figured that the Elf King had sent those perverts from the Dark Forest. Blake just had to stall here and wait for them to rush to this side, then he would have a pretty good chance of winning to get the Stone of Life. This is a battle between the Temple of Light and the elves. As long as the elves are able to win, the Temple of Light will not mention the matter of borrowing the Stone of Life again, and the elves can bite the bullet and say that the Stone of Life has not been recovered. But how would Shushin let Blake continue to drag on? If this place didn't get messy, he wouldn't have the chance to set up a trap. He took the imitation life stone out from the system space, and immediately the green light was so bright that everyone's eyes were attracted to it. Waterman held the Stone of Life in his hands and said, "I have unintentionally obtained this gem, but I am weak, knowing that I am not everyone's opponent, and I am not qualified to occupy this gem, so let the one who can get it." The gazes of the crowd had already been attracted to this Stone of Life, and after hearing these words, Bolton laughed out loud. "What a good one, whoever can get it. Count on you to have self-knowledge. Blake, what do you say, still want to stop me?" Blake glanced at Shushin fiercely, but he took the lead and rushed towards Shushin. Shushin didn't panic at all, just stayed in place and looked at him with a smile. "Blake, how dare you!" The roars of the crowd came from behind them, and the 7 or 8 legendary rank powerhouses present plus the elves fought at once. Bolton's speed was also very fast, almost instantly arriving behind Blake, sending out fierce attacks from his hands, forcing Blake to turn back to respond. What a melee! Blake and Bolton were neck and neck in terms of strength. The rest of the several legendary ranks with the elves and the holy knights also fought. Anyway, no one was idle. They refused to let the other party get close to Shushin first. Shushin was idle, standing on the side, holding up the Stone of Life, looking at the two groups of people, ready to pick a suitable one to throw the Stone of Life to him. A moment later, he looked at this one and thought that he might hang up soon, and a moment later, he looked at that one and thought that he wouldn't last long. Anyway, in Shushin's plan, at least can't be obtained by the elves right away. In fact, it's best to give it to the Temple of Light, just that at this moment, the Temple of Light is fighting the most ferocious. Shushin really doesn't have the opportunity to send it out. Seeing a group of people fighting out of the real fire, the elves' side has been killed in action. There is also a mercenary group leader also died with it. Even Bolton and Blake is also more and more ferocious fight, not far away from the ghost forest have been directly destroyed. Shushin's lake is also shaken. Just at this time, Shushin suddenly perceived what creatures quietly touched over, and from the other side of the lake shore to hide into their own lake. Just still fighting people are oblivious. Shushin took a look. Good guy, there is more than one, a total of 5 or 6 people, divided into 2 gangs. It looks like they did not find each other, all from the bottom of the water quietly and close to Shushin cohesion of the waterman. This now makes Shushin even more happy. Shushin is afraid that no one will come. Now not only have, there are 2 sets of people, and these 2 sets of people Shushin guessed that should be the backhand of the Temple of Light and the elves. Shushin pretended not to notice the appearance of the 2 groups of people below, and still looked at the shore with a serious face as they fought and fought. Finally, the underwater people made their move. It was the elves who made the first move. However, at the moment they made their move, the people from the Temple of Light also sensed that there were actually others like themselves, so they didn't care about hiding and hurriedly made their move. In the end the elves were one step faster. An arrow with a green glow shot towards Shushin at a speed that was too late to react. At the same time 2 figures pounced on Shushin. The other one stayed behind and prepared to block the people from the Temple of Light who also flew up. The people who were originally fighting on the shore were also startled and couldn't help but stop in their hands. Blake naturally knew that those people were sent by the Elf King of the Elves, while Bolton was alarmed chief. Chapter 58, Getting It, Who is the Fisherman? Shushin looked at the oncoming arrows and the people pouncing on him, but he wasn't alarmed at all and always had a calm smile on his face. When the green arrow pierced through his chest, his body was also shattered by the tremendous energy. Instead, the dispersed water transformed into a hand that threw the Stone of Life towards the people of the Holy Knights who were following behind. The people of the Holy Knights had been stopped by the elves of the Dark Forest and were in a hurry to cross over to the person who intercepted them, but they didn't expect Shushin to actually throw the elven stone over. The elf who had intercepted the knights felt a ball of energy behind him and was about to turn around to look, but he realized that his body had been cut off by the sword of the knights in front of him. In his dying moments, he saw that what flew towards him was a green gemstone, and that was the very Stone of Life they were going to grab this time. Then the Knight's Order member who had decapitated his body had crossed over and took the gem in his hands before quickly flying off towards the distance. Damnable Light Templars, hurry up and chase after them. The several elves from the Dark Forest also quickly chased after them, not even glancing at their fallen companions on the ground. The several legendary powerhouses present were dumbfounded, and it wasn't until both groups had left that they reacted and hurriedly prepared to go after them. This time, however, it was Bolton's turn to refuse, as he commanded the members of the Knights to block the crowd, refusing to let go of a single legendary rank. Bolton, just by being a deputy leader, you want to block us? Get out of the way if you don't want to die. Blake's face was filled with rage. The foolproof plan had actually failed completely, and the stuff had even been snatched away by the people from the Temple of Light. This was absolutely unforgivable. Bolton glanced around and realized that the other side had far more legendary rank powerhouses than himself. the Knight's order leader with a few deputy leaders had already taken the Stone of Life and left. Only himself and the other two were legendary ranks left on this side, and the others were just transcendent. 3 legends, and the Elf clan Blake side there are 4 legends of the order, plus other forces, adding up to a total of 7, their own side in any case is difficult to block. He has been prepared to let out the way. Anyway, the credit has been taken away by the head of the, why do you need to hold on to this side of the dead? Don't be so angry, Blake, look, this road is so wide, who can stop you? Saying that, he commanded his men to make a path. No way, Lord Deputy Head, how can we let them pass? They must be stopped at all costs. Vanguard Captain Sandy stepped forward, and the rest of the knights took out their weapons as well, the warhorses underneath them all ready to charge. It looks like you, the vice captain, don't have much of a position within the knights. Blake scoffed contemptuously. Bolton's face became a little unsightly. It was just that these people usually contradicted themselves, but they actually dared to blatantly disobey their orders in front of Blake, their old rival. Humph, are you all going to rebel? Am I the leader or is Sandy the leader? Sandy didn't say anything, but the warhorse under him took a small step forward and snorted. The knights behind him all similarly rode the warhorses underneath them forward a small step. Bolton laughed in anger. Fine, you've all gotten ahead of yourselves, so you guys do it. I'll stay out of it. Bolton directly turned around and headed towards the distance, leaving Sandy and the others ready to attack without changing their faces. Blake didn't say much when he saw this and rushed up with the elves. The group combatability of the knights was very strong, coupled with the impact of the warhorses underneath them, the power was overwhelming. Most of the mercenary groups that were impacted by the knights lost their armor and fled, and even the legendary rank powerhouses were cut down by Sandy. However, the elves can fly into the sky, but are not afraid of the knights' charge, and the elves' remaining legendary ranked powerhouses are also much more. The knights relied on their ability to work as a group in various scrolls, but they were only able to barely hold out for a while, and it was only a matter of time before they were defeated. Sandy, I see that you are a man, I cannot kill you, just retreat. Blake shouted loudly at Sandy. What responded to him was Sandy's blade. Blake didn't try to persuade him anymore and took a red arrow from behind him. When Blake opened his bow and arrow, Sandy felt a great threat. Attention everyone, change formation, Guardian of Light. The members of the Knights instantly transformed from the original sparring formation to an iron bucket-like defensive formation. From all the Knights including the warhorses, white light radiated out and finally fused together. This was the strongest defensive formation of the Knights, except that the Holy Knights who generally just charged head-on rarely used it. The red arrow in Blake's hand finally built up its energy, and with a release of his hand, the arrow flew out, trailing a long flaming tail. Bang! The flaming arrow collided with the white light shield. The other mercenaries and other members of the force next to it were all sent flying by a huge heat wave. Even some unlucky ones who were directly injured died in the air wave caused by this energy collision. When the sky full of dust dissipated, Blake also had a somewhat exhausted look, but not a trace of gravity was visible on his face. The Knights, on the other hand, had already fallen across the board, with only a very small portion remaining that could still remain mounted on their horses. Destroy them all and follow. After saying that, Blake went ahead and chased after them in the direction where the Knights escaped from before. With that arrow just now, Sandy was directly killed, and most of the other members of the Knights were seriously injured, so the remaining elves were fully capable of wiping them out. When the other remaining forces of the legendary ranks saw this, they also hurriedly followed, leaving only some small minions, who at the moment didn't have the strength to catch up anymore, and could only slowly catch up behind them. The 3 legendary ranks that stayed in place also immediately moved in. The remaining members of the Holy Knights are just lambs to be slaughtered for them, and after shooting the arrows one by one, the 3 legends were ready to leave and go after Blake. At this time, there was an unusual movement in the lake. The calm surface of the lake, which no one had paid much attention to, suddenly set off a monstrous wave. Chushin had held back until now, and when the tricky enemies had all disappeared, he finally struck. And the moment he struck, it was a kill. Use skill, water power. After shocking the 3 hearts and minds, Chushin released his skill again in succession. Use skill, water binding. Use skill, water shackle. Use skill, ice arrow. Use skill, water dragon roar. These 3 legendary rank powerhouses first felt their bodies suddenly being pulled by a rope of water, and were about to fly into the sky when they felt their limbs, including their wings, begin to stiffen. Immediately after that, he was faced with Chushin's ice arrows and water dragon attacks, and was killed in seconds before he could even react. This time Chushin's attack could be said to be lightning fast. There was absolutely no fancy stuff. The moment he struck was a kill. Chapter 59 Upgrade, Open Quicksand River. The remaining elves and mercenaries who hadn't had time to leave yet were frozen in fear by this sudden scene, and Chushin didn't wait for them to react. A burst of ice arrows shot over, killing all the creatures that stayed at the edge of the lake, and didn't even leave the warhorses alive. At the same time, he also notified Tyrone, asking him to immediately bring the raven-killing army out to kill all the elves or mercenaries within 1,000 meters around the lake. After being released from the system space, Tyrone immediately rushed to where the fire crows were hiding. Seeing that Tyrone was far away, Shushin also rolled all the corpses on the ground into the lake and devoured them, and the ghost thorn tree also took the opportunity to make up a lot of ground, and was about to break through to the Transcendent 2 level. With this devouring, Shushin had gotten a total of 500,000 or so energy points, together with what he had gotten from cultivating the magical beasts before, it added up to almost 2 million or so energy points, enough for him to upgrade once. System, I want to upgrade to LV2. Taking advantage of the desert being thrown into chaos, it was all the more important for Chushin to take advantage of the chaos to develop, otherwise he would be a sitting duck and would definitely be liquidated afterwards. Drop, congratulations to the host for the successful upgrade. I'm going to open up a tributary, Quicksand River. Chushin conceptualized the Quicksand River in his mind, and the lake suddenly opened up a tributary towards the north in a flurry, and it rapidly spread towards the distance. Eventually this river reached a length of 1,000 meters before it stopped continuing to flow forward. Chushin looked to his system panel. Host, Chushin. Identity, Spirit Lake. Level, LV2. Energy, 1. 5 million. Skills, Wildstorm LV1, Water Binding LV1, Ice Arrow Technique LV1, Water Dragon Roar LV1, Ice Shackle LV1, Blessing, can be used twice a month, Awakening, can be used twice a month. Tributary 1, River of Forgetfulness, Dark Elemental Power, possesses the skill Sinking, currently 2,000 meters in length. Tributary 2, Quicksand River, Earth Elemental Force, possesses the skill Sand Devil, current length 1,000 meters. Quicksand River, in Chushin's previous life was a river in Journey to the West, 10,000 miles long and 800 miles wide. The river was muddy and sandy, goose feathers couldn't float, and rushes set the bottom to sink. Nowadays, the Quicksand River is naturally far from the previous life, but the good thing is that he still has a system that can constantly evolve. Chushin familiarized himself with the Quicksand River. This river is really 2 senses from the River of Forgetfulness. Every time Chushin sank his soul into the River of Forgetfulness, what he felt was coldness and solitude, while the Quicksand River was chaos. The river flowed in the desert, the water was yellow in color and it was full of quicksand. Unlike the peaceful and quiet Forget River, the Quicksand River was rushing. As for that skill Sand Devil, Chushin also researched it clearly. It was the ability to summon sand devils condensed from mud and sand from the water. The strength of the sand devils was determined according to Chushin's strength. Nowadays Transcendent Level 2 Chushin was almost able to summon a legendary Level 2 Sand Devil. This skill is also very perverse, can instantly let Chushin have the combat power of the legendary grade, and the Sand Devil as long as in the Quicksand River, is equal to invincible, even if it is ashore, as long as in the desert, can also greatly improve their combat power. Chushin looked at the Quicksand River which was only 1,000 meters long, always felt that it was not that taste, and decisively spent another 1,000,000 energy points to extend the length of the Quicksand River by 1,000 meters, and the width was also a few hundred meters, and this time there was a little bit of the appearance of the Quicksand River. At the same time Chushin used the Wild Storm, the lake body began to rain heavily. The amount of water in the tributaries and the amount of water in the lake is also synchronized growth, so Chushin used the Wild Storm to precipitate water, in the long run can also increase the length of the river. After upgrading, Chushin had 2 tributaries, one bright and one dark, so now he could not worry about his lake body suffering any fatal threats. From now on, Chushin intended to temporarily shift his center of gravity to the Quicksand River, which would allow the elves and other forces that noticed him to mistakenly think that he was hiding in the waters of the Quicksand River. In the basin of the Quicksand River, Chushin released Shuele and also released the demonic dragon gecko and the other 5 magical beasts. The devil dragon gecko had long been impatient in the system space, and as soon as it came out, it couldn't help but jump up, and then suddenly realized that the environment was completely different. What used to be a serene and beautiful lake had now turned into a long turbid river. What's going on here? Could it be that we've moved? The demonic dragon gecko had only advanced to Transcendent not long ago, and was still not very good at speaking human language, and stumbled over his words. Chushin laughed and ignored him, and the demonic dragon gecko was also heartless and quickly led his little brother to familiarize himself with the environment in the new place. After Shelly came out she was also taken aback. Looking around her surroundings, she vaguely remembers that this place is actually just over 1,000 meters away from the lake, but her memories of this place are of a barren desert. When did it become more of a treacherous river like this? Of course all of this Chushin would not be able to answer for, and all of this could only be attributed to the fact that Chushin was an alter ego of some old monster. In the future, we'll settle here for the time being. You also go and familiarize yourself with the environment, then find a place to build a shelter for yourself. At a glance here, there were only high and low hills, not even a single blade of grass, and literally not a bit of green could be seen. Coupled with such a rushing yellow river, it even seemed to have a poignant atmosphere. Master, my root system hasn't developed this far yet, it might take another month or so to get here. The ghost thorn tree's main body was still in the lake, and even though it had begun to vigorously develop its underground root system a long time ago, it hadn't reached a distance of 1,000 meters away. No need, you don't have to deliberately develop your root system along the quicksand river, as this won't be the last tributary, there will be more tributaries in the future, so you can choose when you see which one suits you better. Shushin didn't have much experience in how the ghost thorn tree developed and evolved, and was only able to give a general direction and then leave it to the ghost thorn tree to choose. Shushin's characteristic of devouring souls, but there was no original element that could match it, and it currently showed no favoritism for any of the elements, and even the spiritual energy that was the most necessary for magical beasts and plants to cultivate. For the ghost prickly tree, it was nothing more than a way to speed up the growth of its body. Since the ghost thorn tree belonged to a mutant, so Shelley didn't know much about this situation, and the development of everything could only depend on the ghost thorn tree's own creation. On the contrary, the development of the magic dragon gecko has been very regular, the current state of the main need to absorb spiritual energy, and then the second awakening of the magic dragon bloodline. It can also manipulate the dark elemental force. This is quite compatible with the river of forgetfulness. Shushin intends to send the magic dragon gecko down to a good workout in a few days, so as to save it from only knowing how to play and bully the other magical beasts all day long. Chapter 60, The Holy Knights Who Came Looking for Trouble. For the time being, the lakeside couldn't go back yet, so the crow slayers didn't have a place to roost, and the 3,000 fire crows could only be led by Tyrone for the time being, going forward to the canyon that they used to occupy. Shelley temporarily built a straw hut on a hill not far away, which was also considered a shelter, while Shushin sank his mind into the quicksand river, carefully experiencing the difference of the quicksand river. But at the same time, whether it was the river of forgetfulness or the main body, once there was any major movement, he could also immediately sense it and arrive in an instant. On the second day after the quicksand river was born, a group of people came to Shushin's main body at the lake. It was none other than the Paladin Regiment's leader Nichols and his several deputy leaders who had previously snatched the forged lifestone. At this moment, the Honorable Paladin Regiment leader Nichols was looking at the lake in front of him with an iron face. Deputy Head Bolton stood behind Nichols with trepidation, not even daring to raise his head to look at it. "Is this what you said, that they are waiting for us here?" Nichols looked back at Bolton, his sharp eyes almost shooting through Bolton. "Yes, I did instruct them to wait for you here before I left. Maybe they couldn't wait to find you elsewhere," Bolton nervously explained. How could he not expect that Sandy would actually lead the knights to fight to the death to stop Blake, and that they were actually completely wiped out? Although this was only a squad of the Holy Knights, this loss was enough of a pain for the Holy Knights, and more importantly, since Nichols had taken charge of the Holy Knights' Eye, this was the first time that they had suffered such a major loss, and the culprit that had caused all of this was this foolish deputy chief, Bolton. Nichols sighed and said slowly, "You think I don't know about your discord with Sandy? I thought that you would have a good grasp of the situation. I thought that you still remembered the rules of our order. I never expected it. I really didn't expect it." Hearing these words, Bolton was so frightened that he directly knelt on the ground. "Master Chief, I really didn't mean it. I didn't think that Sandy would disobey my orders. I was also trying to rush over to help you. Master Chief, please spare me." A bloody light flashed and Bolton's head fell into the lake. "It's all this time, and you still want to push the blame onto Sandy. It's just a pity that my good brother Sandy, was actually victimized by such a villain." Nichols murmured sorrowfully, while turning his gaze to the lake. "I'd like to see just what kind of god you are. How dare you tease my holy knights?" After saying that, the long sword in Nichols' hand was raised high above his head, erupting into a dazzling light. Even the torrential rain that was still falling in the sky was forced away by this light. When the light reached its extreme, Nichols waved his sword with both hands. A ball of white light struck into the lake, sending a violent explosion in the center of the lake. The lake was blown up more than 10 meters high. However, when the lake water fell, the surface of the water did not move at all except for ripples. Still refusing to give up, Nichols plunged his long sword into the earth, took out a staff, and began a long chant. It took almost several minutes before he finally finished the chant, only to see an eye appear on his forehead. The light that emanated from the eye had a kind of light that could dispel all the darkness in the world, and when it shone in the water, the lake had to avoid the light, and when it shone all the way to the bottom of the lake, all that could be seen was silt, and nothing was found. Nichols braced himself against his body's sense of rejection and probed the entire lake, but did not find anything unusual either. "Looks like he really left," Nichols said with great reluctance. He had managed to repel those elven madmen and sacrificed a deputy leader, only to find out that this lifestone was a fake, so he was enraged and immediately returned to the lake with his people. As a result, by the time he returned to the lake, there was nothing left here but the ghostly thorn woods and the pitted ground that was destroyed after the battle. "This river, I remember it wasn't there before." Nichols suddenly saw this extra river, and he recalled it again, determining that there was definitely no such river before. "Go!" Nichols immediately led a few deputy chiefs to look all the way down the river, and soon found the section of the river where Chushin was. Because on the desolate desert, Shelley's grass hut was just too obvious. Nichols stood on the edge of the quicksand river, looking at Shelley's grass hut. Shelley also saw Nichols and his party a long time ago. 4 or 5 legendary ranks can be far from being able to mess with her. The last time she lured a legendary, were almost killed. Just when Shelley was hesitating to come out, from the river of quicksand gradually coalesced a humanoid whose whole body was covered with sand flowing. You finally came out, but your appearance seems to have changed quite a bit. Nicholas felt that the person coalescing out of the strange sand in front of him was at least at the second level of the legendary rank. You're finally here, how about it? Don't you thank me for giving you the life stone? Hearing Chushin's words, Nicholas' face was instead devoid of anger. You have a lot of guts to actually dare to fool me. Chushin smiled and waved his hand and said, don't misunderstand me, I'm not the one who fooled you. How could I dare to fool the paladin regiment leader under the Temple of Light when I'm so weak? It's not easy for me to force myself to do so. Nicholas glanced at Chushin, signaling him to continue. I know that your light sanctuary is looking for the life stone, but the elves didn't want to give it to you, so they intentionally created this farce, and I'm nothing but a sacrifice for them, so you should understand. Chushin gave a blank and left it up to Nichols to imagine. The whole thing was originally a setup by the elves, only that he didn't expect Chushin to actually jump out of the set and give the elves a setup instead. Nichols obviously believed what Chushin said, but still asked, who am I to believe you? No matter what you say, it doesn't change the fact that you are an accomplice to the elves, then you are my enemy. Just after the word human was uttered, Nichols' body suddenly disappeared in place before chopping at Chushin's doppelganger with a sword. Chushin didn't move, allowing Nichols to chop his head off. Nichols was also startled by this approach of Chushin, but the sword still chopped down steadily. Chushin's head made of sand and earth fell to the ground, then again, under Nichols' surprised gaze, it merged into Chushin's body and grew another head from the neck. This? Chushin didn't wait for Nichols to finish being surprised. He himself had already taken the lead in launching an attack. An ice arrow directly towards Nichols covered the attack, and then he himself rushed up. Without any skill, it was just one punch after another, forcing Nichols to have no power to fight back. Chapter 61, Pitting the Elves. Nichols and Chushin started a great battle by the Quicksand River, while the head of the Holy Knights, the legendary level 3 Nichols, was fully suppressed by Chushin. The Sand Devil summoned by Chushin himself has the strength of Legend Grade 2, plus being by the Quicksand River, the unusual damage can almost be ignored for him, and although the Sand Devil has no autonomous consciousness, but has a certain fighting consciousness, at this time the Sand Devil uses the simplest fists, and one force breaks all laws. Nicholas felt very suffocated. Obviously he still had a high level of magic, he also had extremely strong sword skills, but all of this was useless. This sand demon was like a maggot in his hock, making it impossible for him to use all his skills. There was also an ice arrow or a rope of water that flew out of the river from time to time, making him even more frazzled, and several times he almost got hit by the sand demon. The other several deputy leaders could see that Nichols was in a disadvantageous position, and they all came up to help him as well. For a while Chushin was caught in a multi-person siege. The Sand Devil also suffered several heavy wounds due to its huge size, but these wounds were always repaired in a very short period of time. Chushin used the strength of one person to fight against the head of the Holy Knights and several vice heads, and also vaguely occupied the upper hand. If this scene was seen by the elves, I'm afraid that they would have to re-evaluate Chushin's risk. Seeing that the scene was in a stalemate, Chushin was actually very relaxed. He just wanted to get used to maneuvering the sand demon, and now that he was more or less adapted, it was time to get down to business. Suddenly from the quicksand river flew out 2 water dragons, still mixed with mud and sand, rushing towards Nichols roaring. Nichols and several deputy chiefs were shocked and stood together ready to defend against the water dragons. However, where would the sand demon give them a chance to focus on defense? Punch after punch shook the shield that several people had managed to coalesce. Finally, the water dragon also slammed head-on into the shield. Nicholas shouted disperse. Several people quickly dispersed, and the protective shield also shattered together with the water dragon. However, there is still a water dragon, but not relentlessly chasing after Nichols. Nichols reacted in a hurry. With the hand of the long sword hard resistance, was hit by the water dragon flew out. With a click, Nicholas spat out a large mouthful of blood, and the long sword in his hand, which had been with him for more than 10 years, broke into several pieces. Lord Headmaster! Several deputy chiefs hurriedly surrounded and blocked Nichols behind them, fearing that Chushin would continue to attack. Chushin, however, did not seize this opportunity to continue attacking, but instead looked at Nichols and the others with a smile on his face. What do you mean by this? Nichols' face was still a little pale, just now resisting that blow hard had injured him quite a bit. There's no meaning. I see that the several deputy leaders of your Paladin Legion are loyal to you. I can't bear to kill them, and I don't want to be used by the elves once more. Since you don't want to kill me, let's talk. Nicholas pushed away the crowd that was blocking his way and looked at the tall sand demon in front of him and said, I'm sure you understand the elf clan's intention very well. It's nothing more than utilizing me, so that you have no reason to borrow the stone of life again. The other thing is that they want to make me and you fight again, then they reap the benefits. Believe it or not, there are elf clan's powerhouses on their way here right now. Chushin looked at Nichols very seriously and said, while pointing at the road he came from. Nichols also looked back and nodded thoughtfully. Headmaster, we can't trust him, no matter what, he's our enemy. Seeing that Nichols actually expressed his approval of Chushin, a deputy head could not help but open his mouth to remind him. Chushin smiled. This brother, haven't you heard of a saying called the enemy of an enemy is a friend? I'm single and weak. I was just controlled by the elf clan before. Now that I've gotten out of the way, how would I go against you guys again? Or do you really want your headmaster to die here? Rampant. If you want to make a move, make a move. The several chiefs all shouted angrily when they heard Chushin's last words, while Chushin just looked at Nichols. Nichols stopped his man's angry curses and looked up at Chushin and asked, So what do you mean? In less than half an hour, the elf clan will definitely send people to find me. At that time we will leave the future people together. This way you don't have to worry about me being on the side of the elf clan, and we also both get our revenge. How? With your skills, I'm afraid that even if the elf clan comes, they can still leave him behind. There's absolutely no need to use us. Nichols asked skeptically. He didn't believe that Chushin would be so kind. Although this is the case, but if I kill the elf clan's visitor by myself, then the elf clan might have to send even more powerful people over, and I will never be able to rest in peace if I do it together with you guys, so that I can borrow the prestige of the light sanctuary. I think the elf clan won't do anything to pursue the matter anymore. You are playing a good game. Nicholas snorted coldly, seemingly dissatisfied, but actually in his heart, he believed 7 points of what Chushin said. The holy knights were the weapons that cleared all obstacles for the god of light, and in their eyes, the elves were one of the most stubborn obstacles. This time, the elves actually dared to pit them, and even killed many of their brethren. Nichols felt that it was also time to give the elves a lesson, or else they had forgotten that this continent was the territory of the god of light. Alright, let's follow you. Let the elf clan suffer a bit before settling the score with you. Chushin smiled and nodded. Everything was within his expectations. I believe that the elves who came to settle accounts with him should be surprised when the time comes. At this time, Chushin had already sensed the lakeside. The elves had all arrived. The first to lead the way was Blake, only today he looked a bit unnatural. The 4 people following behind him were all dressed in black, with a harsh expression. Some people were holding the elves' standardized bows and arrows, and there were those who were holding the big swords used by the knights. Chushin recognized that these 4 people were the members of the dark forest of the elven race who snatched the stone of life that day. No wonder Blake looked a little nervous. Blake, this is the lake you said. Could you be lying to us? The man in the lead's eyes glared, and Blake blanched in fear. My lord, this is indeed the place. It's just that person might have expected us to come, so he hid. I'll give you 10 minutes, if you can't find it you know the result. Blake's face was sweating with nervousness. Although he was also a legend rank, he knew that he was in no way a match for these people. Moreover, these people were directly under the orders of the Elf King. Even if he was killed by them, no one would reason for him. Blake cursed Chushin's cunning in his heart. While circling along the sky above the lake, he eventually spotted the river of quicksand that had suddenly appeared. Why is there an extra river of this size here? There must be something odd. So he flew back and led a few people along the river and started searching for it. Chapter 62, completely out of control. In the middle section of the quicksand river, by the side of the monstrous river, Nichols was recovering from his injuries under the ring of a few vice chiefs. Here we go, it's time to see the acting skills of all of you, Chushin reminded out loud. Sure enough, in the distance, an elven silhouette could be seen, rapidly flying over this way. Chushin immediately ducked into the water, while the several deputy heads and Nichols all sat down on the river bank pretending to be seriously injured and tempering themselves. A few people from the elves quickly discovered them, first cautiously observing quietly in the distant sky, seeing that there was indeed no figure of Chushin, and there were traces of fierce fighting on the ground, and a few of the Light Temple's head vice heads were also obviously injured in the appearance of tempering. This Chushin is really powerful, actually able to seriously injure so many people from the Holy Knights with the strength of one person. That's cheap for us, don't waste time, go up and finish them off then so we can go back and continue practicing. A few people left behind Blake and quickly rushed over. Blake saw this and hurriedly followed. It's really a narrow road. Trixie, we meet again. Nichols looked at the elfin Trixie and put on a hard look on his face. I know you don't really want to see me right now I'm afraid, alright, cut the crap and hand over the life stone. Trixie's face was grim, with a look that he was about to make a move, obviously not wanting to play smart with Nichols. Nicholas was even more furious in his heart when he looked at Trixie's appearance. You elves are really good at this, actually designing to shade our temple of light. I'd like to see what you can do to us today. After saying this, Nicholas and the several deputy heads sitting on the ground all stood up in unison and launched an attack towards the elves. When the elves saw this situation, they thought that Nichols didn't want to hand over the Stone of Life, so they jumped ahead and attacked, so the few of the elves weren't willing to show any weakness, and the two groups of people fought together again. The Dark Forest out of these several legends, strength than the ordinary elf race are a little stronger, and fight is even more life-threatening, even if it is the holy knights of the several vice-chiefs, but also is not a rival, was beaten back and forth. Blake is already the best of the elves, but can only exert pressure from time to time from the side. It is difficult to participate in the fight. Fighting, the two groups of people are fighting out of the real fire. Originally the 2 days Trixie several people have been chasing Nichols, but also killed Nichols, a deputy leader. Nichols several people have a deep hatred for the elf race, and Trixie mistakenly thought that it was the Nichols several people snatched the elf race of the Stone of Life, so also regarded as the elf race of the enemy. An elf clan spared to hit a deputy chief a sword chi, also want to shoot a long time to accumulate an arrow. Finally one of his own arm was chopped off. That arrow also shot through the deputy chief's chest, two people's tragedy. To this battle to fill the last straw, a few people have to use their own bottom of the box stances. It is Nichols and Trixie also suffered quite a lot of injuries on the body. You still don't make a move? Nichols watched as his own men became more and more difficult to support, still could not help but shout out. Trixie and the others were shocked to hear this, but after feeling carefully, they indeed didn't find any creature's aura, except for Shelley, who was only at the transcendent rank, who was watching all this from a short distance away. Chushin secretly sighed in his heart, would have liked to let the two gangs fight more grueling, but did not expect Nichols. This cannot help it. In the surprised expressions of Trixie and the others, Chushin summoned the sand demon from the quicksand river, while Blake was even more incredulous. You're Chu? He deeply thought that Chushin had long died in the hands of the Holy Knights, but he didn't expect that Chushin was actually still alive, and apparently well, and the Holy Knights were together. It turns out that you have been lying to me all along. You have long ago. Without waiting for him to finish his words, Chushin struck out. Sand Devil, all the way tyrannical towards Blake, rushed over. Blake is only a legend level, whereas the Sand Devil's opponent, but 2 punches will beat it to spit blood and fly out. Sand Devil turned around and rushed towards Trixie again. Chushin shouted, "Do it together, quick battle." Chushin and Nichols made a move together to deal with Trixie. Despite Trixie's strength, Chushin's Sand Devil didn't fear injuries, and unusual attacks could be completely hard to carry down, plus the strength was extremely great, and Trixie fought on an even footing. Nichols, on the other hand, carried out long-distance attacks from afar, forcing Trixie to fight dangerously. If you don't show some of your skills, your brother won't be able to hold out. Chushin smiled and shouted when he saw that Nichols was a bit less than trying his best. To Chushin, it didn't matter if it was a day's fight, but several of Nichols' sub-leaders were already in a precarious position and were just barely holding on. Nichols cursed his cunning. His intention was to let Chushin consume some of them. Maybe after finishing off the elves he would be able to finish off Chushin along with them. But he didn't expect Chushin to see his plan and directly shouted out. In that case, if he waited any longer, he was not taking his men's lives as his own. Nichols' long sword had been destroyed in the previous battle, and now had been holding a replacement long sword, but at this time he threw the sword aside and took out a scroll. As paladins, they actually rarely used scrolls. In comparison, they trusted the sword in their hands more. Scrolls that could be treasured by them must not be ordinary items, and most of them would only take them out at such critical moments. Restrict him for a moment, Nichols shouted at Chushin. Chushin listened and directly commanded the Sand Devil to charge up regardless. Trixie also saw what Nichols and this Sandman in front of him were attempting to do and exerted her full strength, fearing that she would be entangled by Chushin. However, the Sand Demon, under Chushin's control, even with one of its arms cut off, relentlessly approached Trixie, and then hugged Trixie with the only remaining arm, waiting for the arrival of the attack from the scroll that had already been opened by Nichols. It was a white light. The sound was not very exaggerated, nor was the speed fast, but it just emitted a kind of power that made people tremble. When the white light reached Chushin's body, the original body made of sand suddenly disintegrated, turning into a puddle of sand and water that fell to the ground, while behind him, Trixie had no time to run away or mount any defense, and was just melted away by the white light, as if ice and snow were melted by the sun. Trixie's death made the rest of the elves chilled. That mysterious power, anyone who asks himself cannot resist, not to mention that their side is now missing its strongest combatant, freeing up their hands of Nicholas to deal with their own. I am afraid that the elves will not be able to escape from death. Blake was the first to react, turned around and ran. The rest of the elves were not stupid. Naturally they were also ready to leave quickly, but they were firmly entangled by the several deputy leaders, making it difficult to get away. The situation suddenly turned around. After Nicholas joined the battlefield, he quickly cooperated with several deputy heads to solve the remaining elves. Only Blake had already fled far away. Chapter 63, Ghost Thorn Tree Re-Advancement. You did it on purpose. Nicholas looked at Chushin, who gradually gathered into a human form again on the ground. Chushin didn't deny it either. If not, in case you guys bite back, won't you have no witnesses? I'm a loner. I can't compare to your holy knights backed by a behemoth like the Temple of Light. Which power are you in the end? Looking at your skill, could it be some race in the water? Chushin shook his head non-committally and no longer continued to discuss this topic. Alright, since the matter has been resolved, you guys should also leave, or else if the one that just escaped moves in for help, you won't be able to leave. Then aren't you afraid that the elves will come back to settle the score with you again? Chushin shook his head and said, how do you know that I won't leave here? Nicholas also nodded. It wasn't like Chushin had grown up here, so naturally he could also leave at any time. However, he didn't realize that in fact, this river, that lake, was Chushin's body. Nicholas took another deep look at Chushin and turned around to leave with a few deputy chiefs and the body of the one who died in battle. I hope that the next time we meet, we are enemies not friends. I will definitely kill you personally then. Chushin smiled and did not reply. Instead, a current of water swept the corpses on the bank into the river. Picked up tens of thousands of energy points for nothing. There were still quite a few good things in the weapons that those few elves were carrying, as well as in some storage scrolls. This holy knights were really rich and generous, and they didn't even look at these things when they left. Called Shelley over, handed over all the scrolls of the elves to her, let her keep the one she can use, and give the one she can't use to the Arabs. Just now that a big battle, Shelley also only stood far away from the part of watching. Good in her eyes, and a group of legend rank strong is only a small role, so no one thought to come over to her hands. Otherwise any of the people present on her hands, she cannot escape. Those people are not before the mercenary corps leader and other waste. Now this storm has finally come to an end. In the future, for quite a long time, the elves will think that they are the people of the Temple of Light, and before they dare not tear their faces off with the Temple of Light, they won't make a move on themselves, and the Temple of Light will only be happy to see a person who has a grudge against the elves take root in the endless desert. Therefore, Chushin once again ushered in a period of stifling development. As a matter of urgency, it was better to see how the ghost thorn tree was doing. Previously, the ghost thorn tree had sacrificed a lot in order to minimize its losses, so it was time to compensate it properly this time. Shu Hei, how are you doing? Master, I feel like I'm about to make another breakthrough. So soon? What a pervert, this companion creature of its own, advancing even more easily than itself. It had only just advanced itself and it was about to do the same soon, and for absolutely no reason at all. Clearly it had suffered a considerable loss in the past few days. Well, this time I concentrated all my energy into my main body, and as a result it seems to have returned too much energy, and I've been holding back from advancing for the past few days, and now I can finally advance. There was actually this kind of situation. Chushin pondered for a while and discussed with the ghost thorn tree again, guessing that it should be because the ghost thorn tree had previously grown a part of its root system on the ground to grow a forest of ghost thorn trees, and those trees that had grown out had autonomously absorbed quite a bit of energy, which was why it caused the ghost thorn tree to upgrade this time. Then you can develop a larger scale forest in the future. If this goes on for a long period of time, maybe those trees can even give birth to an autonomous consciousness, then you'll be awesome. Chushin was a little envious of the various peculiarities of this companion creature of his, but it was good that he had chosen to be a companion in the first place. No matter how perverse the ghost thorn tree was, it would not betray him. That's what I think too. In the future there might even be a ghost thorn army. It's definitely not worse than your sinking sand army and crow killing army, master. Then how much longer do you need to advance? It's already started now. After the ghost thorn tree finished speaking, a strong energy fluctuation erupted from the ground. Then from the center of the lake, the ghost thorn tree's roots that were originally cowering at the bottom of the lake began to grow rapidly, growing out of the water in an instant, and there was no stopping the momentum, growing all the way up to more than 40 meters high before stopping. Chushin was somewhat speechless. You've grown so high this time. Ghost thorn tree did not answer Chushin. The tree body is still continuing to change. Chushin, who had never seen the ghost thorn tree blossom, today was the first time he saw the ghost thorn tree blossom. The flower is light black. There are 3 petals, but in the center of the petal is also a thin white needle. Spooky. This was Chushin's greatest feeling. The light black petals were still constantly wafting a vague smoke-like thing, but the long white needle looked holy. What is this situation? The blossoming was complete, and the ghost thorn tree that covered the sky only had 4 or 5 blossoms at the top before new petals were no longer produced, and the ghost thorn tree was completely stabilized at the transcendent grade 2 level. Master, these flowers have a mesmerizing effect, and the needles inside can also be hidden in the scent of the flowers to pierce into the bodies of living creatures. Whoa shit, don't be so sinister. This skill of yours is quite useful. For Chushin, his own companion creature, then of course the stronger the better and this kind of skill that was suitable for shady people was also very suitable for playing with Chushin. When the demonic dragon gecko comes back, I'm afraid he's going to be struck again. It was hard for him to catch up with you, and now he's being pulled away from you again. It's just too playful, otherwise its advancement speed wouldn't necessarily be slower than mine. Chushin nodded. He wasn't worried about this tree and beast at all. The speed of both of them was already top-notch. If he set it out, I'm afraid that even the bright sacred temple didn't have many geniuses who advanced this fast like this. Now there is quite a long period of time where we are relatively stable. Is there any interest in going to the underground world to have a look? Chushin felt that letting the ghost thorn tree put its roots into the underground world now should help it somewhat as well. Good, if I develop my roots into the underground world, there will really be no one who can kill me anymore. Even if I destroy all the roots on the ground, I will still be able to grow back. The ghost thorn tree was quite agreeable to Chushin's proposal, and was even a bit impatient. For all things that could help him save his own life, he was very positive. Chapter 64 Increase in Overall Strength. At the bottom of the Spirit Lake, at the connection with the underground world, a newly grown root system was probing out again. It grew all the way along the water of the River of Forgetfulness until it was deeply rooted at the bottom of the river. Then the roots began to grow upwards, growing a tree. If you look carefully, you will find that this tree is exactly the same as the ghost thorn tree outside, with a straight trunk, spikes growing on the trunk, and very textured leaves. The only difference is that this tree does not have flowers. Looking more closely, one would realize that this tree was emitting a ghostly light that did not attract much attention, and in the dark underground world, it appeared mysterious and odd. This was the ghost thorn tree that had evaded the limitations of the surface world and the underground world along the way, wrapped in the waters of the Chu-sinking river, and had finally taken root and grown out in the River of Forgetfulness. How does it feel? Chushin asked as he looked at the ghost thorn tree's new appearance. A very comfortable feeling. It feels even more comfortable here than on the ground. The ghost thorn tree itself was a mutant that was able to devour souls, and the River of Forgetfulness was specialized in restraining soul bodies, and both of them had a close connection with Chushin, so they were said to have the same root. Then you should develop well here, and watch the door for me in the meantime. This was the passage to and from the two worlds, although no creature could enter or exit from here without Chushin's permission, but in case it was discovered, a trouble would be inevitable, so having the ghost prickly tree to watch the door was one more layer of protection. Okay master, anyway, on the ground or underground I'll be watching the door for you, the ghost thorn tree said with a smile. This was a reminder to Chushin. Above ground, that ghost thorn tree forest still needs to continue to develop. That group of fire crows still don't have a place to live. You're using me as a child laborer. The ghost thorn tree yelled in protest, but still followed Chushin back to the ground again. With the pure spiritual energy provided by Chushin, it didn't take much effort to restore the original ghost thorn tree forest. Chushin sent a message to Tyrone to bring back the fire crow, and when a red cloud appeared in the distance, the new ghost thorn tree grove had already grown up. This time, the ghost thorn tree also deliberately expanded the area of the ghost thorn woods by quite a bit, and now there is an area of more than 500 square meters, and after a group of fire crows quietly fell into the ghost thorn woods, from the outside, it was impossible to see that 3,000 fire crows were actually hidden inside. These fire crows have been coached by Tyrone, and have been quite effective, and now they can also do what they are told to do. And Chushin roughly perceived, most of the fire crows also have the appearance of the 4th to 5th level of the mortal order, and Tyrone has also reached the 10th level of the mortal order. It looked like letting Tyrone train the magical beasts every day had a lot of effect on his cultivation growth, and the other desolate clan members were estimated to be almost at the 7th or 8th level of the mortal stage as well. This speed wouldn't be bad compared to the elite disciples of any major power. Looks like it's time for a group grand advancement. Chushin pondered. He didn't have many people under him right now. The desolate race only had more than 200, and although there were 100,000 magical beasts, most of them had already consumed most of their reserves by awakening their bloodline, and wouldn't be able to make much progress in the future, so perhaps it was time to start upgrading their high-end combat power and take the elite route. Look at others. An ordinary mercenary corps of 300 to 400 people can resist their own 3,000 fire crows, not to mention the holy knights and elf warriors. The more to the back, the smaller the advantage of the number of people, to the legendary rank, even if it is 3,000 fire crows together, but also is not a legendary level of rivalry. All of you, immediately select 100 of the best magical beasts from the sinking sand army that you lead, and then come to me together. Chushin's voice resounded in the hearts of every desolate clan member. All of them, at the first moment, praised Chushin in their hearts, and then began to pick the best of those 100 from the magical beasts they led. It wasn't until the 5th day that all of the desolate race and magical beasts arrived as a whole, and only 10,000 magical beasts were selected from the 100,000 magical beasts that gathered around Chushin's lake. And the 3,000 fire crows in the ghost thorn forest were all standing at the top of the trees, waiting for Chushin's orders. Ever since all the sinking sand army was dispatched, the original once-a-month bestowal of blessings was cancelled, so this gathering was greatly anticipated by both the desolate race and the magical beasts. Half of the 200 draconians had reached the 7th level of the mortal stage, and some of those who hadn't awakened the bloodline of the elves had only managed to cultivate to the 4th level of the mortal stage, but this was something they hadn't dared to imagine before. There is also a part of the desolate race that is older. When they followed the high priest and were taken away by the elves, there was no more news. Even though the sinking sand army was spread all over the desert, they did not get a single piece of news. Shushan speculated that either all of them were silenced by the elves, or they were taken to the elves' deep forest. Nowadays, his own real squad is these 200 desolate clansmen and these 10,000 magical beasts, plus 3,000 fire crows. Shelley stood by Tyrone's side. Although she had seen a lot of scenes like this, she had witnessed how Shushan had developed step by step. The first time she had seen him, he was far from such a scale, but in just 1 year, Shushan had a squad that could be comparable to a midstream force, and the development was rapid. In the expectant gazes of a group of magical beasts and the desolate clan, from the lake, the familiar white light reappeared, enveloping everyone in it, including Shelley, who felt a burst of warmth. In the watery white light, many people and magical beasts had unconsciously broken through their current realm. Even Shelley felt that she was a few more senses away from advancing to legend. The 3,000 fire crows themselves were magical beasts, and after Shushan's bloodline awakening, they now benefited the most from this bestowal of blessings, and bursts of fiery light emerged from their bodies, connecting together and illuminating a piece of the sky in fiery red. When the white light disappeared, the aura of the 10,000 magical beasts had obviously improved quite a lot, and Shushan intended to leave them by the lake for a month, washing their whole body with spiritual water every day, and then bestow blessings once more at the end of the month. In this way, the strength of these magical beasts would be increased by at least 2 levels, and the whole would almost reach the 7th level of the mortal stage, which would be considered an irresistible force in this desert. Devil Dragon Gecko and its 5 little followers also enjoyed themselves in this blessing, especially those 5 little followers. Their own bloodline is extraordinary. This period of time has been following the Devil Dragon Gecko to hang around, although they do not have the heart to cultivate, but often fight, but their bodies are polished very sturdy. After this blessing, have reached the mortal stage 6. Shushan decided to temporarily deprive the magic dragon gecko of its big brother power during this period of time, and must leave these little guys over here to honestly cultivate for a month, and at least all of them must reach the mortal rank 9 to 10 before they can do so. Chapter 65, Changes in the 2 Golden Eggs. Magic dragon geckos see their little brothers have become stronger. They are still transcendent mortal level 1, although stronger than their little brothers, but the upper cannot compare to the ghost thorn tree. The lower, I'm afraid that their little brothers will catch up. The heart is also a little bit anxious, but still pretended to be overbearing, patted the head of each of their little brothers, and led them immediately want to escape. Shushan tied it and its 5 little brothers into a string with a single water rope and threw it into the lake. Don't go anywhere for this month. All of you give me a good boost in strength. Ignoring the strong opposition of the demonic dragon gecko, Shushan directly pressed them into the lake and watched them struggle inside. Instructing Tyrone and the Desolate clan to bring all the magical beasts to a nearby open-air place to properly cultivate, Shushan would continuously use the wild storm for this month, directly providing spiritual power to these spiritual beasts on a large scale. Seeing that things were finished on this side, Shelley had also turned around and was ready to leave when suddenly a vision appeared in the lake. Shushan sensed a strong energy fluctuation in the lake and stopped suppressing the demonic dragon gecko and the others. The demonic dragon gecko and a few of its little followers flew out of the lake as if they had exploded, looking back at the lake in terror. Shushan also didn't have time to pay attention to their expressions that were more hilarious than one another, but instead looked slightly excitedly at the depths of the lake. Master, is the creature inside that egg about to come out? Shushan nodded. Since the last time the demonic dragon gecko stole that golden egg back, Shushan had been placing it in the lake without paying any attention to it. That golden egg had just been absorbing spiritual energy nonstop, and some time ago, it suddenly stopped absorbing spiritual energy, and if it wasn't for the fluctuation of the life inside that was still very strong, Shushan would have thought that this egg wasn't hanging up. I didn't expect it to be put away for so long, but today it was finally going to come out. Shushan guessed that it might have something to do with the blessing he had just bestowed. Although he didn't intentionally take care of this egg, as long as it was a life that was related to him, it was all blessed, and this egg might have gotten some benefits as a result, which finally enabled it to be about to break open the eggshell. I wonder what kind of creature it will be. It shouldn't just be an ordinary fire crow. Shushan was still a little nervous. This was like a lottery. Who knows what will be inside? If it's an ordinary fire crow, even if it's a stronger fire crow, it's not really of much use to Shushan. The golden egg in the lake radiated a dazzling golden light, and an egg also flew out of the lake floating in mid-air. Not far away, the 3,000 fire crows in the ghost thorn forest all flew over and circled around the golden egg. Even the 10,000 magical beasts that had already been taken away by Tyrone, under the illumination of this golden light, all knelt on the ground and let out whimpering sounds. It seems to be somewhat extraordinary, to actually have such a big battle before it was even born. Shelley was also startled when she saw the formation. In her impression, it seemed that only a divine bird coming out of the world would have such a commotion. When the golden light dispersed, the golden eggshell was covered with complex symbols. Ka-ching! The eggshell cracked open, and an incomparably divine aura emanated from the eggshell. The fire crows that were originally flying around the golden egg all landed, tightening their heads and acting very respectful and even a little fearful. Then the sky, which was still raining, suddenly cleared up, and a ball of flame fell directly from the sky, wrapping the golden egg in it and starting to burn up. I go, don't be so exaggerated, just like the heavenly tribulation in the legends of the previous life, how can there be heavenly fire to burn? Shushin was unable to perceive exactly what was happening amongst the flames for a while, and could only wait. The flames burned for a full hour, and then another piece of dead wood descended from the sky, which happened to fall on the eggshell, and then fell to the ground. The eggshell was soon covered in cracks after this blow. From the golden egg came a pleasant bird song, and all the people and magical beasts felt a wave of relief, a feeling that even their souls had been purified. Then the eggshell finally shattered completely, and the creature that had waited for so long finally burrowed out of the eggshell. What kind of bird was it? Part of its feathers were golden yellow, while the other part was bright red. Its appearance was not much different from an ordinary firecrow, but anyone who saw it wouldn't be able to connect it with the firecrow. Compared to it, the firecrow was really too inferior. This is an immortal bird. Oh my god. Shelley covered her mouth and exclaimed, "You recognize this bird?" Shelley nodded, explaining with a shaky voice. "It's very similar to the bird I've seen from the canonical books. It's called the phoenix, and people also call it the immortal bird, because after this bird reaches the end of its life, it will burn itself to death, and then out of the ashes, it will give birth to an egg, and this egg will be born as the new immortal bird, so there is only one immortal bird in the world for eternity." Shushin looked at the bird but had a big question in his mind. This phoenix in Shelley's mouth was really too similar to the legendary golden crow in the previous world. After being born, this immortal bird first circled the sky and then chirped happily over the lake, apparently recognizing Shushin's scent. Dropping, "Congratulations to the host for getting the recognition of the divine creature immortal bird, please choose whether to enslave it or not." Choose to enslave. Such a divine artifact, that was definitely something that couldn't be spared. Shushin once again looked at the system panel and found that next to the ghost thorn tree and demonic dragon gecko, there was another column. Creature, immortal bird. Owner, Shushin. Level, transcendent level 1. Ability, lifespan of 500 years, can be reborn, voice of purification, can disarm all soul confusion type spells, pure world flame, extremely lethal flame. The withered branch that fell from the sky and landed on the ground, at this time, it was also rapidly absorbing the moisture and spiritual energy of the lake, sending out branches that quickly grew up, growing until it was half as tall as the body of the ghost thorn tree before stopping. Shushin took a look at it, but it was a palm tree. The undead bird let out another long chirp and flew towards the palm tree, and started to work on building a nest at the top. Shelley looked at the undead bird with a rich expression on her face. Finally she managed to speak. "I don't know why your lordship has obtained such a divine object as the undead bird, but Shelley would like to remind your lordship that the undead bird is unique in any world, in any realm, and it is also something that any existence is bound to fight for, especially the forces of light, who have been searching for the undead bird for these past tens of thousands of years, so you must be careful, my lordship." Shushin really didn't expect that the egg that the demonic dragon gecko stole from inside the firecrow's nest actually had such a big origin, and he also didn't know if this egg itself was the egg of the immortal bird, or if he had awakened his own bloodline to lead to such a result. But what Shelley said is also have to pay attention, if those gods are what really all out to snatch, even if they have the system is also 10,000 tops. This egg actually gave birth to a divine object with such a big origin. I wonder what that egg inside the river of forgetfulness will drill out? Chapter 66, Dark Griffin Beast. The moment he thought of that golden egg that had been thrown into the Forget River, Shushin suddenly couldn't hold back his desire to go check it out. The last time he went to check that egg had been several days ago. At that time the golden egg placed in the lake was stopping absorbing spiritual energy. Shushin wanted to see how this one in the river of forgetfulness was doing, but it turned out that the original giant egg with a golden color had already turned black, exactly the same color as the water of the river of forgetfulness. Shushin examined it for a long time carefully, but he didn't find anything, so he didn't continue to keep an eye on it. Today the golden egg in the lake gave Shushin a big surprise, hatching out a divine bird. Shushin had a premonition that the one in the Forget River was also going to hatch. However, the underground world would only be accessible to the ghost thorn tree in Shushin, so Shelley and the others were destined to not see it. Coming to the underground world, Shushin hurriedly checked the condition of that huge black egg, and as expected, the egg body was covered with cracks, but there was no such huge momentum and seen as the golden egg, it was just peaceful and quiet, a little bit broken open. "Master, how does it feel?" "It feels so ordinary." The ghost thorn tree had just watched the big scene of the birth of the undead bird outside, and for a moment, it was a bit uncomfortable with this actually normal state of a bird breaking its shell. "I also feel that, but at least it was conceived in the river of forgetfulness, so even if it's ordinary, it's not even worse than the firecrows outside." The two of them just quietly waited for the black egg to quietly hatch. Each step was very slight and the speed was the same, so they waited for more than 2 hours of boredom before a monster drilled out from inside. I say monster because the look was really not complimentary. The head looks like an eagle, but the wings are short, not even hair. The front claws stick out like an eagle's claws, but when the eggshell is all broken, there are actually 2 claws, and it looks more like an animal's feet. What is this? 4 unlike? Which bird has 4 feet? Chushin was confused, and so was the ghost thorn tree. After this monster was born, it looked around curiously before fluttering its wings from the river of forgetfulness and climbing up the bank. Drop. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the griffin beast's recognition. Do you choose to enslave it? Hearing the system's prompt, Chushin was a bit skeptical for a moment. This system couldn't have recognized the wrong one. However, seeing as the system had never made any mistakes, he chose to trust the system's judgment. Choose enslavement. And so after the demonic dragon gecko and the immortal bird, Chushin possessed a third enslaved beast. Creature, griffin beast. Owner, Chushin. Level, transcendent level 1. Abilities, dual combat ability on land and in the air, long distance flight ability, soul shattering, emits an eagle cry and lion roar, capable of inflicting a shock to the soul, eagle attack, swoops down from the air to attack, extremely fast. For the time being, there is no enemy yet, and there is no way to estimate whether the griffin beast is powerful or the undead bird is better, but from the selling point of view, the undead bird is much stronger. Regardless of beauty and ugliness, both are Chushin's little brother now, and both were born transcendent, which made the demonic dragon gecko even more pressurized. Master, I'm hungry. The griffin beast's tender voice came from his mind. Chushin looked over, it was bouncing on the shore. Chushin didn't know what it wanted to eat, he could only convey a message to McGee who was resting in the underground world, asking him to bring over some magical beast corpses. A short while later, Mackie brought a team of people, carrying a variety of magical beast corpses over. Because he didn't know what kind of ones Chushin really needed, McGee brought one of all the magical beasts that he had gotten recently. Just after placing it on the river bank, the griffin beast swooped over, startling McGee and thinking that someone was attacking him. He subconsciously picked up the spear in his hand and poked it, but it only hit the remnants. No need to be alarmed, this is my pet. Hearing Chushin's words, only then did McGee put down a lifted heart. Just now that one time, if it came at himself, I'm afraid that he would be dead by now. Chushin looked at the griffin beast's wolfish appearance, and was also speechless for a while, obviously just born. It was like it had been starving for years. Ghost Thorntree was also amused for a while. It looked like this little guy was another one that could toss and turn. I'm afraid that the demonic dragon gecko was going to have bad luck. Without a moment's work, the griffin beast ate all of the 100 or so magical beasts that McGee had brought with him, and only then did it contentedly pace along the shore, living like a general with a big belly. This little fellow will be in this river of forgetfulness from now on. You guys remember to feed it some food every once in a while. Chushin instructed McGee, intending that the griffin beast would just temporarily take up residence in the river of forgetfulness. The griffin beast listened to Chushin's words. Spiritually, it fluttered its wings twice at Mackie, then tried in vain to fly to the ghost thorn tree's body. It had no choice but to climb from the water onto the ghost thorn tree and lie down between the branches to rest. Another lazy bastard. Chushin laughed and cursed, then instructed McGee to go back and continue training his troops, ready to go out at any time. The current special weapons developed by the witch demon had already been equipped to the entire army, but the group of skeleton soldiers sent by Chushin had not yet detected any movement from the Sabbath Empire. It was not very safe for Chushin to make a hasty move. It was better to sit back and wait for the opportunity to come. Leaving the underground world, Chushin came to the lake on the ground. The surrounding 10,000 magical beasts were all absorbing spiritual energy in the spiritual rain, while the undead birds were flying back and forth non-stop. It looked like they were making preparations to build a nest for themselves. According to Shelley's statement, the undead bird likes trees with fragrance, and in the desert, there are very few trees, let alone ones with fragrance. Moreover, it was easy to be discovered when going out so frequently, but Chushin didn't intend to stop it because this was the nature of the undead birds. If he forced himself to curb it, it would only be counterproductive, and might even cause the undead birds to rebel in the end. After all, Chushin and the undead bird are only in a relationship of servitude. There is a certain chance that the other party will betray themselves, and the undead bird is a particularly strong and unyielding bird. Chushin would still prefer to respect the undead bird's personal wishes. The undead bird hadn't spoken to Chushin since it was born, completely unlike the griffin beast that asked for food as soon as it was born. Come over here for a moment, Chushin ordered to the undead bird. The undead bird had just been about to fly out to look for materials to build a nest. When it heard Chushin's order, it reluctantly flew over and hovered over the lake. Seeing that Chushin didn't respond for a long time, it let out a clear chirp, which sounded a bit like pampering. There's nothing wrong, it's just that I didn't get a good look at you before, and now I'm calling you over for a good look. The undead bird heard this and directly twisted its head and flew away, ignoring Chushin for a bit. Really cold and arrogant, Chushin said awkwardly. But this was nothing, he was also its master. As long as it didn't betray and was able to follow orders, it was fine. Chapter 67 Initial Encounter with the Sabbath Empire. The underground world, the end of the river of forgetfulness. Under the sky that only had an extremely dim light, a large group of skeleton soldiers were advancing with a neat pace. Their direction was exactly the opposite of the flow of the river of forgetfulness, meaning that they were invading Chushin's territory. When they approached the river of forgetfulness, Chushin had already sensed it and immediately informed Magi of the news. Magi was alerted by Chushin and immediately led the Earth Spirit Clan warriors to intercept them. This was the territory that Maki had fought for Chushin. He absolutely could not allow other creatures to invade, otherwise it would be disrespectful to Chushin. As one of Chushin's most loyal believers, Maki was very angry in his heart at this time. He wanted to use the enemy's blood to pour away the anger in his heart. At the edge of the river of forgetfulness, Magi's troops ran head-on into the invading skeleton soldiers. It seemed that the spear in his hand couldn't savor the taste of blood today, because the enemy was this group of difficult and disgusting skeleton soldiers. In the eyes of all flesh and blood creatures, the skeleton dead class of creatures were disgusting enough to cause them physical discomfort for no reason. Without saying a word, Magi harnessed the rock monster underneath him and rushed forward, and the Earth Spirit warriors behind him didn't need to be ordered, so they automatically followed Magi and launched an onslaught. Their weapons were all improved by the witch demon, incorporating the properties of the water of the river of forgetfulness, and were able to produce a good killing effect on the skeleton warriors. Otherwise, with the previous weapons, unless they broke all of these skeletons' hard bones, they would be able to prevent them from getting back up again. Skeleton warrior, this kind of creature, which demon also long ago studied through, is nothing more than the creature's skeleton hosted a trace of soul without much spiritual intelligence, only able to listen to simple commands. But as the skeletons slowly become strong, their souls are also gradually strong, can also be gradually born spirit. To that time, the skeleton warrior can be called a creature. In fact, witch demons have the ability to create skeleton warriors, but the success rate is not high and it is very troublesome, so there is more to lose than to gain, so in the past they only tried and did not create them on a large scale. Chushin estimated that the monarch of the Sabbath Empire should be a skeleton that had been born with a spirit, at least of the legendary rank. Around a quarter of an hour, this pair of skeleton warriors were annihilated by the Earth Spirit Clan warriors led by Magi, and according to Chushin's request, Magi and the others threw all the skeletons into the river of forgetfulness. Not long after, the skeleton warriors that had originally fallen to the ground and could no longer climb back up stood up once again, but this time they no longer attacked Magi and the others as they had done before in a brazen manner, but instead they turned around and walked towards the direction they had come from. The souls of all the corpses that were thrown into the river of forgetfulness would be integrated into the river of forgetfulness, so what flowed in the river of forgetfulness could be said to be fragments of souls. The sinking skill of the river of forgetfulness was actually putting these soul fragments into these bodies, turning them into new skeleton warriors, and it was believed that in the future, if there were enough soul fragments, it wouldn't be impossible to create necromantic warriors. Looking at the skeletal warriors that walked away, Magi knew that this was all the work of the great Chu god, so he wasn't too surprised. He didn't immediately return to the clanland, but stayed at the end of the river of forgetfulness with the Earth Spirit Clan warriors. Looks like the underground world is about to fall into chaos as well. Chushin reasoned from the messages he got from the river of forgetfulness as well as what he saw on the side of the skeletal warriors he had arranged into the resting empire. It was highly likely that the resting empire was going to carry out a major cleanup of the underground world as well. Perhaps it was for the same reason the elves were clearing the desert, for the upcoming battle of faith. Could it be that in the battle of faith, the passageway between the underground world and the surface world will also open? The underground world can also participate? The ghost thorn tree quickly thought of the core of the problem. If that's the case, it would be a good thing for us, if we can unify the underground world before the battle of faith. Wouldn't that be another card to possess? No one would ever think that the underground world is actually my territory as well. Chushin felt that this was an opportunity. The Sabbath Empire's rule in the underground world was not solid. There were still many powerful races like the sorcerer and demon race that did not submit to its rule. In addition, there were many powerful and mysterious existences in the underground dark river. Perhaps it was also in the hands of a certain power. When the time came, it might just be a melee, and he would be able to take advantage of the chaos. Chushin knows that his foundation is shallow, and his understanding of this world is not as deep as that of those veteran forces, so he can only take advantage of the chaos in order to reap as much benefit as possible. On the banks of the river of forgetfulness, Magi and the others had already engaged the third wave of invading skeleton warriors. Patriarch, how come these skeleton warriors seem to be endless? This is the third wave, although we don't have many casualties, but the brothers are quite tired. See if you can let Lord Chushin lend us the skeleton warriors that came out from the river to help us. Magi heard the words of the clan, turned his head to look around. 3 battles, more than 100 dead and wounded. This loss is still acceptable, but every time the skeleton warriors that come are not afraid of pain or death, which is equal to every battle the Earth Spirit Clan warriors will have to fight for their lives. If this goes on, the stamina is really a little bit too much to bear. No, Lord Chu God has his own plan. we have to guard Lord Chugod's territory even if our entire army is wiped out. McGee still shook his head and said, in his heart, Lord Chugod's orders were more important than his own life. McGee's performance was all seen by Chushin. At first it was just a chance encounter. He made a move to save their lives. Then Chushin got up the heart to utilize their clan to gain a firm foothold in this underground world. For so many days, McGee and the Earth Spirit clan warriors led by him were also considered to be loyal. This time McGee still threw the bodies of the skeleton warriors into the river, and not long after that another group of skeleton warriors drilled out. But this team didn't leave, but stayed where they were. These skeleton warriors will stay here to help you for now. Chushin's voice resounded in the hearts of every Earth Spirit race warrior. So Lord Chushin is able to sense whatever we say. The young warrior who had made the suggestion earlier had a surprised expression on his face, and in his heart, he said that it was fortunate that he hadn't said anything bad. Chushin, however, didn't care what these warriors thought, but instead, he was calculating what his next step should be. The current cleanup operation of the Sabbath Empire was, shall we say, just the beginning, and these waves of skeleton warriors were all nearby sweeping out as they went along, and there was nothing organized about it. But these 3 consecutive waves have come and gone. It should have attracted the attention of the Sabbath Empire's senior management. The next time I'm sure the scale will be much larger, and that's when it will be a big battle for McGee and the others. Chapter 68, The Man Behind the Sabbath Empire. As expected, when McGee and the other Earth Spirit warriors repelled the third wave of skeleton warriors from the Sabbath Empire, they finally subsided for a while, and had been waiting for 2 days without seeing a single skeleton in sight. It wasn't until the third day that a vast army of skeletons arrived, led by a skeleton general riding on top of a skeleton warhorse and similarly holding a spear in his hand. You, enemy, damn you. This skeleton general was actually able to speak, although it was only a few words, but with this level, he was at least at the transcendent rank. Not bad, it's me. This territory doesn't belong to you disgusting skeletons. Since you're dead, you should lie down properly. Let me send you to continue lying down. McGee's one eye looked coldly at the opposite skeleton general. He felt that this skeleton was very strong, maybe even stronger than himself, but he didn't feel the slightest bit intimidated, because the battlefield was by the river of forgetfulness. It was under the gaze of the Chu God. Kill! With a single point of the spear in his hand, the skeletons behind him charged up, and he himself followed on his warhorse. McGee similarly led the Earth Spirits forward to attack, and the 2 armies of different faiths fought together. This army of skeletons was almost close to 10,000 people, and there were 6,000 or 7,000 Earth Spirit clan warriors, and this field, which wasn't very wide in the first place, was almost full of people, and some of them just collapsed and were stepped on by others. There were also many skeletons that were squeezed into the river of forgetfulness or the underground dark river. No matter which river they fell into, they were never seen climbing up again, which led to both the Earth Spirit race warriors and the skeleton warriors to subconsciously get further and further away from the 2 rivers. This battle could be said to be the toughest battle for the Earth Spirit race warriors since they followed Chushin. The number of people was less than the other party, and the level was only close to the other party. Chushin had actually come to the neighborhood a long time ago, and had been watching this battle. He could have directly made a move, but he didn't. He was waiting to see if there was anyone else behind the skeleton warriors. Fortunately, the Earth Spirit warriors have been blessed by Chushin, and the rock monster's help. The weapons are specially made to deal with the skeletons. In this kind of melee is still dominant. The number of skeletons is decreasing very quickly. It looks like the Earth Spirit tribe is going to win this war. As for the battle between McGee and the skeleton general has a certain amount of intelligence, which means he is more cunning, but also does not have the same kind of ordinary skeletons that are not afraid of death of the determination of the madness. So in front of McGee, who is only at the 10th level of the mortal order, on the contrary, can only play a draw, who can't do anything about it. Is there really a mastermind behind this? Chushin noticed that behind the skeleton army, a human suddenly appeared. He was dressed in a clean white robe, so out of place in this dark underground world, especially with the light emanating from his palms, which was very conspicuous. However, none of the Earth Spirit clan members present had noticed him, as if they had all subconsciously ignored him. Chushin, however, spotted him the moment he appeared and closely watched his every move. The white-robed mage looked indifferently at the great battle before him, a look of contempt on his face. Filthy creatures, it's better if they all die clean. The scepter in his hand emitted an increasingly dazzling light, and even the skeletons and earth spirits who were fighting noticed it and stopped in unison. You guys, die. A dry voice came out of the skeleton general's mouth. McGee's heart tightened when he heard it, but he didn't panic. Although the enemy had powerful helpers, his own god was by his side, so what was there to be afraid of? Don't care if I die or not, you die first. McGee continued to charge the skeleton general regardless. Let the god of light end the darkness, aurora purification. From the top of the scepter, an intense light erupted, visible to the naked eye. The trees under the white-clothed mage's feet were burning and melting, and the intense procession of high temperatures spread towards McGee's side with great speed. McGee felt a powerful threat. He wanted to retreat with his clan. There is no need to panic. Chushin's voice came, as if giving McGee a shot of tranquilizer. The white light spread to the skeletal warrior's body, and actually even the skeletal warrior's body, along with it, melted. Why? The skeleton general asked, pointing at the white-clothed mage. The white-clothed mage, however, did not even look at him. Although the skeleton warriors were all enemies, but soon these were Chushin's warriors, so by the white-clothed mage being melted down like this, there was no way for him to use the river of forgetfulness to bring them back to life even if he was more powerful. So Chushin didn't want to hold back, he was going to strike. From the river of forgetfulness, a single ice spike flew out, shooting towards the white-clothed mage at an extremely fast speed. The same time when the white-clothed mage noticed and wanted to dodge, he realized that his body's actions became slowed down. It was Chushin's shackles of ice. But the white-clothed mage didn't have a very panicked look on his face. He slowly pointed his scepter at the flying ice arrows, and in the white light, the ice arrows were all gradually melting away. A contemptuous smile appeared on the white-clothed mage's face. The fact that someone could use magic in such a small place already surprised him, but he was a legendary ranked mage of the Hall of Light Sanctuary, and these small tactics were far from being a match for him. However, the next moment, his smile froze on his face. Immediately afterward, his body collapsed. It turned out that while he was using the holy light to dissolve the ice arrows, Chushin quietly used the binding of water, and the 2 water ropes sneaked around to his back, binding both of his legs. With just that one pull, he was pulled down to the ground. Without waiting for him to react, a huge tensile force came from the water ropes, and the white-clothed mage was pulled into the Oblivion River without resistance. This Oblivion River was filled with dark elements. Even the earth spirit people could not survive in it, let alone the white-clothed mage who believed in light. As soon as he entered the Oblivion River, the white-clothed mage sank to the bottom of the water, as if a stone had fallen into deep water. McGee knew clearly that in a little while, this white-clothed mage would still climb out, only then it would not be so bright and shiny. He would turn into a dirty skeleton creature in his own mouth. The white mage was quickly resolved. The rest of these skeleton warriors, Chushin also did not want to let the earth spirit warriors work hard. Directly a batch of ice arrows to take away all of them. Even with the McGee fought have come and gone skeleton general, but also before they had time to speak was taken away. A batch of white bones were pushed into the river of forgetfulness, leaving only a few hundred corpses of rock monsters and earth spirit clan. In fact, these corpses could also be thrown into the river and transformed into skeleton warriors, but Chushin didn't choose to do so. If his own people were also transformed into skeleton warriors with no spirit, this was a kind of rebirth, but it wasn't the same person anymore. This kind of practice that didn't even spare his own people when they were dead went somewhat against Chushin's original intention, and it was also very easy to chill his own men. Just now that white-clothed mage, after Chushin devoured his memories, he also gained a lot of understanding of the relationship between the Sabbath Empire and the Temple of Light. Chapter 69, Full-Scale War, All Parties Come to the Rescue. It turns out that the Temple of Light does have a channel that can come to the underground world, but this channel has a lot of limitations. A year can only be for a person to pass through. This 1,000 years although has been constantly sending people in, but the number of people is also very limited, coupled with the fact that there is no cultivation inside the need for a variety of elements, spiritual power, or fighting chi, so basically coming the person is difficult to have an inch of progress in their cultivation, and in the long run the lifespan cannot be prolonged, can only die in the inside. So this nearly 1,000 years in time, in fact, really not many people came in. The Temple of Light is only every 10 years to send a person down to check the situation, and often sent to the underground world or cultivation has not been able to further people, or is committed what fault was sent here. According to the information in the white-clothed mage's memories, there shouldn't be more than 20 people from the Temple of Light in this underground world, and there were only 3 to 5 of the legendary rank. This sweep in fact they were divided into 4 groups, respectively responsible for 4 directions. The white-clothed mage happened to be responsible for the direction of Chushin, and as a result was unlucky enough to be pulled closer to the river of forgetfulness by Chushin. This time it was also because the battle of faith was coming. The high priestess of the Temple of Light was worried that something would go wrong in the underground world, so he sent another extremely powerful holy maiden down to prepare for the complete unification of the underground world. This time no more forces would be allowed to exist that were not subservient to the Sabbatical Empire. Regarding that holy maiden, the white-clothed mage also knew very little, only that it was a very powerful existence, and since coming down, he had never met them, and had only talked to the rest Empire's skeleton monarch several times. It seems that this time it's a bad comer. The great war between us and the Sabbath Empire is going to be advanced. Originally, Chushin was planning to quietly wait for the right time, but now that the resting empire has come with an extremely powerful saintess who came down from the outside world, I'm afraid that the means will be much more aggressive as well, and if we wait any longer, it is estimated that all the other forces in this underground world will be exterminated by the resting empire. When Chushin thought of this, he immediately notified McGee and asked him to quickly gather all the troops he could control. this time Chushin was going to personally lead the expedition. Meanwhile, in the ground world, by Chushin's lake, once again tens of thousands of magical beasts had gathered. This was the second bestowal of blessings for this month, and the last opportunity for collective advancement this month. Regardless of whether it was the ordinary magical beasts or the Arakanese, including Shelly and the demonic dragon gecko, they all waited in peace and quiet with great anticipation. In the underground world, by the River of Forgetfulness, McGee led the Earth Spirit race warriors riding the rock monsters, as well as other warriors within the conquered races, totaling more than 20,000 people. All of them were also waiting for Chushin peacefully and quietly. On the ground and in the underground world, all of Chushin's people waited for their god to bestow blessings. The same familiar and warm white light enveloped each and every one of them, removing all of their usual fatigue, and the power that surged from their hearts pushed their realms forward. The warriors of the underground world lacked the energy needed for cultivation, so Chushin's bestowal of blessings was actually their only chance to advance, whereas the warriors of the surface world, with plenty of energy and Chushin's bestowal of blessings, advanced even more rapidly. After this large-scale bestowal of blessings, the strength of the 10,000 magical beasts on the ground had all reached a minimum of the 8th level of the mortal order, while in the underground world, most of the warriors led by McGee also had the 6th level of the mortal order. If there was a chance for them to come to the surface, I believe that the speed of their strength growth would be even faster. After completing the blessing, the magical beasts on the shore were all continued to be brought back by Tyrone and dispersed in various places in the desert. At the same time, Chushin instructed him to bring back the magical beasts in the sinking sand army that were below the mortal rank 5 level 2. By now, the magical beasts that were still below the 5th level of the mortal order had basically lost the possibility of advancing further, and instead of staying outside, they should be directly devoured by Chushin, and turned into energy, which was also able to create more magical beasts. The warriors of the underground world also thoroughly digested this blessing. Their overall strength was greatly enhanced. Even McGee finally broke through the mortal rank and reached the transcendental 1st level in this blessing. There were also the witch and demon race that had defected to Chushin. They were also very shocked by Chushin's ability that only gods had. Originally they were just going out, but now after seeing the various miracles that Chushin had created, some of them couldn't help but be a little worried that most of the people who made deals with the gods didn't have a good end in the end. But there was also a considerable portion of people who began to develop trust in Chushin, and at the same time, they also received quite a lot of benefits from this blessing, and their strength, which hadn't progressed in 1,000 years, actually increased a bit again. Warriors, I got the news. The Sabbath Empire is going to carry out a major cleanup of the underground world. All the races that don't submit to them are going to be wiped out. Naturally we can't go and be slaves to those skeletons, so I'm going to lead you to revolt, not only for the sake of preserving the turf this time, but also for the sake of survival, for the sake of the continuation of the race, so there's no turning back for us, for freedom. For the sake of survival, destroy the Sabbath Empire. For freedom, for survival, destroy the Sabbath Empire. Tens of thousands of warriors started shouting under McGee's leadership. The morale of the vast army was hot. It was a good time to set out on the battlefield. Just as Chushin was about to order the departure. Wait! Someone shouted loudly. In the eyes of the crowd, from the distance came all shapes and colors of communities. Some looked similar to humans, only their skin was green. Some looked very different from humans, but spat human language. Chushin took a cursory glance. There were almost a dozen ethnic groups, adding up to several thousand people. Who are you people? Could it be that you want to stop my army? McGee asked as he stepped forward to stop the crowd. General McGee doesn't need to be nervous. We are all hidden races in this underground world, and we usually rarely come out for activities, but this time the Sabbath Empire has really gone too far, so we have decided to join you and fight against the Sabbath Empire. A creature that looked very much like a human came forward and said. McGee gave a skeptical look and was about to refuse when Chushin's voice came from his mind. Promise them, just take them with you. Although all of these people came from unknown origins and did not come early or late, just at this time wanting to join, surely in their hearts they all carried different schemes. But what did Chushin have to fear? When the time came to fight it would not be up to them not to contribute. Many of these races even Chushin has not seen, must be a lot of R in which demon as big as the head, can collect these people. It is not a small amount of help. In the future they will bring them to the ground world can also play a big role. Chapter 70, The Holy Maiden's Worry. Underground world, by the banks of the River of Forgetfulness. After more than a dozen minor races joined Chushin's team, the army that was traveling to conquer the Sabbath Empire appeared to be even more voluminous. Those newly joined minor races were all powerful, the strongest in their communities were not even inferior to the previous Maki, but none of them took the initiative to ask for help to go forward. They all silently waited for Maki's Earth Spirit race army to pass by before following behind. Chushin sneered at the sight. These people were all human beings who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years, but they didn't have the wisdom of the witch and demon race, and only thought of hiding at the back to take advantage of the situation, and even had the intention of reaping the benefits of fishing. Couldn't they see that even the witch and demon race, all of them were out in full force, dispersed amongst McGee's army, ready to participate in this battle? Shushan didn't intentionally hide the news of the army's departure. I believe that the news from this side should soon reach the resting empire's side, especially that newly arrived Holy Maiden, who most likely had already prepared a countermeasure. Perhaps for the Holy Maiden, it was good news to be able to have such an opportunity to battle against almost all the opposing forces of the underground world, so as not to waste her time playing the boring game of hide and seek. It so happened that Shushan also thought the same way. Since the war was unavoidable, it would be better to have a decisive battle and solve all the problems at once. In the face of absolute power, schemes were all superfluous. Within the ruling boundaries of the Sabbath Empire, there was a vast plain that was rare to see in the underground world. A dense army of skeletons was displayed lined up in the middle of the plain, and a glance at them was filled with the white color of corpses and bones, which was a bit creepy. Finish this earth spirit race as soon as possible, our bigger enemy is in the water, a veiled woman said to a huge skeleton beside her. This huge skeleton was the monarch of the Sabbath Empire and the ruler of this underground world. However, at this moment, he was looking a bit respectful, and it was obvious that the woman beside him had an unusual status, and should be the Holy Maiden of the Temple of Light. The Holy Maiden thought that the aquatic races in the water would take advantage of this opportunity. This is their only and best chance, so they will definitely strike. My main target for coming down this time is also them. In this Holy Maiden's eyes, the Earth Spirit race led by McGee was not worth mentioning at all, and was just a minor inconvenience that she had solved in passing. For so many years, we have been closely monitoring the movements in the water, and they have never made a move. Could it be that they gave up long ago? The skeleton monarch lowered his head and asked suspiciously. The Holy Maiden shook her head. Regardless, all possibilities must be cleared. What's that? The Holy Maiden suddenly realized that a quiet black river had appeared on the otherwise empty wilderness in front of her, and where the river flowed through, everything was in a solemn state of deathly tranquility. It's a bit spooky, go take a look. The Holy Maiden instinctively felt that something was wrong, and instructed the skeleton monarch to go ahead and take a look. Behind the Holy Maiden, there were also 4 men standing. Their gaze towards the Holy Maiden in front was evasive at times, with a hint of reverence and adoration. Marcus, you also follow along to take a look. Marcus was the first to come to the underground world, so he was also more familiar with this world. Marcus looked to be in his 40s or 50s and hurriedly flew out to follow the skeleton monarch after hearing the Holy Maiden's words. The skeleton monarch came over the forgotten river. Behind him Lucas also stood at the edge of the river. After feeling it for a while, the two looked at each other, and Marcus frowned. He actually couldn't perceive any aura. This river was naturally Chushan's river of forgetfulness. In order to maximize the victory of this duel, he had to extend the length of the river of forgetfulness once again. Only on the banks of the river of forgetfulness, he himself would be able to stand invincible. Marcus pulled out a ball of light and slowly threw it into the river of forgetfulness. As soon as the ball of light entered the river of forgetfulness, the localized water began to boil. The ball of light quickly sank, and the light that radiated out completely disappeared. What did you find? The skeleton monarch was somewhat disgusted with the light that had just been emitted, and asked as he stood a few steps away. Endless darkness, a power even darker than the dark sorcerer. Marcus looked a bit grave. Darkness and light were absolute mortal enemies. Could it be that the things in that dark river are up to no good? It shouldn't be. They don't have this kind of ability. No matter what, the sudden appearance of a river full of darkness in the underground world is definitely a big thing. We need to hurry and tell the Holy Maiden. Marcus stood up and was about to go back to tell the Holy Maiden the news when a vast army suddenly appeared in the distance. Although this army was far from being comparable to the skeleton army in terms of numbers, it was superior in terms of quality. Although the skeleton army had more than 100,000 people, most of them were low-rank skeletons, especially those of the first and second levels of the mortal rank, with less than 10 transcendent ones, and the legendary one was only the skeleton monarch. On the other hand, the opposite side of this army, although the number of people is only 20 to 30,000, but most of them are the existence of the 4th level of the mortal order, 5th level, and there are even a lot of the 8th level of the mortal order, 9th level, but only transcendent is only one person, and there is no legendary order. If there was no skeleton monarch and people from the Temple of Light coming down to help, relying only on the skeleton army, it really wasn't necessarily a match for the opposite side, but now? These armies were nothing more than dirt. You prepare for the enemy here. I'll go ahead and inform the Holy Maiden of the news. Marcus didn't care about the opposite Comer. In comparison, he was more concerned about this bizarre river. Holy Maiden, I probed that river with the light orb and determined that it contains extremely dense dark power. Dark power, could it be related to those people from the Earth Spirit race? Marcus froze for a moment when he heard the Holy Maiden's words. I don't think so. I see that although those people's realm is stronger than these skeletons, they don't have a single legend, and there's only one transcendent even, so they shouldn't have this kind of power. The holy maiden indifferently glanced at Marcus, only to feel that this person's brain had degenerated after coming down for nearly 100 years. The creatures of this underground world don't have the energy needed for cultivation, so how can they cultivate to the advanced level of the mortal rank, or even break through to transcendent on their own? The Earth Spirit race is not a race that can live for 1,000 years like the witch demons. There must be something fishy in this, otherwise they wouldn't dare to rebel against the Sabbath Empire. If this river is indeed related to the Earth Spirit race or the person behind it, then I'm afraid that this battle today is not going to be simple. The Holy Maiden doesn't have to worry either. With us here, this bit of power from the opposite side is really not worth mentioning, not to mention that the Holy Maiden is still here. In the end, we will definitely be the ones who succeed in unifying the underground world. Another man saw Marcus defeated, his heart was pleased, and he purposely spoke out to pat his ass. The Holy Maiden shook her head non-committally. She wasn't worried about the war at hand, but was worried about being taken advantage of by the things under the water once her losses were high. However, she was still confident in her own strength. Chapter 71 Tragic Battle, Skeleton Monarch. The army led by McGee met the skeleton army of the Sabbath Empire in the wilderness, and both sides took up positions. From a distance, McGee's 20,000 or so people looked like a large ship in a wide ocean. Although the ship was large, how could it fill this entire ocean? However, Chushin's river of forgetfulness was like a black band that passed through the center abruptly, and neither the Earth Spirit race's army nor the Sabbath Empire's skeletons were able to affect it in the slightest. McGee indifferently looked at the 100,000 skeleton army in front of him. His face didn't change in the slightest. The Earth Spirit clan warriors behind him did the same, and even had a flushed look of excitement on their faces. This was a conquest for the sake of their god, for the sake of unifying this underground world. After today, the Earth Spirit race was the most honored race in this underground world. Ants on the opposite side, you're just this many people and you dare to come against my empire. I'm going to crush all of you. Under the huge body of the skeleton monarch, McGee and the others indeed looked a bit short, not to mention that the skeleton monarch was still of the legendary rank. Even McGee as well as those witch demons combined were not a match for this one person. Looking at the black river flowing around them, McGee knew in his heart that Chushin had been following them all along. McGee raised the spear in his hand high, and the Earth Spirit warriors behind him also raised their weapons in their hands, ready to charge. On the contrary, those races further back that had temporarily defected were a bit disoriented in front of the skeleton army, and were even ready to run away. The skeleton monarch smiled contemptuously. He wasn't supposed to personally make a move, but for the sake of a quick battle, he had no choice but to move and remove these annoying ants before concentrating on those things in the water. Crush them! The skeleton monarch shouted, and the 100,000 skeletons behind him all rushed out. McGee also shouted kill, then rushed out ahead of him. Like the collision of two waves of ocean currents, although the white ocean current was even larger, the dark yellow ocean current formed by the Earth Spirit race was even more resilient, and even though it was wrapped up in it, the formation remained unruffled. Without a moment's effort, a lot of skeletons' scattered bones fell on the ground, and there were also some Earth Spirit race warriors who were surrounded and killed. McGee was like a wolf that had entered a sheep pen, unleashing a massacre like a force. Several transcendent rank skeletons rushed forward to surround him, but they couldn't do anything about him, and instead, he even took the time to kill many of the skeleton warriors around him. Really useless. The skeleton monarch looked at the fact that so many of his men couldn't even take down a single McGee. He was ready to do it himself, or else it would look like the warriors under his command were really a bit incompetent in front of the Holy Maiden. The legendary order striking out against the transcendent order was really a victory, but in this world, only the living were qualified to speak of fairness. In front of the skeleton monarch, McGee didn't have an ounce of resistance, but he still maintained his fighting stance, his spear clutched tightly in his hand, his head high, glaring his one eye at the skeleton monarch who was getting closer and closer, the corner of his mouth showing a contemptuous smile. When the skeleton monarch saw that this mole-like existence underneath him actually dared to mock himself, that smile was practically identical to the few people who had come down from the Temple of Light. The anger in his heart surged up, and his large hand had already swung towards McGee. He was confident that under this slap, this guy who dared to laugh at himself would be shattered to pieces. When the huge palm was about to reach McGee's body, a black ice arrow shot out from the river next to him, and swiftly passed through the palm and shot towards the skeleton monarch's head. And the palm that was passed through was rapidly collapsing. The skeleton monarch was very frightened as he looked at the black ice arrow that shot at him. He didn't even feel a bit of breath, but instinctively had a sense of fear. Narrowly, the skeleton monarch's huge head tilted to avoid the one ice arrow, and then he nervously looked at the river that he had been close enough to check out before. McGee on the other hand froze for a moment before reacting to the fact that it was Chushin who had struck. In his mind Chushin was invincible, so he simply continued directly with the Earth Spirit race and started to engage the skeleton army. Skeleton monarchs see forget river in a long time no movement, but just now that a bit, destroy the general destruction of their hard palms, that in the terrible critical infection to him also dare not act rashly. Luckily, the Holy Maiden also discovered the difference and sent Marcus and another human to help. What's going on? Can't even a transcendent order Earth Spirit clan solve it? Marcus asked in a condescending manner. The skeleton monarch said impatiently. There's something odd about that river that just attacked me. Both Marcus looked at the calm river and then at the skeleton monarch's disappearing palm. The two of us will watch here while you continue to kill that Earth Spirit race leader. Marcus quickly thought of such a way to force the existence in the river to strike again. Sure enough, when the skeleton monarch once again headed towards Maki, Shushin was forced to strike again as well. This time, not 1, but 7 or 8 ice arrows appeared at the same time and flew towards the skeleton monarch. Seeing this, the two of them, Marcus tried their best to block them, but they were only able to intercept 3 or 4 of them, while the rest continued to fly towards the skeleton monarch. The skeleton monarch had already seen the power of the black ice arrows before, at this time also did not dare to be too big. From the back of his spine out as a weapon, this is the hardest piece of bone in his body, in his day-to-day under the tempering, have been fatally glowing with golden light. When his spine collided with the black ice arrows one after another, the skeleton monarch was shocked in his heart. He could feel that his spine had already shattered. If he held on any longer, his spine would probably break completely, but at this time, he had no way to retreat. He could only force himself to hold on. Ka-ching! This sound sounded downright frightening to the skeleton monarch's ears, and it was Marcus who was horrified to hear it in his ears. He had known the skeleton monarch for the longest time, and was most aware of how hard the spine behind this skeleton monarch was. Even with his full strength, he wouldn't necessarily be able to shatter it head-on, but now it was directly shattered by a few ice arrows from this black river. Marcus subconsciously took a few steps backward, feeling some chills on his back. The other mage, however, didn't notice Marcus's small movements, still looking at the river with a serious face, while using some sort of scrying type of magic, trying to find the creatures hiding in the river. After the skeleton monarch's spine shattered, although it didn't become unbearable immediately, his entire body lost its vital support and became a whole lot shorter, and his breath was also very shriveled. Seeing him like this, Shushin was not in a hurry to strike at him. Keeping him might still be useful. Chapter 72, Maki's Death, Aquatic Appearance. For Shushin, these two legends in front of him are nothing. There are quite a few legends who died in their own hands, not to mention that in the underground world, other people are unable to obtain energy. That is, the people of the Temple of Light are also unable to break this restriction, but they have almost unlimited energy to use their skills. It was just that Holy Maiden, although she had been paying attention to the movements over here, but never refused to come over, and also let herself have no chance to make a move. I'll kill all the people you sent, let's see if you come over. Shushin thought so, and his men did the same. The mage who was still bent on probing out where Shushin was in the Oblivion River, before he could react, his body fell into the Oblivion River under the combined attack of Shushin's ice arrow plus the shackle of ice and the binding of water skills, never to be seen again. Seeing this, Marcus directly fled, looking at Yi without looking back. Really cunning. Shushin saw that he was far away from the riverbank and had no chance to strike. Holy Maiden, that river is really odd. There is a very powerful creature hidden in it, crippling the skeleton monarch and killing Kyle. Do you think it's a good idea to go over and take a look? Marcus ran back in a sorry state and reported the situation to the Holy Maiden. Then why are you fine? The situation over there, in fact, the Holy Maiden of Light saw clearly, although Kyle was stupid, but he was loyal to the Temple of Light. This Marcus perhaps came in for a long time, became greedy for life and fear of death, and wasn't so attached to the errands of the Temple of Light. Marcus was about to defend himself, but the Holy Maiden of Light stopped him. The three of you go together and kill that Earth Spirit race leader first. The last 3 legends remaining to strike together, it's killing a but transcendent Maki was really giving Maki face. At this time, McGee with the Earth Spirit warriors had already killed into the hinterland of the skeleton army, because the monarch was seriously injured and lost the ability to fight, so the strength of the entire skeleton army also seemed to weaken a little bit. The Earth Spirit warriors took advantage of the opportunity to beat the skeleton army back and forth. Seeing the 3 legends flying out once again, Shushin had thought that they were rushing towards him, but he didn't expect them to actually approach quickly towards Maki. Crap! McGee, in his killing spree, had already left the river of forgetfulness far away. That distance from Shushin was unreachable. Quickly go to the river. Shushin gave an order to McGee, while condensing a water person and running towards McGee. When Maki heard Shushin's order, he raised his head to look and realized that there were 3 people flying towards him. Of course he immediately knew that this was here to kill him, so he turned around and hurriedly ran towards the river of forgetfulness. But Marcus' 3 people are all legend rank, that speed, not to mention McGee. Even Shushin condensed waterman is far from catching up. Seeing that McGee was about to approach the attack range that Shushin's waterman could reach, the 3 Marcus took the first step. 3 blades of light flew towards McGee, and while McGee was still running, the upper half of his body was split into 3. Maki! This was the first one to die in front of Shushin's eyes after he came to this world, his own faithful believer, and the first person he recognized in the underground world. Looking at McGee's body splitting on the ground, being trampled by the surrounding skeletons non-stop, Chushin became furious for the first time. The forgotten river in the distance also rippled for the first time, as if a sleeping dragon was about to awaken. All Earth Spirit Clan warriors, retreat immediately. The Earth Spirit Clan warriors saw their clan leader being killed, and originally wanted to avenge him, but when they heard Chushin's order, all of them immediately began to retreat, and those skeletons were also deterred by Chushin for a time, and didn't dare to chase after them. When the Earth Spirit race warriors had finished retreating, the water of the River of Forgetfulness behind Chushin was thrown up into the sky by a kind of power. The sky that was already gray was even darker and irrelevant at this time. Retreat quickly! The Holy Maiden's face suddenly changed drastically as she flew in the air and shouted towards the three Marcas. Being awakened by the Holy Maiden's voice, the three of Marcas then hurriedly flew backwards as if they were waking up from a dream. If you want to leave, leave your lives behind. The water of the River of Forgetfulness spread out and chased towards the three of Marcas, and the skeletal soldiers under the river's coverage all drowned in the river without a sound. The speed of the three of Marcas was fast, but countless ropes suddenly appeared in the river water behind them, catching up with the three of them at an incredible speed and entangling them firmly. Amidst Marcas' terrified cries, the three were pulled into the river, and the river water behind them fell to the ground with a bang, turning the entire plain into a black sea. 100,000 skeleton soldiers, all of them were wiped out under this strike, and the three legendary powerhouses, without even a single wave, disappeared into the river. With this strike, Chushin also spent 1,000,000 energy points, and the water that was originally used to extend the length of the river was all used to chase after Marcas and wipe out these skeleton soldiers. The Holy Maiden flew stagnantly in the air, incredulously pointing at Chushin. You, who the hell are you? How could you have such power? That strike just now was too terrifying, and the Holy Maiden of Light believed that the probability of being able to survive was only 50% if she was to be placed under such an attack. The reason why she sent Marcas 3 people to kill McGee first, but just to confirm whether Chushin can only strike at the riverside. Now this speculation is confirmed, but also amount of proof that she was wrong. Chushin in general indeed cannot be too far away from the river, but if he is angry, the consequences will be unimaginable. For a time the Holy Woman became a lone person. There are only a handful of 10 transcendentals around her. With the means of Chushin just now, it is simply not enough for Chushin to kill. Could it be that I'm going to give the underground world away? In that case, even if I go back to the Light Saint Temple, I'm afraid that I'll be punished even more severely. While the Holy Maiden of Light was a bit hesitant, Chushin began to gather the rivers that were flowing around in the wilderness into the rivers and combed through them. At the same time, he also swept McGee's corpse into the river, and together with it, there was also McGee's soul. Since McGee was a loyal follower of Chushin, his corpse and soul system would not be devoured, and was randomly able to be preserved. McGee wasn't completely dead, at least Chushin still had a way to resurrect him, but that way McGee might not be able to accept it. Just as Chushin was preparing to make a move on the last remaining Holy Maiden of Light, he discovered a strange movement not far away. The dark river that had existed in the underground world since an unknown time had an unusual change at the moment. Something seemed to be coming out of it, and it kept flooding with water. This river felt unfathomable even to Chushin, so he had always avoided it and did not take the initiative to touch it. Choosing to strike at this time, could it also be some sort of intelligent creature? Chushin glanced at the Holy Maiden in the distance and realized that she was also frowning tightly. She seems to know something. Chapter 73, The Origin of the Dark River. In the underground world, on the plains within the Sabbath Empire, the white bones all over the ground were all swept into the River of Forgetfulness, and 100,000 of the rest Empire's skeleton warriors were wiped out, leaving only the Holy Maiden of Light and a dozen or so transcendent ranked bright sanctuary people. On Chushin's side, the Earth Spirit race McGee died, and the Earth Spirit race warriors also suffered a lot of casualties, only those who came to join the race on the way. There were basically no casualties, and at this time, when they saw Chushin's great power, it was not a good idea to leave, and it was not a good idea to stay. However, the Holy Maiden of Light and Chushin did not have the heart to continue fighting at this time. They both looked at the underground dark river that was almost ignored at one side. This dark river was not very wide, but it flowed through every part of the entire underground world, and it was unfathomably deep. At this moment, as the Sabbath Empire and Chushin finally dueled it out, it began to change. Chushin looked at the dark river that kept bubbling. It was obvious that something was about to swim up from very deep under the water. Do you know something? Chushin's voice rang up in the Holy Maiden of Light's mind. The Holy Maiden of Light glanced at Chushin, looking somewhat surprised. Knowing or not knowing, I don't have to tell you. The Holy Maiden of Light's plan to unify the underground world this time was all shattered because of Chushin, so she still had quite a bit of resentment towards Chushin. I once briefly explored this dark river and found out that the deepest part of the dark river hides some very scary creatures. I also know what your brightness Holy Temple's purpose is this time, but I would like to say that you will not be able to take the underground world back. If you don't cooperate properly, I will let you, the Holy Maiden, stay here and never return. This was a clear threat. The Holy Maiden's face reddened with anger. Even in the Temple of Light, she was an existence respected by everyone. Very few people dared to speak to her like this. But at this moment, she couldn't find the words to retort. 100,000 skeleton warriors had all been destroyed by Chushin with a single move. The 4 great legends had all died in Chushin's hands. And yet she was not even clear about Chushin's face. Even if she was as confident as she was, she didn't dare to say that she would be able to escape in Chushin's hands, not to mention that there was still the underground dark river appearing now, and those existences couldn't be said to be much more terrifying than Chushin. Perhaps by the time this monster and those things in the dark river have a fight, I'll still have a chance to get back control of the underground world? The Holy Maiden of Light had some intentions for a moment. The underground world was also very important to the Bright Holy Temple, and if she herself messed up this errand this time, even if she could return to the Bright Holy Temple, she would be suppressed by the other holy sons and daughters, and it would be questionable whether or not she would be able to keep her status as a holy maiden at that time. I can tell you the secret of that dark river, but you must promise that you won't be allowed to make a move against me and my men before the dark river is resolved. The Holy Maiden eventually chose to compromise. Of course, I guarantee that I won't make a move against you before the dark river is resolved. In fact, this kind of verbal promise was all but useless, but it was just a step down for the Holy Maiden of Light. The Holy Maiden walked to the side of Chushin's river of forgetfulness with a flourish. She was not afraid of Chushin making a move at this time, because the threat of the dark river was right in front of her, and this clever enemy would never choose to make a move at this time. This underground world existed an unknown number of thousands of years ago, and this dark river was also there at that time. The God of Light has ruled this continent for thousands of years now, yet it has never been able to completely figure out the bottom of this dark river. Chushin's heart stirred when he heard this, a dark river that existed 10,000 years ago. How terrifying should the creatures inside be? Over these thousands of years, we have had many times to fight with the creatures in the dark river. These creatures are different from the magical beasts and aquatic races outside. They are generally not very intelligent, but their bodies are very powerful. Even many of our magics can't pose much of a threat, and because of the lack of elemental and other energies in this world, many powerful magics can't be performed. So every time we tried to conquer the dark river failed. Chushin thought of the strange fish when he first met Maki. That was still just a surface creature. The strength was not normal. Haven't you guys ever sent anyone down to explore under the water? Of course we have. We have sent people proficient in water magic down to explore more than once, but the energy under the water is very chaotic, and those creatures are even more powerful in the water. None of the people we sent in were able to come back alive. Chushin sank and stared for a while. For thousands of years the Temple of Light was unable to do anything about it. If he wanted to unify the underground world, I'm afraid that this dark river has become the biggest roadblock. Has there ever been a situation before where the creatures in the dark river came out to the shore to strike? The Holy Maiden nodded and said, yes, there have. Every time we were about to unify the entire underground world, they would come out on the shore and strike, which is why we haven't really unified all the races of the underground world in these 1,000 years. Chushin's heart was clear. This time it was also because the 1,000-year battle was about to start. That was why they sent people down to try to see if they could unify the underground world. It must be that since the Light Sanctuary has been in control of the divine and demonic continent for thousands of years, that it has also won several times in the Battle of Faith. It must not have held much hope for this unification, but it was not expected that not only did it fail to unify the underground world, but it also completely lost control, and was destroyed by Chushin, who wiped out the Sabbath Empire. Chushin is with the Virgin of the Light to understand the many secrets about the underground world. Chushin, after all, not enough heritage, for many of the world's major forces in control of the situation is not very well understood. This time it is also borrowed by the Virgin of the Light to make up for a hard time. However, this bright holy maiden is also not a saving grace. Only with Chushin explains some things that are actually not considered secret, other real hidden secrets, a push to not know. Out. Chushin's tone was suddenly serious, and the Holy Maiden of Light also closed her mouth and looked towards the dark river, only to see the dark river suddenly explode into a single heavenly splash, and from within jumped out a head of monsters of enormous size. There were giant snakes whose bodies were hundreds of meters long, raising their huge heads to look at the warriors of the Earth Spirit race, and these brave warriors were scared into a panic. There was also the eight-legged octopus that was actually holding a human head, its dripping eyes looking right at the Holy Maiden of Light. Each of these monsters was very large, and for a while the vast plains even felt a little crowded. There were a total of 7 or 8 monsters of this size, followed by quite a few fish and shrimps that were already magical beasts, all of which were also of a far larger size and looked ferocious and incomparable. When Chushin saw these monsters, an idea suddenly popped up in his heart. These things, how do they look like they are from the sea? How could they emerge from this dark river? And just these goods shouldn't be able to stop the Temple of Light for thousands of years. Could it be that there are still some existences behind this that also have the same covetousness for the Battle of Faith? Chapter 74, The Battle with the Dark River Creature. Shushin was in a state of doubt when the octopus with a human head in front of him actually spat out human words and shouted at the Holy Maiden of Light. "It looks like you're the person from the bright holy temple. Smelling the odor on you makes you sick, hurry over." The Holy Maiden of Light heard the words of the octopus monster. Her heart was irritated for a while, but she didn't dare to act rashly. This octopus monster, however, was also a legendary rank. "What are you waiting for? Isn't this your light holy temple sending us food? The quality of the food sent in this 1,000 years is getting worse and worse. Be careful that Grandpa is not happy and will directly lift your light sanctuary." The light holy maiden finally couldn't help herself this time and bellowed under her breath, "Shut up!" At the same time, a white scepter appeared in her hand, and at the top of the scepter was an equally white bead with a chilling aura. The sacred maiden of light scepter reached forward and crystallization technique. A cold aura rushed towards the octopus monster. Dense crystals appeared in the air around the octopus monster. As soon as these crystals appeared, they quickly adhered to the octopus monster's body. The octopus monster's face changed. "So cold, damn human, actually dare to freeze me." The exterior of the octopus monster's body rapidly froze. Even the breath he exhaled from his mouth as he spoke was white. It was obvious that this kind of magic was freezing from the outside to the inside. However, although the octopus monster cursed angrily, he was not panicked, and with a tremor, the ice crystals on his body were dispersed, and within a few breaths, he had stopped exhaling cold air. Thought freeze. The Holy Maiden of Light continued to launch an attack, but it was a kind of soul attack. The opposite octopus monster, under this strike, the expression on its face all froze instantly, obviously already caught the way. Purification of light. From the top of the scepter, a strong dazzling light was emitted. Under this burst of brightness, one of the octopus monster's tentacles had begun to dissolve, yet the octopus monster seemed to have no sense of pain, as if it had no feeling of pain, and its face still retained the same expression as before. "Oomph! Looking for death." The giant snake next to him could see that the octopus monster had lost the wind, and with a cold snort, he spat out a mouthful of black water from his mouth. The black water was spat out on top of the sacred maiden of light scepter, and the white beads at the top of the scepter immediately emitted a nuisance sound, clearly being corroded. The Holy Maiden of Light was startled and hurriedly used a decontamination technique before slowly purifying the black sewage from the bead, but the surface of the bead clearly had some pitted holes, and even the radiant light that radiated from it dimmed quite a bit. The Holy Maiden of Light's face was gloomy. It was still difficult to win against a single monster. If two monsters attacked together, she was bound to lose, but there were so many on the opposite side. Even if they added Shushin, I'm afraid it would be difficult to survive. Do we really need to use that scroll? But then this mission would really be a complete failure. A strong unwillingness welled up in the heart of the Holy Maiden of Light. "What are you guys doing up here if you don't stay properly in the water?" Shushin opened his mouth. At this time, the octopus monster also woke up in the state where its mind was frozen, and looked at the bright Holy Maiden with a face full of anger. Brush, brush, brush. The three tentacles stabbed towards the bright Holy Maiden in unison. The originally very soft tentacles were like three javelins at this time, rushing straight towards the bright Holy Maiden. The Holy Maiden of Light subconsciously retreated a few steps, and then the scepter in her hand was a little bit in front of her body, and a column of light slammed over towards the tentacles. Immediately after that, the Holy Maiden of Light let out a chant from her mouth, and the scepter drew a circle in front of her body, and an aperture appeared, blocking the Holy Maiden of Light in front of her. The three tentacles unexpectedly broke through the Holy Virgin of Light's defense, but she was prepared for this, and with a light body technique, her body floated backward, creating a distance between her and the octopus tentacles. Shushin saw that these monsters on the opposite side did not answer his question at all, but instead, they attacked the Holy Maiden of Light first. Although he and the Holy Temple of Light are also enemies, but at least they are now on the same front, so they can't just stand by and do nothing. Ice arrow art. A dozen ice arrows suddenly appeared from the river of forgetfulness, shooting towards the octopus monster's body without intercepting the three tentacles of the octopus monster that were stabbing at the Holy Maiden of Light. If the Holy Maiden of Light can't even intercept the three tentacles of the octopus monster of the same rank, it seems to be too much water. The octopus monster saw a dozen powerful ice arrows suddenly appeared in the strange river water in front of him, and hurriedly mobilized the rest of his tentacles to intercept them, but there were too many ice arrows, and the octopus monster's tentacles weren't enough at all, so the octopus monster made use of its own natural skill, and spewed out a thick stream of black water from its mouth. This black water was originally even more powerful in the water, but after so many years of research by the octopus monster, the black ink quickly atomized in the air as well, spreading out as quickly as it did in the water. As soon as Chushin's ice arrows entered the range of the black mist, they were lost and only the sound of the ice arrows hitting the ground could be heard. When the fog dissipated, Chushin realized that only one ice arrow had hit the octopus monster. The other ice arrows had all hit empty, making deep craters on the ground. However, just that one ice arrow hitting the octopus monster also caused it to suffer a considerable amount of injuries, with two tentacles directly breaking on the ground. Damn it, who is it, hiding in that weird river? I'm going to use your brains as dessert. The octopus monster was furious, unprecedentedly furious, since it had advanced to legend. It had never been so heavily injured, and it hadn't even seen the shadow of its enemy. The octopus monster looked at the river of forgetfulness. It was able to determine that the attack came from this river, but it did not detect a single sign of life. The octopus monster walked into the river of forgetfulness and stretched out one of its own tentacles, ready to probe into the river to explore. No, have you forgotten the Lord's instructions? The octopus monster's tentacle that was about to reach into the river of forgetfulness lurched, its face showing a hint of fear as it prepared to withdraw its tentacle. How would Chushin give up such a chance to give away his head? From the water several water ropes appeared all of a sudden, pulling the octopus monster's tentacles and yanking it towards the river of forgetfulness. The octopus monster was shocked, although its strength is big, but far from the strength of the Chu sinking the whole river. The huge body was dragged a little bit to the river of forgetfulness. Just then, a big crab monster around it came over. A huge pincer clicked against the tentacle. The octopus monster's body fell back, the tentacle snapped into two, and Chushin's idea of trying to pull the octopus monster into the river of forgetfulness went out the window. These water monsters, they are really difficult. Chushin felt a little tricky, just by himself. Wanting to solve these 7 or 8 legend rank water giants at once was really not an easy task. As for the octopus monster, it originally had 8 tentacles. 1 was destroyed by the bright holy maiden, 2 were destroyed by Chushin's ice arrow, and now 1 was broken, leaving only 4, which could be considered as a heavy loss. And at this time, looking at the river of forgetfulness, it also revealed a look of fear, and didn't dare to come out anymore. Chapter 75, Working Together to Repel the Dark River Creatures. The river of forgetfulness was flowing quietly in the underground world, and the dark river not far away was similarly calm. Between the two rivers were 7 or 8 hideous water monsters and tens of thousands of magical beasts in the water. The plains that had just been fought exceptionally fiercely fell into an eerie silence for a while. Only from time to time came the octopus monsters' enduring cries of pain. I don't know what is the origin of the honorable Lord. My Lord commanded before sending us ashore that we shall not be rude to you, Lord. Just now Ferdinand was a bit reckless. I will bring him to make amends to you. The sight of the giant snake at this time suddenly opened his mouth to speak, that blood basin giant mouth to say words but so courteous, but his very let Chushin feel surprised. Before asking where I came from, shouldn't I report myself? Chushin icy cold appeared in the middle of the wilderness. It was impossible to tell where this voice came from. The giant serpent twisted its head a little bit of its huge body, moving a little bit closer to the river of forgetfulness, while lowering its head in answering. Honorable Lord, our ancestors have been living in the dark river of this underground world for generations. We were born from the dark river and we also died in the dark river. Chushin laughed coldly in his heart. He could now conclude that these monsters were not creatures from the dark river, because such a closed place could not possibly have such a civilization if it really had been living in a narrow dark river. It seems like you guys are not going to tell the truth, but it doesn't matter. Did that lord of yours ask you to come to the shore for something? The giant snake spat out its letters and replied. Reporting back to my lord, we came firstly to remind the Temple of Light that this is not the place for them to come to, and that the underground world does not belong to the scope of the Temple of Light's rule, and secondly to meet with you, my lord, and convey our lord's heartfelt greetings. Chushin thought about it. This giant snake suddenly became respectful towards himself, and the lord mentioned in his mouth actually knew of his existence. Could it be that what he had done had been exposed long ago? The Temple of Light has already been destroyed by me. You have also seen it. You can go back. The giant snake glanced back at the other few legendary rank water monsters that came with him and shook its huge head as it continued. The people who came down from the Temple of Light must all be exterminated in order to give the Temple of Light a lesson. As for you, my lord, we still want to see the real face, or we can go back to deliver our orders. Looking at Giant Snake's actions, Chushin's heart was clear. These people were not really respectful to themselves. They just didn't know their own details and didn't dare to make a move. The so-called wanting to see themselves was in fact to see how many kilograms they had, right? Looks like you guys don't put me in your eyes. I'll keep this woman. As for me, it's not for you guys to see. Either roll back to the dark river or leave your life behind. Choose one. Since he couldn't make good, Chushin also didn't talk more nonsense. Although it was a bit difficult to leave them all behind, Chushin was confident that he could still kill half of them. You mustn't be angry, my lord. We don't want to be your enemy either, but... Without finishing his words, the giant snake's tail suddenly swept towards the dozen or so transcendent order mages that followed the Holy Maiden of Light in the distance. Under this sweep, even Chushin was too late to stop them, and those dozen or so transcendent mages were all crushed into meat paste by the giant snake's tail, and could not be dead anymore. The Holy Maiden of Light didn't even look at them, just looked at these water monsters with a serious expression. Those people weren't that familiar with her, so she didn't care even if they died, but this action of the giant serpent showed their attitude today, and the next scene that the Holy Maiden was going to face was going to be even more severe. But my lord's command, we don't dare to disobey. The giant snake's gloomy eyes looked at the Holy Maiden of Light not far away, and the Holy Maiden of Light couldn't help but shiver. and her body couldn't help but get a little closer to Chushin's forgetful river. I know that the bright sacred temple must have left you quite a few things to save your life. I'm afraid that you might not even pass this hurdle in front of you if you're still thinking of saving it to deal with me now. If you're willing to join forces with me, I believe that total annihilation of these monsters isn't impossible. Chushin secretly talked to the Holy Maiden of Light through his soul. He believed that the Holy Temple of Light was not so cold-blooded as to throw the Holy Maiden all directly in such an environment without caring. There must be some powerful treasures or scrolls in her body. From Shelley, he had seen just how rich these geniuses who had their backs to great powers were. When the Holy Maiden of Light heard Chushin's words, her face looked slightly unnatural. She did have some powerful scrolls. Originally she wanted to wait until Chushin and these water monsters played a lose-lose game before taking them out to deal with Chushin, but she didn't expect to be recognized by Chushin. I do have a few powerful scrolls, and I can cooperate with you to deal with these monsters, but how can I trust you that you won't make a move against me after solving these guys? The Holy Maiden of Light was likewise not stupid, and even in such a situation, she was very thorough in her considerations. You seem to be mistaken. Right now you are the one asking me to cooperate with you, otherwise you will immediately have to face the attacks of 7 or 8 legendary ranks. Chushin smiled and stopped speaking. The Holy Maiden of Light glanced at the giant snakes and realized that they were already dumbfounded, looking at themselves as if they were looking at food. Alright, I'll take a gamble that I'll cooperate with you. Is it bad to be so quick early? When they strike later, I'll block their attacks. You directly use your strongest attacks. Make sure to inflict maximum casualties on them in the first place, otherwise you'll be in danger if they take precautions. The Holy Maiden of Light hummed in her mind in agreement. At this time, the giant snake also launched its attack, in order to avoid Chushin's block. Apart from the injured octopus monster, the other 5 water monsters launched their attacks at the same time. Such treatment was really a bit exaggerated for the bright Holy Maiden. She was only a legend level 3, while the worst of these water monsters were legend level 2, and this giant snake was even a legend level 4 existence. The Holy Maiden of Light's face was a little pale. This was equivalent to using herself as bait. If Chushin did not intercept these attacks, if any of the attacks hit her, she would definitely not survive. When Chushin saw the giant snake move, he prepared for it and reminded the Holy Maiden of Light to prepare for the attack. Then he raised a huge wave from the river of forgetfulness and blocked the front of the Holy Maiden. At the same time, hundreds of ice arrows and water ropes were shot out from the huge wave, and altogether they rushed towards the crowd of water monsters. The power of ice arrows and water ropes had been shown on the octopus monster before. The giant snake and the others didn't dare to be too big, but were confident that with 6 or 7 of them attacking at the same time, Chushin would not be able to stop them. For a while Chushin's attacks and the attacks of the giant snake and the others crackled and crashed together, blasting the space with a tremor, and the distant Earth Spirit Race army also felt a powerful energy fluctuation, forcing them to retreat again and again. 1 minute to go. The Holy Maiden of Light opened her mouth. Chapter 76, Holy Maiden's Terrifying Undercard. At the River of Forgetfulness, Chushin faced such a powerful pressure for the first time. By himself, he had to block the attacks of 7 or 8 legendary rank powerhouses, and all of these legendary rank water monsters were far more powerful than ordinary legendary rank creatures, so it was even more difficult for Chushin to cope with them. After all, in reality, he was only the equivalent of a transcendent mortal second-order Ah. The Holy Maiden of Light could see that Chushin was not able to cope, but her spell preparation still needed a minute, so she hurriedly opened her mouth to remind Chushin. Chushin's heart was ruthless. The big deal was to spend some more energy points, and when all these things were finished off, he should be able to get his money back. So more densely packed ice arrows and water ropes appeared from the River of Forgetfulness, and from time to time a water dragon emerged, roaring and charging towards the giant snake and other water monsters. With Chushin's costless attacks, he finally intercepted all of these water monsters' attacks by attacking them. Even more troublesome was the fact that those little minions that these water monsters brought ashore also charged towards Chushin's Earth Spirit Race army. Although the strength of these small water monsters was not high, compared to the Earth Spirit Race, they were more than a cut above. Chushin couldn't just stand by and watch the team that he had managed to cultivate be destroyed just like that. What was even more annoying was that the group of a dozen or so races that had joined in the middle of the day had already begun to run away, but Chushin didn't have the time to stop them either. At this time, a skeleton crawled up from the River of Forgetfulness. It was the ones that had been swept into the river after being exterminated by Chushin before, and now they had finally finished sinking in the River of Forgetfulness, and could listen to Chushin's orders. The original 100,000 skeletons. Except for some that were really scrapped. The ones that were successfully transformed this time were at least 80,000 to 90,000, enough to withstand these water monsters for a while. As for the skeleton monarch's bones, they didn't climb up, because Chushin had a use for keeping them. Densely packed skeleton warriors climbed up from the River of Forgetfulness and rushed towards the water monsters. Although these water monsters were strong in strength, the skeleton warriors were difficult to die, and their bodies had gone through the training of the River of Forgetfulness to become even more powerful. Not to mention that these aquatic clans didn't have any specialized means to deal with skeleton warriors, and were only able to destroy them through violent means. I need some water. The Holy Maiden of Light's magic was finally ready, but it needed Chushin's water for assistance. Chushin probably guessed what the Holy Maiden of Light's magic was like, so he extracted a few clumps of water from the river, and after removing the dark power from the water, he coalesced a few water people and rushed towards the giant snake and other water monsters. When the giant snake saw the water monsters without much attack ability rushing over, it thought it was some kind of trick played by Chushin. Carefully and cautiously, before the water monsters got close, it smashed them with a tail. The water splashed all over the place. The giant snake and the others realized that the water did not do any harm to them at all, so they didn't care about it. Several of the watermen were all smashed by the giant snake and the others, splashing water all over them, which couldn't get their attention compared to the difficult ice arrows and water dragons that were coming their way. It's okay. The Holy Maiden nodded, and as Chushin listened, he suddenly withdrew the curtain formed by the water of the River of Forgetfulness. The Holy Maiden of Light suddenly appeared in front of the giant snake and the others, only to see that the bead in the Holy Maiden's hand, which had originally been tainted by the black water spat out by the giant snake, regained its luster, and even the coldness that emanated from it became even more compelling. The Holy Maiden of Light bellowed out from her mouth, "Ice seals 1,000 miles." The beads at the top of the scepter instantly left the scepter and shot towards the giant snake and the others. The giant snake's face changed drastically. It was able to feel the extremely strong coldness contained in the beads, and it also instantly understood the intentions of those water people from Chushin earlier. "Retreat quickly!" The giant snake shouted. However, it was already too late. In the coldness of the beads, the water that had splashed onto their bodies earlier had quickly turned into solid ice, binding their movements and their eyes. At the same time, the bead exploded with a bang when it was still dozens of meters away from them. An extremely strong austere cold aura quickly spread out, although it was not as exaggerated as the Holy Maiden's shout of 1,000 miles, but in terms of the range of thousands of meters, all of them became a pair of ice sculptures. This is too terrifying. Chushin was also considered to have touched the door of the laws of ice a little bit, but he was far from being able to do it to this extent. Even the water of the River of Forgetfulness showed signs of condensation in such cold air. "Hurry up and do it, this coldness can't last." Seeing that Chushin still didn't move, Saintess of Light hurriedly shouted. Chushin took a look and found that the Holy Maiden of Light was frighteningly pale and her body was shaky, barely holding on, not wanting to fall. It was ultimately worthwhile to sit cross-legged on the ground and start recovering. The giant snake and other water monsters were still maintaining the appearance of being ready to retreat at this time, but their bodies were not moving at all. This was a good opportunity for Chushin. Water Dragon Roar. This was Chushin's strongest attack skill. At this time, he did not hesitate to use it consecutively, and gave 2 hits to each water monster. Chushin was afraid of not being safe, and then continuously rained down a shower of ice arrows, and all the time, the opposite side of the frozen water snakes were broken into several sections. With a bang, like glass breaking, the cold air in a 1,000-mile radius began to dissipate, and this short-lived ice sculpture kingdom also began to disappear. Waiting until all the visions disappeared, the opposite side of the giant snake and other water monsters' corpse also revealed, just now the arrogant giant snake, at this time, but by Chu Heavy Point under the care of the broken into several sections, only a section of the tail is left, actually still wriggling on the ground. "I heard that the snake meat soup is quite tasty. It's a pity that I don't have this mouthful. It's not bad to keep it for Tyrone and the demonic dragon gecko to eat." With this thought in his mind, Chushin coalesced a hand and rolled the bodies of all these water monsters into the river. At this time, a sudden change occurred. The water monsters that were originally thought to be all dead, but one suddenly turned into a black light and plunged into the dark river. Chushin was shocked. A hand rope hurriedly chased after the past, but after entering the dark river generation, a water arrow shattered, without success. Chushin counted a few corpses left behind, found that there is indeed no breath of life, regardless of the presence of the Virgin of the Light. Directly devour it, so as to avoid a long night's sleep. The one that just escaped as a sea turtle, earlier perceived danger, immediately shrunk into the turtle shell. As a result of Chushin's chain of strikes, after the chain of strikes is just the right to be blocked by its hard shell, taking advantage of Chushin's inattention, which jumped off. Giant snake has died. The rest of the small fish and shrimp do not dare to continue to fight with the skeleton warriors, have scattered, want to escape back to the dark river. Chushin cannot let them escape, a batch of ice arrows to take away, but also will be devoured corpses. Listening to the voice prompts that kept coming from the system, Chushin was too late to count his harvest. He looked towards the Holy Maiden of Light and coalesced a water person towards the front with an inexplicable smile on his face. "What do you want?" The Holy Maiden was a bit startled, but her face was forcefully composed. "Now it's considered that I saved your life, won't you consider repaying me?" Chapter 77, The Holy Maiden Leaves, Unification of the Underground World. At this moment, the underground world was incomparably silent, only the warriors of the Earth spirit race were treating the injuries of their wounded companions and collecting the corpses of their dead compatriots. And after Chushin finally solved the water monster that had suddenly descended, he began to think about what to do with this holy maiden. The Temple of Light wanted to control the underground world, and now that the underground world was occupied by itself, the Holy Maiden of Light would never give up, so this holy maiden couldn't be let go easily. Chushin wasn't the type of person who couldn't walk when he saw beauty, not to mention that he couldn't do much with his current body of the lake. He only knew that this seemingly beautiful woman in front of him was the saint daughter of his greatest enemy, and was also likely to harbor extremely powerful means. Just now that bead could really scare him, asking himself if that bead was aimed at himself and thrown into the river of forgetfulness. It was not certain if he could resist it, although it was not so bad that it would kill him, but it was still very possible that he would be unable to move in a short period of time. How do you want to repay you? Could it be that you want to give your body in return? The Holy Maiden of Light was contrary. She could see that Chushin's current state seemed to be a bit special. That's why she deliberately said this. Chushin smiled and took a step closer, suddenly tearing off the veil on the Holy Maiden's face. You! The Holy Maiden glanced away in shame and anger. Sure is beautiful, but the brain is too stupid. The Holy Maiden of Light didn't pay any attention to Chushin's verbal humiliation. Let's get down to business, hand over all the treasure scrolls or whatever you're carrying, otherwise who knows if you'll throw me a bead or something as well at some point. The Holy Maiden's large eyes widened roundly. What do you think that bead is? The entire light sanctuary can't find a second one, you know? Then you must still have almost as much treasure on you. Hurry up and take it all out, otherwise I might have to resort to some unnecessary means, and then don't say that I'm taking advantage of people's danger. The spell casting just now had caused the Holy Maiden of Light to consume quite a bit, and at this time, she was simply incapable of resisting Chushin. The Holy Maiden of Light looked deeply at Chushin. Remembering Chushin's previous situation of angrily killing 3 of her own legendary rank mages, she still didn't dare to resist Chushin's will. The Holy Maiden of Light pulled out a spatial scroll from her bosom, and removed a small bell from her wrist, as well as a pair of earrings. Chushin said in his heart that it was horrible, this woman simply had treasures all over her body. That's all. The Holy Maiden threw all the things on the ground and said impatiently. Chushin carefully swept the entire body of the Holy Maiden of Light through his perception. The Holy Maiden of Light only felt that there was a pair of eyes that looked at her entire body, and for a moment, her face turned a little red, and her heart was even more furious. Have you seen enough? No, the thing you wear around your neck, take it out as well. Chushin realized that she was also wearing something around her neck that emitted an odd aura. The Holy Maiden of Light blushed and said shyly, That's my personal item, it's not convenient to take it out. The tone was actually a bit pleading, but Chushin didn't eat this. He remembered that mysterious storage treasure on Shelley's neck. The Holy Maiden of Light blushed to the root of her neck, slowly unraveled her outside clothes, and pulled out something from inside, but it was an object similar to a jade pendant, with a word engraved on it, plum. Put it on the ground too. Chushin said indifferently. No matter what it was, he had to go through the system to detect it before saying anything. The Holy Maiden of Light removed the thing with a reluctant face, and also bent down to put the thing on the ground for fear of breaking it. Seeing her like this, Chushin didn't care much, thinking that it was her love token or something. Suddenly, Chushin felt a violent white light in front of his eyes, which even shielded Chushin's perception. Chushin's heart said that it was not good. No matter what, a few ice arrows were shot towards the location where the Holy Maiden of Light was. The ice arrows entered it but disappeared without a sound. Damn it! Chushin never expected that the bright Holy Maiden would actually be so cunning that she would still have a means. A dozen water ropes appeared behind Chushin and flew towards the white light. This time Chushin made up his mind to directly pull her into the river of forgetfulness and never give her a chance. However, Chushin was disappointed. The water ropes entered into the white light and disappeared just the same. Remember, my name is Melissa, Holy Maiden of the Light Holy Temple. The next time we meet, I will definitely kill you. The voice of the Holy Maiden of Light came from the white light, and Chushin was able to hear the deep resentment in it. When the white light disappeared, there was no longer the Holy Maiden Melissa's figure. Chushin perceived the place where Melissa disappeared, and that familiar fluctuation was precisely the spatial crack. Melissa actually had something that could directly break through space. This was something Chushin had never expected. Having heard Shelley say that this god and demon continent was a relatively special existence, there had been countless god and demon battles here, and the spatial barriers of this world were also exceptionally sturdy and hard to break through. At first, Shelley also broke through the space from the outside world and inadvertently fell into this world, and therefore it is very difficult for her to break through the space again to go back. Chushin had forgotten that this underground world was not a complete world, it could only be equivalent to a secondary world, so perhaps the space barriers were much more fragile than outside, which was why Melissa was able to leave this world with that jade pendant. No matter what, although Melissa had run away, for the time being this underground world belonged to herself. to take advantage of the Temple of Light reacting and the existence in the Dark River to fight back, to first completely unify this world, and then develop her own forces. Through all the things left by Melissa on the ground into the system space, these things are also valuable, go back just to leave for Shelley to use. Now this underground world, in addition to their own tens of thousands of skeleton warriors and earth spirit race warriors, there are still quite a few racial creatures, just that most of those creatures are relatively weak, and have not been able to form much of a threat. The first thing that had to be resolved at the moment was the dozen or so races that had escaped on the brink. With McGee dead, he could only let the Witch Demon Clan chief lead the skeleton warriors and Earth Spirit Clan warriors together first, and conquer those dozen or so races as much as he could. These races themselves are wallflowers. Chushin also knew that they would not truly join him, but the Witch Demon had the means to control them, and when the time came, there was no way that they would not sell their lives for themselves. After purging the dozen or so races, the remaining races didn't need Chushin's help at all. The Witch Demon races had long ago brought people forward to bring the patriarchs of the various races over. Lord Chushin, we have already counted, there are a total of 130 races in the underground world, with a total of about 700,000 creatures, most of which are ordinary creatures with no cultivation. There are 180,000 at the mortal rank, and there are only 13 transcendents. Listening to the Witch Demon Patriarch's report, Chushin was still shocked by this number. He usually didn't feel that there were so many creatures in this underground world, but the biological condition of the underground world was very special. Due to the absence of those energies from the outside world, most of the creatures here had degraded into ordinary creatures, no longer having special bloodlines or cultivation abilities. Chapter 78, Integration of Forces, McGee's Resurrection. The creatures of the underground world, no matter how weak they seemed now, back then they were probably creatures that were able to compete with the Temple of Light for the control of the continent in the outside world, so Chushin didn't dare to underestimate them. I'll give you half a month to figure out the specifics of these creatures, and then pick out the ones with the most potential, especially pay attention to the darkness creatures. I'll have great use for them. Chushin gave the task to the Witch Demon race. Doing this they were more skillful than the Earth Spirit race. The patriarchs of the large and small intelligent races of the underground world were also waiting fearfully by the River of Forgetfulness for Chushin's sentencing. In the past, they were dependent on the resting empire and were often treated as food to be taken at will. Now that they had changed to a new master, the future and destiny of their race was also in Chushin's hands. You don't need to panic. I am not a regicide like the skeleton monarch. As long as you cooperate with the Witch Demon race's investigation, you are guaranteed to be fine. Now all of you go back and wait for my orders. Chushin condensed a huge waterman, looking mightily at the patriarchs of a bunch of races. This time calling them to come was nothing more than giving a downward spiral, letting them cooperate with the investigation even more. Waiting for the Witch Demon race to investigate clearly, the ones with potential will be taken in for their own use. The ones with little use will naturally be turned into energy points. At present, the top priority is the lack of a general who is good at conquering. Although the Witch and Demon race is powerful, it is more suitable for research rather than leading troops to war. As for the Earth Spirit race, McGee's soul was still preserved in the River of Forgetfulness. It was time for Chushin to ask him what he thought. Maki, you conquered and died for me, now your body has been destroyed, but your soul is still intact. Now there are two choices, either become an immortal soul body like the Witch Demon race, or, I will join forces with the Witch Demon race and make you a powerful skeleton warrior. You choose. These were the two best ways at the moment. The former could keep the soul immortal but without a body, the latter could have a body, but it was the skeleton body that McGee hated the most. In fact, as far as Chushin was concerned, he still hoped that McGee would choose the second one. After all, the underground world was the most suitable for the development of dark creatures, and McGee would be able to lead dark creatures into battle if he transformed into a skeleton warrior. Which one do you wish me to choose, my lord? McGee opened his mouth after pondering for a while and asked. Chushin didn't hide it and told McGee bluntly, I prefer you to choose the second one, because there are still great battles to be fought soon, and I need a general to lead the army even more. Then I choose to become a skeleton warrior. McGee's tone was resolute. Good, I will definitely make you the most powerful skeleton warrior. Chushin then sought out the Witch Demon clan chief, while taking out the body of the skeleton monarch that he had kept earlier. The Witch Demon race was the best at hosting their souls on other things, and Chu Oblivion River's sinking skill was somewhat similar, but the souls that had gone through the sinking skill could only rely on Chushin's commands alone to act, but lost their autonomous consciousness and memories, which wasn't the Maki that Chushin wished to see. So he had to find the Witch Demon, and together they would make McGee's soul both able to fuse with the skeleton monarch's body through the River of Forgetfulness, and at the same time be able to maintain his own wakefulness and ability to think independently. After 2 days and 2 nights of research, a solution was finally found. In the River of Forgetfulness, the bones of the skeleton monarch floated in the river, the black river water washing the skeleton and making it tougher and full of dark energy. Several of the most powerful of the sorcerer and demon race were at the river's edge, chanting magic incantations under their breath, while constantly throwing some strange things towards the bones in the river, which were also quickly integrated into the bones. Chushin controlled the river of forgetfulness and threw McGee's soul into the corpse bones, and with his sinking skill, fused the two of them closely. McGee's soul felt a burst of tearing pain, but fortunately, the corpse had some materials put in by the witch demon that could help him withstand this pain. He had to harden through this pain and stay awake to be able to maintain himself after the sinking, otherwise he would be just like those skeleton warriors on the shore, only to blame for following Chushin's orders and lose his autonomy completely. This work was not easy, whether it was McGee or witch demon, even Chushin felt a wave of fatigue, but the good thing was that the final result was good. When Chushin heard the system's beep that he had been rewarded with energy points, he knew that this time he had succeeded. McGee leapt up from the river, looked around and moved his unfamiliar body again. Then he knelt down towards Chushin. Many thanks to Lord Chushin for his renewed kindness. Chushin smiled and accepted this bow from McGee. You're also a legendary rank now, you're a rare powerhouse even outside. Chushin was only a transcendent at the moment, but his own men were upgrading one by one. The witch demon next to him also revealed an envious look. They followed Chushin for so long, only the patriarch was able to break through to the transcendent, the others were only mortal. McGee was blessed by this time, directly promoted to the legends, which was really too much for them to be envious of. The others may still have any dislike for the skeleton body, as a witch demon, but there is absolutely no such concern, just do not know whether there will be this opportunity in the future. McGee also excitedly clenched his fists. The arms that were previously broken by Chushin were all repaired by the River of Forgetfulness, and today's McGee was much stronger than the previous skeleton monarch. Moreover, after McGee became a skeleton warrior, he could also often cultivate in the River of Forgetfulness, improving even more rapidly, and I believe that by the time the Battle of Faith opens, McGee will already be able to call himself a true powerhouse as well. Now the problem is that the difference between the level of the warriors under his command is too great. Strong, for example, McGee is directly a legend. Shelley is not far from a legend, but others, whether it is the Sinking Sands army or the Crow-killing army, or these warriors in the underground world, are only mortal rank, but the transcendent is seriously insufficient. This was the focus of development for the next period of time. The survival of the fittest, those who had the ability to advance to transcendent were definitely prioritized, and those who had no hope of advancing, it was time to give up. You adapt for a while, then go and meet your clansmen. After that, wait to help me train my army. I want to form an invincible army in the underground world. When I lead you to the surface, it will also be an invincible stance. Yes, I will definitely live up to Chu God's expectations. McGee half-kneeled on the ground and said resolutely. Chapter 79, The Third Tributary, Magma River. The matter of the underground world came to an end for the time being. The rest of the things just needed to be done step by step, one by one. These few days Chushin didn't pay attention to the situation around the lake. Suddenly he realized that the undead birds' nests were all set up, and were happily singing in the tops of the trees at this moment. Under the tree is a group of magical beasts, including the deserted people, are intoxicated in her sweet song. In the air, 3,000 fire crows are circling around the undead bird, this kind of scenery, so that after crossing over to the Chushin, for the first time have a sense of home. Did not disturb the undead bird, and waited until she finished singing a song, before Chushin opened his mouth. It's a good song. It's only good to have such a song every morning in the future. The undead bird humanely rolled its eyes and continued to comb its fur in the nest. The 3,000 fire crows and the magical beasts under the tree also returned to their own dwellings. Listening to the immortal bird singing, Chushin also felt in a great mood. Looking at the immortal bird and those 3,000 fire crows, he suddenly felt that the fire red that he had previously found to be too tacky seemed to be good as well, and that those fire crows perched inside the ghost thorn tree forest was certainly fine, but it was a bit of a mismatch. This underground world battle has earned quite a few energy points, so why don't we just upgrade once more and open up a river of fire elementals? Currently Chushin possessed a black river of forgetfulness of the underground world, a yellow river of quicksand mixed with mud and sand. Wouldn't it be interesting to have another river of fiery red magma? And those fire crows did need an environment full of fire elements if they wanted to go further. So Chushin opened his system and realized that he now possessed more than 3 million energy points, and was completely capable of opening up a new tributary. System, I want to upgrade and open up a river of fire element. Listening to the system's beep, at the same time Chushin sketched out the appearance of this new river in his mind. In Chushin's planning, this river should be blazing hot all year round, and what flowed in the river was the hot magma from a volcanic eruption, and its color was fiery red and flaming red, just like the feathers of an immortal bird. In the actual world, the lake was in a churning state. Shelley and Tyrone, who had seen it twice long ago, etc., also understood that this was a new tributary that Chushin was about to open up, and they all hid on the sidelines and watched with interest. Every time Chushin's movements were always so new and incredible that it took their breath away every time. From the bottom of the tree where the immortal bird was perched, a river slowly appeared and flowed through the bottom of the tree, through the ghost thorn woods where the fire crows were perched, and all the way to the south. The south was where the fire crows' main camp was located, and such a direction of flow would also be favorable for the complete annexation of the fire crow colony in the future. Extend the river by 3,000 meters. The river was only 1,000 meters when it was first opened, which was too short, so Chushin used energy points to extend it immediately after opening it every time. Chushin once again looked at his system information panel, and sure enough, there was an additional column next to it. Tributary, Magma River. Host, Chushin. Length, 4,000 meters. Skill, filled with fire element, capable of summoning magma giants, strength related to host level. Chushin looked at this skill and realized that it was somewhat similar to the quicksand rivers, so the difference in combat strength shouldn't be much. A fiery red river appeared abruptly in the desert and flowed towards the south. Where the river flowed through, even the sand and rocks were directly melted by the high temperature. This was a river that was difficult for any living creature to survive, and such high temperatures were enough to make all living creatures stay away from it. The undead bird looked at the winding river at the bottom of her tree and let out a pleasurable chirp on her beak. Apparently she also enjoyed this environment and took the initiative to fly out from her nest and fly along the river. As the river flowed through the ghost thorn woods, the ghost thorn tree ran out and exclaimed, "Wow, master, what are you doing? It's so hot." How could Chushin not know that this was Chu-hei playing a joke on him? The ghost thorn tree and himself were companions and would not be hurt by his river at all. Also for this reason, that piece of ghost thorn tree forest did not wither in such a river. Instead, it took on new life, and the originally black leaves slowly began to turn a fiery red color, and from afar it looked like a maple forest. 3,000 fire crows excitedly flew out of the ghost thorn woods and followed the undead birds in the sky above the river, and the lakeside became noisy in an instant. However, this high temperature also made many magical beasts feel uncomfortable and stayed away a bit, staying away from the edge of the lake to come. Chushin's lake surroundings were not affected by this high temperature. Now that we have the darkness element, earth element and fire element, it's time to speed up the development a bit and get the other several elemental powers together as well before we can truly advance to Legend A. Although Chushin now possessed the battle power to kill legends in seconds, after all, he himself was still only a transcendent, and appeared to be a bit lacking in strength. And having seen the complexity and mystery of this world, he was even more eager to obtain even more powerful forces. Wow, what's going on? Are we going the wrong way? It's so hot here. A strange cry came from the distance. It was the devil dragon gecko who had returned with 5 more minions who were playing wildly outside, and suddenly realized that there was an extra river here, and the river was flowing with hot magma, and immediately began to ghostly scream. Chushin saw that the demonic dragon gecko was covered in dust and dirt, and used a hand rope to tie it up and threw it directly into the flame river to take a good bath. The devil dragon gecko wailed in the flame river, shouting, "Master, I know I'm wrong, master, quickly let me out, I'm going to be cooked." Where would Chushin listen to this nonsense? Although the demonic dragon gecko wasn't a companion to himself and didn't have such a strong immunity to his own river, it definitely couldn't hurt him just like that. That flame river was at best a hot bath for it. Regardless of the demonic dragon gecko's shouts, Chushin looked towards the 5 demonic beasts of mutant bloodline that had been following the demonic dragon gecko when it was selected out of the 100,000 demonic beasts. These 5 magical beasts had finally reached Transcendent during Chushin's 1-month intensive training earlier, and now that they noticed Chushin sizing them up, they were all a little trembling. "You guys aren't bad in terms of talent, you're all catching up with the demonic dragon gecko, but that's not enough, I want you to surpass him. See if he still has the nerve to fool around all day." The demonic dragon gecko had entered Transcendence much earlier than these few magical beasts, but now it was still only at the Transcendence 2nd stage, so obviously the speed was a bit slow. Although the ghost thorn tree is now only at the Transcendental 2nd stage, he is in a state where he can advance at any time as long as he provides enough souls, and now that the River of Forgetfulness is able to provide a large number of souls for him to devour, it is estimated that he will be able to advance to catch up with himself in the near future. These 5 magical beasts were all quite extraordinary nowadays. The unicorn horns on the heads of the 2 horned dragons had grown out quite a bit and looked quite domineering. The 2 giant sickle scorpion sides were also flashing with a cold light, especially the blood pupil demon wolf. The murderous aura coming out of its red eyes even surprised Chushin a bit. This demon wolf was also the most maverick one among the 5 demonic beasts, even though it also followed the demonic dragon gecko. It didn't listen to the demonic dragon gecko as much as the other 4 did, but appeared to be a bit lonely. Chapter 80, Shelley's Breakthrough, High Priestess's News. When the demonic dragon gecko heard Chushin's teasing, it was instantly displeased and shouted in the flame river, "Just buy them, don't even think about surpassing me, I'm about to break through." The devil dragon gecko was the first to want to save face. Chushin also wanted to take this opportunity to motivate it to get ahead. Waving his hand and letting the 5 magical beasts disperse, and throwing the demonic dragon gecko out of the flame river, Chushin looked towards Shelley. Being in the desert for a long time, the only people that Shuele spoke to were the Arakanese such as Tyrone. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't lonely, and she was also preoccupied with her master, so she desperately cultivated in the hope that she would be able to cultivate to a certain level and find a way to go back. With a single perception, Chushin realized that Shuele was just that much closer to breaking through to transcendent. Shuele's talent is truly amazing. I'm afraid that it won't be any worse than the Holy Maiden of the Temple of Light, so why don't I just help her out for once? The stronger she is, the more useful she'll be to me as well. Chushin thought of this and called for Shelly to sit down in front of the lake. Chushin used bestow blessing on Shelly alone. The skill of bestowing blessings was a bit of a waste to use on a person alone, but the effect was multiplied. Shelly sat down without knowing. When she saw the white light emanating from the lake, she understood what Chushin was trying to do, and her heart was more than a little touched. In the end, she was actually the only one in this world who was an outsider, and although Chushin had utilized her and even threatened her, he had treated her well. Concentrating, Shelly no longer thought much about it and seized this opportunity to carefully comprehend the essentials of breaking through the legendary rank. With the help of Chushin's blessing skill, all of the previously confusing problems were solved, and her soul power reached its most abundant state, so Shelly began to mobilize her elemental power to impact the legendary rank. Chushin was not at all worried about Shelly's breakthrough. With Shelly's accumulation and his own blessing, Shelly's breakthrough was basically the nail in the coffin. As expected, in the afternoon, a powerful energy fluctuation came from Shuele's body. Shuele's body floated in the air, her long clothes fluttered in the air, and colorful light emanated from her body. According to what Chushin knew, when a magician breaks through the legendary rank, his body will resonate strongly with the elements between heaven and earth, and from then on, the person who cultivates will be able to use the elemental power between heaven and earth freely, without a trace of loss. And at this time, the elemental force that Shuele communicated with, there are actually as many as 5 or 6 kinds of elemental force. That also means that Shuele is able to control so many kinds of elemental force. No wonder that she was able to utilize her light magic, water magic, and earth magic freely before seeing her. This talent is even more perverted than what he had imagined. I used up the life stone that she left for my master to save her life. In the future she won't look for me to fight for her life. Chushin had some fear in his heart, but Chushin thought that by then he had already been stronger than Shelly by an unknown amount. And even without the Stone of Life himself he would be able to heal Shelly's master. Thanks to your help, my lord, Shelly was able to advance so smoothly into the legends. Shuele landed from the air and saluted towards Chushin. You yourself have accumulated in abundance, and your breakthrough was a natural thing. I merely pushed, there is no need to be courteous. Shelly smiled lightly. Obviously after breaking through the legend, she was in a much better mood. Right, you said earlier that your master was seriously injured. I wonder if it's convenient to tell me what kind of injury. Chushin decided that it was better to ask. I'm afraid that in the future there would be this opportunity to be able to obtain something useful for her master. Hearing master. The smile on Shelly's face all dimmed, frowned, and said, she was eroded by the death chi when she fought with the demon race. Now she has been relying on herself frozen to barely maintain her life. If we can't find a way to undo the erosion of the death chi, master's lifespan will be depleted this way as well. Chushin's heart stirred. This thing of death chi was indeed not a good solution, but it was not completely without a solution. Death chi also belonged to the darkness power. If her master was willing, at least he would still be able to sink in the river of forgetfulness and become a darkness creature. In this way there would be no need to worry about the threat of death chi. However, Chushin didn't tell this to Shelly, because the matter of the underground world, he didn't tell anyone except for the ghost thorn tree, and Shelly couldn't fully believe it. The death chi isn't completely without a solution. I'll keep an eye on it. You go and familiarize yourself with the legendary realm first. There might be things for you to do later. Shuele heard Chushin's words. Her face was happy. Chushin came from a mysterious background and had great powers. He might really be able to find a way to free Master. It's just that Master also looked for quite a lot of powerful existences in that world, and all of them couldn't do anything with that dead chi. Shuele didn't have much hope for Chushin either. Okay, if there are any orders just call me. Looking at Shelly's back as she left, Chushin fell into deep thought. Suddenly, a trace of the power of faith appeared in his perception and drifted towards Chushin's lake. The system once again made a move to crush it, but Chushin heard a brief and urgent cry for help from it. Ever since Chushin found out that someone could discover himself through the power of faith, Chushin had strictly demanded that all people were not allowed to sacrifice or praise themselves in various ways. Praising only in one's heart would not produce the power of faith. Therefore, this trace of faith will not be generated by Tyrone or Maki and others in the underground world. The only possibility is the High Priestess who has disappeared for a long time. Since the High Priest was brought by the elves to contact the Beast Tide, he never came back, not even through the soul to convey the news to himself. But this time is suddenly also sacrificial way to convey to himself the life-saving signal. Look at the direction seems to be the direction of the elves' deep forest. It seems that Chushin really did not guess wrong. The High Priest and they were brought into the elf forest. The elf clan must have some kind of plan that needs the assistance of the High Priest and others. Now it seems that things should be over. the high priest realized that his own life may not be guaranteed, so he chose to ask for help. Chushan thought for a moment and still decided to inform Tyrone of this news. Although he didn't really need the high priestess and the others now that he had Tyrone, there were still many valuable legacies that lay with the high priestess and these old men, so it wouldn't be a bad thing if he could be saved. Changing Tyrone over, Chushan told Tyrone the news that he had gotten help from the high priestess. Turin was first surprised, although he was already the most powerful warrior in the desolate race, and far more powerful than the high priest. In his heart, the high priest was still the one who deserved respect. But then, thinking that the high priest was probably captured by the elves and was now in danger, Tyrone was a little hesitant again. He naturally wanted to go and save the high priestess, but he was now the commander of Chushan's sinking sand army. If he left, the sinking sand army would have no one to lead it, and facing the elves, he did not want to let the god in his heart to directly confront with such a powerful opponent like the elves again. Chapter 81, Entering the Elven Forest. Tyrone glanced at Chushan and finally lowered his head. Everything but as Lord Chu God commands. Chushan nodded with satisfaction. Tyrone was indeed worthy of being the most loyal person to himself, following him all the way, never letting himself down. The high priestess is my first believer. I definitely want to save him, but he is in the Elven Forest. We can't take any chances. I'm going to send you and Shelley to make a trip to the Elven Deep Forest on my behalf. Lord Chu God, letting me go alone is enough. Shelley, she has nothing to do with our desolate clan. Letting her go is too dangerous. After spending some time together, Turin still admired Shuele and even looked up to her a little, so when he heard that Chushan wanted to let Shuele go to the Elven Forest as well, Turin was a little worried. This entering the Elven Forest was like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth. Although he was confident that Chushan wouldn't harm them, in his heart, he didn't want others to face danger for the desolate clan's affairs again. Don't worry, since I'm letting you guys go, naturally it won't be too dangerous. When the time comes I'll attach a trace of my soul to you, and in case of special danger, I'll protect you guys as well. You are only a transcendent, your status is not enough. Shelley happens to have advanced to legend, it is just right for her to accompany you. Then what do we need to do when Lord Chushan sends us to the Elven Forest? Tyrone asked with a nod. You don't need to do anything, just listen to Shelley's arrangements and I'll remind you if necessary. After saying that, Chushan called for Shelley and told her about accompanying Tyrone to the Elven Forest. Shelley was also surprised by this and didn't know why Chushan wanted himself and Tyrone to personally travel to the Elven Forest, but Shelley also believed that Chushan didn't have the need to harm himself like this. Besides, she also wanted to go to the Elven Forest to figure out what happened last time with the Stone of Life. Tyrone spent 2 days handing over all the matters of the sinking sand army to the other Arabs. Tyrone didn't tell them about the high priestess, not wanting them to worry about it, and then started off in the direction of the Elven Forest along with Shelley. This time Chushan attached his soul to Tyrone, which was a special function that the system had for those believers who were 100% loyal to them. In this way, Chushan could see what Tyrone saw and felt at any time, and was also able to talk to Tyrone at any time, as well as completely enter Tyrone's body when necessary. Tyrone and Shelley just walked to the edge of the desert, was found by the Elf Clan. The Elf Clan, after the last desert incident, heavy casualties. The defense of the desert is also more tight, just do not dare to take action against Chushan easily again. Now that they saw Tyrone and Shelley coming towards the outside from the direction of the lake, they naturally notified their superiors at the first time. Originally the one in charge of the desert was Blake, but the last time the plan failed, Blake was also severely punished and is still in the Elf Forest receiving punishment, so now the one in charge of monitoring the desert and especially Chushan was changed to a different person, also a man with a handsome appearance. He quickly appeared in front of Shelley and Tyrone, courteously. Hello both of you, I am Spencer of the Elves. I'm glad to be able to meet you both. I wonder if there's anything I can offer to help? Tyrone glanced at Shelley, who smiled and stepped forward. Mr. Spencer, you're welcome. My name is Shelley, his name is Tyrone. I've heard for a long time that the Elven Forest has a beautiful view, and both Tyrone and I have admired it for a long time. That's why we want to go in and take a stroll. Spencer still maintained his handsome smile, only how this smile looked a bit stiff. He was thinking in his heart, this woman looks quite gentle and cute, why is her speech so annoying? Miss Shelley is joking, the Elven Forest is not a place for tourism, outsiders are not very welcome there. Shelley laughed even more. Look at the wings of this person next to me, he is an Arakanese, awakened the bloodline of the elves, he is also considered to be of your elves. Is it not okay for me to go to my friend's hometown to play? Only then did Spencer look at the unimpressive looking Tyrone next to him, whose strength was only transcendent. He had long seen Tyrone's appearance and looks in his own somewhat similar, just he had never heard of an elven race's black wings, so just some suspicion, and now heard Shelley to words, this only no Tyrone actually awakened the elven bloodline of the deserted race. Desolate race in the elf race is a taboo existence, weekdays very few people mention, until last year only someone put forward a plan, from the outside to bring back a number of desolate people. Since they are the desolate clan members who have awakened the elven clan, it is naturally possible to enter the elven forest, but the elven forest can be very dangerous, so it is better for me to stay and bring you in. Spencer said cordially, but in his mind he was thinking that this matter had to be told to the Elf King in a hurry. Shelley wouldn't not know what Spencer was thinking. This is also the routine that Chushin explained. It really is very useful. Under Spencer's leadership, the three of them entered the elven forest unhindered. Elf forest is still as dark as ever. Ancient trees abound in the sky. In the various dark corners of the forest are hiding a variety of strange creatures, quietly watching Shelley. Three people. The last time Shelley came to the elf forest when there is no feeling, this time followed Spencer. But there is a kind of creepy feeling. This elf forest is really unfathomable. Just this forest, hidden unknown how many dangers. Along the way Spencer with Shelley and Tyrone, but also non-stop for the two introduced some flowers and plants and strange creatures. Shelley is listening to quite interesting. Only Tyrone, heart of the High Priestess, the face does not have much expression. Led by Spencer through 7 turns, even using a short-range teleportation magic array a few times before finally arriving at a patch of wooden houses. This is where my elf clan receives guests. The two of you will temporarily wait here for a while. I'll go and make arrangements for the two of you for later. Spencer was like a tour guide, covering all the bases. This was even at the place he was still playing dumb. Shelley also kept a polite smile and didn't go to demolish Spencer, making Chushin in Tyrone's mind, had to sigh, women are really born actors. Immediately after Spencer left, 2 ordinary clansmen of the elf clan came over and brought Shelley and the two of them into a small cabin and poured 2 cups of the elf clan's specially brewed wine for the two of them. Shelley was not afraid that the elves would put poison or something. If the elves still needed to do such things in the elven forest, then the elves would not be one of the great powers of the god and demon continent that was second only to the Temple of Light. Chapter 82, Attending the Dinner Party. In the easternmost part of the god and demon continent, in the elven forest, Shelley was boredly savoring the fine wine sent by the elves in the wooden house, while chatting with the elven maid who was waiting at the side. On the other hand, Tyrone was sitting upright, looking a bit nervous. Seeing that there was nothing going on for a while, Chushin withdrew most of his mind. This time after opening up the magma river, the area of the body's lake expanded once again, coupled with the use of the raging storm skill to increase one's own volume every day, directly also led to the tributaries that he opened up increasing in length every day, the speed, although it was not comparable to the speed of directly using energy points to extend it. But the good thing was that as the days and months went on, nowadays, the length of the rivers in the River of Forgetfulness and the River of Quicksand had both reached more than 5,000 meters, and the newly opened up magma river had also been piled up to 4,000 meters by Chushin World with energy points. However, this length was not enough to get out of the desert. According to the natural lengthening speed of the river, it would take at least half a year before it could reach a length of 10,000 meters. In Chushin's opinion, such a vast god and demon continent would need to reach at least 100,000 meters before he could say he was a big river. This time he also advanced to the Transcendent Level 3. Although he didn't obtain any new skills, Chushin found that his control over his soul is much higher. Now he can pay attention to the 3 river basins at the same time, and he is also able to separate a part of his mind to pay attention to the believers whose loyalty to him reaches 100% at any given time, which is also very convenient for Chushin. And he can now be said to be a mind of several uses. Underground world, the River of Forgetfulness, the witch and demon race has already counted the situation of various underground races, large and small hundreds of different races, belonging to the same dark races as the skeleton warriors are not many. There are also the scavengers, reptiles, bat demons, and so on. These races are hidden in the darkest corners of the underground world. Are the hidden dark killers in this world? Most of the other races were useless and extremely weak creatures. Chushin let Maki pick some of those races that he found useful, and all the others were put into the River of Forgetfulness maker skeleton warriors. Most of those weak creatures were unintelligent, so Chushin didn't have any psychological burden when he slaughtered them. As for those intelligent races, especially humanoid creatures, Chushin still couldn't lay his hands on them, even if they were weak. Chushin let them train and live with the Earth Spirit race warriors, so at least they were able to do some logistical work. With the addition of these creatures, the number of skeleton warriors reached the number of 150,000, and the unit of flesh and blood creatures formed by the warriors of the Earth Spirit race reached more than 50,000 as well. Adding up, Chushin had a fighting force of 200,000 in the underground world. Although these warriors were not strong enough for the time being, with Chushin's help, it was believed that they would be able to be drastically improved in a very short period of time. Dark creatures, all of them could survive and even improve themselves in the River of Forgetfulness, so those skeletons and scavengers, etc., usually practiced in Chushin's River of Forgetfulness after training. Even Magi was the same. And those warriors of the Earth Spirit race couldn't enter the River of Forgetfulness. Chushin also temporarily introduced some spiritual water from the lake to form a small lake for them to borrow to improve their strength. Nowadays the underground world just needs to practice, cultivate, and then practice again, repeat and repeat and repeat. Wait until the bright sanctuary or the creatures in the dark river reappear. Chushin will let them be surprised. On the ground on both sides of the Magma River and the Quicksand River, many people had recently appeared. Most of them were mercenaries who had stumbled upon the two rivers and were surprised by the strange sight that had suddenly appeared, so from time to time, people came to explore the area. Many people also tried to follow the rivers to find the source, and finally they found Shushan's lake, remembering the great battle that happened here not long ago, and the fact that a mercenary group with a legendary strongman was wiped out here. No one dared to come near the lake anymore, and the two rivers were treated as two wonders in the desert. Shushan knew that it was only a matter of time before he was discovered, and in the future, the commotion he made might be even bigger, so he might as well build up a reputation first, lest there would always be ungrateful ones who would come to disturb him. In the elven forest, Shelley and Tyrone were left hanging for most of the day before they saw Spencer walk in with a smiling face. Really sorry, Tyrone, old brother, and Shelley girl, my king is receiving an important guest today, that's why I let you wait for so long. You have been here for half a day, your stomach must be hungry, it's just right to join the dinner with me as well. Shelley sat on the chair and did not move. In his hand there was also a pot of wine, said with a smile and not a laugh. I don't think it's necessary to have a dinner party, we've already tasted the fine wines that the elves have gotten, and I can't believe that the king of the elves has an important guest, so why don't we just say goodbye first, or it's also quite good for us to go around the elfin forest by ourselves. Miss Shelley is joking again, since we have come to the elf forest, naturally we can't slow down the two of you, but the guests that my king is going to feast on at today's dinner party, the two of you are the ones who know each other, and especially this old brother Tyrone is the one who should meet the most. Tyrone stood up at once upon hearing this, and Shelley's face also showed consternation. Spencer had expected this reaction from the two and smiled, pointing vaguely with his right hand. The two of you, please follow me. Shelley and Tyrone only had to follow, while in their hearts they were both guessing who this person was. And Shushan already had an answer in his heart, both Shelley and Tyrone knew, and the only one who could threaten the duo was the high priest of the desolate race. Don't be impulsive later, the one he brought you to see must be the high priest. Shushan was afraid that Tyloan would go over there later and act impulsively and spoil things, so he instructed in advance. Shushan was conversing directly with Tyrone's soul through the system's function, not to mention Spencer, even the Elf King might not be able to find out. Hearing Shushan's reminder, Tyrone's footsteps slightly lurched, then quickly adjusted, although his heart was still a little apprehensive, but once he thought of Shushan paying attention to him at all times, he wasn't so nervous. The two of them followed Spencer through the woods. The further they went in, the thicker the trees on the road, and the flowers and plants were unusually flourishing. That is, Shelley couldn't help but marvel at the elf's residence, which could really be called heaven on earth. Along the way, smelled the fragrance of flowers, looked at an exquisite building. Finally arrived at the elf tribe's grand hall that specializes in entertaining guests. Probably because the elf tribe's own attributes were particularly close to plants, so most of their houses were made of trees, with exquisite flower patterns carved on the outside. Compared to Shushan's lake, they didn't know where to go to the high end. In a team of elf guards under the arch, Spencer led the two into the hall, just walked into the hall, heard the beautiful melody of musical instruments inside, walked in to see, the center of the hall is a few flower fairies in the dance. And right above the hall was an elf who didn't look very old, but was quite majestic. Spencer fell to his knees. My king, the two guests have been brought. The elf king seemed as if he was immersed in the flower fairy's beautiful dance, turning a deaf ear to Spencer's words. Shelley thought in his heart, this is to give himself a hard time. Chapter 83, The Elf King's Bullying. Seeing that the elf king was ignoring himself, Shelley simply looked around carelessly as well, but at a glance she saw an old man sitting on the side, unnoticeable amongst the crowd of gorgeously dressed elf princes. This old man was similar to the other elves in looks, but had no wings, and his aura was out of place in this party. However, he was sitting at the closest place to the elf king, the place where only the most honorable guests could sit. Shelley realized that the old man had also been looking at his side, with both surprise and worry on his face. Shelley hurriedly glanced at Tyrone beside him, and found that his two pairs of eyes were staring at the old man, and instantly Shelley understood that this was the high priest of the Arakanese tribe. Shelley quietly pulled the corner of Tyrone's coat. Of course this action has also long been seen in the eyes of Spencer. See the purpose achieved, Spencer shouted again. My king, the two guests from the desert side are here. Only then did the elf king slowly turn his head, his two pairs of blue eyes coldly glanced at Shelley and the two of them. Shelley only felt a piercing coldness approaching him, a sharp arrow stabbing straight towards him in front of his eyes, and involuntarily fell back 3 or 4 steps. As for Tyrone, who was only a mere transcendent, he was even worse, almost about to fall to his knees. Fortunately Shushan blocked most of the might for him, and only then did Tyrone barely manage to stand on the spot with a cold sweat on his body. Ha! A mere transcendent, actually able to resist my will. Are you that desolate clan member who has awakened my elven bloodline? The people of the elf royal clan accompanying below, hearing the elf king's words, their faces also revealed a look of surprise. Obviously they had also just learned of this news, and were originally curious as to how the honorable elf king would suddenly want to feast on a slave-like desolate clan member. which was now sort of a glimmer of understanding. "We are here on behalf of Lord Chu. It doesn't matter if we are desolate clansmen or not, and it doesn't matter even more if we have awakened the elven bloodline." Tyrone clenched his teeth, raised his head and rushed at the Elf King. However, due to Chushin's instructions in advance, this time Turin did not address Chushin as God Chu as usual. After all, the title of God was not something that anyone could call. "Oh, interesting. Do you know that your desolate race was originally a branch of my elf race, and now your high priest is here as a guest, and today's banquet is also organized for him?" The Elf King glanced at the high priest and said indifferently. Tyrone once again looked at the high priest. The expression on his face looked a little tangled. If Chushin hadn't reminded him in advance, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to resist rushing over right now. The high priest was originally old, and after coming to the elf forest for just over a year, he had already aged beyond recognition. Through Tyrone's eyes, Chushin was also startled when he saw the high priest like this. This was far different from the high priest who had previously passed through the dangerous desert at a low level of the mortal order, and had come to seek Chushin's shelter. Chushin saw the twilight that only people who were about to die had from him. When the high priest heard the Elf King mention himself, his heart was startled and he looked towards Tyrone, worry written all over his wrinkled face. Although Tyrone's current appearance had changed quite a bit, he was still able to recognize him at a glance, and even though Tyrone might be much stronger, he was still worried that Tyrone would be in danger. At this time, the high priest even somewhat regretted that plea for help that he had sent out. It was just that he had no choice but to do so. There were still some secrets that he had to either tell the Desolate Clan's future generations and tell Chushin. How about it, still not going to catch up? The Elf King was quite happy to watch this touching scene of reunion, and quite generously let the high priest go forward to catch up with Tyrone. "Go ahead and see how the high priestess is doing," Chushin encouraged in his mind as he watched Tyrone look like he wanted to go but didn't dare to. Only after hearing Chushin's words did Tyrone walk forward and hold the high priestess's hand, but he couldn't say a word, and many words were not suitable to be said here. Chushin, on the other hand, kept his attention on the Elf King and realized that he did not notice his conversation with Tyrone at all, making it even more certain that he was able to avoid the Elf King's ears. However, Chushin could not feel the Elf King's strength at all, but Chushin could be sure that it was definitely not a legend, then it was most likely a holy rank. Saint-ranked powerhouses are still far from what Chushin is able to fight with right now. Chushin still has to continue to live with it. Without letting the high priestess and Tyrone stay for too long, the Elf King yawned lazily and said, "No matter what, your desolate race is also considered to be the bloodline of my elf race, especially since you have also awakened your bloodline. It is all the more important to go and worship our god of nature. Let Spencer take you to see it, and this lady can also go along to the ceremony if she is willing to do so." Worship the god of nature? Chushin's heart thumped. The gods in this world were all real. Chushin didn't dare to guarantee that he would be able to hide in front of the god of nature. Moreover, Tyrone was 100% loyal to himself. Gods and spirits of the kind were very sensitive to faith. In case the worship was discovered, the elves would most likely find out about their spreading of faith, and perhaps without waiting for the light sanctuary to take action, the elves' gods would exterminate themselves first. The war of faith was about to begin, and any existence that spread faith on this continent was an enemy. But now it was not up to Chushin to refuse, because the Elf King left directly, and Spencer also walked up. Chushin suddenly thought that he had asked Blake why he wasn't afraid that he was an undercover agent sent by someone else, and he told himself that the elf race naturally had a way to recognize the faith of outsiders, and now that he thought about it, I'm afraid that it was the simplest, most direct, and also the most accurate way to do it, like worshipping the gods. "Go take a look," Chushin said to Turin. Shelley was also a bit hesitant, but seeing that Tyrone walked straight towards the outside, he thought that he should have Chushin's guidance, so he followed. Chushin was actually quite apprehensive in his heart. He didn't know if his system could block the prying eyes of the god of nature, but even if it was discovered, the worst result would be nothing more than facing an even more severe blow from the elf clan in the Temple of Light. Even if the Elf King stepped in, he wouldn't be able to completely destroy himself, and at best, the loss would be a bit more severe. The group took another good turn before arriving at a place that was wide open. Surrounded by ancient trees, there was only a small open space in front of them, which must be the place where the elves worshipped the god of nature. As soon as Chushin entered this place along with Tyrone, the first thing that struck his sight was a huge tree that was frighteningly large. Compared to this tree, the ones we saw before were just saplings. At the same time, Chushin also felt a strange flavor from this tree, which appeared very mysterious and seemed like it could explode with powerful might at any time. "This is the place. This is the most sacred place of our elf race. The two of you should also never clamor or make any unsuitable moves." Spencer bowed to the great tree, then turned to Turin and Shelley, introducing them with a warning tone. Chapter 84, A Battle with the God of Nature. Following Spencer's instructions, the High Priestess and Turin walked forward while Shelley watched. Over the past few hundred years, the Arabs had fantasized more than once that they could return to the elven forest, return to this altar, and offer their most sincere salute to the God of Nature, yet there was no such opportunity. Now that both the high priest and Tyrone were standing here, there was not a trace of faith in the god of nature in their hearts, and they even felt that the atmosphere here made them uncomfortable, wanting to leave this place in a hurry. The desolate race has been expelled by the elves for hundreds of years, we can't be considered elves anymore for a long time, and we can't afford the elven bloodline. As you can also see, Tyrone, even though he has awakened his bloodline, he's not the same as you elves anymore, so the god of nature, we are rightfully not qualified to worship. The high priest, who had been silent before the altar, suddenly opened his mouth and refused the sacrifice. However, what he didn't know was that this sacrifice was a drunken attempt by the elves to spy on Chushin. Spencer withdrew the smile on his face and said seriously, "All have come to the front of the altar, there is no room for regret, otherwise it is disrespect to the god of nature. Disrespecting the god of nature is the mortal enemy of my elf clan." The majestic elven warriors on both sides of the altar all looked at the high priest and Tyrone with furious eyes. "I'm the only one who has awakened my bloodline, so I'll be the one to go forward and worship. A high priest is not necessary." Tyrone opened his mouth and said, this was also Chushin's authorization. After all, Tyrone had him to protect him, but the high priestess was not able to. Spencer thought, the high priest has always stayed in the elf forest, must not have much interaction with Chushin, but it is Tyrone who has been following Chushin. From him should be able to see more things. Also Spencer agreed to this request. Originally the high priest was also just an accidental bargaining chip for them to blackmail Tyrone. Tyrone step by step towards the elf clan's god tree. Not only is Tyrone, Chushin is also a little nervous. This is his first time with the same deity so close, although it is not direct contact, but also level can feel that kind of majesty. Tyrone, in accordance with the worship ceremony of the elves, began to worship. All of this in fact in Tyrone very small time has been in the heart. In the encounter Chushin before, every barren people still have to return to the elf forest of the fantasy. When the worship ceremony was over and Tyrone was about to get up from the ground, he felt that there seemed to be an extra pair of eyes watching him from the divine tree in front of him, causing his body, which was about to stand up, to freeze in the air. The Chushin in Tyrone's mind was the one who felt it the most. Those eyes seemed to have seen him and stared straight at him. "Which deity are you, and why have I never felt your aura before?" Chushin heard an indifferent voice. The god of nature had indeed discovered him and was still speaking to him. "You are not yet qualified to know where I come from." Chushin could never show his cowardice even now, so he could only reply forcefully. These words really angered the god of nature, and with a cold snort, a green light shot out, directly penetrating the endless void and shooting towards Chushin. Chushin felt an overwhelming pressure. He was completely unable to move. Not only Tyrone, who was now being entrusted with his mind, but even the lake and the 3 tributary rivers, they all came to a standstill. It was at this moment that Chushin's system suddenly let out a buzzing sound. Dropping, it has detected that the host is facing a divine might attack and is in danger of losing his life, automatically spending 2 million energy points to counterattack. 2 million energy points in normal times. Chushin would definitely be heartbroken for a while, but at this time he didn't care all that much. Chushin only felt a magical power appear in his soul, transforming into a golden arrow that similarly penetrated the endless void and rushed towards that green light. The 2 rays of light exploded in the void without a single sound, the surrounding void shattered, and in the end, the green light was repulsed, and the golden arrow still chased after it relentlessly for a long time before it finally dissipated into the distant void. Chushin secretly said, "So close. If it wasn't for the system's automatic defense this time, he would have almost been annihilated." I didn't realize that the gap between himself and the deities was so great that he almost couldn't withstand just a single divine might. What Chushin didn't know was that the god of nature had to be even more surprised. Although this attack of his had penetrated the endless void resulting in a great reduction in power, Chushin's counterattack had shown him an extremely terrifying destructive power, making himself feel a hint of palpitations. Chushin's fight with the god of nature was not something that the outside heat could know about. They only saw that Tyrone was about to stand up when suddenly his body froze in mid-stride, and beads of sweat appeared on his face. Shelley and the high priest looked at Tyrone's appearance and thought that the elves had used some trick, wanting to go forward to assist Tyrone, but they were stopped by Spencer and the elven warriors around them. "Both of you, Tyrone is in contact with the great god of nature, you may not go forward to interrupt." The high priest was about to say something, but Shelley pulled him back and shook his head. The 2 of them would never be able to break through the barrier to affect Tyrone, and Shelley knew that part of Chushin's mind was on Tyrone, and if Tyrone had a problem Chushin would surely take action. As the 2 waited anxiously, Tyrone finally returned to normal, inexplicably rubbing the back of his head before leaving the altar and coming over to the high priestess and Shelley. Spencer glanced at the tree god and then at Tyrone, somewhat puzzled, but not daring to question the gods. He could only lead Tyrone and the others away. This time the high priest was not taken away, but allowed to travel with Tyrone to the cabin where the elves received their guests to catch up. Spencer hurriedly threw himself to find the elf king to report the situation. When he had just met the elf king and was ready to report, the elf king spoke first. "I know all about what just happened. you immediately arrange for them to leave the elven forest, and those other desolate clansmen should be sent out as well. Those Arabs know quite a few secrets. Spencer was a bit hesitating for a moment or opening his mouth to discourage them. The Elf King nodded and said, I know all of this, but the god of nature has just descended to give me a decree for us not to make an enemy of them. It looks like that deity behind them is very powerful. Even the god of nature doesn't want to have multiple enemies at this juncture. But our previous actions have resulted in a lot of casualties for our clan. Should we just let it go? And I'm afraid we've already offended that one. That can't be helped. In the eyes of the gods, these lives are nothing. I've already decided. Immediately arrange for them to leave the elven forest, and from now on that desert should be left alone. The Elf King was also helpless. Even the god of nature had suffered a defeat at Chushin's place. How could he himself be powerful enough to go against the gods directly? However, no one expected that Chushin was only a transcendent third-level lake. As long as the Elf King personally made a move, he would be able to beat Chushin's vitality. Chapter 85, The Secrets of the Desolate Race. On the outskirts of the elven forest, Spencer's face was no longer the bright smile he had before. He sent the High Priestess and Shelley and Tyrone out with an ironic face, and a dozen or so pale desolate clansmen followed behind him. Just after leaving the elven forest, Spencer turned his head and left, with Shelley still mischievously shouting behind him. Mr. Spencer, thank you very much for your hospitality. The elven forest is really beautiful. I hope there will be another opportunity to come and play, and next time I want you to lead the way. Spencer's departing figure trembled for a moment, and finally ignored Shelley and walked into the forest. This trip to the elf forest, for Shelley, it was really a tour. She did nothing more than following around, wanting to investigate. The last time the Stone of Life thing also had no way to investigate, a total of but in the elf forest stay for 2 days, there was no opportunity for free movement. However, this time for Chushin, it is thrilling. If it is not the system at the critical moment of power, not only their own to play the end, Shelley and Tyrone they cannot live. The good thing is that there is no danger. This time not only succeeded in rescuing the High Priestess, but also scared the god of nature. I think this time later, the elves will not come back to find their own trouble. They can have a long period of free development time. A group of people left the elf forest and quickly rushed towards the lake. The high priest and other old people of the barren race strength is relatively poor, can't run fast, can only be called by Tyrone to the sinking sand army in this vicinity, so that the red flame wind-chasing horse carries these old people. The speed is not too slow. With 2 days' time rushed to the lake. This time both Shelley and Tyrone have worked hard, especially Tyrone, took a lot of pressure, but fortunately also rescued the high priestess and all of them. Chushin condensed a water person and floated on the surface of the lake and said slowly. Tyrone hurriedly knelt down. It's all because of Lord Chushin's blessings. If it wasn't for you, Lord Chu God, I'm afraid none of us would be able to return. Tyrone still remembered the eyes and the suffocating sense of death he saw from the tree god when he finished worshipping the god of nature. And because of that, he was even more convinced of Chushin, who was able to defeat that light. Chushin waved his hand and looked towards the high priest and the others. He hadn't seen all of these old people except the high priestess, but he was able to sense that there wasn't much life force left in these people's bodies, which meant that within a few years, they would gradually die. This was the symptom of having one's lifespan deprived, and although Chushin could barely repair some of his body's wounds with spiritual water, his lifespan could not be replenished no matter what. High Priestess has worked hard. Since the last time we saw each other, I didn't expect that so much time had actually passed since we met again. The High Priest looked at Chushin in front of him, and his heart was also filled with emotions. At first he had come with despair to look for Chushin. At that time, if he did not defect to Chushin, the race could perish. In fact, he did not dare to trust Chushin fully at that time. At first, he didn't expect that after leaving that time, he was actually taken away by the elf clan and tortured into this state. Lord Chushin, forgive me, since the old man honored you as a god, but I haven't served you even for a day. Thank you for the gift you brought to my desolate race. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that the desolate race would have disappeared in this desert by now, and we, these old guys, would have to be tormented in the elf race until we die. The high priest looked at the tall and majestic Tyrone beside him, old tears in his eyes, tears of relief. Speaking of which, I still don't know what exactly the elf clan is trying to do by capturing you guys, and why your lifespans are passing so quickly. Chushin was quite curious as to what exactly the elves were doing again. Next to him, Tyloan heard about the high priestess and their lifespan passing away, and was very anxious in his heart, but the high priestess gave him a look, and he stiffly stopped wanting to ask. In the beginning, a powerful elf clan suddenly descended on our clan, and then asked me to bring along these dozen oldest old men within the clan to go within the elf clan together. Over the past year, they had us cultivate a batch of magical beasts with our essence blood using the secret method of the Desolate clan. Just some time ago, that kind of magical beast finally awakened, only to absorb almost all of the lifespan of us old men the moment it awakened. To actually be able to absorb lifespans, what kind of evil magical beast is this? Back to Lord Chushin's words, I actually don't know if it was a magical beast, it was just a lump of rotten meat like, as we fed it daily with our essence blood, that lump of rotten meat grew bigger and bigger day by day, and in the end when it awakened all I could see was a pair of black eyes, and then I fainted. How many of those creatures were there in total? There were only 2 in total that we saw. Shushin was silent for a moment, thinking, it would be fine if there were only 2. I believe that my own immortal bird and griffin beast should not be inferior to this kind of monster. Alright, I know about this matter. By the way, do you know why your desolate race was removed from the elves and relegated to the desert? The high priest's cloudy eyes seemed to have fallen into endless memories as he said leisurely. Nearly 1,000 years have passed since that incident, and only every high priest in the clan knows this secret. Thousands of years ago, we, the Desolate Clan, were the royal clan among the elves, and the current royal clan was nothing more than the princes that we had subdivided at the beginning, but when the god of nature was defeated in the battle of faith, they took advantage of the opportunity to talk the god of nature into defecting to the Temple of Light at the last minute of the war in order to gain the unique status of the elfin forest for these thousands of years, and we were the ones who defected with their sincerity. I can't imagine that the gods are all involved in these interest interactions with each other as well. So what's the difference between a god and a human? The so-called unique status is nothing more than just living and dying. The god of nature must have reached some other agreement with the god of light, but from the looks of it, the god of nature is considered to be relatively weak amongst the deities. Shushin pondered in his mind for a while, then opened his mouth and said, "You've all worked hard this time. Tyrone, you take the high priestess down to rest, and by the way, gather the desolate races back, and have them bring along all the magical beasts below mortal rank 5 that they have under their command. Shelley stays behind." Tyrone assisted the high priestess to leave after he made a bow. "My lord, are you looking for me for something?" "Well, do you have any impression of the kind of creature the high priest said?" Shelley shook her head after thinking seriously for a while. "I have not heard of such creatures, but there are too many creatures in this world. There are also various kinds of magic and means that can create some strange lifeforms, including some gods who also try to create creatures, but as far as I know, creatures that can devour life go against the basic rules of the world, and such creatures are usually difficult to survive." "Deities can still create creatures?" Shushin was somewhat stunned. Shelley asked with an odd expression. "You should know better than me, my lord." Shushin then reacted. He was a terrifying figure close to a deity in Shelley's eyes. Asking her this in turn was a bit out of character. "Well, I just wanted to see if there is any error in the information I know about your world, but I don't think you are able to know about this kind of thing. Are you interested in traveling to a human city?" Shelley's eyes lit up when she heard that. She hadn't been to a human city for a long time, and her usual daily necessities had been used up. She hadn't worn jewelry for a long time. Chapter 86, A Cruel but Necessary Decision. Shushin saw Shelley's face full of surprise once she heard that she was going to a human city, and in his heart, he knew that Shelley had also been suffocating in this desert for too long during this period of time. "That's right, I want you to go to the human city for a trip, but it's not for fun, it's a mission." Shelley nodded vigorously and said, "Promise to complete the mission." This time the mission is not simple. It requires you to go inside the nearest big city to the desert to set up an underground organization, specializing in spying for me. Now this desert is basically saved. Soon Shushin will be able to completely turn it into his own territory, but in addition to the magical beasts under his command the desert people are not suitable to go to the human city, so he is not enough to understand what is happening in this continent. This time it is not easy to have a free time. Just to let Shuele go forward to set up a small organization for himself, at the same time, also let Shuele go to relax. Shelley nodded firmly, a smile all over her face. "It's not difficult to form an organization, it's just that pulling together manpower requires quite a few things, especially money and treasures. My possessions have all been depleted." Shushin knew that this was asking for money, but Shushin was prepared. He pulled out several storage scrolls from the system space and threw them to Shelley. These scrolls were all obtained by Shushin from those legendary powerhouses he had killed. There were even things from the Holy Maiden of the Temple of Light that were of great value, and all of them were handed over to Shuele this time. One by one, Shelley opened the scrolls, her eyes glowing. These things added up to far more than her own fortune. The origin of these things is also clear to you, so you must pay attention when using them. They are all handed over to you to deal with. But I want to emphasize one point. The person you find must be trustworthy. It is best to have no beliefs whatsoever. Even if the strength is weaker, I have a way to help improve it, and keep in mind not to look for any undercover agents of the big powers. Shushin once again instructed. "Don't worry, my lord, I still know all of this, but what is the name of the force I am forming? Can I let them know of your existence?" Shushin thought about it and replied, "Let's call it the Dark Pavilion. If there are any particularly outstanding ones, you can secretly bring them within the watershed of any of my tributaries, but my existence must be kept secret and no one must know about it." Shushin felt that he should keep a low profile for now, or at least not venture out before the faith contest, or else he would be shooting his mouth off. Shelley spat in her mind about Shushin's level of name-picking, nodded, took the scroll and excused herself and left. Looking at Shelley's departing figure, Chushin would like to have a human body to be able to walk around at any time. However, for the current Chushin, it was all a pipe dream. He didn't know to what extent he would be able to really coalesce a body that was similar to that of a human. Shaking his head and putting these unrealistic fantasies behind him, Chushin immersed his mind in his lake and then observed each tributary with the flowing water. For the length of the tributaries, he was far from satisfied. Many of the rivers in his previous life were 10,000 meters long, but now he only had a few thousand meters. Even a small desert failed to flow out. But if he wanted to drastically increase the length of the river, he would have to spend a large amount of energy points, and for Chushin, the fastest way to obtain energy points now was to start with the magical beasts. This time, let the desolate race bring back the magical beasts below the 5th level of the mortal order is also this meaning. Although they are all their own hand-cultivated magical beasts, devouring some cruelty, but after all, these magical beasts have not been born of the general intelligence of human beings, and also basically lost the possibility of continuing to advance. So Chushin, in order to faster evolution, can only choose to devour all of them. In addition, this time we have to continue to cultivate some magical beasts on a large scale. In the future, this kind of cultivation of magical beasts, training magical beasts, devouring magical beasts with low-level potential, and then cultivate magical beasts, will become a set of fixed cycle, to provide themselves with a constant supply of energy points.